Hey, if you liked the video, give it a thumbs up and show some love for the series. Every like, comment, and share really helps us keep going. Thanks a ton for watching. Chapter 120 Legend of Heroes Boom, Boom, Boom. The explosions continued, from a faraway place to a place further away. The Golden Dragon King had already awakened, but he couldn't stop the chain of explosions that had begun earlier. Blade Song's sanctuary, a large wolf den, blew up. Solaris Temple, which had been protected by blue whiskers for a long time, exploded, and several subsequent explosions. The wild lands shook. The explosion in the Sky Roof mountain range was so enormous that the aftermath was even visible in the Snow Breeze plain. And in the midst of all those explosions, Hurricane staggered. He couldn't fully accept the current situation. The Golden Dragon King woke up. He understood their logic purify the contaminated dragon veins by exploding it. It made sense, it was fully possible, but even so, boom, boom, boom. Whether it was an auditory hallucination or something real, he could still hear the explosions from afar. It included not only the west but also the east. Yes, the east too. Crazy beastards. It was the first time he had seen people like this. He had never experienced meeting beastards like them before. That was why he broke out in a cold sweat. He couldn't hide his confusion and fear. He felt like he witnessed what real madness was, and, shaya, light burst out. The monsters surrounding Jude disappeared at once, and a golden pillar of light shot up. And the person who stood there, the incarnation of the Golden Dragon King. The fair-skinned, attractive, and good-looking boy, who looked like an angel himself, brightly smiled. But for Hurricane, that smile looked like that of a demon offering a contract. And in the sky, another angel. The girl whose face wasn't just like an angel's, but was a real angel, had now become a witch. Cordelia also had a golden radiance like Jude, and she realized it. It won't last long. The power of the Golden Dragon King was so immense. Even if they leveled up many times, Jude and Cordelia's bodies wouldn't be able to handle the power for a long time. And one more. The reason why the Golden Dragon King couldn't come out directly and only gave his power to Jude and Cordelia. The Golden Dragon King is not feeling normal too. Since the entire dragon vein exploded, the Golden Dragon King was unable to properly control his body. The time he could lend his power wouldn't be that long. It would truly be game over if that time ran out. Thus, they didn't have time to waver or hesitate. Cordelia curled up her body and gathered power. The golden light that had spread in all directions had now condensed around Cordelia, and the light gradually got brighter. Standing next to her, to be exact, flying next to her, was Lena, who stared at Cordelia with a stunned face. She understood the situation itself like Hurricane did, but her senses couldn't keep up with that understanding. And on the ground, Jude came to the same conclusion as Cordelia. They didn't have much time, so they had to hurry and get the best results with the little time left. Cordelia, he knew what Cordelia was trying to do. Jude himself was confident that he knew Cordelia's thoughts better than anyone else in the world. If that was what Cordelia was preparing to do, he should then do the other job. He would push the demon prince's arm that was about to get up again back to the Hell Gate, and then close the gate. Ha! Jude let out a spirited shout. He gathered the power of the Golden Dragon King into his fist and carried out the best thing he could do now. Titan's Advent? Jude shouted as if roaring. If Cordelia had heard him, she would have turned red and cried out to him not to shout the skill name while releasing the power of the wild god. The light took on a shape. Kuwuo. There was a sound. It was the sound of the light as it stretched out and took on a shape before it finally stood on the ground. Thud. A golden giant made from light stood as it towered above the Snow Breeze plain. Everyone on the battlefield were left agape at its appearance that was nearly 30 meters tall. They were in a daze as they let out their awe and fear at the imposing titan. Hwaya, and the light titan moved. It strongly grabbed with its hands the demon prince's arm that was about to rise again. And Jude was truly skilled. The titan skillfully bent and twisted the wrist of the demon prince. In that short moment, he lessened the power of the demon prince's arm. Yuo. The light titan pushed the demon prince's arm. Hurricane woke up from his momentary daze and screamed after seeing the demon prince's arm being twisted. Nu woo woo, boo woom. Jude pushed the demon prince's arm with all his might. At the moment he completely pushed it inside the hell gate, Cordelia stretched out her curled-up body and let out her power. Ah! Light burst out as she cried. Just like the Day of Judgment, it was a light wave explosion that only destroyed evil beings. Boom! The explosion struck the hell gate. It swallowed up the monsters and demons around it, and Red Wind, who was watching from afar, was filled with admiration. It's a star, gold star explosion. The aftermath of Cordelia's skill move that Jude named on the spot was enormous. The monsters and demons had already retreated in fear from the Pillar of Light and the Light Titan, so not much of them were extinguished, but what mattered to the two was the Hell Gate. It got smaller, Lena excitedly shouted. The Hell Gate was nearly half destroyed and in a state of coming apart. Just then, a terrifying sound was heard from inside the Hell Gate. It was the Demon Prince. The Demon Prince whom they didn't know its name yet was clearly doing something. So they had to finish it before that. Jude expressed his intentions to Cordelia through the emblems, and she immediately responded. Take it. The golden light radiating from Cordelia's entire body faded. All of the wild god's powers that had been lent to the two were now concentrated on Jude. Cordelia loudly exclaimed, "It's bigger." The Light Titan had grown even bigger. Its 30-meter height had become 50 meters, and its right arm became abnormally huge. Jude concentrated all of his power on its right hand. As everyone in the battlefield watched, the Titan struck the Hell Gate with a knife hand strike, aka karate chop. Kwoo-woo, the golden knife hand strike crashed into the Hell Gate. They heard a piercing shriek from inside the Hell Gate, and a tremendous power was released. The roar of the Demon Prince, a roar that evokes fear, and its curse worked. The power that spread like an explosion hit the Eastern forces who were fighting on the hill. Fear and terror made them kneel in despair, but it stopped there. It couldn't do any more than that, because Jude was there. Because the Light Titan used up its last strength, boom, the knife hand strike split the Hell Gate into two, then it was crushed. The Light Titan grabbed the Hell Gate with both hands. It pressed and crushed the two sides together as Cordelia and Lena recited a spell while in the sky. It was the sealing spell that Cordelia learned in Endymion. The Hell Gate, the Hell Ga'at, Hurricane screamed. Red Wind stood up from the Demon Prince's curse. Great Storm shouted in a voice filled with divine power. The power of the wild, bang, the Hell Gate disappeared with a loud noise. It ceased to exist, and the Light Titan fell. Particles of light scattered along the golden whirlwind. Quaha-ah, the air cried. It was because of the void created by the disappearance of both the Hell Gate and the Light Titan, which let out an enormous power. And there was a tremendous roar. It was the cry of the Eastern forces that burst out despite being under the Demon Prince's curse. Ha! Jude fell from the air to the ground. Cordelia hurriedly flew and snatched Jude by carrying him in her arms. It's been a long time. Jude spoke out of the blue while in her arms, and Cordelia understood it. During the time, they went to the Belkane Mountains to get the sun's necklace. She carried Jude in her arms as she jumped off the cliff. You did well, Cordelia casually spoke as she headed to the ground with Jude. She wanted to fly towards the Eastern forces at the same time, but she no longer had the strength to do so. I feel like dying. Her whole body didn't have any strength left. It was just like how they felt when they accepted the power of the wild god, and even if Jude and Cordelia were powerful, it was too much for their bodies to handle. The two landed on the ground, and Lena hurried after them. And Hurricane saw these three people. Anger spread on his face as he lost his senses. He was so angry that he couldn't even properly say a word. Hurricane's face became contorted and his body swelled. The Hell Gate had disappeared. The Demon Prince's arrival failed. What that meant? Hurricane's own failure. A disastrous failure that only consumed enormous resources and power in the wild lands, but eventually achieved nothing. Because of you, several horns protruded from Hurricane's forehead and back. His already huge body was covered with a black and hard shell, and Hurricane was not alone. The monsters and demons still remained. They did not disappear just because the Hell Gate disappeared, and Hurricane still had the angry bull tribe whom he did not dispatch to the battle. Kill. He had to kill them. Those two damn beastards must be ripped apart. Hurricane looked far away as he roughly exhaled. The fight began on the hill again. The battle was fierce in the first place. Because of the demon prince's curse, the wild gods were unable to hastily move. They were busy from pushing away the demon prince's curse. So he had time. Enough time to crush those beastards in front of him. Go! The angry bull tribe responded to Hurricane's orders. They got up from where they were waiting and rushed towards Jude and Cordelia. The monsters and demons did not stand still. They vented their hatred towards the two who closed the Hell Gate. I will not allow it. Lena loudly shouted and let out her magic. Her mana was almost depleted because she successively cast Day of Judgment, but she was still one of the 5 heroes. She was one of the best arch-wizards in the entire Pleiades. Golems rose from the ground. They formed a defensive formation and became a wall to stop the attacking demons. But it was not enough. Lena's legs were trembling. She alone could not stop all the monsters and demons. Moreover, the angry bull tribe would be joining in a little while. Ha, ha, Golden Dragon King. Cordelia looked up the sky as she profusely sweated. She wanted to blame him for the rough consequences of using his power, but Cordelia still had a conscience despite that. The Golden Dragon King wasn't feeling normal due to the explosions in the entire wildlands. He must have done his best for them already. What should we do? Cordelia asked Jude, who was lying in her arms, and he answered in that condition. Let's go to plan C. What's that? I suck the potion, and you use mana drain. Then they would somehow be able to take some emergency measures. Jude drank the remaining stamina recovery potion, and Cordelia absorbed Jude's stamina and converted it into mana. She then cast a powerful shield with Count Chase's ring instead of using offensive magic. Bang, bang, bang. The rushing monsters banged on the shield after destroying the golems Lena had summoned. Lena sank on her knees with a thud, and Cordelia clenched her teeth. She had to hold out somehow. The Eastern forces would solve the current situation if she endured for some time, and she was right. Great Storm sensed the crisis of the 3 people and guided a do-or-die squad led by Red Wind and Sun Song as they left the front lines in order to rescue the 3. Endure, endure. Let's endure this, Cordelia. Cordelia grit her teeth as she continued to sweat. Whenever the monsters hit the shield, her entire body ached as if she had been directly hit, but she endured and endured. A little more, a little more. No way, Lena said. Jude sensed the reason. It was in the ground. Monsters were approaching from under the ground where the shield couldn't cover. They were in a very dangerous situation. A crisis after a miraculous reversal. Only Cordelia. Jude clenched his teeth. His stamina was drained because of mana drain, but he somehow stood up and chanted the mnemonic chant of 9th Heaven's 9 doors. He tried to create a golden whirlwind once again. And then, at that very moment, Cordelia blinked her eyes. She was doing her best to maintain the shield, but she was the first to notice, because her very sensitive senses noticed it. The ground. It was reverberating. It was vibrating. It was not because of the dragon veins runaway. It was not because of the monsters who were digging the ground. A different kind of vibration. Another vibration that came from the south and heading north. Really. Cordelia looked at Jude, and he blinked his eyes. He got up and turned to the south. He unconsciously opened his mouth in delight. Weak guy. In the south. In the outskirts that were somewhat far from the center of the Snow Breeze Plain where Jude and Cordelia were. Count Chase stood there. To be exact, he was riding on a pure white horse, and Violent Avalanche was sitting behind him. He did not see it, but as a powerful wizard, he could feel it faintly. What occurred in Snow Breeze Plain? The miracle caused by both Jude and Cordelia. He's still lacking. In protecting Cordelia, Jude was still extremely weak, so he would help them just this once. Count Chase's horse ran. Within a short time, he charged towards the angry bull tribe, the monsters, and the demons who turned to him, and Jude saw it. Cordelia could feel it once again, the vibrations in the ground, those who followed Count Chase. Jackdaw. Jude cried out in a roar. Those who guarded the northern border, the shield of the Slen Kingdom, the brave knights of the north. Jackdaw, annihilate the enemies. Count Svelger caught up with Count Chase and cried. The jackdaws responded to his command while on their black horses. Annihilate, annihilate. Half of the 10,000 jackdaws were here now. Thanks to Count Chase's wide-range assistive magic, they marched at an unusual pace and reached this place in time. Over 5-0 elite cavalry who wore black cloaks and rode on black horses charged towards the angry bull tribe. Jude, Cordelia, Lucas yelled, and Jude and Cordelia changed their expressions as they recognized Lucas. The two burst into a bright smile at the same time, and the two then knew. The fact that Gal and Adelia were among them too. Bang! The vanguard of the jackdaws smashed and trampled the angry bull tribe. The charge of the great northern horsemen was no different from a disaster itself. Go, trample, and crush them. The trained knights of the jackdaws boasted a combat power that made them the strongest in the north. Sage King's cross sword. Jude exclaimed as Count Harsvelger showed off the majesty of the true Sage King's cross sword. He ran through the battlefield with a white aura blade, and no one dared to stop him. And Count Chase. He soared up into the sky. He saw the monsters pushing the eastern forces and unleashed on their backs the powerful magic he had prepared for the past 2 days. Rain of fire. He cast magical arrows with a wave of his hand, and a barrage of fire fell down from the skies. Count Chase was indeed one of the northern Sagang. Hundreds and thousands of fire arrows fell down from the sky and burned the monsters and demons. It assisted the eastern forces in pushing against the monsters. Open the way, Redgale shouted. The eastern forces finally began to overpower the demons. The squad led by Great Storm joined the jackdaws. Hurricane angrily screamed at them. Count galloped straight towards that guy, and Jude turned to Cordelia. Cordelia also turned to Jude. Jude smiled as he leaned his head on Cordelia's lap. Cordelia also showed her best smile, a scene that was unimaginable in the original. A world where Redgale led the eastern forces, Red Wind and Sun's song ran together, and the wild gods were not corrupted. A world where Count Chase and the jackdaws led by Count Harsvelger fought to protect the wild lands. Lena stood right next to them. Gal lived and didn't die and was with Adelia. This is the best, Cordelia said at some point, and Jude agreed with her. The two looked at each other again and exchanged their best smiles. Chapter 121, Episode 121, Resolution. Hurricane was a high-ranking demonic human of the Devil's Eye. He was a meticulous and cunning person. Under the orders of their organization's leader, he infiltrated the wild lands. The first thing that he did was to corrupt Angry Bull, the guardian deity of the Angry Bull tribe, who took pride in being the strongest tribe in the West. He seized control of the Angry Bull tribe first. Having corrupted Angry Bull with a powerful item he received from his leader, Hurricane proceeded to Seven Horns next, placing a curse on the chieftain of the Angry Bull tribe. Seven Horns suffered from the curse, so he naturally visited Angry Bull and complained. Angry Bull had already become Hurricane's puppet and thus introduced Hurricane to Seven Horns. Everything went fast after that. Far from breaking the curse of Seven Horns, Hurricane, who had become a great shaman, put a few more curses to corrupt him and eventually seized complete control of the Angry Bull tribe. And to the west. He conquered the west with the power of the Angry Bull tribe. He increased the number of corrupted wild gods by polluting the dragon veins, and he spread a curse at the meeting of the tribal chieftains. Redgale died. He was the chieftain of the Great Storm tribe who would most likely hinder the unification of the wild lands. While he was in the process of taking control of the west, he sent demonic humans to the east to corrupt the wild gods. His purpose was to weaken them before his full-scale capture of the east. Hurricane didn't make any mistakes. In the game, he conquered the wild lands without a single mistake. The corrupted violent avalanche and gentle snow breeze assassinates Great Storm, Redgale dies from his curse, and Red Wind becomes a slave in the north. The Great Storm tribe who lost their head falls into ruin, and the wild gods of the east are corrupted one by one. And when he finally corrupted Blade Song, Hurricane invaded the northern part of the Slen Kingdom, leading the wild gods, who degenerated into hellish monsters, and the warriors who were reborn as demonic humans. Hurricane also won in this war and took control of the northern part of the Slen Kingdom, which had been the long-cherished desire of the wild lands. But all of that was the story in the original. Why? Hurricane cried out at the reality before his eyes. Everything was a disaster. Things that had been going well all went wrong at some point, and everything had been completely destroyed now. The starting point, the first domino, the survival of Redgale. the safety of violent avalanche. Red wind returned to the north. Kyukyua, his head was about to burst. Hurricane knew. A future did not exist for him now. His leader would not forgive him. No, the demon prince whose arrival to the ground was just around the corner would trample Hurricane himself. There was only despair in his future. Kyuhahaha. He did not yearn for a life in despair just because he was a demon follower. He also refused to live in fear and terror. Hurricane laughed. It was all over anyway. It was over now. What was left now was his obstinacy. So at least, even if it was only that B-starred and BTCH, he must get that B-starred and BTCH at all costs. Hurricane unleashed a terrifying power. Although he had not participated in battles so far, he was still a high-ranking demonic human. Furthermore, he became closer to a demon due to his exposure from the aura of hell that flowed out from the Hell Gate. Hurricane's body swelled up. He no longer had a human figure. His appearance was a mixture of a giant mantis and a beetle, and he let out a horrible shriek as he looked at the battlefield with his compound eyes. At the place where the Hell Gate once stood, at the small area protected by stone golems and a shield magic, Hurricane saw it. A girl with red hair sat inside the translucent shield. A boy who was lying in the arms of the girl with an angelic beauty. There was also an angel standing next to them, but he did not see it. Hurricane only saw the boy and girl and did not conceal his anger. Just looking at them made him send a murderous look that was enough to rip his enemies apart. And that girl who met his murderous look stared at him instead of shaking in fear. She raised her middle finger and said something, but it was clear that she was swearing. Crazy beastards, you feel elated because everything turned out as you desired. You think that you've completely won. Then ill crush that thought. Ill make a mess of that angelic face. Thud, Hurricane ran straight towards the shield. Cordelia instantly flinched at his terrifying force but did not lower her finger. She saw it. Behind Hurricane, who was unable to look around because of his anger. A knight who cut through the monsters and demons as if he was cutting rice stalks. As he rode on his black warhorse, he saw Hurricane rushing towards Jude and Cordelia. He charged towards Hurricane without any hesitation, and the light on his sword that he was holding increased. Sage King's cross sword. Unlike Luca's sword that was still immature, his sword that cuts evil had reached maturity. Ooh. As Cordelia admired it, Jude slightly frowned and said, "What a waste." "What? The Sage King's cross sword? Won't Lucas teach you if you ask him?" "No, not that." "Then what?" "Experience points." "Ah, you're right, that's right." Hurricane was a high-ranking demonic human, and he was the final boss of the wild lands in the game. Jude and Cordelia spoke in turn, and Hurricane's body was cut into two. The man who fell on the floor stretched out his hand as he looked at Jude and Cordelia. He uttered the words of a curse amidst his deep-rooted grudge. And Cordelia said as she stroked Jude's hair, "Ah, Fu, why did you say that? It's such a waste. It feels great." "What? No, it's just this moment." "What are you saying?" Cordelia snorted as she stroked Jude's forehead, and Jude closed his eyes in that pleasant mood. And Hurricane let out his last words. "Curse you, so listen to me. Look at my side, too, stop whispering words of love to each other, that was it." The Sage King's cross sword of Count A. Charsvelger shined once more, and Hurricane turned into black ashes and scattered. And at that moment, a clear voice echoed in the minds of Jude and Cordelia. "You acquired the title Guardian of the Wildlands. You acquired the title Destroyer of the Wildlands." Guardian and Destroyer, two conflicting titles. And why they got those at the same time. Cordelia's face turned red, because she remembered what they had done. It's a really good win, but they acquired titles that was impossible to obtain at the same time. How would they face the wild gods later? It's all right because we saved the wild lands. Everyone will understand. Is that so? Yes. Jude randomly said and closed his eyes again to enjoy the touch of the hesitant Cordelia, but was soon forced to reopen them. Jude, Cordelia, Lucas, Cordelia happily replied to the familiar voice. Before she knew it, Lucas reached the shield and stood with a lively face. And it was at that moment. "Ani apa." Red wind appeared on the opposite side of Lucas as she said in a high voice. With a flushed face, she brightly smiled in a spirited manner, and Cordelia happily replied again. "Red wind," and right afterwards. Lucas and Red Wind looked at each other. Both of them frowned. because they felt a tingling sensation the moment they faced each other. Old foes, rivals, cats and dogs, and so on. Who is that barbarian woman? Who is that tall northern swordsman? I can't think of an English equivalent for this, hence this translator's note. Who are you to Mr. Jude and Lady Adelia? Who are you to my Opa and Unnai? Why are you pretending to be close to them? The two people who thought the same thing at the same time sensed it again. What the other was thinking. Mr. Jude, Lady Cordelia, I am here. I am your close friend, right? Lucas first spoke as if appealing, and Red Wind responded before Cordelia could even reply. She seemed to flinch, but then spoke as she glared at him. Unnai, Opa, I am here. I am your pretty and adorable younger sister, right? A younger sister is higher than a close friend, right? Red Wind sent a glance to Lucas, and he perfectly understood it. He answered with his eyes, too. You're not even related by blood, so why are you their younger sister? And what was that? Adorable, because I call them Unnai and Opa, okay. So I am their Dongsing. I am actually their Dongsing too, okay. How could the two communicate so well when the language they spoke was foreign to each other? Growing up as a knight in the north, Lucas held a deep-rooted hostility towards the barbarians, and even though he already heard an explanation from Gal and Adelia, he felt hostile the moment he faced Red Wind. Red Wind's prejudice against the Northerners was reduced because of Jude and Cordelia, and her affection for Jude and especially Cordelia was unusual. But on the contrary, her reckless side remained the same because she did not live in slavery. With these two facing each other, it was natural for both sides to react with more excitement than usual. You two? What's wrong with you two all of a sudden? What's with the atmosphere between you two? Cordelia hurriedly turned to Jude, who was doing his best to hold back his laughter. What? Why are you laughing? No, it's just interesting. It was a situation that was unimaginable in the original. A situation where Lucas and Red Wind were arguing on who were closer to Cordelia rather than crossing swords with each other. Cordelia's ambition seems impossible. How would she bring Lucas and Red Wind together? No, perhaps there's a possibility. There was no rule that enemies and rivals would argue with each other all the time. What is it? Why do you keep snickering? Cordelia pulled Jude's hair, but Jude even enjoyed her touch. And when Jude was on the verge of awakening to a new world, a new couple arrived. Jude, Cordelia, it was Gal and Adelia. Having played a tremendously active role among the jackdaws, the two left the front lines to protect Jude and Cordelia and were now here. Gal Nim, Adela Nai, Lucas and Red Wind said separately, and the two glared at each other again. Why are you pretending to be close to them? What about you? There was a violent exchange of glances again, and Gal and Adelia left those two alone as they headed to Jude and Cordelia. The surrounding enemies had already been wiped out, so Cordelia released the shield, and Lena also withdrew the golems. Unnai, say hello. This is Lainanim. Lainanim, these two are my older sister and brother-in-law. At Cordelia's introduction, Adelia widely opened her eyes. Are you Lainanim? I am Lena Ainsberg. Adelia's face turned red when Lena elegantly answered her despite being exhausted. I am Adelia Chase. I am the 7th commander of the Royal Guard's Magic Corps. Adelia nervously introduced herself, though she had stiffened, because Lena was Adelia's idol. Adelia felt dizzy because of her pounding heart, so Gal quickly held her waist before he introduced himself. I am Gal Bayer. I greet the Holy Angel Nim. Having heard Gal's greeting, Lucas came to his senses and also greeted her politely before he looked at Red Wind again. I've already said hello before, okay? So what will you do? Lucas remained silent instead of retaliating, and Lena smiled again at the somehow noisy atmosphere. Hathet had felt so nice, and a man who was dissatisfied for not having enough. He had been enjoying the luxury of feeling Cordelia's touch while he was in her arms as his eyes were closed. But I should still continue to lie down, because he was exhausted too. However, Jude's black desire didn't last long. It wasn't because Cordelia noticed Jude's black intentions. Yurei still lying in her arms. It was a voice from the sky. Jude widely opened his eyes and hurriedly raised himself up and then saw it. An imposing man who was walking down the air with his hands full of bags. Father. Jude and Gal spoke at the same time, and Count Chase's serious face warmly smiled for a very short time. Dad. And his daughters simultaneously greeted him. Both of them were at the sides of his handsome future sons-in-law, but Count Chase maintained a stern look. Things had changed a lot, but Count Chase did not forget why he went on a journey in the first place. It's been a long time, Jude and Cordelia. He came to this land to catch the runaway children. Count Chase landed on the ground. He took a step towards the two. Chapter 122 Resolution to Arthur Chase. The current Count Chase, who is also the Tower Master of the Red Dawn Tower. Red Wind was having a war of nerves with Lucas, but flinched and became stiff at his appearance. He's not an ordinary person. She could tell it the moment she met him. It wasn't just because of his height and appearance that would make people believe that he was a first-class warrior rather than a wizard. It wasn't because of his handsome face that embodied sternness and seriousness. The Phoenix was telling her. The man in front of her was someone who was loved by fire. He was a flame wizard who had scaled great heights. He wasn't a spirit. He didn't even control spirits. But the strong power of fire that she felt in him was similar to that of a wild god's. Lena was also impressed. She had met several wizards after the tragedy of the Paragon Kingdom, but the man in front of her now was the best. Her intuition told her the moment she met him that he was talented and a high level of ability. It's like I am seeing Fran. Druid Fran was one of the 5 heroes. He also had a large and robust body that resembled a warrior and an immense magical power based on an elemental force, so he resembled Count Chase in many ways. And the look on his face. Fran also had a face that was like the embodiment of sternness and seriousness, but his real personality was completely different. Dad, I mean father, please allow me to introduce you to the holy angel, Lena Ainsberg. It had been at that moment. Adelia had blocked Count Chase, who had been heading towards Jude and Cordelia, and urgently said, because she couldn't just leave Lena standing there. Holy angel Nim? Yes, Lena Nim. Adelia widely smiled and directed his attention to Lena. Count Chase quickly turned to Lena and modestly greeted her. Arthur Chase greets the hero of the Paragon Kingdom. Lena Ainsberg greets Count Chase, the Tower Master of the Red Dawn Tower. When Lena politely greeted him, Count Chase looked somewhat surprised, while Cordelia and Adelia were greatly pleased. As expected of my dad. Lena mentioned the Red Dawn Tower even though they didn't inform her about it. In other words, she had roughly known about Count Chase even before she met him today. How could I not know about Red Storm, the pride of the Slen Kingdom? It was Count Chase's nickname. After all, it was something natural. Count Chase was such a great man. He was one of the Northern Sagang and one of the most powerful battle mages across the entire continent. His fame was also widely known in foreign countries because he had accumulated a lot of war achievements in his youth. I am deeply honored. Count Chase coughed and politely spoke, but Adelia could tell that the corners of her father's mouth went up. Lena softly smiled and said, Count Chase, you don't have to be so polite to me. When it came to their ages, Count Chase was older than Lena by 10 years. But Count Chase shook his head. No, how can I not be polite to Lena? It wasn't because she was one of the 5 heroes who ended the tragedy of the Paragon Kingdom. Lena was someone who had reached the level of an archwizard at a young age. I think I now understand why I admire Lady Cordelia every time I see her. I am flattered. After they exchanged warm compliments, Lena stepped back, because she didn't want to delay Count Chase from his business for a long time. Count Chase replied in silence at Lena's consideration, and then turned to Jude and Cordelia. Jude, you particularly look weak and frail today. It wasn't his usual spotting faults and making excuses. The current Jude had a pale face and dark rings under his eyes, making him look like a real patient. It's not Jude's fault. It's because I used mana drain on Jude. Cordelia quickly stepped forward and shouted. Count Chase slightly frowned at the sight of her stretching her arms wide open as if to protect Jude. He liked that the love between the two was deep, but he disliked the fact that Cordelia was protecting Jude. And one more thing. Cordelia, did you say mana drain? Ahis. When Cordelia flinched and answered, Count Chase clicked his tongue. It must be a witch's spell. Yes. The fact that Cordelia had acquired the power of a witch had already been reported by Lucas. Count Chase frowned again, but he wasn't angry. Mana drain was obviously an effective and efficient magic, but it was also a dark magic. It was a spell that forcibly took life energy and converted it into mana. It's too bad, but this must be fate. She already had that power. It would be reckless to suppress it, but it was at that moment. Father, this is my fault. I am the one who asked Cordelia to use mana drain, Jude said as he stepped forward again, and Cordelia was startled at his declaration, so she pulled Jude in a hurry. And no, I am the one who insisted. Jude did nothing wrong, please don't punish him. Everyone felt similar emotions when they saw the desperate cry of the two, or at least that of Cordelia. Touching, cute, adorable, and at the same time, annoying. A couple who were trying to protect each other by saying it was their fault and not the other. Well, good. If you're weak, I'll make sure that you won't remain weak. As he said so, Count Chase put down his bags and Jude's eyes began to shine. But at that moment, maybe not now, Count Chase said in a small voice. It was because of the situation in the battlefield. Though the jackdaws were pushing the Angry Bull tribe, the battle had yet to end. The fate of countless people may change depending on Count Chase's participation in the battle, so now was not the time for him to relax here. Gal, Adelia? Yes, father. Yes, dad. He looked at the faces of the two after they answered, and they seemed to already know what he wanted to say. Therefore, Count Chase straightforwardly said, "Protect Jude and Cordelia. I will be back." Yes, father. Yes, dad. As soon as the two replied, Count Chase bowed to Laner again before flying back into the air. "I'll be right back." He then headed towards the jackdaws. When Count Chase was gone, Cordelia unconsciously sighed in relief, while Jude seemed to stagger for a moment before falling on Cordelia's arms. Jude, I apologize, my legs had weakened. Don't push yourself. Let's lie you down again. I'll give you a knee pillow. Cordelia carefully lowered her posture as she held Jude in her arms and gave him a knee pillow, as she had said. How is it? Are you all right? You hits perfect. Thank you. At Cordelia's question that was full of worries, Jude gently replied before closing his eyes. You're so kind. Whenever he was sick or in pain, Cordelia would become unusually kind to him. This is so nice, it was paradise. While Jude was enjoying the situation in complete bliss again, Adelia narrowed her eyes. Because in her eyes, she could completely see Jude's dark desires and him deceiving the kind and innocent Cordelia. You're completely a trickster. But saying what she wanted to say was awkward, because Gal was right next to her. He's really something. Gal immediately figured out Jude's true intentions more than Adelia. He bitterly smiled and looked around the battlefield, while Lucas and Red Wind started a fight with their eyes again. And after a half hour or so, when the war turned to the point where the jackdaws began to chase the defeated troops of the Angry Bull tribe, when the battle had in fact been over, Count Chase came back to them. Are you still weak? Count Chase clicked his tongue and opened his bag, and everyone's gaze focused on the bag at that moment. As expected of father, what kind of things did he bring today? Jude was full of expectations, and Count Chase didn't fail him. Eat this. It's not much, but it will help you recover your strength. Hyok Jude received the item he threw before he widely opened his eyes in surprise, and so did Cordelia. Isn't this Baraman's elixir? That's right. It is. It was a rare item that not only increased physical strength, but also the absolute limit of one's strength. It appeared only after the middle part in the original game, so it was extremely difficult to obtain it at this point. HMPH, this one's not much too. Take this as a bonus. And he threw an item again. The eyes of Jude and Cordelia sparkled again, because it was the will of steel, which when eaten hardened one's bones like that of steel. This was also a rare item that one could not obtain in the beginning of the game, even if they wanted to. Father. Jude's eyes were filled with respect, gratitude, and love, while Cordelia was excited too. But there was one person who didn't. Dad, wait a second. Adelia took a step forward as her eyes narrowed when she looked at the items in Jude's hands before she turned to Count Chase. Dad, isn't that too much? Count Chase cleared his throat at her short words that implied the obvious. That it's too much. Isn't this discrimination? Lady Adelia. Lord Gal, please just stay still. Adelia dissuaded Gal from going forward, and then looked at Count Chase, who coughed again. As Adelia said, he in fact did discriminate between the two. If the items given to Gal were high-grade items, the items that were given to Jude were the highest-grade items. The reason was simple, it was a difference in preparation time. Unlike Jude, whom he had been preparing items for a long time, Gal's items had indeed been urgently prepared. So it was natural that there was a difference in quality. There was one more reason. My Jude is in his growing period. He's still growing up now. Cordelia opened fire when she sensed the crisis that Jude's share might be taken if she stayed still. She was her Jude one way or another. How could she let her position as Princess Maker Jude Maker, be taken away? Adelia had a sharp look when Cordelia went into battle mode. She never thought her adorable sister would change like this. She felt betrayed. Hey, what are you saying? And my gal still has room for further growth too, okay? No, Lady Adelia. Gal was already in his late 20s. He wouldn't grow bigger anymore. Why not? You can build your muscles, eat something good for your body, and also make your body better. Adelia cut off Gal's dissuasion as she glared at Cordelia again, and Cordelia had a serious expression as if she wouldn't lose to her. And their battle between their Jude and their Gal continued. Jude and Gal were both embarrassed and satisfied, but Count Chase clicked his tongue and released his magic. The release of his powerful magical power shook the surrounding air, and when Cordelia and Adelia flinched, he immediately spoke. That's enough. I will take more care next time. No, that's enough. Count Chase ordered in a low voice, and Adelia closed her mouth and stepped back while Cordelia sighed in relief. I won. She somehow kept it. Cordelia turned to Jude with a very small smile, and Jude praised Cordelia with his eyes after trying to hold back his laughter. Anyway, ill continue. He had to give out the things he brought. When Count Chase put his hand back into the bag, everyone's eyes focused on the bag again, but Count Chase instantly frowned when he half took out the item from the bag. This isn't good. It was the highest grade sexual stamina supplement he found in Lankabust. He had inadvertently bought it, but it was not yet the time. It was too early. It was simply too early, but he had already taken out half of it. When he tried to put it back in, Cordelia didn't let it slide. Dad, what is that? Why are you putting it in? Aren't you going to give it to my Jude? He would eventually give it to him. However, it can't be helped. Count Chase quietly spoke and then threw the nicely packed sexual stamina supplement to Jude while using message magic at the same time. Eat it in a year. I won't forgive you if you eat it now. No, not after a year. After the wedding. You understand, okay? Do you understand? Jude automatically nodded at his terrifying and forceful words, and he hid the item in his bosom. Cordelia asked what it was as her eyes sparkled, but he couldn't rashly answer. And thus, a dozen minutes later, Count Chase had a satisfied look on his face as he finally handed over an empty bag to store all the items he had given out, while Cordelia also had a bright smile. And then someone arrived at that moment. It's noisy, Count H.R. Svelger. The atmosphere changed when he appeared on his black war horse. He wasn't particularly hostile, but he was a man who could change the atmosphere just by appearing. Father, Lucas tried to say something, but he stopped talking when his father looked at him. The Count then turned his gaze towards Jude and Cordelia. Indeed, you're a fantasy couple. His gaze, expression, and voice were all plain, but Jude and Cordelia uncontrollably gulped in nervousness, because of their guilty conscience on all the sins they had done so far. But Count H.R. Svelger's pressure did not last long. In the first place, Count Chase was also here, so he did not intend to scold the two, but there were new arrivals too. Jude, Cordelia. Great Storm appeared with his wild god powers still emanating. The Eastern forces seemed to have somewhat finished their fight against the monsters on the hill, and Sun Song stood behind Great Storm. A tension that couldn't be hidden rose between Count H.R. Svelger and Sun Song. Even the bickering of Lucas and Red Wind with their eyes were gone. The North and the Wildlands, two forces that had been at odds for many years. That was why they couldn't shake each other's hand quickly. They had somehow joined forces in this battle, but too much blood had spilled from both sides, so they couldn't laugh and rejoice together. Jackdaws gathered behind Count H.R. Svelger. Warriors stood behind Sun Song. And Great Storm stepped forward. He looked at Count H.R. Svelger and Count Chase in turn, before he eventually returned his gaze to Jude and Cordelia. Jude had a rather calm face, but Cordelia was at a loss on what to do with the current situation. Please do something, Cordelia's gaze told him. Great Storm ended up laughing. Regardless of their method, the Wild Lands was saved. No, the future of the Wild Lands was saved in the end, so he stepped forward for the two. I shall declare victory. I shall confer my blessings upon the victorious heroes. Great Storm was a wild god. Count Svelger and Count Chase paid their respects to his divinity, and Great Storm turned to the warriors of the Wild Lands. After he also looked at the jackdaws, he shouted high up into the sky, "The Hell Gate has been destroyed. The corrupted ones have been annihilated." His voice echoed in the sky. The entire eastern forces on the hill focused on Great Storm, and so did the jackdaws. They were evil demons. They tried to destroy the entire Wild Lands, but they couldn't. The guardians of the Wild Lands, Jude and Cordelia, stopped their plot. The two stopped some of the destruction our enemies had caused, and then destroyed the Hell Gate that they had opened. The sky echoed once again. The wild warriors cheered and cried out the names of Jude and Cordelia. Cordelia, Cordelia, guardians of the Wild Lands, Jude. Even Jude flinched at their thunderous shouts that was beyond imagination. But it wasn't bad. He felt a thrill as if the hairs on his entire body stood on end. So did Cordelia. She felt like the strength in her legs weakened, but was overcome with emotions at the same time. But Jude, yes, isn't his words a little weird? They were the ones who blew up the Wild Lands, but Great Storm was talking as if Hurricane was the one who did it. Just let it be. Because it was Great Storm's consideration and inevitable choice. How could he tell that the guardians of the Wild Lands were the ones who blew up all the sanctuaries in the Wild Lands? Jude glanced at him, and Great Storm bitterly smiled. With clenched fists, he declared in a louder voice than before, "We won, victory is ours. Glory to the Wild Lands. Honor be to the Golden Dragon King. Praise be to the guardians of the Wild Lands. You, guardians of the Wild Lands, Jude, Cordelia." The entire Eastern forces cheered. At their cries that shook the ground, Great Storm glanced at Count Chase and Count Svelger, who raised his sword. He used chivalry to raise a loud cry. "Jackdaws, we destroyed the evil ones. We won. Glory be to the Knight and Wizard of the North, Jude and Cordelia. Praise be to the victory of the jackdaws who were braver than anyone else." Ooh-hoo-hoo. The jackdaws also cheered with all their might. They felt like they couldn't lose to the Eastern forces' energy. This was the measure Great Storm came up with for what had happened today. It emphasized that Jude and Cordelia were heroes for both sides, so that each side would recognize that they were not enemies, at least at this moment. Jude, Cordelia, Jude, Cordelia. Cordelia felt dizzy amidst the incessant cheering. She bit her lips with a red face, and she couldn't calm her wildly beating heart, so she roughly breathed. She had never experienced something like this before. Her heart felt like it would burst. Her legs weakened, and it seemed like she would collapse any time soon. Jude hugged Cordelia on her waist. He quietly spoke as he held her firmly. Just enjoy it, this moment. Proof that what they had been doing so far wasn't wrong. Okay? Cordelia widely smiled, and Jude also smiled. The two enjoyed their victory amidst the enthusiastic cheers. Chapter 123 Resolution 3 Night arrived. The Eastern forces and the jackdaws who hurriedly moved in the daytime settled down in different places at night. The jackdaws built their camp on the Snow Breeze Plain. After the unit that left late joined them, they built a fence, set up camps, and tightened the security. The Eastern forces returned to their camps. The Western forces had already been defeated, but their tension did not completely disappear. Because the other was present, because they were wary of each other. For the jackdaws, they were in enemy territory. For the Eastern forces, the jackdaws were their longtime enemies. Water and oil, two groups that couldn't be mixed together. It was impossible to conciliate the two groups with just one fight when they had fought countless times before. But they can't keep fighting. Jude nodded at Cordelia's words. Yes, it's better if they part ways without a fight for this time at least. For both sides. The two were talking inside the Eastern forces camp and not the jackdaws' camp. They did that for political reasons, but to put it bluntly, it was as follows. Jude and Cordelia were from the north, so when the northerners arrived, they should move their lodgings to the northerners' camp. After all, the two were undeniably northerners. But the fight with the western forces had left the eastern forces greatly exhausted. So, if Jude and Cordelia were on the northern army's camp, what would happen if the northern army attacked at night? Would they be able to stop it? In other words, such a situation would instigate fear, tension, and so on. On the other hand, if Jude and Cordelia stayed in the Eastern Forces camp, the following psychological effects would happen. Jude and Cordelia were also the guardians of the wild lands. If the two were on this side, the Northern Army would not be able to easily attack. The two were children of highly respectable families in the North. In a way, no, frankly speaking, they were viewed as hostages, but that was unavoidable. It was unavoidable if one thought about the relationship between the North and the wild lands. Returning to the Northern Army's camp would naturally irritate the Eastern Forces, while staying in the Eastern Forces camp would irritate the Jackdaws, but things were different if one took a step back. The Eastern Forces can't attack the Jackdaws. They incurred a lot of damage, so it wouldn't happen. Moreover, those who were gathered here today were not the elite troops of the East. This was the result of recruiting as many people as possible who could fight in order to increase their numbers. Would they take another risk in this situation? At a time when a lot of people had already died and countless homes had been destroyed, there are the wild gods too. They were gods one way or another. Furthermore, the representative of the wild gods, Great Storm, was a wise being. The representative of the humans, Red Gale, was also the same, and Great Storm and Red Gale had always been opposing any fights against the North. In short, it meant that the Eastern forces attacking the Jackdaws first was highly unlikely. But the Jackdaws' situation is different. The Eastern forces had more troops, but this was natural for the Jackdaws. In the numerous battles the two sides had fought in the past, the number of Jackdaws had never been greater than the barbarians of the wild lands. And the Jackdaws could see. The Eastern forces were now weak. So if they trample them here now, if they stab them in the back now, it would be possible to destroy the wild lands. It would be possible to eliminate their troubles, the long-time enemy of the North. It was such a big temptation. In addition, unlike the Eastern forces where the command was divided, only one person had the command of the Jackdaws. Count H.R. Svelger. If he decided, the Jackdaws would attack the Eastern forces even if Count Chase opposed it. So we have to stay here, to reduce the possibility of a fight even by a little. It's complicated. We just held hands and fought together, so it would be nice if we could all be friends, Cordelia said as her shoulders slumped in her seeming depression, and Jude gave her some warm tea to comfort her. It's all right. Even if it's impossible to become friends, they won't be enemies at least. That would be nice. Cordelia deeply sighed again and accepted the teacup from Jude, and he smiled again. In fact, Jude had one more evil purpose on why they stayed in the Eastern Forces camp. Because we'll be in separate tents if we returned. They wouldn't let them share the same tent even if the two were engaged. Of course, they weren't doing anything suspicious when they shared the same tent, but Jude still wanted to be with Cordelia if possible. Somehow desperate and troubled too. How did something like this happen to me? While Jude was worrying by himself, Cordelia widely opened her eyes. Wow, this is delicious, because the tea tasted good. Her sad feelings seemed to have been relieved somehow. You should drink too. It's really delicious. It feels like my stamina will increase. Yes, I know that even though I am not sure what you meant by increasing stamina. Jude responded with a smile and slowly drank his tea as he looked away. They should be done soon. The meeting between the Jackdaws and the Eastern forces. The representatives of both sides were having a meeting in a kind of neutral zone located between the camps of the Jackdaws and the Eastern forces, which were far from the tent of Jude and Cordelia. The representatives of the Jackdaws were Count H.R. Svelger and Count Chase, while the Eastern forces representatives were Great Storm and Red Gale. I hope it ends well. He had a rough idea on what they were talking about. It would be the withdrawal of the Jackdaws and a non-aggression pact with the Eastern forces. Neither side wanted to fight, so it should be amicably resolved. But Jude? Yes. When he turned his head to her sweet-sounding call, Cordelia, who had been sitting while covered in a blanket, raised her chin that was in between her knees and said, "Because the Wild Lands episode is over, we'll be heading to the royal capital now, right? I suppose so." The Slen Kingdom, one of the two great powers of the continent, would be facing its destruction through 3 events. The first of these was the invasion of the northern barbarians, and the second was the Night of Massacre. An unprecedented situation in which the royal family of the Slen Kingdom was virtually annihilated. With the north becoming a wasteland and the royal family disappearing, the Slen Kingdom was on its path to destruction even if they were a powerful kingdom. If we can stop the events that will happen until the night of massacre, will really improve the situation. We'll be able to overcome all the 7 major calamities. By the time the 7 major calamities began in the game, the Slen Kingdom was already on the verge of destruction, so it couldn't help in stopping the calamities. But if it survived and preserved its national power that was on par with the Empire, they would be a great help in preventing the 7 major calamities. Heth, I am excited. In saving people? Yes. There's that too, but the royal capital is fun. Cordelia replied with quivering lips as if she was a little embarrassed. And Jude nodded too. You're right. The royal capital episode was fun. Although the North was in chaos, it was not completely destroyed when the royal capital episode was still in progress. So, until the royal capital episode ended, the Slen Kingdom would remain standing. There were many big and small events in the royal capital where lots of people gathered, and among those events, there were a few that stimulated the girl's heart of Cordelia. The flow of events would clearly be different, because they would be going to fancy events like balls and not just be fighting. Yes, the ball, the 300th anniversary of the country's founding. Jude very much looked forward to the ball that would be really grand. It would be a place where he could show off the beauty of Cordelia not only to the Slen Kingdom, but also to the foreign figures who would be gathered. That would be nice. Cordelia frowned when Jude smiled like a fool. What is it? What are you thinking? You have a creepy smile. No, it's not. It's nothing. Would you like more tea? Yes, give me more. Here it is, madam. Jude poured tea into Cordelia's teacup and resumed talking again. Anyway, there will be a lot of encounters if we go to the royal capital. Several new playable characters will be making their appearance. That's right. Princess Daphne and Prince Dion. Cordelia's cheeks flushed as she gazed into the distance and imagined it. Do you like Daphne and Dion? Yes, because he's attractive. Dion is handsome. Dion is really handsome. He's cool. I like his personality. As Cordelia giggled and spoke, it was the opposite for Jude as his face hardened. Jude? No, right, attractive, handsome. Dion. He kept that name in his mind. Dion. Jude's expression coldly sank, and Cordelia blinked her eyes and tilted her head, wondering if her senses had become dull at a time like this. And it was at that moment. Can I come in? At the question that came from outside the tent, Jude and Cordelia looked at each other and nodded. Yes, you may come in. Jude gave his permission, and a boy entered from outside the tent. It was Great Storm. What happened? Did the meeting go well? Cordelia asked, and Great Storm nodded. Yes, it went well. The Northerners would withdraw tomorrow, and a non-aggression treaty had been signed wherein both sides would not attack each other for the next 5 years. Wow, that's great. Isn't that right, Jude? You're right. This much is the best. Cordelia was relieved when Jude agreed, and she then said to Great Storm, Are you here to tell us? Yes, there is that too, but I think I have to tell you something too. Great Storm spoke and looked at Jude, who handed him a cup of tea that had already been prepared. I told you about this during the day, that the demon followers would be blamed for blowing up the dragon veins. So you too should say that too. Rather, you reduce the aftermath of the great explosion. Got it? Yes. Yeah. Jude calmly answered with a slightly embarrassed face, while Cordelia timidly replied as she hunched her shoulders. Great Storm smiled at the reaction of the two, and then resumed his words after sipping his tea. And this, I just want you to know, because you're the guardians of the wild lands. The surrounding area changed at that moment. They were still inside the tent of Jude and Cordelia, but the air itself changed. The sanctuary of Great Storm, his sacred place. The dragon vein has changed in the aftermath of the great explosion. Jude and Cordelia flinched. They knew that there would be an impact, but it seemed to be more than they had imagined. The Wild Lands was originally an uninhabitable land. It became possible to live there because of the wild gods who drew their powers from the dragon vein, so if they had caused a problem with the dragon vein itself, if the wild gods could no longer use their powers like how they used to, don't be scared. There's nothing to worry. It actually got better. It got better? Yes, how should I say this rather? It had become smooth flowing. You could say that the veins widened. Everything that obstructed the flow of the dragon veins were blown away by the great explosion, and the infrastructure of the high elves were even incorporated into the dragon veins. It was natural that the circulation of the dragon vein became smoother as the blocked areas were opened and the veins had widened. Moreover, the Golden Dragon King woke up, and he is planning to recover his strength in the Snow Breeze Plain. In short, a new dragon vein stream one on a colossal scale which had never existed before would be created. As soon as he heard Great Storm's words, Jude understood why Great Storm wanted only the two of them to know about this conversation. Will a kingdom built? Cordelia blinked her eyes at his question that skipped the process on how it got there, but not for Great Storm. The wild god nodded with a bitter smile. Probably. The West was greatly affected by the corruption and in ruins, and because the wild gods there were also annihilated, it became an uninhabitable land for the time being, even if there were dragon veins there. The East was also not completely free from the aftermath of the dragon veins explosion. All of the sanctuaries of the wild gods were destroyed, and it would be difficult to enjoy the same life as before until they had restored their sanctuaries. So a new one will be completely made. On the Snow Breeze Plain, several wild gods would join forces, a place where various tribes would live together, a huge city that would become the center of the wild lands. It would probably a better place to live than before. Wow. Cordelia was in pure admiration, but not for Jude. The fact that the tribes in the wild lands that had been scattered until now would live in one place could only imply the possibility of a new kingdom being built. And it also hinted at another possibility. War. The fight between the North and the wild lands was really long and old, but the battles so far were not properly united, since they were nothing but a union of several tribes and were not really united as one, so their battles were just a fight between the many barbarians and the Northerners. But if a kingdom was established in the wild lands, if the barbarians became one, I am not sure yet if a kingdom will really be established, or if it will eventually be divided again. Great Storm said as he read Jude's thoughts. And Jude realized the fact that he was Jude Bayer, the second son of the Bayer family. A threat to the north, a threat to the Slen kingdom. It will be fine. Cordelia held Jude's hand. After figuring out the general flow of the conversation between the two, she smiled once again. It's Red Gale and Red Wind's country. It will take a long time to build, and there's no law that says you must fight because you founded something, right? We can be friends. Her thoughts were too soft. It was optimistic, but Jude unconsciously nodded. It wasn't just because he was in love with Cordelia, because it could really become what Cordelia said. They didn't have to give up hope. She looks like an angel. No, wasn't she a real angel now? As Jude's mood softened, Great Storm opened his mouth again. We will heal our wounds here and become powerful again. So Jude and Cordelia, the guardians of the wild lands. Great Storm stopped talking at once and stood up. He respectfully bowed and said, as if treating them like the Golden Dragon King, "Come to us whenever you need help. We will never forget the favors you had done for us. Even if you leave the wild lands, even if you are far away, even if the dizzyingly fast passage of time passes between us and you, we will not forget. We will remember your names. You too are our benefactors. Guardians of the wild lands, our sworn allies." Jude and Cordelia got up from their seats and respectfully bowed too. Cordelia nodded while feeling overwhelmed, and Jude spoke on behalf of them too. "We heard it clearly. You won't regret it later, right? Just do it moderately, moderately." In any event, they would help the two. After he shook hands with Jude and had a 3-second hug with Cordelia, Great Storm left their tent, and Cordelia suddenly jumped in her spot. "Oh, it feels nice. I am really happy." She felt it on the battlefield too, but she thought that it was really fortunate that they came to the wild lands. And so did Jude. Aside from the benefits of getting help from the wild lands in the midst of the numerous events that would happen in the future, he was also thrilled. He felt it to be heartwarming. "Okay, let's go to sleep now. Tomorrow onwards, we'll have to immediately return to the Slen Kingdom." Yes, let's sleep." Having already washed themselves, the two lied down straight away, and Jude damped down the fire. Jude felt that his heart was still overwhelmed, but he fell asleep as soon as he lied down, perhaps because a lot of things had happened today. but at that very moment, just when he was about to fall asleep. "But Jude." "Yes. I have a question." What is it?" Jude turned to Cordelia, who had already turned to him. The only thing in between the two was the firewood fire that had almost gone out. "What was the last thing that my dad gave to you today?" It was the first time I had seen something like that. What is it?" If it's good, let's eat it together, okay?" "No, I want to eat that together with you. Let's stop there." Jude turned around right away and suppressed his voice out of fear that it and his eyes would leak his thoughts. "Go to bed." "Later, I'll tell you later." "Tusk, you're a mean." Cordelia grumbled, and Jude tried to calm the agitation of his heart. Fortunately, recalling Count Chase's face in a hurry was very helpful. "Go to sleep. For tomorrow." Jude glanced back at Cordelia for the last time and smiled at the sight of Cordelia falling fast asleep. The next morning, after the crying and clinging red wind said her farewells and violent avalanche jumped up and down as he waved his hand, Jude and Cordelia left the wild lands. And at the same time, in a completely different place. "Is that so? I understand." Princess Daphne curled her sparkling, long blonde hair that seemed to have been made by melting gold as she stared at the blazing fire and whispered. She slowly turned around and gazed at the sky. Jude Bayer and Cordelia Chase, two people of destiny. She quietly whispered and faintly smiled, and a white bird flew towards the north, and at another place again. Beyond the Slen Kingdom, in the heart of the Argon Empire, the largest territory on the continent, a young man drew his sword. He looked at the distant south. Maximilian de Avies, the main character of Legend of Heroes 2, one of the 4 great swordsmen in Pleiades. He took a step forward. He began his trip to the Slen Kingdom. Chapter 124 Engagement Ceremony 1. The Northerners had a simple reason on why they were in a hurry to return as soon as the battle was over. Because the Jackdaws were reluctant to stay in the wild lands, which they considered as enemy territory. Of course, it's obvious why. They had been hostile with each other for many years. In fact, helping the wild lands that was beyond the border was a miracle in itself. To be exact, it would be more correct to say that rather than helping them, they were putting out the fire before it spread to their side. The tragedy of the Paragon Kingdom was a great event that shook the entire continent. It also happened only 10 years ago, so there was no Jackdaw who did not know about the tragedy of the Paragon Kingdom. This military operation became possible because of that. No one was sure on what would happen afterwards if they left the Hell Gate open in the wild lands. Count Charsvelger made a bold decision, and if it was my father, he would do so too. He probably did not submit a proper report to the royal capital and used his wartime operational control to advance to the wild lands. If Count Charsvelger's decision was made half a day just 1 hour late, it would have been difficult to remain unharmed. At least for Jude himself. He was confident that he could protect Cordelia's life somehow, but it was honestly questionable if he could take care of his own life under the circumstances they were in at that time. "Thank you," Jude thanked the Count in his mind before turning his gaze to the side. He saw Lena and Cordelia beside each other as they rode on horses not far away from him. The 2 angels were laughing as their horses moved forward. Lena's move was critical. She was one of the 5 heroes and was originally destined to die in the wild lands. But she didn't die, so she was now heading to the Slen Kingdom to meet the other heroes, Landius and Camille. How would her survival affect the fate of Pleiades? Would it help the survival of Landius? Jude actually found Landius' death to be the biggest mystery now. Why in the world and how did he meet his death? I don't know the cause, so I have no idea on how to stop it. The Landius he first saw in the game and the Landius he met now. Jude's perception of him had changed, because his understanding of Landius' power itself changed. I understand now that I've grown stronger. There was a difference between the situation of simply knowing the power of a game character through numerical values and the situation where he actually developed and used that power. Landius' strength was on a truly colossal level. Jude couldn't even imagine how strong Landius was now, given that he had opened up to the 7th door of the 9th Heaven's 9 doors, which was the current Landius limit. There's something. Landius had said that he himself would come find Jude in due time. There was a high possibility that he would contact Jude in any way once he hears from Lena that Jude himself had opened the fourth door. Perhaps that action alone would help him avoid death. After he tried to think positively, Jude looked at Lena and Cordelia again. He saw the beautiful sight of Cordelia looking up at Lena and chattering like a baby bird. Ahem. At the moment, he tried to enter into listening mode. Mr. Jude. Lord Lucas. Jude turned to Lucas, whose horse approached him, and then smiled, because Jude had a conscience too. Jude felt that he had a lot of things to apologize for to Lucas. I apologize. I had left just like that. No, you had your circumstances. I didn't expect the two of you to be working undercover for the Guardians of the Holy Cross. Rather, we HR Svelger almost spoiled your plans. The information Lucas heard seemed to have been distorted, so his misunderstanding deepened. He seemed to think that their mission from the Guardians of the Holy Cross was what originally made the two leave the HR Svelger territory and head for Frost Anvil. What should I do about this? Jude had used the Guardians of the Holy Cross and the Fairy Queen as an excuse for some time, but things were a little different this time. It was better to not use false information if it could be verified, or if it would become a problem when the truth was revealed later. Lucas and I will be meeting each other more in the future. Red Wind had promised to come to the Slen Kingdom and help Jude and Cordelia once she had improved her skills in the wildlands. Lucas also had to properly train so that they could fully use his power for the playable character alliance that they would form in the future. Well, I'll think about that later. Not for now, but when the situation had calmed down a bit. They hadn't returned to Thunderdoom Fortress yet. Say, Mr. Jude. Yes, Lord Lucas. Lucas' face suddenly flushed when Jude softly answered. Jude instantly flinched at his shy reaction but maintained his composure. Lucas then said while fidgeting, that I wish to ask you a favor. Yes, go ahead. May I spar with you? His face was still red, but his gaze was serious. Now that Jude thought about it, the reason why Lucas approached him in the first place and asked to be his friend was because Lucas said something like, I need a good rival. Ah, so that's why his face turned red. He said that he needed a good rival and that he had no opponents around his age, but Jude and Cordelia had run away then because they had other priorities. Ahem. Jude faintly smiled as he faced Lucas, who was looking at him. As he saw Lucas' sparkling eyes, he realized again that the other was a 16-year-old boy. I can do it if it's sparring. The question was to what extent he would be fighting against Lucas. Because it was not an exaggeration to say that the current gap between Jude and Lucas was like heaven and earth. Lucas was much stronger than Jude just 2 months ago, but that 2 months was a problem. Jude had gone through a seriously drastic change. Even Cordelia will have the upper hand when it came to their physical abilities. Lucas would have practiced and worked hard too, but his limits were clear. He should only be around level 20 now. On the other hand, Cordelia had a level of 71. Level was a thug, and even if their professions of swordsman and wizard were widely different, Cordelia was still much stronger than him. Not by her total combat power, but by her physical abilities alone. But Jude's physical abilities were far greater than Cordelia's. Wouldn't he be depressed if I really fight against him? Even Red Wind, who chased after Cordelia and called her unnigh, had a time when she cried in frustration at the difference of their skills. Lucas, who was proud of his talents, might end up falling into despair. Let's do it moderately. Moderately, to a level where Lucas can foster a sense of rivalry with him. Mr. Jude. The fidgeting Lucas played with his fingers as he looked at Jude with an anxious face. Lucas opened his mouth again when Jude was worrying by himself, but Jude then nodded his head. Okay, let's have a fight when we arrive at Thunderdoom Fortress. I feel excited when I think that I'll be fighting Lord Lucas. So do I. Since a long time ago when Lucas excitedly replied, but suddenly trailed off his words, Jude smiled again. He told Lucas, whose actions he found to be rather cute, the best way to improve your skills is to compete with your rival. Ha, you're right. It was a line from Biltween the Hero. Lucas was actually aware that Jude was stronger than himself one way or another, so he was embarrassed when he said that Jude was his rival, but he was really happy when Jude considered him a rival too. His face turned redder. Cute. Jude tried to suppress his laughter, and Lucas cleared his throat before he turned to Cordelia and said, Lady Cordelia has become more beautiful. Yes, she is a real angel now. She succeeded in ancestral regression and became an angel. She had only done that in the game around the time of the 7 major calamities, so it was a huge progress. Jude spoke with a happy face, and Lucas blinked his eyes and soon had an awkward expression. Lord Lucas? Yes, Ahais, that's right, she is Mr. Jude's angel, Lady Cordelia. Lucas awkwardly laughed, and Jude just laughed along and didn't correct him. I'll see you later then. Yes, I'll see you later. After they silently exchanged greetings, Lucas prodded his horse to head towards Count Harsvelger, and Jude looked back at their schedule. First, we'll go to Thunderdoom Fortress after that. We'll head to Langisthay via Vedafalnir, and it's important that we get the fall protection in the valley. They needed to secretly meet the fall fairies in a valley that was in the middle of 2 mountains. It wasn't difficult for them to get it, as Cordelia only needed to call them by singing Little Star while taking a bath. However, getting to that place on purpose was a bit of a challenge. Well, it will work out somehow. They could just run away for a while again. Jude thought that Adelia would immediately become angry if she heard about this. He then looked in front of him again because Cordelia was approaching him. Jude. Yes, you see. As she drew closer to Jude, Cordelia looked around her and then said in a very small voice, Unnai and brother-in-law are acting strange. Something was unusual. Jude turned to Adelia and Gal before having a lukewarm expression. Because the two were near each other and were having a pleasant chat as they looked at each other, creating a pink atmosphere around them. See, aren't they strange? It was the moment Cordelia spoke. Gal and Adelia took a quick look at their surroundings, brought their faces closer, and shared a very brief kiss. Just a second. The two distanced themselves after their quick kiss, and Gal awkwardly smiled while Adelia blushed and was at a loss on what to do. And the jackdaws who happened to witness the scene all had the same awful expressions, while Cordelia widely opened her eyes. Jude? They just kissed. Jude strongly gazed at them again and frowned. There seemed to be a notable incident that caused the relationship of the two to rapidly progress in the few days they left the wild lands and headed to Thunderdoom Fortress. Wah, what is this? What happened? What happened between you two? In just a few days? At the time when the overly excited Cordelia sent a glance to Jude. Cordelia. Do you know something? Do you know anything about it? No, but your sister is coming. Cordelia almost fell off her horse at the time when Jude spoke and managed to balance herself before quickly turning her head. As Jude had said, Adelia was coming their way. Cordelia. You and I. The two sisters had red faces, though the reasons behind it were different. Adelia glanced at Jude and spoke to Cordelia again. I have something to tell you. Come with me. Yes, I'll go with you. Cordelia took a peek at Jude before she moved towards Adelia, and the horses of the two sisters began to move forward beside each other. What is she going to say? No, I want to ask her more than that. On what had happened. Cordelia waited as she tried to control her pounding heart, and Adelia spoke after taking a deep breath. Cordelia. Yes. When we return, we'll have an engagement ceremony. Engagement ceremony? With who? At Cordelia's gaze that clearly asked what she meant, Adelia suddenly cleared her throat and said a little shamelessly. Me, Lord Gal and me, they would have an engagement ceremony, because a wedding was too early. There were things that had to be settled for both sides. Cordelia's eyes widened at Adelia's bombshell declaration, and her mouth opened and closed like a carp. Wow. Why? What is it? Why? No, anyway, this is not right, okay. How many days have you two seen each other? This is not a Disney cartoon where one falls in love as soon as they meet and agree to get married within a day. Adelia snorted and replied at Cordelia's strong argument. I've seen him for over a month, not just a few days. It was more than a month, so several dozens of days. But Cordelia still looked unconvinced, and Adelia said as her lips quivered. All nobles get married anyway. It's rare for something like low Lolalove to develop between the two, so I have to somehow grab an opportunity like this. And it's not a shotgun marriage. We had never met much before this. Adelia stuttered several times at first, but her words went smoothly at the end because of her enthusiasm. When Cordelia couldn't immediately answer at her sudden counterattack, Adelia dealt an extra blow. But now that we love each other, we cannot live without each other. You understand, right? Ah no, that Jude and I are not really head over heels each other. Adelia thought that Cordelia was embarrassed when she hesitated, so she said with a giggle. Anyway, just know that, do you understand? Yees. Why are you looking like that? You don't like it. No, it's really great. Congratulations, Unnai. Yes, you too, I wish you happiness. The two of you. Anyway, the two were a really well-matched pair. After Adelia smiled and stroked Cordelia's hair, she went back to Gal's side and Jude headed to where Adelia had been. Did she say that they were engaged? How did you know? There are times when I wonder if your senses are good or not. Did your senses specialize in combat only, just like that of beasts? You wanna die? Cordelia reflexively cursed and pouted several times before she turned to Adelia. Adelia looked so pretty and lovely while she was chatting with Gal. Is this for real? She couldn't believe her sister was getting engaged. And with brother-in-law Gal, too. Engagement. A phase before marriage. A phase where a couple would declare to the world that they would be getting married. Wow, really? We really changed the original by a lot. Unnai is getting married. She's getting married. Cordelia was in a daze as she let out oohs and ahs several times, but she suddenly realized one fact. Engagement. Marriage. Wait. That one fact. In fact, her thoughts were all over the place because she was only thinking of changing the future depicted in the game, so she forgot that one fact. The future had changed. Cordelia wasn't kidnapped by the devil's hand in Langesthay, and she obviously didn't went missing. Jude did not go to the north to search for his fiancé, and the northern barbarians' invasion did not come true. Count Bayer was alive, and Count Chase was alive too, and the results of that change. Jude and Cordelia's engagement were naturally dissolved in the original, but not now. Rather, it even became as firm as rock. Cordelia quickly looked at Jude and stared at the handsome Jude's profile. When Jude felt her gaze and turned to her side, she swiftly turned her head again and avoided his gaze. That one fact. It was ridiculous that she only remembered it now, but it was still something very important. At this rate, I end up marrying Jude? With Jude, without Boxer 9. Cordelia blinked her eyes. Her mind went blank, and she couldn't think of anything else. Chapter 125 Engagement Ceremony 2. Marriage. She had never seriously thought about that when she was reincarnated as Cordelia, or even in her time as Hong Yoo Hee in her previous life, because both were too young to consider marriage seriously. I've never had a proper relationship after all. I went to an all-girls high school after an all-girls middle school. Of course, some of my classmates had gone on dates and such. Anyway, marriage, holding hands, hugging, kai, yes, even kissing. That Cordelia's face turned red, because she remembered what Adelia had talked about just then. Something she had never thought about seriously. As if it was a faraway fantasy, but it's become a reality now, and that Jude is my partner? Let's imagine. Cordelia closed her eyes and took a deep breath. It wasn't something she should do while on the back of a horse, but she did it anyway. Good, my mind is clear. Cordelia first thought of Adelia and Gal, the sight that she had just seen, two people who shared a quick kiss while the jackdaws were watching them. Okay, I remembered it. So if she changed Gal to Jude and Adelia to herself, Cordelia silently screamed. Her head went blank again, and she almost fell off her horse. But was Cordelia after all? She took pride in her ability to move her body as she pleased, which was not inferior to Jude's talent brought about by his Chinmujich, so she was able to quickly balance herself and not fall off her horse. But she couldn't stop the confusion, fear, and other things from her wildly excited mind. No way. But contrary to her own will, her imagination continued. The one Adelia had said just before. The flirting the two had done. She replaced it with Jude and herself, and Cordelia silently screamed once again. What do I do? What do I do? Her original fair-looking face was now completely burning red, as if it would explode if she just touched it. No way, that's right, that's ridiculous. It's a delusion, an extreme delusion, because the partner is Jude. Boxer 9, that evil beastard who always made fun of me. That wicked beastard who made fun of me for being bad at games from the very first time we met. Who? Cordelia took slow and deep breaths and somehow calmed her pounding heart. That's right. No way. Yes, it doesn't make any sense. Jude and me getting married. HMPH, that's ridiculous, yes, yes, so I don't have to worry about this FCK. Having an optimistic mindset was not easy. But Cordelia thought again, after calming down her heart with one curse word. Anyway, marriage is between two people, right? There was also the situation of the union of two families, so it was something two parties were involved in. So it's okay. They were Jude and Cordelia. And in the future, Pleiades was going to be in a huge mess. When the 7 major calamities began, the whole world and not just the Slen Kingdom would be involved, so the future events would be so bad that it couldn't get any worse than that. Thus, there was a possibility that the engagement would somehow be dissolved. Of course, our goal is to prevent the future events from getting any worse. Anyway, marriage was still a long way off. It was not something she should be worried about now. That's right, I am young, she was still a minor. Of course, she was legally considered a minor, but marriages between underaged men and women were very common in Pleiades. Good, good. Come to think of it, it's not something I should worry about alone. If it's Jude, he'll definitely find a way to do something. If it's my Jude. Ah, how reassuring. One way or another, she seriously felt reassured that he was on her side. After regaining her peace of mind, Cordelia raised her head and gazed at Jude's profile again. She unintentionally thought. No, she fell into thinking. Wait, didn't we hold hands a lot of times? It was often enough that I stopped remembering the fact that he held my hand. Come to think of it, we did that today too. I think he held my hand more than 10 times today. As for the hugging when they wandered in the wild lands, they had hugged each other and slept together almost every day. Princess Carrie, piggyback Princess Carrie again, a very natural routine. Wow, what is this? She was very embarrassed. Her face turned red again. And no, it's okay, I didn't do it consciously, it was because of the environment. Comrade, friend, yes, something like that. Cordelia forcefully rationalized her past actions and took a deep breath before looking at Jude, but she ended up turning her head again. Damn, what's wrong with me? Why do I only see his lips? Yuiwait's Adelia Annai. Adelia Annai filled my head with poison. Why were you kissing in public where everyone could see you? Cordelia blamed Adelia for a moment, which allowed her to regain her peace of mind. Good. Anyway, if I think about it logically, there's no law that says that I have to marry Jude. Yes, that's right. Because the future was something no one knew. But what about Jude? Did he question it? It's a bit annoying, but there's no way that Jude didn't think of what I had thought. Did Jude thought about getting married to me? What did he think of when he thought about it? Wait a minute. At that moment, Cordelia's eyes narrowed, and Cordelia recounted one by one on what had happened with Jude in the wild lands. Jude became very kind at some point. Jude was always kind to her. Jude would ask her if it was hard before giving her a piggyback. He always served me delicious food. Cordelia's eyes became narrower. And after a long time, she activated her woman's intuition and not her beastly intuition. Maybe he likes me? Jude likes Cordelia. Ha, that doesn't make sense. That's nonsense. Yes, it's ridiculous. Ha, it's nonsense, but just because he was nice to her didn't mean he liked her. Maybe he's nice to me because he likes me? That's such a silly idea. Should I just ask him? Do you like me? Can I say that? And no. FCK, this is no good. Cordelia took a deep breath again as a curse naturally came out after a long time. No matter how much she thought about it, asking him directly was too risky. That's right, and what if I was wrong? If I ask, do you like me? And he answers no, I don't? He'll seriously treat me as a patient with Axe disease. No way, I can't stand that. I can't do it. I'm sure he'll make fun of me for it over and over, so she couldn't directly ask him. She needed to find another way. Okay, then let's observe and find out. I have plenty of time to observe because we're always together. Yes, that's right. I'll figure it out. Cordelia's thoughts seemed to have seriously digressed. But in the first place, her continuing delusions and worries was what led her to do that in order to get rid of her panic. Since she had come to a conclusion, Cordelia began to work out on a plan for a while. And in the place right next to her. Jude was unaware of Cordelia's dynamic change and her face repeatedly turning red to the point that one would be worried about her blood pressure. Because he was closely looking at something other than Cordelia's face. What a shame. Her cat ears and tail that swayed every time she moved. It really suits her. It's so cute. but she can't go around the Slen Kingdom wearing that. It's too bad. But I'll still keep it. Jude didn't tell Cordelia about it, but he had kept the rabbit headband and tail too. All right, I'll figure it out. I'll ask her to wear it if an opportunity comes in the future. Cordelia and Jude were having different thoughts, and Gal and Adelia watched the two from a distance before they looked at each other and sweetly smiled. They really get along, right? Of course. You're really beautiful, Adelia. Just like always, the two were still bad at having a conversation with their eyes. And the jackdaws all frowned when they not only saw the actions of Gal and Adelia, but also that of Jude and Cordelia. What a nasty world. What the hell were we fighting for in the north? The march continued while everyone was lost in their thoughts, and time smoothly passed by. 2 days later, Jude and Cordelia finally saw the fortress city that the north boasted of as the strongest Thunderdome. Glory be to the victorious jackdaws. Hurrah! The jackdaws weren't the only ones who lived in Thunderdome Fortress. As a fortress city, the ordinary citizens, weren't a few as tens of thousands of them, were enthusiastic of the victorious return of the jackdaws. Long live Count H.R. Svelger. Woo! Long live the jackdaws. Yeah! The whole fortress city was filled with a festive atmosphere. It was natural to show such an enthusiastic reaction since the jackdaws who always guarded the border had directly crossed it and went on an expedition to the barbaric lands for the first time and even claimed victory. They only had a few festivals to begin with. This was a fortress city that was wary of the barbarians since no one knew when they would be attacked. So there was no way they would miss this opportunity to have a festival in this place where entertainment was lacking. Our count was amazing. You should have seen it. The valiant charge of the lances of our jackdaws. Those guys were just a bunch of weak demon followers. The jackdaws talked about their exploits everywhere, and the jackdaws who were unable to participate in the expedition because they had to protect the fortress were struggling in regret. There was alcohol, music, and delicious food. The night deepened. Cordelia wore a white and flowing dress after a long time, and she looked around to her left and right. They're gone. Gal and Adelia. They suddenly disappeared like ghosts at some point. What are they doing that they had to leave? Cordelia tried to calm herself as her face turned red before she threw a sharp gaze at her target. Jude Baer. Cordelia's own fiancé who was sharing a glass of juice with Lucas instead of a glass of alcohol. Let's sound him out. Not to the point off seduction, but anyway, let's find out if he likes me or not. Cordelia steeled her mind and headed to Jude with a pounding heart. But when she got closer, the atmosphere between Jude and Lucas was strange. May I ask you for the favor? You mean now? Yes, I know it's a rude request, but I can't wait any longer. All I can think of is Mr. Jude. What? The last one was Cordelia, and fortunately, she only shouted in her mind. What? Lucas only thinks of Jude? Why? Why is that? And no way. Around the time when Cordelia's delusional thoughts were about to run wild, Jude stood up and called Cordelia. Cordelia. Yes. Cordelia quickly replied and ran to Jude, who then said with a slightly awkward smile, Lord Lucas has asked me to spar with him, so we're thinking of going to the training area now. Spar? Sparring. So it was like that, huh? What a relief. Jude was puzzled when Cordelia sighed in relief, but he soon went back to the main topic. Moving on, since we're going to the training area, would you like to go with us there? Cordelia immediately nodded at Jude's suggestion. Yes, I'll go. Can I come with you, Lord Lucas? No problem. Lucas responded with a slightly stiff face. Not because he was dissatisfied with Cordelia coming along, but because he was nervous about the fact that he was going to spar with Jude. Let's go then, Jude said with a smile as he naturally took Cordelia's hand and began to escort her. Cordelia would have normally walked without thinking, but her eyes narrowed for a moment. And Lucas followed behind the two. I think I'll go easy on him. You mean y'all easily defeat him? Easily defeat. Is Lucas a mob? Oh, Lucas. Go easy on him, do it gently. The two had a conversation with their eyes for some time. The three then arrived at the training area located in the basement of Thunderdome Fortress. There was also an outdoor training area, but he didn't want their match to be seen by others. This would be better for Lucas. He said he would go easy, but Lucas was still a sword genius. Lucas would notice it if he didn't seriously fight, so he must go easy but not hide his strength at the same time. And if that happened, Lucas will be crushed. It would be quite a mess, so he couldn't let others see it. They had to spar in a quiet place. I hope it will be a chance for him to break from his shell. That was what they did to Red Wind. She cried and was frustrated by their difference in power, but she soon got up and trained harder. The magic sphere lighted up the darkness. Lucas stood on the stone floor of the training area and took a deep breath. I am going. Good luck. Fighting. Cordelia spontaneously cheered with her eyes before she went to a corner, and Jude headed to Lucas. But it was the moment when the two faced each other. They sensed the presence of someone. They hadn't felt it until now, but they suddenly felt a strong presence at that moment. Jude and Lucas reflexively turned and saw Count Harsfelger standing on one side of the training area, one of the 10 swordmasters of the Slen Kingdom. Lucas' father and a user of the Sage King's cross sword. Do not mind me. Just start. He spoke in a low voice and stood next to Cordelia, who unconsciously flinched and looked at Jude. And Jude had a bitter smile. This was Thunderdoom Fortress. Since it was the nest of the jackdaws, it was impossible to do something without Count Harsfelger knowing about it. Count Harsfelger, one of the northern Sagang, a swordsman at his peak who was said to be evenly matched with Count Bayer. Does he want to compare Lucas and me, or perhaps he wants to gauge the power of Count Bayer through me? Maybe it's just pure curiosity. Jude got rid of the complicated thoughts that filled his mind. Lucas and Count Harsfelger were both their allies, especially Lucas, who was like a pure child, so it would be better to think of it as pure curiosity. Shall we begin? Lucas was startled at Jude's question. He was already nervous, so when Count Harsfelger appeared, he seemed to have completely frozen. But he was still Lucas. As one of the best playable characters with a talent for the sword, his mood changed when he held his sword. He shook off his tension with one breath. Let's begin, Lucas said, and Jude clenched his fists after worrying a bit. He wrapped his arms with the energy of the Black Dragon and then faced Lucas. A spar with Lucas. And perhaps the next person would be Count Harsfelger. Jude cut off his thoughts. With a cry, he raised his fist and rushed towards Lucas. Chapter 126, Episode 126, Engagement Ceremony, 3, Sword and Fist. Jude could fight using both, but the truth was, he was not properly trained in either. Because I was born with Gumjalmeek. Jude Bayer never properly learned any martial arts until he was 17. Training with a body that couldn't even exercise every day was like a death wish. But after he got the sun's necklace, the symptoms of his Gumjalmeek weakened, and he became able to fight quite well. He also passed the Bayer family's test and didn't have much difficulty in using techniques and skills when he fought against monsters. And the reason was simple. I learned some techniques in my previous life. Kang Jin-ho lived in the modern times, so what was called swordsmanship, there was the knife fighting he learned a little. But it was a different situation for fist technique, or more precisely, barehanded combat. Because Kang Jin-ho had the experience of learning various martial arts that were utilized in kickboxing. Of course, that doesn't mean he'll be fighting that way. The martial arts that one could learn in Pleiades enabled humans to move in superhuman ways, and it was also possible to materialize a destructive force that could not be created with ordinary martial arts. The opponents were also monsters or demonic humans, and not the same human beings, so he had no choice but to fight in a different way from modern martial arts. But even if that is so, Kang Jin-ho was a man who was good at barehanded combat, so Jude naturally continued to fight with his bare fists rather than using a sword. He used a sword from time to time, but he mainly used his fists. So I'll be using my fists. It was possible for him to fight with a sword too. Jude and Lucas had an enormous difference in physical abilities, so it was possible for him to win with just a sword. But he didn't want to do that. He can tell, Lucas was a genius of the sword. He had been training with swords for a long time, so he developed eyes that could tell his opponent's strength. Lucas knows it too, the fact that he was no match for Jude. But nevertheless, he challenged Jude, even though he knew that he would lose, even if he knew that he would get beaten. So I'll do it seriously. I'll sincerely respond to your sincerity. He obviously didn't mean that he would use his full strength to defeat Lucas, but he at least wouldn't fight Lucas carelessly. Ha! Lucas' yell cut off his thoughts. No, Jude's focus was already on Lucas in the first place. Luca's movement, the trajectory drawn by his sword. Jude naturally calculated it. He read Luca's next move and intention based on the information he obtained by using not only the visual information, but also his 5 senses. And he responded to it. His body had become so powerful that it couldn't even compare to the days when he was Kang Jin-ho. His muscular strength, agility, endurance, and so on were already on the level of a superhuman, and his reflexes and dynamic vision were also incomparable. Add to that was his chinmujich. His heavenly talent for martial arts made it possible for him to analyze his opponent by just looking at his opponent's sword. Lucas swung his sword. Jude avoided the sword with minimal movement. By doing so, he penetrated into that gap and threw a punch. Clocklang, Lucca's sword blocked Jude's fist. To be exact, he hastily pulled his sword halfway to forcefully block Jude's fist, which was close to hitting him. Either way, he managed to defend himself. Lucas took a step back and Jude chased him. Clang, clang, clang. Sharp sounds burst as the sword and fist collided. Lucas with his sword had a far better advantage in terms of reach, but its complete advantage didn't work on Jude. Jude's arms that were covered with the Black Dragon's energy continuously blocked Lucca's sword, and Lucas got cold sweats from Jude's kick attack, which he rarely experienced fighting against. He's barely holding his ground. Cordelia thought as her eyes narrowed. If Jude increased his speed a bit more, Lucas would lose a bit of his concentration, and it would end at once. Jude knew it, and Lucas knew it. And Count Svelger knew it too. Unbelievable. Count Svelger was a warrior too. He was a competitive man, so he was quite interested in Count Bayer, who was considered as one of his best rivals by people everywhere. Therefore, he was familiar with Jude. Not so long ago, Jude was a child who couldn't even go outside as he pleased because of his Gyumjelmeek. But the current Jude was beating Lucas, who the famed sword genius himself, Count Svelger, admitted as having more talent than himself in his youth. It was like a fight between an adult and a child. Perhaps the difference was even more than that. How odd. Is it possible to have such an explosive growth in just a few months? Did Count Bayer deceive everyone by saying that his son had an illness? No, that's not important. The important thing was the fact that Jude's skills were real and different from what was known in the past. I want to see it. Jude's real skills. The greatest power he could exhibit. Clang! Lucca's stance collapsed along with the loud sound. The sword that could not withstand the onslaught of Jude rolled on the floor, and Jude's fist stopped right in front of Lucca's chest. Lucas exhaled a rough breath, but he looked at Jude and held his breath. He declared it after he clenched his teeth for some time as he suppressed his emotions. I lost. It was a good match. When Jude withdrew his fist, Lucas sank on the floor. At the moment he declared his defeat, the tension on his legs his whole body loosened. I lost. He knew that he was going to lose, but he had lost for real now. And he confirmed it, the absolute gap between them, at least 1 or 2 months. The time when Lucas himself did not see Jude. In that time, Jude achieved a seriously tremendous growth. Ha 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 ha, is this what frustration is? Is this what despair is like? He was born as a genius, so he had never felt something like this before. He was shattered by the overwhelming gap that he couldn't even feel like he would ever catch up to Jude. Lucas, get up. Lucca's body involuntarily stiffened upon hearing the voice behind him. He forced himself to stand up. Good job. You've improved. Lucas was stunned at the words of Count Svelger, but Count Svelger was telling the truth. Lucas had naturally become more skilled than what he had previously seen. I'll talk more about it later. Take a break for now. Yes, father. Lucas obediently responded this time before he headed to the side. Only then did he saw the restless Cordelia, standing alone, that he realized that Jude and Count Svelger were left in the training area and facing each other. Father. Lucas turned around, and upon seeing Count Svelger's eyes, he realized it. His father had a serious look. Can we have a match if it's all right with you? Count Svelger said, and Jude bitterly smiled. He had expected this to happen, and now that it became real, he couldn't help but feel pressured. Still, this is also an opportunity. Count Svelger was a considerably strong man, even in the entire Pleiades. After all, he was one of the best in the Slen Kingdom, and one of the continent's strongest. The so-called swordmaster. A swordsman, a great swordmaster. How many times would I have a chance to fight against the sword of a swordsman at his level? Of course, there will be many opportunities when I arrive home. After calming himself a bit with his idle thoughts, Jude did some equal breathing before he nodded his head. He turned to Cordelia at that moment. "I'll do it. Are you sure?" Their conversation with their eyes was almost like telepathy. Jude clenched his fist, and Cordelia repeatedly stamped her feet before deeply sighing. She likewise clenched her fists and looked at Jude. "Hit him once if you're going to do it. Okay? If it's possible. No, it's not if it's possible. You must seriously do it." "Okay." Cordelia widely smiled after being satisfied with Jude's answer, and Jude was pleased too. He faced Count Svelger again and said, "It would be an honor. Let's begin then." Count Svelger held up a wooden sword, and Jude took a long breath before getting into position. It's quite the opposite now. The opposite of his spar with Lucas. No, perhaps it was more than that. Jude ended his smile and erased his useless thoughts. He focused on Count Svelger and then charged at some point. Bang, a sudden noise. And countless sounds resounded one after another. Jude poured a barrage of fierce attacks, and Count Svelger stopped all his attacks. He ignored, blocked, or sometimes avoided it. He used his battle aura. Count Svelger used his battle aura for Jude, so that Jude could seriously give it his all. Boo-woom! The energy of the 4 black dragons jumped from Jude's hands. The surface of Count Svelger's sword was filled with a faint glow, and a pure white aura soon appeared on his blade. Lucas even forgot to breathe as he watched the fight of the two. Count Svelger stopped defending from Jude's attacks. As soon as Jude's energy reached its peak, Count Svelger began his attack at that moment. A straight downward cut. It was a simple attack, but was hard to block or avoid. Jude saw the downward cut rushing before him. He couldn't even think on what he should do, so he just moved frantically. He evaded the sword attack by gaining distance as far as possible. He couldn't do anything else except to step backwards, but it was just the beginning. Count Svelger took a step forward. Jude had tried his best to evade, but he didn't manage to get far away yet, so Count Svelger's one step immediately closed the distance between them. And his sword struck again. It was an ordinary horizontal slash this time. No, it was by no means ordinary. Jude realized it at some point. Sage King's cross sword. Count Svelger was now using the Sage King's cross sword. An invisible flow of chi energy was incorporated into the Sage King's cross sword with his every move, as expected of a great swordmaster. It continued. Each of his small movements embodied the Sage King's cross sword. A smile spread over Jude's face. He had no choice but to do that. Several more sword attacks assailed Jude. Each time he evaded, blocked, and ignored the attacks, Jude's movement increasingly became more unstable. Cordelia was feeling amazed and distressed at the same time. She was happy that she witnessed Count Svelger's swordsmanship that was close to a superhuman skill, but it was very distressful for her to see Jude being driven into a corner. Moreover, Cordelia could see it. The next attack would be the last. Jude would be completely defeated by the Sage King's cross sword with the next attack. I hate it. She knew it was unreasonable, but she still hated it. She did not want to see it, because he was Jude. Because he was out Boxer 9. Because he was the guy who always wanted to be number 1. Cordelia grit her teeth. With clenched fists, she wished and wished again. She stubbornly wished and prayed for Jude. And at some point, when Count Svelger finally raised his sword for the last attack, Cordelia unknowingly uttered, because she saw it, because her talent for skipping the process and grasping the results had informed her. Something unusual. Something that broke the natural flow. The corners of Cordelia's mouth were raised. She saw the eyes of Jude and brightly smiled again. She calmed her pounding heart and cried out in her mind. "Jude!" Bang! Jude stepped on the ground. He observed Count Svelger's sword. It was still incomparable, an insurmountable wall, but something changed. No, Jude himself made it happen. Sage King's cross sword. He caught a glimpse of it from Lucas. He felt it through Count Svelger. And he could tell. It was the same as the martial arts of the Guardians of the Holy Cross. That it was a martial art that once walked along the same path as the other. But that was not the important thing. Jude could feel it. He sensed the Sage King's cross sword itself. Chinmujich, the incarnation of martial arts from the heavens, something added to that, 9 heavens and 9 worlds. The power of the 9th heaven's 9 doors that could flow into all things as it encompassed the entire heavens and earth. He was not conscious of it. His body had naturally moved at some point. He wondered if this was the world Cordelia usually saw. No, he was wrong, because Jude was still making calculations at that moment. Count H.R. Svelger's sword was perfect, so he tweaked it. He twisted the path of the sword. All he needed then was power. The strong energy that rose was something that Jude himself had yet to use, and it caused Count H.R. Svelger to be confused. Bang! Cordelia witnessed it. Jude kicked the ground strongly. He shifted his center of gravity at once, clenched his fist, and reproduced what he saw and felt into a mnemonic chant of 9th heaven's 9 doors. Sage King's cross sword. Sage King's cross strike. The dragon's energy gathered in Jude's fist. Count H.R. Svelger was flustered at that moment, because he understood at the very moment he saw it, and Jude's attack burst. It crushed Count H.R. Svelger's attack, Shwaya. The cross of the Sage King, which was the symbol of the Sage King's cross sword, was drawn in the air. Count H.R. Svelger was pushed back, and his attack became useless. But it was just a moment. Count H.R. Svelger swung his sword again. It broke and destroyed Jude's cross at once, and by the time Jude raised his head, his sword had already touched Jude's neck. The conclusion: the match was decided. Jude was defeated. But Cordelia jumped from her spot and liked it, while Lucas couldn't close his open mouth. Count H.R. Svelger also let out a short and rough breath. "I lost," Jude said, and Count H.R. Svelger withdrew his sword. And he swallowed the words that seemed to come out of his mouth. How? He already knew the answer. Jude didn't steal the secret of the Sage King's cross sword, nor did Count Bayer study the Sage King's cross sword for a long time. Chinmujich, the incarnation of martial arts from the heavens. No, it wasn't just that. There was more to Jude than that. He's a monster. Laughter flowed out unknowingly. They said that laughter comes out when one faces an absurd situation, and that seemed to be true. No, it's not just that. His heart was pounding. He was excited to see on how much this guy in front of him would grow and how he would compete with himself in the future. It was fun. You can go back now and rest. If you need it, I'll send someone to assist you. It's all right. Instead, I'll take a rest at the training area before heading back. Let's do that then. Count H.R. Svelger returned the wooden sword instead of saying anything more and headed to Lucas, who was still blankly staring. He lightly patted his shoulder to bring Lucas to his senses before they went out of the training area together. Jude exhaled and fell to the floor. He lied down on his back and stretched out his whole body. Is this the power of one of the 10 swordmasters? Neither Landius nor Camel had ever shown a real sword in front of Jude. The same was true for Count Bayer. But Count H.R. Svelger showed him the real sword just now. It's really like the sky. There was a reason why they used the phrase, beyond the skies. But he continued to smile for some reason. I'll be able to reach it someday. I'll rise to a higher level. It's been a long time. In the past, Kang Jin-ho devoted himself into training for some time because he just liked the fact that he would get stronger. What is it? Why are you snickering? Have you gone mad? Why are you snickering too then? Cordelia approached Jude and sat by his side before she giggled again. Is my Jude stronger now? I have to be strong so that I can protect my princess. Oh my, I am so proud of you. As a prize, I'll help you up. Y'all catch a cold if you sleep in this place. Cordelia shamelessly spoke like Jude before she helped him up and supported him. The smell of sweat. I am sorry. No, that's okay. It was not as bad as she thought. Cordelia walked as she supported Jude, who had unexpectedly grown 10 cm taller than her, and Jude leaned on her as he was out of it for a while. After all, he was tired. And that was why Jude didn't notice it. Cordelia was staring at the side of his face. Hessian some? No, he was rather cool. She could see him covered in sweat, and she roughly breathed too. What's going on? I am strangely looking at him again and again. I keep thinking that he's cool. My heart keeps pounding. Cordelia? Yes. Let's hurry. Cordelia smiled and increased her pace as she diligently moved forward, while Jude tilted his head once but didn't question her anymore. He leaned against Cordelia as they walked together. 2 days later. With Count Chase in the lead, Jude's party left Thunderdoom Fortress. Count Harsvelger and Lucas came out to see them off, and Jude was able to face Count Harsvelger after 2 days had passed from that day. I hope that it would help in your path. He was referring to the Sage King's cross sword that Jude had partly learned. Jude responded with a smile, and Lucas stood in front of him. Mr. Jude. Yes, Lord Lucas. I've began to learn the Sage King's cross sword from my father since yesterday. He was already learning about it, but the idea was different this time. It was beyond the idea of simply learning the family's martial arts, as he had begun his training to become the martial arts official successor. Congratulations, thank you, and this is presumptuous of me, but it'll definitely catch up. Luca's face was burning red, because of his shame. He knew better than anyone else the difference in skill between Jude and himself. Jude looked into Luca's eyes, and then he smiled. I'll look forward to it. I also want to have a good rival. His words were cringy, and it might'd sound sarcastic in some way, but Jude didn't think so. Jude's words were sincere, and he had nothing more to say than this to boost Luca's spirit. I'll work harder. Then, I'll look forward to it again. Jude and Lucas shook hands, and their farewell ended as Count Harsvelger happily watched the two. And after their party had traveled quite far, Adelia sat under the tree during their break, and she stared at Cordelia with eyes full of annoyance. What is it? What do you want? Unnigh, aren't you overreacting? Because you're interfering with my time with Lord Gal. It's difficult for us to have some time alone. You're always together. How is that difficult? What about you? Don't you know that feeling of wanting to see each other even if you can see each other? I've heard that you asked everyone to let the two of you have some time alone, even though you're always together with Jude. And no. That is what you mean no? You're quite a cheeky little girl. At Adelia's rebuke, Cordelia was speechless and thumped on her chest. No, you're the one who's flirtatious. Unnigh, you're the one who's really flirtatious. You were kissing in front of everyone. I am an adult. You're still a minor, Cordelia. Adelia counterattacked, and Cordelia was left speechless again at her attack that was a fact. By the way, what were you going to say? I have a question. What is it? Are you asking on what it feels like when you kiss? And no, it's not. I'm not curious about that at all, okay? Really? I might be a little curious anyway. What I'm curious about is something else. Adelia smiled as she saw the blushing Cordelia who objected. Because it seemed like Cordelia hadn't kissed yet based on her reaction. Because you're still a child. Your relationship is still wholesome. I am an adult. Adelia was pleased again before she shrugged once and asked. Okay, what are you curious about then? That is that. When did I know? About what? That brother-in-law Gal likes you. Adelia's face turned red at Cordelia's question. Why are you asking? And no, I just want to know a bit. The sisters resembled each other as they blushed and fidgeted, and Adelia eventually opened her mouth. You see. Yes. That at some point I noticed it. When we looked into each other's eyes, I love this person. Anthai's person loves me too. What? Did you just feel it at some point? Yes, at some moment. I can only express it like that. I can't use that as reference. If I do it that way, I mean, there was no such moment when we looked at each other. But that doesn't mean that Jude doesn't like me, right? Is it because of Jude? How odd. You two are head over heels in love with each other. It's not like that. Come up with an excuse that makes sense. Anyway, perhaps it's because you've been together for so long? No, I mean it's become too natural, for the two of you. Is that so? Maybe. Adelia shrugged and stood up as she brushed off the dirt. Now then, I am going to Lord Gal. Stay strong too. Adelia giggled with a blushing face as she quickly walked in her happiness to see Gal, and Cordelia blinked her eyes. How can a person change that much? Cordelia herself seemed to be somehow a bit embarrassed by her sister's actions these days. Anyway, she looked into his eyes and felt it, right? Okay, the eyes. I'll look into his eyes. I am confident if it's that. Cordelia clenched her fists and stood up from her seat, and 5 days later, the party led by Count Chase finally reached Langeathé. Chapter 127 Engagement Ceremony. 4. Upon their arrival at Langeathé, the party came to stay at the luxury accommodation they had previously stayed. Go and take some rest. As soon as he unpacked the luggage in his room, Count Chase left the place with Gal and Adelia. It was to greet the important people in Langeathé, including Sir Baryua, the Knight Commander of the Order of the Blue Lion that were in charge of the security in Lanjesthay. Don't cause trouble, okay? Do you understand? Okay. We aren't kids, okay? You're a child. You also have a record of running away several times. Cordelia pouted at Adelia's perfect and sudden counterattack that were facts, so she couldn't defend herself, but Jude's situation with Gal was slightly different. Please give my regards to him. Yes, I will. Jude and Cordelia were slightly acquainted with Sir Baryua, the Knight Commander of the Order of the Blue Lion. It would originally seem sensible if Jude went too and greeted him together. But just stay quiet for a while. Yes, brother. Jude and Cordelia were embarrassed to show their faces everywhere due to their midnight love escapade that caused a stir in the entire northern part of the Slen Kingdom. So it was better to be quiet for a while, like Gal had said. Don't do anything weird just because the two of you are alone, okay? Do you understand? I understand. Cordelia answered without hiding her slight annoyance, and Adelia smiled before she immediately approached Gal and held his arm. Let's go then, Lord Gal. Yes, Lady Adelia. Gal slightly laughed before he escorted Adelia, and Count Chase quietly watched them before he left with a very small smile, and the two were now left alone. Seriously. I get the chills when I see them looking at each other. Why? They're cute. It's not cute at all. It's my sister and not anyone else, okay? Cordelia frowned, and Jude snickered before he extended his hand to her. What is it? I mean, we have to go too. Now that the two of us are left, we have to settle the work that we've put off. Work that we put off? I mean, when it's just the two of us alone? Yes, it's because only the two of us are left. Let's go quickly. Jude replied with a smile and grabbed Cordelia's hand as if snatching it, and Cordelia blinked her eyes as her cheeks flushed. What is it? What is it? There's something we have to do since the two of us are alone. Cordelia was now 17 years old, and just like children her age, she was brimming with curiosity and imagination. And that was why she had some unusual delusions in the short period of time when they headed from the lobby on the 1-cent floor to Jude's room on the 3RD floor. We're here, W8. My heart isn't ready yet, Cordelia reflexively spoke, but Jude was indifferent as he opened the door. She hesitated but entered the room when Jude pulled her by hand, and around 30 seconds later Tusk. Cordelia frowned and pouted her lips when Jude asked her, "What is this unexplainable feeling of disappointment?" No, what I mean is I had a feeling this would happen. It would have been awkward and difficult if it wasn't. Various items were nicely arranged in a row on the bed in Jude's room, because settlement and organization are essential. Jude said with glistening eyes, and Cordelia sighed before nodding. Fine, let's organize everything together. Okay. First of all, I arranged the items we used a lot. Jude said with a bright face, as if he was someone who originally liked to organize items like this, and he pointed to the object on the far left of the bed. First is Moonlight. I've removed the Snow Queen's core, but Melissa is still there. It's still enough for you to use as your primary weapon, but we still need to upgrade it once, right? It will be possible once we get to the royal capital. If we participate in Medibee's auction house, we'll be able to get better items. Medibee's auction house was the largest auction house located in the royal capital of the Slen Kingdom. It was a must to stop by at that place when one goes to the royal capital because there were various subquests available there. Next is the Heavenly Judgment. Yes, I thought about giving it to Lena, but we also need a trump card. Cordelia had just become a 9th-rank angel, so she could not draw out the full power of the Heavenly Judgment. But it was too precious to hand it over to Lena. You just need to raise your rank. My princess, work hard, okay. Yes, Daddy, just give me lots of pocket money. Cordelia replied before looking at the Eastern warrior's sword that was lying next to the Heavenly Judgment. Jude, will you go the swordsmanship route? I'll think about it when we return home. Jude was thinking of changing his job from bare-handed fighter to knight, but he changed his mind again after opening the 4th door of the 9th Heaven's 9 doors. The power of the 9th Heaven's 9 doors could be placed in everything under the heavens and earth, but the most natural way to unleash its power was the fist and leg techniques with a pure body as its foundation. But I have no intention of giving up this sword. I can use it for its killer technique. Well, that's true. After all, the lethal skill of the Eastern warrior's sword, Hell's Blood Slash, felt like shooting a pistol. Because there are many swords with built-in lethal moves, he had enough reasons to carry the sword even if he didn't use it as his main weapon. Cordelia herself didn't use a sword, but she still carried the heavenly judgment. Then your main weapon is the gauntlet. It will be for the time being. The gauntlet he obtained from Frost Anvil was remodeled by the blacksmiths in the Wild Lands. It also contained the power of the wild gods, so it could be used as his main weapon for a while. I think I'll change this once I go to the royal capital. He felt a little sorry for the wild gods, but he couldn't help it. One of the pleasures of playing RPG was to change to the highest level equipment every time one went to a new town. We can use the divine items of the wild gods for a long time in the future, right? Because they're highly useful tools. Blade Song's divine items, the Cozy Wonpyeong and the Black Wolf Skin. Great Storm's divine item, the Wind's Wing Arrow. As Jude had said, these items were highly useful and would be helpful even if they became stronger than they were now. Next is Cordelia smiled and turned her gaze to the side before her eyes suddenly narrowed. Jude coughed and feigned ignorance. Hey, Mr. Jude. Yes, Miss Cordelia, what is this? It's useful equipment. Cordelia's eyes grew even narrower, and Jude's coughing increased a bit. The rabbit set and cat set were boldly placed among the items that they needed to take in the future. There were no problems in wearing it in the Wild Lands, since many people wore similar equipment there, but wearing it in the Slen Kingdom was actually courageous in itself. Are you telling me to wear this? No, but wouldn't it be useful someday if you had it? Jude took a peek at Cordelia's face, and Cordelia quietly stared at Jude with almost closed eyes now. A few seconds passed like that. Let's move on to the next. Jude coughed again and pointed to the items placed next to the rabbit and cat sets. Magellan's ancient artifacts that we got from the wild fairies are for enhancing the power of attributes, so it would be better to carry everything with you even if it's a little uncomfortable. Cordelia's gaze was still on the rabbit set, and Jude hastily pointed to the things next to him. The next are the items your father gave to me. Most of them are for me to consume, but Cordelia, there are items that may help you, so I arranged them here first. Numerous drugs filled half of the spacious bed. Most of them were items to increase Jude's physical strength, but Cordelia didn't highly desire any of it. But there was only one that bothered her. Why isn't that here? I mean, what my dad gave to you last time. What he gave you to eat later. Cordelia spoke while her hands moved and drew the shape of a box, and Jude unconsciously flinched and cleared his throat as he said, I'll eat it later as your father had said. What was that? It's that kind of drug. Kids don't need to know about it. Hey, aren't you a kid too? You and I are of the same age. I can't because you can't even guess it at this point. I'll tell you later. Having said so far, Jude tightly shut his mouth, and Cordelia puffed her cheeks into satisfaction, but didn't pry any further. She knew well that once he shut his mouth in that way, he wouldn't open it no matter what. Tusk anyway, are these all the items? Yes, there are some trivial stuff but they're not something that we'll continue to use in the future. These are all we need to take when we go to the royal capital. And then we should prepare some defensive armor first. Even if it's not armor, it can't be helped. Light armor suits you and me rather than heavy armor, so we should try to get it once we arrive there. Since Count Chase joined them, Jude and Cordelia were wearing clothes that were appropriate for a noble young master and lady. It looked good but was uncomfortable, and the clothes didn't even have any defensive features. Okay, let's move on to checking our abilities. Do you remember our levels? Of course. I am 71. You're 70. Cordelia grinned and even flashed a V sign with her fingers, and Jude clicked his tongue as he said, Do you like it? Yes, you're not good. After all, she beat Jude or outboxer 9. Yes, I am so good. I'll reverse it soon. Like and good are the same word in Korean. On the other hand, mu can mean not, and so, thus, not good can also be read as so good. What are you talking about? Your level is lower than mine. Can't you hear my words well because you're a low-level loser? Cordelia trembled her shoulders in excitement, and Jude clenched his teeth. He remembered the day when he first met Yellow Storm. Moving on. Yes, moving on. Cordelia agreed to change the topic as if she was being merciful, and Jude sighed before speaking. If we add up all the titles we've obtained so far, our stats almost reached around level 80. And because I have ninth heaven's 9 doors, while you can become a witch and an angel, you could say that we're actually in the mid-80s or higher. If you considered Cordelia's route, her average level at the beginning of the Royal Capital event was usually in the early to middle 40s. My level is so high now, right? You're right. Moreover, it's even more amazing that we've reached this far before the event started. There was originally a time difference of half a year between the beginning of the Cordelia route and the Jude route. Since both Jude and Cordelia were rotten water, they didn't find it necessary to talk about it with each other. But the events of the game were perfectly arranged in chronological order inside their minds. The time when we recovered the memories of our previous lives was almost the same time as the starting point of the Cordelia route. So if I use that as a standard, the starting point of the Cordelia route was 0. The Northern Barbarians' invasion began about half a year from 0. The 300th anniversary ball, which could be considered as the beginning of the Royal Capital event, was also held about half a year from 0. But no matter how the player proceeded in the routes, the 300th anniversary ball was slightly ahead of the Northern Barbarians' invasion. And now, we are currently about 3 months from 0. In other words, there were still 3 months left until the 300th anniversary ball. Should we go straight to the Royal Capital? At Cordelia's question, Jude shook his head. No, it would be nice if we went ahead and prepared, but it's too early. We have no justification for going to the Royal Capital at this moment. And even if we hastened our traveling schedule, arriving a month before the founding ball in the Royal Capital will be enough time for us. So we won't do anything for 2 months. When Cordelia asked in surprise, Jude shook his head again. No, that's not right, because time is gold. So after we do our own training for 1 month and prepare this and that, we'll go to the Royal Capital. After a month of training and another month for our travel to the Royal Capital, we'll begin the quest. Is that right? That's right. Both Jude and Cordelia had rapidly become stronger in the wildlands, so they needed time to completely get used to their newly acquired powers. In the game, one just leveled up and they were done with mastering their powers, but this place was reality. What are you preparing for apart from training? What are you planning to do? At Cordelia's question, Jude had a wicked expression and a creepy smile as if he was waiting for her to ask that question. Ha, should I say that it's the secret to stealing the hearts of the people in the Royal Capital? Don't laugh like that because it's disgusting. You're like a scammer. Yes, madam. Jude quickly corrected his expression and Cordelia asked as she sat down on the bed. Steal their hearts? What are you talking about? Even if we're children of the 12 northern families, we'll still be treated like little kids from the countryside when we go to the Royal Capital. And as you know, we can't proceed with the Royal Capital event by just beating and forcing our way through. But isn't that possible now? Our levels are high. No, that's not it. You should know that force alone cannot solve the event. In the first place, there are enemies there who are much stronger than us now. It was not a place like a snowfield where the uninhabited land was many times larger than the habitable land, just like in the wild lands. The Royal Capital. The capital of the Slen Kingdom, one of the continent's strongest powers. It was swarming with strong people, and there were those who possessed great power apart from pure strength. It's not just about force alone. We need to play politics to some extent. One of the enemies was Duke Antarius, the Minister of Defense and one of the 10 great swordmasters. So there was a limit to breaking through with just force. Of course, we'll be using force in the end. The main enemies of the Royal Road event were the Devil's Hand and the corrupted high-ranking nobles. In order to deal with them, in order to lead the political landscape of the Royal Capital, it was necessary for them to be greatly influential just as how they were powerful. Okay, so what are you preparing for in the end? I'll try it first and tell you if it goes well. I'll be needing your help anyway. Ah, really? Don't make me curious and just tell me. Later. Jude tightly shut his mouth again, and Cordelia stamped her feet in annoyance as she knew that he wouldn't tell it to her again. Okay, is everything over then? Almost. There's one last thing left. The last one. Cordelia's eyes sparkled from curiosity. Jude, are you in there? Jude and Cordelia were startled and turned to the balcony where they heard the voice, because it was Count Chase's voice. Father, Dad. Jude and Cordelia hurried to the balcony and opened the door, and Count Chase stood there with his red cloak and stern face as he slightly frowned. "Were you two together?" "Yes, we were organizing our luggage together. The ones that we brought from the wild lands." Cordelia replied, and Count Chase glanced over the bed behind the two before he relaxed his expression and said, "I see. Anyway, Jude, this is something new but is quite small. Take it." "Ah, yes." Jude quickly extended his hands and accepted the leather pouch. "It's not much, but it will help. And keep this a secret from Adelia, okay?" At his slightly lowered voice than usual, Jude and Cordelia blinked once but soon understood it. Because they figured out why a person who went out to greet people suddenly came back and why he appeared through the balcony rather than the door. "Heh, my dad is the best." Cordelia hugged his arm as she widely smiled, and Count Chase smiled for a very short time before he cleared his throat and spoke again. "I will go now." "Yes, please take care. See you later, Dad." When Jude bowed his head and Cordelia waved her hand, Count Chase glanced at the greetings of the two before he flew back into the air and left the balcony. "He's a very nice person. HMPH, it's to be expected as brother-in-law gal is already big. It's proper to take care of my Jude first." Cordelia smiled at her unexpected victory before she turned to Jude again. "So what is it?" "Growing drug. It's a medicine that makes you grow 1 cm when eaten." "Oh, that. Wasn't it the best item that was ranked 3RD in reality?" "That's right." Jude cheerfully smiled and kept the pouch before he returned inside the room with Cordelia. "Well, it's good. Now, if we sneak out at night to go meet the fall fairies in order to get the fall protection, I feel like I've gotten so used to getting away at night. It's not an escape at night this time, but just a short night walk. You have a way with words. Anyway, what's the last?" I mean, you said that there's one last left." "Oh, that." Jude suddenly grinned as if it was on purpose, and he took Cordelia's hand and whispered to her, "Close your eyes for a minute." "My eyes? Why? Close it first. Don't you trust me? What is he planning?" Cordelia was suspicious, but she closed her eyes and Jude led her to a small room that was attached to his large room. "You can open your eyes now." He said it was the last one, so was it a surprise present? Cordelia's heart slightly palpitated as she gently opened her eyes, but she soon frowned. "What is this?" There were only a few bundles of black cords that were rolled up like a thread on the table. It was an item she had never seen before in Legend of Heroes 2, but her reaction was to be expected. It was an object that didn't originally exist in Legend of Heroes 2 or in the world of Pleiades. Detonating cord. Jude said, and Cordelia blinked her eyes. Detonating cord? Detonating cord. But Cordelia still blinked her eyes, because it was the first time she had heard of that name. What is that? She didn't exactly know what it was, but the name somehow made her heart pound. So Jude gave Cordelia a short but full explanation. It's a cord that explodes. Detonating cord. As its name implied, it was an explosive that was shaped into the form of a tape or cord. It was something that he made little by little in the remaining time after their battle on Snow Breeze Plain. It's still a prototype. He was thinking of making something more proper when he returned home. It will have plenty of uses if Cordelia uses her telekinetic power to cause an explosion anytime and anywhere. Since she always boasted that she was good at anything she did with her body, it would be possible for her to use the detonating cord as if it was her hands and feet. Will she like it? Jude looked at Cordelia, and Cordelia gazed at the detonating cord with a blank expression. But her blue eyes were soon filled with ecstasy. Detonating cord. Cordelia trembled and soon turned to Jude. She jumped up and hugged Jude. "I love it. My Jude is the best." Jude was slightly anxious at the ecstasy that spread over Cordelia's eyes, but he eventually smiled. He strengthened his hug and enjoyed Cordelia's embrace for some time. The meeting between the detonating cord and Cordelia. It was the moment when the explosion witch was born, one that would shake the entire Slen kingdom in the future. Chapter 128 Engagement Ceremony. 5. Explosion Witch or Explosion Angel. Either way, a few hours passed after a fearsome being was born. Jude's appearance was revealed under the full moon that illuminated the deep night alone. "Cordelia, over here." His call in a low voice was answered by a low voice too, on the roof of the luxury accommodation. Cordelia gestured while she was seated at the edge of the roof. She was wearing black clothes so that she could travel in secret. Her hair stands out so much, though. Cordelia's bright red hair seemed to glow under the moonlight. Her long hair was tied together and arranged in the so-called ponytail, and a smile spread over Jude's face. "What are you doing? Are you not coming?" "Ah, yes. A ponytail is better than twin tails after all." Jude absent-mindedly thought before he quickly went to Cordelia and sat down next to her. Just like Cordelia, Jude was wearing a black and skin-tight garment. "Let's go right away. Wear this on your back." "Okay." When Jude handed her the backpack, Cordelia quickly wore it on her back before she crawled on the roof and moved towards the back of Jude. "How long will it take? If our time is not wasted on negotiations, we'll definitely be able to come back before sunrise." "Good, you have no problems with your stamina then?" "None, madam. Your servant has extremely good stamina." "Bullshit." Cordelia giggled and smoothly moved like a mollusk again as she climbed and attached herself on Jude's back. "Let's hurry. It will be a big problem if we get caught." "No, it won't be a big problem. They would just get scolded a little more since they had done it before already." Jude smirked and corrected Cordelia's position on his back. He took a deep breath before raising his head and looked at the distance. 24 gale steps, black wind's advent, and a golden whirlwind arose. Jude lightly and silently raced on the roofs as he became a gale. He crossed Lanjesthay at lightning speed. "Wow!" Cordelia was a bit amazed as the wind brushed past her cheeks. She tightly hugged Jude's neck and enjoyed their speedy movement. Tack, tack, tack. Lightly, lightly, lighter. Jude jumped from roof to roof without any difficulties. He ran on the roof as if he was running on flat ground, and he jumped high at some point. "Black Dragon's Ascent?" Jude shouted out loud, and Cordelia instantly got goosebumps. "That's embarrassing. Why are you not ashamed?" But it was real and not something made up. It was a real power, and not something a Chunabiu made up. Jude used the energy of the ninth heaven's 9 doors to increase the Black Dragon's strength. As its name implied, he soared high as if ascending and jumped over the walls of Lanjesthay at once. "Kaya!" Cordelia delightedly screamed without realizing it as she felt like she was on a ride, and Jude's smile deepened. And they reached the forest. Cordelia raised her voice as Jude continued running without hesitation. "By the way, Jude." "Yes, princess." Cordelia's cheeks turned red again at Jude's cry. She was familiar with that nickname now since he had called her that a lot, but she was still embarrassed about it sometimes. "Anyway, what are you planning?" "What? Fairy Queen?" They spoke in a series of words that were difficult to understand without knowing the context, but the two were Jude and Cordelia. They could read each other's thoughts by just looking at the eyes of the other, so they could understand each other even with those short words. "You mean, how are we going to get the fall protection from the Fairy Queen?" "Yes, the Fall Fairy Queen." She was the toughest opponent out of the 3 Fairy Queens whom Jude and Cordelia had met. The Fairy Queen is not a dupe. The other Fairy Queens could be duped, but not for the Fall Fairy Queen. They had to pay a reasonable price if they wanted to receive her protection. She might have given them the moonlight when they first visited, but she didn't give them the fall protection. "I have an idea, but what about you? Do you have any ideas?" Jude asked while he continued to run fast, and Cordelia replied as if she was waiting for him to ask her. "If you don't give me your protection, something will explode." "What? You mean the Fairy Queen herself?" "Are you crazy? I mean the valley or the fairy forest." "Hey, you seriously sound like a terrorist right now, okay? Threats are a crime, a crime. Tusk, it's not." "What do you mean it's not?" "I mean, in my experience so far, most of the problems have been solved once we blew it up." "Isn't that right?" "No, you demon. I won't allow it even if you say it cutely. I never shed ith cutely." Cordelia childishly spoke, and Jude closed his eyes for a moment and doubted himself. This is serious. He felt that this side of her was cute too. In any case, Jude opened his eyes again as he began climbing the mountain to head to the valley where they could meet the fall fairies. Cordelia spoke again. "What was your plan then?" "Cordelia, you have the backpack with you, right?" "Yes. Inside, there are 3 boxes of premium chocolates from Lanjesthay that I bought earlier." "Wait, what?" "I mean, are you going to lure the Fairy Queen with chocolate?" "Yes, with luxury chocolate." "Hey, is the Fairy Queen a kid? Will she listen to you just for chocolate?" "She would, right?" Cordelia blinked her eyes at Jude's question, and she soon nodded and said, "Come to think of it, you're right. He was correct on the Queen being like a kid, because even the Queen was still a fairy." Wow, my Jude is clever. Let me praise you a lot. Cordelia said so and stroked his head, and Jude lifted up her position on his back as he said, More, please praise me a little more. What more should I do? Think about it. The rather sincere Cordelia really began to think about it, and Jude increased his speed even further. And they finally arrived in front of the valley. Cordelia grumbled as she soaked herself in the cold valley water and succeeded in calling out the fairies by singing Twinkle Little Star. Fairies are easier to deal with than I thought. They had thought at first that there was a set date and time, so they struggled a lot back then, but no, it felt like a vending machine that would make something come out if they just pressed the button. At any rate, Jude and Cordelia met the Fairy Queen, and after some negotiations, they succeeded in achieving their goal. No, they didn't just succeed. It was a great success. Wow, wow, wow. Cordelia stood alone under the full moon and turned her body around several times, and Jude was lost in admiration, because she was so beautiful. Cordelia was like a goddess now, no, she was like a fairy. It wasn't because Jude had a love filter in his eyes. Cordelia was really like a half-fairy now. Fairy dress. Instead of her black clothes, Cordelia was now wearing a white dress that looked to be fluttery and translucent. Made of a soft yet shiny cloth reminiscent of a fairy's wings, the main material for this dress was moonlight. A fantasy dress made by collecting the fantasy moonlight. Jude Wiki made its appearance after a long time, and smiles spread over the faces of Jude and Cordelia. They gave this one for that? They gave this for 2 boxes of chocolate, right? 1 box was enough for getting the fall protection. After tasting chocolate for the first time, the Fairy Queen revealed her true nature as a fairy, and the two were able to close a successful deal under very favorable terms. As Cordelia turned around in place, the wide skirt beautifully spread out as if it was a blooming flower bud. It's pretty, hee. Smiling brightly like a fairy, Cordelia grabbed the hem of her skirt and randomly posed several times. Fairy dress? A rank? Jude and Cordelia knew that the fairy dress wasn't really meant for combat. Nevertheless, the reason why the fairy dress was an A-rank item was because it was really faithful to the natural role of a dress. It increases the charm stat by 5 times. It didn't increase the absolute value, but it was still a striking piece of equipment that made its wearer stand out. It also corrected the appearance values, so it gave the wearer a fairy-like mystique. When the ball is held, everyone will be enchanted. What will happen if Cordelia fully wears makeup and dons the fairy dress when she goes to the founding ball? What if she appeared in her awakened mode instead of her normal look now? She can turn into an angel after all. Just imagining it felt amazing. He couldn't stop the corners of his mouth from rising. They'll be really captivated. She would dominate the founding ball itself. No, of course it's not like a beauty pageant, so there is no need for her to dominate it. Still, what was good was good. And if she could really dominate the ball, it would be possible to take advantage of it. Hee, I am a bit embarrassed. Cordelia bashfully said as she shyly laughed with a red face, and Jude was grateful that the girl in front of him was his fiancée. He then straightened his expression afterwards. Okay, anyway, let's go back. Yes, let's go back. Cordelia felt better and quickly changed her clothes. She rode on Jude's back again, and the two became like a gale as they returned to Langesthe. And 2 days later in the afternoon. Yuo Master, Magia, at the mansion of Count Bayer, located in the frontier city of Balon. Maja's nickname as the Ice Princess was brought to shame as she expressed quite intense emotions, and Jude didn't lag behind too. As he hugged Maja, who had come running, he lifted her by the waist and even turned around. Yo, young master, ha, I miss you, Maja. Jude got used to lifting people this way because of Cordelia. Maja was flustered with a red face, and she soon burst into laughter. It was because she was reunited with Jude after a long time, and also because she realized that Jude had become really healthy now. He got bigger. Jude was originally smaller than Maja herself, but not now. He grew tall enough that she had to look up, and his body that seemed to be delicate enough that he looked like a girl than a boy was now firm and made him look strong. Young master, I have a lot of things I want to hear. I also have a lot of stories I want to tell you, Maja, because Maja was like a real older sister to Jude. But there was an order to everything. Jude carefully put Maja down before he turned his head and saw Count Bayer facing Gal. Father, I heard the situation from Count Chase, but I want to hear more from you. Everything that had happened since they left Vedafalnir. Joy and curiosity coexisted in the eyes of Count Bayer, because his sons whom he were worried about brought so many gifts on their way home. He got stronger. Count Bayer was one of the strongest among the 10 great swordmasters. He could roughly guess Jude's condition just by looking at him. Unnatural. His growth couldn't be explained in the usual way, but Count Bayer also thought that it was natural. Did his talent that had been suppressed for so long exploded at once? Chin Mujic had once been suppressed by his Gyumjelmeek. Add to that were the several lucky coincidences that he encountered. I can't wait to test him. How strong Jude was, at which level he was now, and how much stronger would he be in the future. And there was another joyful news for him. We have already began the preparations. Let's hold the engagement ceremony after 2 weeks. Yes, father. Gal replied a little awkward as if he was shy, and Count Bayer smiled. He was very happy. He actually felt sorry for Jude, but Gal's engagement touched his heart more than Jude's achievements. It was long, 10 years. Gal didn't even mention the word marriage after the incident of that day. A happy occasion, what an auspicious occasion. He didn't expect his second son's runaway to turn out like this. Count Bayer once again happily laughed, and as he looked around, he saw all the people in his mansion who were also delighted at the return of his 2 sons. Let's go in. Tonight will be a long night. Yes, father. Gal replied, and Jude smiled as he followed the two. And 2 weeks later, Gal and Adelia's engagement ceremony was held. The Bayer family and the Chase family, 2 of the 12 northern families. The union of 2 families was something to be wary of and not celebrated, but unexpectedly, the reaction of the 12 northern families was positive. Because there were members who will be united anyway. To begin with, the 2 families had tried to unite through the marriage of Jude Bayer and Cordelia Chase. The marriage of Gal and Adelia would have made the relationship between the 2 families a little closer, but that was it in the end. No, I'd say it became better. Marriage was originally a union between 2 families, even more so for high-ranking nobles such as the 12 northern families. Count Bayer and Count Chase lost the opportunity to grow their power by marrying Gal and Adelia to other families. Well, Balon is a city where one can just fool around. It was just a frontier city anyway. That wasn't a very good reason, but in any case, the 12 northern families sincerely blessed Gal and Adelia's engagement for this reason. It's rare to have an engagement that everyone sent their well wishes like this. Huh, what do you mean? It's an engagement, so everyone would obviously wish them well. When Cordelia tilted her head and asked, Jude simply smiled instead of properly explaining it to her, because he didn't want to dirty the pure Cordelia's mind with the hardships of life. Unnigh is pretty. At the garden of Count Bayer, many people were gathered in the banquet hall that was fully decorated by the 2 counts, and there was one person who stood out as if she was shining alone. Adelia Chase. She was, indeed, Cordelia's older sister. She was a beautiful woman even when she was not dressed up, and her beauty was to the point that she was like Helen of Troy. She was as beautiful as a goddess in her white dress that gave her a very elegant look after her lovely blonde hair that was nicely tied up by a lace had now been let down. And Gal Bayer was next to her. He was handsome as he was Jude's older brother, but his sense of stability stood out. Despite being in a place where the attention of many people gathered on him, he maintained his usual expression, so Cordelia felt that his calmness of mind made him a reliable adult. He's somehow cool, and she was somehow envious. As the light of longing filled Cordelia's sparkling blue eyes, Jude said in a small voice, "Cordelia, what is it, Jude? Should we ask for it? What? An engagement ceremony." Cordelia blinked at Jude's words. "I am having an engagement ceremony. With whom? Jude and me. I mean, we never had an engagement ceremony since we were engaged while we were still in our mother's wombs." Cordelia recalled her memories for a moment before she nodded her head, because it was as Jude had said. We were indifferent to each other before we remembered our past life memories. It was rare for her to talk and see her fiancé's face, so she didn't like him much. Because Jude was sick and stuck at home all the time. She was worried about her fiancé, but there was no particular feeling beyond that. Their relationship was literally nothing more than a fiancé and fiancé who their families had decided to engage. What do you think? Should I ask them to do it? When Jude asked again, Cordelia looked at Gal and Adelia again. They were standing in front of everyone as they faced each other, and one could see how much they loved each other even from a distance. What if I replace it with Jude and me there? She imagined it for a moment. And Cordelia covered her face with her hands. Cordelia? Wait, and thought again. Jude was asking for an engagement ceremony. Jude was asking if they could do it too now that he had seen Gal and Adelia's engagement ceremony. Do you really like me? You're asking this because you like Merite? But she didn't feel comfortable with it, because he was Jude. Because he was out Boxer 9 who irritatingly teased her every day in the chat window. Eyes, look at his eyes. Because her unnai did it. She would be able to tell by looking at his eyes. Cordelia took a deep breath before she lowered her hands that covered her face and then gulped nervously. She turned her head and tried to face Jude. However, I can't look at him, because she and Jude could communicate with just the look of their eyes. As she thought back now, he would be able to clearly read her thoughts at that moment. Hey, do you like me? Why are you looking at me and asking if I like you? What is this, Axe disease? Something like that would happen, so it was impossible. She couldn't meet eyes with Jude right now. Then, how do I check it? Should I find another way, Cordelia? Jude tilted his head and asked, but Cordelia was lost in her thoughts as she covered her face with both hands. The engagement ceremony continued while the two were like that. And time passed. They're kissing. What? Cordelia raised her head after struggling from all kinds of delusions, and she was able to see Gal and Adelia kissing each other after they exchanged rings. Both of them looked to be very happy. We made this. Jude spoke in a small voice, and Cordelia nodded her head. Everyone who was gathered in the banquet hall gave the couple a warm applause. May they continue to be happy. May they be able to continue protecting their happiness. Cordelia erased her thoughts about Jude from her mind, and she held her hands together and prayed. She sincerely wished for it, and what they needed to do to achieve that. The fate and future of everyone that needed to be changed again. 1 month after the engagement ceremony. 1 month and 15 days before the 300th anniversary of the country's founding. Invitation letters from the royal capital arrived at the homes of Count Bayer and Count Chase. Chapter 129 Invitation. 1. It's sometimes translated in English as playing hard to get. Source: Art of Milding 3 weeks after Gal and Adelia's engagement ceremony. Cordelia was quietly sitting in front of the desk as she pouted her lips, and there was one woman who was watching her. Cordelia's escort, Dahlia, who was like an older sister to her, smiled and said in passing, Miss, are you sulking? No, I am not. Cordelia automatically responded, and Dahlia smiled again. Don't say that. You're sulking, right? I am not. Cordelia replied in annoyance and even snorted, but Dahlia became more certain because of that. She's really upset. You look sulky. Dahlia shifted her gaze a little further away and looked at the paper Cordelia was scribbling on. It was the paper that she used to write formulas in her magic studies, but small scribbles could be seen everywhere, and as Dahlia had thought, the scribbles was about someone specific. Stupid Jude, idiot. Upon seeing the clumsy scribbles, Dahlia quickly raised her hand to cover her mouth, because she smiled like a mother. How can you be so cute? The reason why Cordelia was sulking, it was something simple and obvious, because Mr. Bayer had stopped writing to her. Around 3 weeks had already passed since the last one. An unexpected letter arrived once with a gift 5 days after Adelia's engagement ceremony, which had happily surprised Count Chase and everyone, but no other letters had arrived since then. How cold-hearted. He hadn't been in touch with Cordelia for almost 15 days. I roughly heard the reason why, but after Cordelia lost contact with Jude, she was like a flower that withered away day by day. Of course, if she had heard Dahlia's thoughts, she would have excessively denied it, but Dahlia had already gone to Count Bayer's place once for Cordelia. According to the explanation of the knight, Jun, whom she became acquainted with during their journey to Langeathai, it was as follows. He has been practicing hard every day with Count Bayer from early in the morning to late at night. In short, Sir Jun said that Jude was busy practicing every day. Well, it can't be helped. Yes, the young master was so quick to learn, so the Count was also very passionate. Jude's extraordinary talent had already been proven by the various events that occurred. So she could also understand why a fire was lit in Count Bayer's eyes, and he began to actively train Jude. Young Master Gal, and even the Count was convinced. Young Master Jude will be the strongest knight in the north. Oh, the weight of the Count's words was different from the words of a parent who often bragged about their child. Count Bayer, one of the northern Sagang, and one of the 10 great swordmasters with the title Sword General. Jun saw the Count say that Jude would be the strongest, so it seemed to him that Jude had immense talent. In fact, Iron Man Landius coveted his talent. Iron Man Landius was one of the 5 heroes of the Paragon Kingdom, and the man who was always mentioned when people discussed about the strongest people in the world. Jude was a disciple of Landius, and there was only one reason why Landius made Jude his disciple. Chinmujich, the incarnation of martial arts from the heavens. Sopleys take care of Lady Cordelia. They're a really good couple, but if they ever have a falling out, yes, I won't let that happen. I'll have a talk with the miss when that occurs. Thank you. Knight Jun sighed in relief as if this was his business. One way or another, it seemed like he was devoted to his young master Jude. It's a good thing. Gal and Jude had a very close relationship, so Count Bayer did not have any problems with the two. Anyway, Dahlia stopped recalling her conversation with Jun and looked at Cordelia in front of her again. Cordelia was sitting in front of the desk and playing with her pen, and every small gesture of hers expressed her annoyance and dissatisfaction, just as Dahlia thought. If she really wanted to see him, she should contact him first. She could also visit the Bayer mansion once, but Cordelia didn't do that. She puffed her cheeks and pouted her lips every day, but she never tried to contact him first. It's Mildang, Yufufu. How cute. I want to see you, I want to meet you, but I have to endure and hold back my feelings. But her Mildang had a small drawback. While Cordelia had plenty of time to think about Jude, Jude could not afford to think about anything else because of his one-on-one training with Count Bayer. So I'll have to help the young miss for a little bit, because Dahlia had an idea on how to tease Cordelia, who was sulking today. Miss Yi, a letter has arrived. A letter. Cordelia jumped up from her seat, but she soon blushed a little and then cleared her throat. A letter isn't that important. She quickly sat down and turned around, but Dahlia could see it. The corners of Cordelia's mouth was slightly raised. HMPH, I knew you'd give up first. Are you thinking of something like that? Ahem. By the way, Dahlia, yes, miss. I'm not really curious, but you know that, right? Yes, miss, but he wrote it first, right? So wouldn't it be polite for me to check it? Maybe. You're right. So bring me the letter. Cordelia turned around very slowly and stretched out her hand as if she was not interested. But there was something she couldn't hide, and that was her eyes. You're anxious. After suppressing her laugh, Dahlia handed over a letter in a white envelope. And then Cordelia grabbed the letter as if snatching it and opened the letter in a contradictory behavior, as she did it as slowly as possible yet was quite quick too. But Cordelia soon frowned. She can't help it. The letter wasn't Jude's. The letter that arrived was an invitation from Count Ficus. Birthday party? Yes, it's a party to celebrate Lady Emma Ficus' 17th birthday. No, I know that too. It was natural for Cordelia to frown. The Ficus family was one of the 12 northern families, but wasn't very close to the Chase family. It wasn't that bad that they would fight each other, but they didn't have a friendly relationship either. Moreover, Emma Ficus had long been a person who was arguing with Cordelia and had a strange yet burning desire to compete with Cordelia in the past. She's hardly seen in the game. There was a related subquest involving her, but she only appeared once, so Yellowstorm didn't remember her. But it was different for Cordelia. Emma invited Cordelia on her birthday last year and bragged about her fiancé a lot. Oh, is Mr. Bayer absent again? I am so sorry, I feel so sad thinking about it. But Latrial have no problems with the wedding, right? I am worried that it's because of a problem with his health. Ho. That voice, that look, that behavior made her very angry even before she recalled the memories of her past life, or even when she was much gentler back then. But she got even more angry when she looked back on the memories of her past life. Miss, it's time to show them what you've got. Mr. Bayer will be with you this time. When Dahlia spoke with sparkling eyes, Cordelia blinked because she didn't understand her immediately, but it was only for a moment. Cordelia's eyes were suddenly filled with a will to fight. We have to pay back the grievances she had caused. And this is an excuse, no. We have to discuss this with Mr. Bayer, who is coming too. That was why Dahlia didn't lose her smile when she handed Count Ficus invitation that would surely upset Cordelia. It was a justification for Cordelia to visit Jude first. A way where Cordelia wouldn't look like she lost against Jude, and a way where she could say that it was unavoidable. Jude? Yes, there is something you need to discuss with Mr. Bayer. It's also urgent. They didn't have much time since Emma Ficus' birthday was 5 days from now, and it would take a full day of travel in the carriage to get to the Ficus territory. In addition, Cordelia had one more reason. Come to think of it, it's about time for that event to happen. The time when the royal capital sent invitations to everyone for the 300th anniversary's founding ball. Emma Ficus' birthday was a trivial event that one could just ignore, but the founding event was different. It was their third task for a perfect happy ending. Yes, this is really important, so I have to discuss it with Jude. As Cordelia spoke to herself, Dahlia immediately followed. Yes, miss, it is as you had said, so let's go to Count Bayer's mansion, in order to meet Mr. Bayer. HMPH, that's right, I'll meet with Jude. Okay. Then let's begin now. Huh, now? Yes, now, before it's too late. In fact, Dahlia had already sent a letter to Count Bayer saying that they would come to visit today. Wait a second. Yes, so you have to dress up and be pretty. We still have enough time. It's not like that. There's no need for me to look pretty for Jude. Really? Ahem, but I should do the basics, for decorum. Cordelia murmured as if coming up with an excuse before she quietly moved in front of the mirror, and Dahlia smiled again. And 3 hours later. Let's call it a day. We're done, inside the drill hall. Jude tilted his head and asked after hearing Gal's words as he sat on the floor and wiped his sweat, because it was too early than the usual time. Yes, we're done. There's something scheduled for today. Did you get a letter from sister-in-law Adelia? Jude asked him teasingly, but Gal shook his head as if it was absurd and then said, If it's letters, it comes every day. I also write back every day. I see. Gal was his usual self, but Jude was very surprised with Adelia. It feels like her real nature itself has changed. Adelia was like a hedgehog in the original, so he never thought that she would be a lady so deeply in love now. It would be worth seeing her at the founding ball. Unlike Jude and Cordelia, who were just hanging out at home, Adelia was a royal wizard for the Royal Guard Magic Corps in the royal capital. She took a long vacation to catch Jude and Cordelia, but she still served as the commander, so she had no choice but to return to the royal capital. It was another reason why the engagement ceremony was hurried, but Adelia was due to retire sooner or later, since the engagement ceremony alone wasn't enough. She was supposed to quit her job as a commander and return to her hometown after the founding event. Because my brother Gal has to inherit the title of Count Bayer. They came to this conclusion because it was impossible for Gal to go to the royal capital even if Adelia could go to Balon. She must have really loved him. She easily gave up her position as a commander of the Royal Guard Magic Corps. Anyway, it would be sooner or later. There was a month and 20 days left before the 300th anniversary founding ball. If he followed the flow of the original, an invitation to the royal capital would probably arrive within a week. Well, it seems like the time has come. Go quickly and wash off your sweat first. It's been a long time, so shouldn't you look the best? What in the world are you talking, that was it? Jude quickly turned to the piercing gaze he felt behind him, and he finally saw her after a long time. Cordelia. There was a red-haired girl standing and looking down on the balcony overlooking the drill hall at a distance. I hear that she has something to urgently discuss. It seems like she got an invitation for a birthday party at Count Ficus' territory. Jude nodded when he heard Gal's explanation. In the original, there was no event like an invitation to a birthday party because Cordelia was not in Balon at that point, but the event was bound to naturally happen now that the situation had changed. So instead of raising questions about Count Ficus, Jude just stared at Cordelia and asked Gal in a low voice, But brother? Yes, my younger brother. She somehow looks upset, right? Maybe. Gal and Jude looked at the girl on the balcony together, and the girl Cordelia changed her expression, and Jude thought he could hear her snorting at him. Go quickly. Yes, brother. Jude smiled as he stood up right away and hurriedly moved. Are you upset? No, I am not. I am not upset at all, okay? But you look like you're upset. No, it's not. I am totally not upset at all, okay? Jude and Cordelia were seated across the table and quickly exchanged glances, and Maja and Dahlia warmly smiled at the affectionate air between the two. They really look good together, right? Yeah. The two had a similar conversation with their eyes before they quickly got up and left their seats. It was to allow Jude and Cordelia to spend their time alone together. Aren't you upset? No, I am not. There's no way I'm upset just because you haven't contacted me for 16 days. Oh, 16 days. She was counting the days. I am touched. Jude smiled in satisfaction, and Cordelia snorted without realizing the mistake that she had just made. Anyway, I am sorry. I was too preoccupied with training. HMPH, it's okay. I do not mind it. I am glad then. When Jude smoothly said that, Cordelia frowned for a moment, but she couldn't take her words back now. So, is your training going well? Jude immediately nodded his head at her slightly sulking voice that she was unconscious of. Yes. I am training on how to further utilize the power of the ninth heaven's 9 doors specifically. I am learning how to fight while using it together with the Bayer's swordsmanship. I see. She didn't really understand what he meant, but it seemed to her that he was working hard. I guess he really can't help it. Should I forgive him? No, he didn't do something for me to forgive in the first place. Cordelia herself had never been that upset. Anyway, Cordelia, what about you? Me? Yes, you wouldn't be just doing nothing, right? Of course, I didn't. I practiced really hard. Cordelia loudly snorted again before she pulled out a detonating cord from her waist. She looked like she wanted to show off her training achievements. But a detonating cord out of all things. No, it was definitely a tool that required training in order to be properly used, and it was something that Jude himself gave her. Why? Are you impressed? Cordelia asked in a quiet voice, and Jude immediately nodded. If he pretended to be tactless at this point, she would really be upset. Yes, I am impressed. I am very much impressed. HMPH, well, if you say so, I guess I'll have to give you a demonstration. The corners of Cordelia's mouth was raised, and she promptly picked up the detonating cord. However, she definitely couldn't use the detonating cord inside the drawing room. Therefore, Jude said as he slightly dissuaded Cordelia, let's put that off for a moment because we have to go to the training area to see it. Before that, there's something that I want to show you. Something to show to me? Yes, you came here today in the first place because of the invitation from Count Ficus, right? There's also the invitation for the founding ball that will arrive soon. Yes, that's right. She had forgotten it for a while, but her primary purpose for visiting was to discuss on how they would respond to the invitation of Count Ficus. Well, have to crush her. She was a girl who was not satisfied in arguing with Cordelia every year, but even leveled insults at her. Jude had no intention of letting her get away with it. Hey, Jude. We're going to a birthday party, right? We're not going on a fight, okay? Yes, you're right. It's not a fight. We're just going to crush her one-sidedly. Cordelia frowned at Jude's words, but she decided to let it go since she somehow felt much better and relieved. The timing is perfect. We can use it for practice before using it in the royal capitolates. Consider it as a demonstration. Cordelia tilted her head when Jude spoke again. She couldn't understand what he was talking about. Ah, come to think of it, was it in Langesthe? Jude had said that he was preparing a secret weapon to increase their influence in the royal capital. That's right, that's what he is talking about now. Jude had immediately said that without checking if Cordelia had understood him, so Cordelia decided to ask instead of thinking more about it. So, what is it? It's these. Jude smiled a little more evil than usual as he put the things he had prepared over the past 3 weeks on the table. Chapter 130, Emma Ficus. She was the second daughter of Count Ficus and never really liked Cordelia because of a very simple and plain reason. Annoying. Cordelia's very existence was annoying. A pretty girl who looked like a doll and was even nice. She didn't like the fact that Cordelia was truly nice and not pretending to be nice. I am excited on trampling her this year. She liked using Cordelia's fiancé as a way to bully her because Cordelia was completely embarrassed about it, but the situation was slightly different this year. Because you seriously dug your own grave. Were you so excited that your fiancé, who couldn't even go out much, had become a bit healthy? Cordelia had prepared a lot of things to be embarrassed about in the last 2 months. Ah, I can't wait. Emma Ficus trembled and sat in front of the dressing table as she looked at the mirror. She saw a petite and charming girl with long pink hair. In fact, the main reason why Emma Ficus disliked Cordelia was because of the color of their hair. They had the same red hair, so they were always compared everywhere. Good, good. I'll seriously trample you this year. With a wicked smile that didn't match her lovely appearance, Emma Ficus remembered what she had prepared. Her father had prepared her new dresses and accessories, and she had a fiancé who was good-looking enough to be envious of. Ah, I really can't wait. I hope my birthday comes soon. With an evil smile again, Emma Ficus looked at the mirror again, without knowing the fact that there was a man far away in Balon who was looking forward to her birthday more than she herself. 5 days later, at Count Ficus' mansion, Sylvia Crossbell, the eldest daughter of Count Crossbell who belonged to the 12 northern families, unknowingly frowned. She still has a flashy taste. At Count Ficus' garden that was not just spacious, but also vast, the banquet hall was excessively and flashily decorated. Fresh flowers filled the banquet hall even though it was still winter, and a temperature control magic device made it possible to hold the event outdoors. An ordinary noble would have been worried enough of their finances with just those two, but the quality of the various items used to decorate the banquet hall was also high. One way or another, she's a Ficus. It was a fact that Emma Ficus was strangely obsessed with Cordelia, but there was nothing bad with the relationship between the Chase and Ficus families. Their field of activity was vastly different even if they both belonged to the 12 northern families. Count Chase owned a magic tower but did not have a proper manor, so he maintained his influence with the power of his talent. On the other hand, Count Ficus possessed not only the best granary in the north, but also the best transit trading city, due to the fact that the Silicones River Delta, which was called the lifeline of the north, was in his fief. In short, he maintained his influence with the power of his outstanding territory. Therefore, Count Ficus' real rival was Count Crossbell and not Count Chase. North is Crossbell, south is Ficus. Count Crossbell made colossal amounts of money through their financial business, while Count Ficus made huge profits through agriculture and commerce. It was when Count Ficus began to enter the financial industry that the relationship between the two families, with the most wealth out of the 12 northern families, began to fall apart. Naturally, when compared to Count Crossbell, who already dominated the financial world in the north, Count Ficus' financial business was like child's play, but the Crossbells found it unacceptable. It's an annoying fact, but Count Ficus has the potential. It was currently at the level of a child's play, but it was unknown when and how it would grow. Count Ficus was no less than Count Crossbell when it simply came to their financial strength. I normally wouldn't want to come here. From Sylvia's perspective, Count Ficus' place was no different to enemy territory. The Crossbell and Ficus families had, in fact, avoided ever meeting the other. The Ficus family did not participate in the social gathering of the 12 northern families' children. But for some reason, Count Ficus always sent invitations to Emma Ficus' birthday party, despite the fact that the distance between the two families' territories were so far that it took several days to travel from one point to another. Well, I can guess what their intentions are. Did we touch a nerve? We're just doing this much for you. We sent you an invitation out of courtesy, but it's up to you if you want to come or not. Since Count Crossbell, who was famous for his fiery personality, could not let go of Count Ficus' provocations, Sylvia had to fully dress up and attend Emma Ficus' birthday party every year. Although there is one more reason why I am here. It was none other than Cordelia. Emma Ficus had been strangely mean to Cordelia for a long time, and Cordelia was unable to properly defend herself because she had few lady friends due to the fact that she rarely went outside her home. Her situation was perfect, so Emma lashed at her as much as she could. This year will be more intense than last year. Sylvia couldn't properly help Cordelia because Emma Ficus always attacked her with facts, but she was planning to protect Cordelia this year even if it was beyond her abilities. She had to return the favor at Langesthay, and it will be a little different this year. Emma Ficus primarily used Cordelia's fiancé to attack Cordelia. Sylvia recalled what happened in Langesthay in the past and revealed an uncharacteristically evil smile. because she was looking forward to it. "Oh my goodness, Lady Sylvia, you're so beautiful this year. Isn't Lady Mia very lovely too? I've thought about this before, but you really have a good fashion sense. The color of the dress you chose is a perfect fit for you again." "Really?" "Yes." Mia Ballin, the second daughter of Viscount Ballin, reddened her cheeks at Sylvia's compliment, but there was no other girl who approached Sylvia except for her. Because it's Count Ficus' party. It was basically a place where they were conscious of Count Ficus. All the invited families were also located near Count Ficus territory, so it was natural for them to not approach Sylvia, the young lady of the Crossbell family. Mia is peculiar, but judging from the other young lady's troubled expressions while looking at her side, it seemed like Mia wouldn't approach her next year. "Wow, it's Lady Emma." As Mia spoke with sparkling eyes, Sylvia gently moved away from her. There was a high possibility that the lost child would be in trouble if Emma Ficus found out that she was close to Sylvia. Anyway, the main character has arrived. Emma Ficus and her fiancé, Darren Philov, proudly entered the banquet hall. It was annoying to admit it, but Count Ficus was a formidable opponent after all. He isn't just some nouveau rich. Although he had an inclination to be a nouveau rich, he knew how to properly spend his money because of his heritage. Emma Ficus was wearing a light pink dress, and the design of her dress and her jewelry were all unusual. Fairy. A lovely design that hid the shortcomings of the small and petite Emma Ficus and highlighted her strong points. Emma Ficus was like a fairy, and Darren Philov, who was dressed in white formal clothes decorated with gold thread, was like a prince in a story. She really stuck to a concept, huh? But it did look quite good on her. All the young ladies in the banquet hall were seriously in awe. "Oh my, is Lady Cordelia still not here?" Emma Ficus lightly greeted the young ladies in the banquet hall and said while slightly fussing as if she had remembered Cordelia, and the young girls around her immediately responded to her words. "I guess she's late. She seemed to be in a lot of trouble. Lately, could she have been banned from going out? Maybe she's late because of her fiancé. Well, he must not be feeling well. He seems to have gotten a little better, but lately, he must have overdone it. Don't you think?" Emma faintly smiled and said, and the ladies promptly agreed. Ha, seriously. It was such an annoying sight, but Sylvia decided to put up with it, because it was meaningless for her to step in when the person being talked about was not here. Why is she late anyway? Cordelia was never late for this kind of event. Why is she late today? Did something happen? Did something happen to Jude like they said? She was half right and half wrong. Their reason for being late was because of Jude, but it wasn't because of a problem. There was a reason why Jude deliberately made them arrive late. There was a reason why he let all the young ladies gather first, and why he also waited for Emma Ficus, the main character for today, to show up. Lady Cordelia from Count Chase has arrived. Everyone's eyes were gathered into one place after hearing the butler's words. It was natural to do that. All of the ladies had arrived except for Cordelia. I guess she has only arrived now. Is it because of her fiancé? Some young ladies openly gossiped to please Emma Ficus, but it was only for a moment. They couldn't talk any more about Cordelia because they were captivated, because they lost their senses and were left gaping one after another. Wow, Mia Ballin blankly let out a voice. Not only her, but also all the young ladies who gathered in the banquet hall had dazed looks. Cordelia Chase. Her beauty had long been famous. Everyone knew that she was such a beautiful girl that even those from the same sex would blankly stare at her. But this time, it wasn't that. Simply saying that she was beautiful wouldn't describe the sight in front of them. Cordelia, even Sylvia was captivated. All that she could do was let out an astonished voice and blink her eyes. A goddess. An existence that was beyond human. Dressed in a light pinkish white dress, Cordelia entered the banquet hall with an elegant smile. Her reddish-pink hair seemed to shine, and the accessories everywhere sparkled but wasn't excessive, as they even further made Cordelia's beauty shine. A truly overwhelming beauty. What? Sylvia was the first to come to her senses, and she blinked her eyes several times. She had always been a pretty girl, but was it this much? And when Sylvia came to her senses, she noticed something else. They're the same? The design of the dress Cordelia was wearing. It wasn't really the same. But the design concept was the same as Emma Ficus' dress. The color is similar too. Similar clothes, so even if she hated to compare it, she had no choice but to compare the two. The other young ladies came to their senses one by one and noticed it too. They unconsciously looked at Emma Ficus and at Cordelia again. No one opened their mouths, but everyone knew. The difference between the two could only be described as overwhelming. Emma Ficus was a lovely girl too, but it wasn't an exaggeration to say that the current Cordelia was like a goddess. She was taller and had a better shape. They wouldn't have known if her clothes were different, but Emma Ficus, the lovely girl who wore the same clothes, was quickly crushed and became a squid. It's not just the clothes. Sylvia's sharp and discerning eyes began to take note of other things. The accessories worn by Cordelia, all of it were unusual. What was even more shocking was the fact that the location and number of accessories were the same as those of Emma Ficus. All of it are superior. You used gold, sorry, but ours is platinum. Diamond, I beg your pardon, but ours is bigger and more beautiful. That's the impression I get. It seems like you've made a decision. To crush Emma Ficus. To completely erase Emma Ficus' presence in this banquet hall. And the person who came up with this plot also thought the same. All according to plan. Jude wickedly smiled as he observed the banquet hall that was completely overwhelmed by Cordelia, who looked at Jude with confusion. Jude, what is this? What's going on? Yes, it's just as planned. Jude had already figured out what clothes Emma Ficus would wear and what accessories she would use. She was a character that appeared in a subquest once, so Jude Wiki contained information about her. I snooped around a bit too. Count Ficus spent a lot of money for today, so it was inevitable that there would be rumors in the business circles on what kind of dress and accessories she would wear. Perfection was achieved by adding the information he got from snooping around to his existing knowledge. Jude had met the Fall Fairy Queen again to specifically prepare for the dress to be used today. The dress and Magellan's accessories were profusely blessed by the fairies, and he added another weapon to her. Look at that shiny and smooth hair. Cordelia's hair was much more beautiful than usual. The reason was simple, because she used shampoo and conditioner. There's no shampoo and conditioner here. There were basic cleaning products like soap, because it was a world where civilization was quite developed, but there was no shampoo and conditioner. Ever since Jude had taken the sun's necklace from Lysagang, he was doing some research on it and eventually succeeded in developing a shampoo and conditioner that was suitable for commercial use. There is no woman who is not interested in beauty. I mean, if you were at least an upper-class woman, you would have no choice but to make yourself beautiful even if you were not interested in it. The reason why Jude developed the shampoo and conditioner was simple. He intended it to be used as a bargaining material when they meet the royal family or the high-ranking nobles in the royal capital. It's working. Sylvia and the other ladies good at discerning had noticed the peculiarity of Cordelia's hair. What would happen if we approached them and offered them the shampoo and conditioner, saying that they can be like her if they used it? And what would happen if we gave it to Cordelia's friends in particular and not to anyone else? Shall dominate the banquet. It might have begun as Emma Ficus' birthday party, but he made it into the new Cordelia's fantastic debut stage in the end. And it was just the beginning. Jude still had a lot of things he had prepared. First was Jude himself. I am Jude Bayer. I greet all the young ladies whom I am meeting for the first time today. When Jude stepped forward and courteously greeted them, small groans and screams spread among the young ladies. Jude Bayer. A man who occupied a place among the best-looking characters in Legend of Heroes 2. It was natural that screams spread among the women since Jude had went all out in dressing up. And I match him too. He matched the clothes and accessories of Emma Ficus Fionk, even their hairstyles. Jude's plan worked again this time, and Darren Philov met the same fate as Emma Ficus as he was crushed and became a squid too. It'll be difficult if you croak with just this. Not yet. I prepared a lot of things, so don't be crushed like this yet. Perhaps Jude's wish was heard, because Emma Ficus came forward with spiteful words. She welcomed Cordelia while maintaining a calm expression. Oh my, you're a good-looking person as I've heard. No wonder Lady Cordelia left such a letter. Such a letter. Cordelia's nighttime escape that she did several times. Cordelia's face turned red at that moment, and murmurs were heard among the young ladies. Emma Ficus' face regained a bit of its color, but Jude's wicked smile had yet to disappear, because he naturally expected this to happen. It's about time they arrive. Those whom he invited for today. Jude mentally counted down, and the sound of footsteps were heard at just the expected time. The Guardians of the Holy Cross has arrived. As soon as the bewildered butler's voice ended, the elite members of the Guardians of the Holy Cross who were dressed in pure white entered the banquet hall. The Guardians of the Holy Cross. My goodness, did they come here to congratulate Emma on her birthday? The Guardians of the Holy Cross protected the continent from the demons. They never had a low prestige. In a sense, they were a group that held authority beyond that of the royal family. Everyone's attention were once again focused on the appearance of the Guardians of the Holy Cross, who were dressed not in just their combat uniforms, but in their best ceremonial clothes. Their gazes were directed at a paladin of the Guardians of the Holy Cross, the good Sir Eindolf, who was the manifestation of dignity, as he went to his destination with an unwavering attitude. Oh my, did they really come to celebrate Emma's birthday? The Guardians of the Holy Cross. Low voices were heard among the young ladies, and feelings of embarrassment and expectation spread on Emma Ficus' face. And Sir Eindolf knelt down to show his respect, in front of Cordelia and not Emma Ficus. The Guardians of the Holy Cross greet our benefactor. We greet our benefactor. The Guardians behind Sir Eindolf courteously greeted at the same time, and a scene like those in religious paintings was created. Cordelia turned to Jude in embarrassment, and Jude said with a smirk, Sir Eindolf, we just did the right thing. Please stand up. Cordelia would prefer that too. Eindolf slowly stood up at Jude's words. At the same time, surprise, wonder, and an unbearable curiosity spread among the faces of the young ladies. Why are the Guardians of the Holy Cross courteously greeting Jude and Cordelia? But there was more to be surprised. Jude signaled to Cordelia, who hesitantly proceeded with the plan she agreed to. She transformed into an angel without bringing out her wings. The atmosphere of Cordelia changed at that moment. She was like a goddess even if she wasn't, but the air around her began to really feel sacred now. And the most sensitive to her change was the Guardians of the Holy Cross. Sir Eindolf unconsciously blinked his eyes in awe. Angel? The staging was a bit crude, but the effect was magical. Cordelia was a woman given the title of an angel because a paladin from the Guardians of the Holy Cross mistook her for one. And no, I am not an angel. Cordelia stuttered with a completely red face, and Jude's smile deepened. The reason why he called the Guardians of the Holy Cross here. The reason why he promised to cooperate in the future, and then requested that the Guardians of the Holy Cross be sent here today. It was to clear the various rumors that had spread regarding Jude and Cordelia. From teenage escapees who were head over heels with each other and repeatedly ran away, to newly packaged heroes who fought the demonic followers in the north and made a big enough contribution that the Guardians of the Holy Cross paid their respects to them. Perfect. Sir Eindolf saw Jude's eyes signal and began to speak in front of everyone about the activities of Jude and Cordelia in the north. A lot of the events in the Wild Lands were naturally omitted, and his story had many dramatized parts here and there, but it was enough to reverse public opinion. Good, Jude made a deep smile and turned to Emma Ficus. He very much liked seeing her stunned face as her eyes blinked. I don't even have to do anything anymore. He could just leave the rest to them. And it really went as Jude thought. When the Guardians of the Holy Cross led by Sir Eindolf left, Sylvia spoke to Cordelia, and Jude advertised the shampoo and conditioner to Sylvia. You should try it too. The moment Cordelia handed over the small jar to Sylvia, a change occurred once again. The young ladies who were only watching from the side had begun approaching her. From Emma Ficus to Cordelia Chase. The main character of the banquet completely changed, and that changed atmosphere remained until the end of the banquet. And late in the afternoon, Jude stared at the banquet hall and party that ended much earlier than expected before he turned to Cordelia and asked, "Were you satisfied?" Cordelia's eyes narrowed at his sly question, and she kicked Jude's shin afterwards. Ouch, why? What do you mean by why? Do you know how embarrassing it was? Especially when Eindolf was surprised and said angel. While in awe, Cordelia's face turned red again and cutely struck Jude on the chest with her fist. The shameful part is always mine. At least tell me in advance. Haha, but didn't it go well? That's why it's more annoying, okay. At Cordelia's words, Jude snickered and quickly moved his feet. He moved to Cordelia's side in an instant and hugged her slender waist. "So, you don't like it?" "No, I love it." She actually felt sorry for Emma. Nevertheless, all of her frustrations that had accumulated so far had been relieved at once. "As expected of my Jude, right?" Yes, it's my Jude." Cordelia cheerfully laughed and soon tied her hair as she said, "But Jude." "Yes. Do you still have any shampoo and conditioner prototypes left, besides the one we'll bring to the royalty?" "There is." "Then let's give some to Emma too. Let's carefully give it in a way that doesn't offend her." No matter how much she thought about it, they seemed to have gone too far. Today was her birthday after all. Jude smiled again at Cordelia's words and nodded his head. "If that's what you want." And he thought that her blood wasn't the only one that was angelic. Satisfied by Cordelia's consideration, Jude stretched out his hand to escort her, and Cordelia gently held Jude's hand. And a week or so passed by, when rumors about the shampoo and conditioner circulated among the young ladies in the north. Invitations announcing the beginning of the founding commemoration at the royal capital finally arrived at Count Bayer and Count Chase's mansions. Chapter 131 to the royal capital. 1. After the birthday party that could only be described as Cordelia coming out as the superior one. It was unsurprising that there was an uproar in Count Ficus' mansion. So annoying, I am so annoyed. Unlike her petite and lovely appearance, Emma Ficus didn't have a gentle and sweet personality. When compared to a puppy, she was like a chihuahua that couldn't get over her anger and was running amok. Not only did she break, tear, and destroy things in her room, but she also slapped the maids and kicked a fuss to the point that the concerned Count Ficus asked what happened in her birthday party. Explain it in detail. Count Ficus, who had his youngest daughter at the age of 40, had a large and fierce appearance. In response to his question that he asked in an irritated voice, the butler described what happened at the party while profusely sweating. Cordelia completely dominated it. As a result, Emma Ficus, who should have been the main character of the party, had become a squid. After hearing the explanation, Count Ficus burst into laughter and then broke the ornaments in the desk before he knocked over the bookshelf in his office as he roared in anger. "How dare you do that in my house?" Who was the source of Emma Ficus' terrible personality? It was Count Ficus' genes and education. Count Ficus flew into a rage, and the servants, including the butler, spent their days under tremendous stress and suffering. And upon hearing all of these, Jude said with a very brilliant smile, "What else could they do then? What else could they do other than going crazy and destroying stuff in their house?" At Jude's confident attitude, Cordelia frowned and asked a bit timidly, "Won't he do something really bad to us?" Because Count Ficus was very powerful. When it simply came to their wealth, the gap was so wide that even if Count Bayer and Count Chase combined theirs, they wouldn't have half of Count Ficus' wealth. So if Count Ficus wanted to do something bad to Count Chase or Count Bayer, just imagining it was horrible as Cordelia was almost in tears, but Jude shook his head. He lightly pinched Cordelia's cheeks and said, "That's not going to happen. Offend only those you can offend. So he can't do anything, okay? Really? Let me explain why." Jude sat next to Cordelia, who was quietly crouching on the sofa, and he began to explain it step by step. First, he has no justification. Justification? Even though we ruined the party? Yes, because of how we ruined it. Think about it. Where would he go to complain? Cordelia was as beautiful as a goddess that my daughter became a shrimp. Isn't this unfair? Something like that. He was right. After all, the fundamental reason why the party was ruined was because Cordelia was much prettier when compared to Emma. Should he go to your father and say this? "Your daughter is so beautiful. How can she be as beautiful as a goddess? Because of your daughter's heavenly beauty, my daughter's mortal beauty is suffering. Explain to me why she is so beautiful. Explain it." As Jude spoke with clenched fists, Cordelia's face turned red in an instant. She understood that he was only explaining it, but she still became very embarrassed. Or should he go to my dad and complain? "Why is your daughter-in-law so beautiful? Why is she so beautiful that it broke my daughter's heart?" Stop, or should he say it to other nobles? Cordelia Chase's beauty was like that of a heavenly goddess. Show could there such an atrocity? How could someone be born with such a beauty and break my daughter's spirits? Stop, or should he say it to the residents of his fief? "Cordelia's beauty was so great that it reached the skies, you crazy beastard. Stop it." Silence. Cordelia's face turned so red as if it would explode, and she used silence magic, but Jude quickly tore a scroll to dispel her magic. Dispel. Whoa, calm down. The effect was immediately visible when Jude stroked Cordelia's chin as if he was calming down a puppy. Cordelia's eyes narrowed, and she began to growl. Anyway, he has no justification. Cordelia, you understand now why there's no justification, right? Cordelia nodded with a red face at Jude's question, because it was definitely a reason that was hard to disagree with. But in reality, there was one more reason that Jude didn't tell her. It wasn't just because of Cordelia's beauty that turned Emma Ficus into a squid. Superior items. All of the clothes and accessories worn by Jude and Cordelia overwhelmed Emma Ficus and her fiancé in all aspects. What would people think about that? They would think about the fact that Count Bayer and Count Chase having much better accessories would mean that Count Ficus was no better than the two counts. It was an issue that was hard to contest even if Count Ficus protested. And Count Bayer and Count Chase are not easy opponents. If it's just about military force, they're one of the top families among the 12 northern families. Will he pick a fight with two of such families? It will be too much for Count Ficus even if he's wealthy. The royal family would definitely not allow an armed conflict between the families of the 12 northern families, so there would be no direct armed conflict, but the families could still wield their swords if need be. And Count Ficus could never thoughtlessly confront the Bayer and Chase families, who were called the swords of the 12 northern families. He could quietly put some pressure commercially, but, as you know, our Balon is not a frontier city for no reason. After all, Langesthay is where the influential merchants mainly do business. Count Ficus might be a master in trading, but that did not mean he controlled the entire north. In short, even if Count Ficus got mad, he wouldn't be able to crush our family's finances, or to be exact, he can't do any harm to the people of our families. So don't worry. Okay? Okay. When Cordelia replied with a smile as if she was a bit relieved, Jude also smiled in satisfaction. Any more questions? There is. The shampoo and conditioner. Yes, what about that? How did you make it? I mean, how come you know how to make it? I've been trying to figure out his previous job. What is it? What kind of human knows how to make a detonating cord as well as shampoo and conditioner? Cordelia directly asked as her eyes narrowed, and Jude shrugged as he replied. My friend taught me. Is your friend a chemical plant employee? No, it was a person in the same line of profession as I had, but it was that person's hobby. Jude thought of his old friend's face for a moment as if he missed that person, and then he continued to speak again. That person taught me so that if I went to some place that didn't have shampoo and conditioner, I wouldn't have a hard time. So it remained in my memory palace. Cordelia frowned when he said it like it was nothing, because it was strange no matter how she thought about it. Why would you go to some place that didn't have shampoo and conditioner? Where is such a place anyway? Did your friend expect you to be reincarnated in the game world? No, that's not possible. It's just in case I went to some remote place. Jude and Cordelia thought of a completely different place when he said, remote place. They might have been able to talk with their eyes, but the topic came to a halt because the two had a different image in their minds. What about the detonating cord then? It's just part of my job. What was your job? Are you really a spy? Are you 7? She had previously thought that it was nonsense, but the more that she thought about it, the more she thought that it might be real. First of all, Jude wasn't just weird, but was too weird. Even if she separated his ridiculous memory palace on which his Jude wiki was based on, he was not an ordinary person. No ordinary person would habitually install traps near their sleeping places. They must have a mental illness if they did. On top of that, Jude knew how to make explosives like a detonating cord, and he was also good at plotting and scheming. He's good at collecting information. How else would he know what kind of clothes and accessories Emma Ficus and her fiancé would be wearing? If I put it all together, spy, 7, legendary mercenary. All of those were things that likely appeared in comics, but Cordelia's eyes began to be filled with excitement and conviction at the same time. There is a possibility. I know what you're imagining, but I won't tell you, okay? Why not? What about you then? What was your job? You know, give and take, right? Cordelia was at a loss from Jude's words, and her gaze turned to another place. What should I do? Should I just tell him? that I was a student. But then I might have to use honorifics to Jude. The real reason wasn't actually because of honorifics. She was somehow feeling anxious. The current relationship they had might change if they fully disclosed their past lives to each other. Shall we speak at the same time at the count of 3? I want do it. A, you want? Yes, I want. Cordelia kept her mouth shut and Jude blinked his eyes but soon smiled. Okay, let's not do it. Yeah. Cordelia was still quiet as she pouted her lips, but she soon came up with a different topic. By the way, Jude. Yes, Cordelia. Why did you not agree to making the shampoo and conditioner as a commercial product? The next morning after the shampoo and conditioner were presented at the party, Sylvia Crossbell appeared with fluttering hair and suggested commercializing the shampoo and conditioner. This will sell. This will definitely sell. Sylvia, who was the embodiment of elegance, had shouted that with excitement, but Jude declined her offer without even thinking much about it. Why did he do that? Even Cordelia herself thought that it would sell well once it was made. Because we have to use it in the royal capital. What's the connection between using it in the royal capital and not selling it in the north? There's a big connection. Having said so far, Jude stood up and continued to explain. In any case, the north would always be the north. It is a remote area from the perspective of the royal capital. Cordelia bit her lips at Jude's words, as it was true since she knew it from having been born in the north. Put yourself in the shoes of the royal capital and the royal family, and think about it. Wouldn't it look bad if they accepted and used items that were popular in a remote area? You mean they don't want to accept the fashion trends of the remote areas? To be frank, yes. It also includes fashion trends of those below them. I feel upset. But you understand, right? I am feeling upset because I understand. She thought that she knew what he roughly meant. She had to endure it for now in order to make the shampoo and conditioner fashionable in the royal capital. What would happen after we've made it popular in the royal capital? Well, spread it all across the country and make sure we get our share of the profit. That way, my princess can buy a lot of delicious and pretty things. Ahem. Cordelia cleared her throat and pretended that it was not true, but he could see it in her eyes. She seemed to be very pleased. Well, anyway, an invitation will arrive from the royal family soon, so we just need to go to the royal capital. Cordelia used to go to the royal capital with Count Chase every year at the founding ceremony, even if her fiancé, Jude, was sick, because it was a precious opportunity to meet Adelia, who was working in the royal capital. Would they allow us if we said that we'll be leaving first? We can use the name of the Guardians of the Holy Cross to make it possible. It was for this reason on why I met with them at that time. Jude and Cordelia didn't have any intentions in going to the royal capital quietly. They had to do some power-ups by doing all the quests that were available on the way from Balon to the royal capital. We must specifically stop by the Temple of Life and the Dungeon of Archwizard Archemin. Each was a place where things needed to power up Jude and Cordelia were present. We need to find clues so that we could meet Fran. Jude immediately nodded at Cordelia's words. Lena didn't have much information about the location of the other two of the 5 heroes, Druid Fran and Necromancer Velkian. I wonder how Lena's doing. I am sure she's fine. Perhaps she met my master by now. Lena left for the southern part of the Slen Kingdom in order to meet Landius. Cordelia took out the feather Lena had given her. It was a token of Lena's friendship, but she also got it to reassure Fran and Velkian when they meet the two. Well, do quests on the way and find traces of Fran and Velkian if possible. Well, get to the royal capital first and do some undercover work. Well, be very busy. Hm Make. If my Jude thinks so, this Cordelia will follow you. Got it? Yes, madam. I shall do my best to take care of it. Jude exaggeratedly bowed as if he was acting in a play, and then he extended his hand to her. Would you like to go now that our conversation is over? Yes, Mr. Bayer. Cordelia deliberately answered in a modest manner as she took Jude's hand and stood up. They headed to Count Bayer's office. They were going to get permission to leave for the royal capital first. A few days later, in a completely different place. Saluzia, a high-ranking demonic human of the devil's hand, had a faint smile. They're finally back. Jude Bayer and Cordelia Chase. The two who fled across the border to the land of the barbarians had returned to the north. Are we attacking them this time? Saluzia slowly nodded at the question of Kanos, her subordinate. Well, target the two as they head for the royal capital. The two were accompanied by Count Chase when they returned to Balon, so they couldn't even touch the two, but if the two went on a trip alone again, the situation would change. Foolish ones, did you think that the devil's hand would easily give up? Or did you think that you were completely free from the past after having been to a distant place? It doesn't matter either way. I just have to capture the two foolish, yet unrivaled and sweet offerings. What should we do? Are you going to do it yourself again? No, we might make the guardians of the Holy Cross move. Just send 3 mid-ranking demonic humans. Jude and Cordelia had a power equivalent to a low-ranking demonic human. They were that much strong when she last met them, so they couldn't have become much stronger than that in just a month. The 3 mid-ranking demonic humans was definitely something excessive, but she was determined to not fail again. I shall follow your orders. Kanos bowed and left the room, and Saluzia, who was now alone, opened the demon record. It was to contemplate on which demon would she summon with Cordelia as the sacrifice. It's an exaggerated story anyway. She had heard that Jude and Cordelia played an active part in the events across the border. Saluzia knew that the Devil's Eye who occupied the barbarian lands had greatly failed, but she did not know the exact details. They must have made a significant contribution, but it was clear to her on what the two people with only the strength of a low-ranking demonic human could do. Count Chase and Count Svelger must have done the really important stuff. It'll make you regret it. That they didn't let themselves be caught quickly, that they weren't sacrificed immediately. A small smile spread over Saluzia's face. It wasn't because she found the perfect demon to summon that would use Cordelia as a sacrifice. She was thinking of the trust of their leader, whom she would recover once she caught the two. Her position would be firmly established again. I hope that day comes soon. The day when Jude and Cordelia would go on a trip to the royal capital. Saluzia's smile deepened, and she turned her gaze to the demon record. She moved her long and thin fingers as she flipped the pages of the demon record. Chapter 132 to the royal capital, 2, an invitation to the founding anniversary of the kingdom. The founding anniversary itself was naturally a big event, but it was also a relatively common event that happened every year. Therefore, a lot of countryside nobles didn't attend it, and the royal family did not encourage the countryside nobles from attending too. But it was different this time, because it was the celebration of the 300th founding anniversary. People had interestingly attached meanings to numbers that were perfectly matched, like 10, 20, or 30. But this time, it was 300. It was just 299 becoming 300 when viewed objectively, but its significance was bound to be different. It's amazing that the kingdom has been around for 300 years. It wasn't just a small country in some remote area, as it was one of the 2 strongest powers in the continent, a major power that had stood for 300 years. So it was a seriously outstanding accomplishment. Nobles from all over the country will gather. The royal family even issued invitations to low-ranking nobles in the countryside. It was literally unreasonable for Count Bayer and Count Chase, who both belonged to the 12 northern families, to pull out of such an event. Gal, Jude, and I will go to the royal capital, so I'll leave the territory to Sir Victor. No one opposed Count Bayer's declaration. While it was normal for either Count Bayer or Gal to remain in order to manage the territory, the founding anniversary made the situation different. Even in the Chase family, Count Chase and his successor Edward, as well as his youngest daughter Cordelia, would be going to the royal capital too. It's quite different from the original. Around 5 months after the beginning of the Cordelia route. In the original, Jude was still suffering from his illness while Cordelia was missing, so neither of the 2 counts went to the royal capital with a joyful heart. Only Edward headed to the royal capital as the Chase family representative. Even in the Bayer family, it was Gal who headed for the royal capital because their intelligence network had reported that there were unusual movements in the barbarian lands, because Hurricane had almost taken over the western side of the wild lands at that time. But everything changed, so the 2 count families decided to go to the royal capital as if they were going sightseeing. Are you saying that the 2 of ya would be going first alone? Yes, father. The original plan was for the Bayer and Chase families to pack up and set off for the royal capital together. But the trip to the royal capital was long, and the preparation itself took quite some time since they also had to prepare gifts to exchange with the nobles in the royal capital. We have some things to discuss with the guardians of the Holy Cross regarding the wildlands. Most importantly, I have to meet my master too, Iron Man Landius. Count Bayer was forced to step back when that name was mentioned. The tremendously talented Jude had inherited the martial arts of a foreigner instead of the swordsmanship of Count Bayer, so it would have been normal for Count Bayer to be angry. But the mentioned foreigner was that Landius. Iron Man Landius was always mentioned in discussions about the continent's strongest people. And Jude would soon inherit the martial arts of an ancient person who had defeated the overlords of hell in the past. So Count Bayer was fine with Jude learning from Landius. I understand why you have to go first. But as for going with Lady Cordelia, Count Bayer's words trailed off in the end, and Jude glanced at Cordelia, who was standing next to him. She had a slightly resentful look before she blushed and said, "That I Mr. Bayer, I love him so much, so do I want to be with her all the time." Cordelia fidgeted and stuttered, while Jude openly spoke and flirted. A smile then spread over Count Bayer's face. Well, since you said that, I guess I'll allow it. What a cute couple." Count Bayer warmly looked at the two, and Jude turned to Cordelia as he had a happy expression too. On the other hand, Cordelia awkwardly smiled and looked at Jude. "Hey, is this really the only way?" "It is. I mean, it's effective. Why is it always me who says the embarrassing words, and why is Jude fine and I am the only one who's embarrassed? And why is the shame always mine? Anyway, let's finish this. Smile quickly." When Jude said that with his eyes, Cordelia reflexively smiled, and Count Bayer spoke afterwards. "I'll allow it if Count Chase gives his permission. But I have one condition." "Condition? Yes, regularly report your activities and contact us. Traveling like you've did before is not permissible. Do you understand?" "Yes, father. Yes, father." Their discussion ended at that. Jude and Cordelia obediently answered, and Count Bayer smiled again. He told them to talk to him again after they had obtained Count Chase's permission, and a few days later, during the time when Saluzia heard the news that Jude and Cordelia were heading to the royal capital. It went smoothly. Inside a two-horse carriage driven by a coachman, Jude looked out of the window with a peaceful expression. Just like Count Bayer, Count Chase had also allowed the two to travel. He also generously took care of our travel expenses. As expected of my future father-in-law, I really love you. It's going really smoothly now. Being allowed to go first was nice, but the most important part was being allowed to go on a trip with just the two of them. Because it would be difficult to do the quests if someone else is with us. They wouldn't be directly heading to the royal capital, as they would be stopping here and there while on the way. So it would inevitably be difficult for them if someone else joined them. We'll have to explain why we have to go somewhere else while on the way, and why we know of such a place. But fortunately, the two were allowed to travel alone, and Count Chase greatly helped them too. "HMPH, I don't like that you still look weak and frail, but it would be okay if it's the two of you. I'll allow it." Count Chase said that with his usual serious and stern face, and even brought him a gift like always. "Thank for helping me always, father." Jude mentally thanked him as he continued to look out of the window with a smile. The world looked so beautiful to him now that his worries were resolved. And across from him, Cordelia crouched her body and was troubled as her lips quivered. Yu. She was like that because her conversation with Dahlia the night before their departure had continued to bother her. She squinted her eyes and then closed it, and Cordelia recalled yesterday's conversation. "Miss, please remember what I am saying. You're not married yet, so you should never cross the line. Do you understand? What are you talking about? What do you mean by crossing the line? There's nothing like that, okay? It was just the delusions of her older sister Dahlia." When Cordelia had unknowingly opposed it strongly, Dahlia narrowed her eyes and said as she touched her chin, "Good. However, you two can kiss instead. Just kiss but don't cross the line. Do you understand? He want. Jude is a gentleman, okay? He is a gentleman. But he's a man too, right? He's also a wolf, okay? Wolf." When the protesting Cordelia became curious, Dahlia quickly nodded and said as she drew her face closer, "My lady, I find you very pretty, cute, and lovely even if I'm a woman too. Are you angry? Not really. Anyway, how would you look like in Mr. Bayer's eyes? Wouldn't he see you as a real angel?" She was a real angel in the first place. Because of ancestral regression, Mr. Bayer must be holding back a lot too. So ill tolerate kissing. If it's that much, you're 17 years old now and can do it. W, what are you talking about? What do you mean by tolerate? A, are you saying that Jude wants to kiss me? Wouldn't he? Hell, seriously want to, right? T, that's ridiculous. No, it's not ridiculous. It's something that's reasonable. Mr. Bayer is also a man. He's a human. He's not a stone statue, but a person made of flesh and blood, a human. Cordelia stepped back at Dahlia's fiery speech, but instead of protesting, she quivered her lips from worry again, because Dahlia's words somehow made sense. Are really? Jude is like that with me, he is. Absolutely. Somehow. As Dahlia emphasized that with clenched fists, Cordelia also clenched her fists without realizing it, and soon quivered her lips again. Anyway, just kissing is fine. You understand that you can't cross the line, okay. That was her conversation with Dahlia last night. After she finished recalling it, Cordelia thought as she covered her face with both hands in order to calm herself, whose cheeks had turned red. It's ridiculous. A delusion. Cordelia forced herself to smile as she lowered her hands and peeked at Jude. What is so good outside that he's looking out the window with a happy face? But now that I see it, he has such well-shaped lips. Cordelia. The color is pretty. It seems to be soft, Cordelia. But it's still lips, so it's similar to mine, right, Cordelia? Why are his lips so close, Cordelia? Kaya, it was right in front of her. Cordelia was startled by Jude's face that was within the reach of her breath, so she threw herself in the corner of the chair while Jude tilted his head and frowned. What's wrong? There's nothing wrong, okay? I didn't think about that, okay? I was just looking there, okay? Jude narrowed his eyebrows again at Cordelia's strong reaction. Think about what? What's the there you're talking about? It's nothing. Anyway, what is it? Do you have a fever? Shall I take your temperature? Jude drew near her again to touch her forehead, but Cordelia shook her limbs in a fluster and said, I'm fine. I can use recovery. Really? Yes, really. So it's fine. I am not sick at all. Recovery is the best. By the way, Cordelia. Yes. Why can't you look into my eyes? You're wrong, okay? I'm just closing my eyes because I am tired, okay? It's not because I can't look at you, okay? Cordelia forcefully closed her eyes to not see him, as she was quite in a panic. She didn't know what thoughts would come out of her mind if she looked into his eyes now. Cordelia snorted with her eyes closed, and Jude narrowed his eyes but soon decided to change the topic. She'll get angry if I say that she's cute here. That will make her cuter, though. But instead of tormenting Cordelia further, Jude sat back in his seat and said to her, Moving on, let's talk about our schedule. Schedule? You already told me about that. I did. I said that we'll be heading to the Temple of Life as our primary destination. The place which Jude and Cordelia set as their primary destination was the Temple of the Goddess of Life, Aerith. Unlike the Solari denomination that still maintained its legacy, the Aerith denomination had completely disappeared, so there was no one who knew about the location of their temple now. Except for us. In the game, the temple was hidden deep in the mountains, just like the Temple of Solari where Lysagang was sealed, so it was a place where they knew the location only after going through a special event. But there's Jude Wiki. It was a bit embarrassing to say Jude Wiki out of her own mouth, but Cordelia couldn't help it since she had called it Jude Wiki for a long time. We'll head to the Temple of Life to secure the Sphere of Life. I need an enormous amount of life energy to open a new door of Ninth Heaven's 9 doors. I'll be able to easily open the 5th door if I use the Sphere of Life. I can also raise my angel rank there, right? That's right, you'll be able to raise your angel rank if you absorb the remaining divine power in the temple. If you're lucky, you might even get a divine blessing. Just as the invasion of the northern barbarians in the game had ended in the defeat of the Slen Kingdom, the events in the royal capital also ended with the defeat of the Slen Kingdom. A catastrophe occurred when the royal family was massacred, and more than half of the royal palace collapsed. As you know, the levels of the enemies are higher in the royal capital. Even if we passed through all of them, there's still the Minister of Defense, Duke Antarius. He was a distinguished swordsman who was one of the 10 great swordmasters whom the Slen Kingdom was proud of. Moreover, he was also a war hero who had made great contributions in the war against the Argon Empire. We have to be as strong as possible. It was impossible to fight against the Minister of Defense in the game. Death only awaited them when they tried to fight him. The Minister of Defense here, you planning on bringing the first sword to our side to deal with him. That's the first plan. A man who was called the First Sword because he was ranked first among the swordmasters. Also known as the Sword Saint of Light, he was not in the royal capital during the day of the founding anniversary. But we can change history. In the same way that they saved the leader of the Eastern forces, Red Gale, who was fated to die. Anyway, it's us all become the main actors in the end, so we have to become strong first. Yes, let's become stronger, Cordelia said as she clenched her fist, and Jude unconsciously smiled before he spoke about their issue at hand. Anyway, it's time for them to appear. Are you talking about the devil's hand? Oh, you know about it. HMPH, do you think I'm stupid? Of course I know, Cordelia said as she shrugged before crossing her arms. Saluzia personally appeared last time. They probably waited for us to return from the north. Why had they not attacked us so far? Because your father was with us on our way home, and we were both at home for quite some time. Attacking them during Emma Ficus' birthday was also impossible. To begin with, it only took 1 day to travel to the Ficus territory, but we're now on a long journey to the royal capital. In addition, there's only the two of us who have gone on this trip. It's the perfect time to attack us. If Count Bayer and Count Chase had known how obsessed the devil's hand was with Jude and Cordelia, they would have never allowed the two to travel alone. Anyway, do you have any plans about this matter? Plans? Don't feign ignorance. You're not the kind of person who will stay still when you're expecting an attack. You're right, you know me very well, because I see you all the time. Yes, you've seen me all the time, Jude said as he nodded his head before he beckoned to Cordelia. Come closer to me first. Are you going to whisper to me again? Well, it's an important topic. No one is listening anyway. Why are always doing this? Cordelia grumbled but eventually moved to the side of Jude quietly and pricked up her ears, and Jude drew his face closer to Cordelia's ear. Wait a second. Why? No, okay. Cordelia took a deep breath to calm herself as she closed her eyes for some reason, and Jude tilted his head but drew his face closer to her again. And he began to tell her of his plot like always. What do you think? Do you like it? Yes, I like it. A bright smile spread over Cordelia's face. Chapter 133 to the royal capital. 3. First of all, a mid-ranking demonic human would probably be sent. Cordelia nodded at Jude's words, because she agreed and thought that they wouldn't dispatch a new low-ranking demonic human now. During the time they last chased us, we easily cut down the low-ranking demonic human. So Saluzia probably thinks of us to be barely as strong as one low-ranking demonic human. Barely? She'll rate us to be that much. Think about it. We had a hard time fighting the low-ranking demonic human in Langeathé, right? It's only been a few months from that time, so she wouldn't think that we had become stronger than how we were at that time. You're right, Cordelia meekly answered and smiled at the end of her words, because she enjoyed the fact that they were several times almost 10 times stronger than what Saluzia had thought. She'll dispatch a mid-ranking demonic human anyway, and because of Saluzia's personality, there's no way that she'll send just one. Considering her failure when she personally went last time, she'll probably send 3 of them. Saluzia had a rather cautious personality, and given the precedent so far, the number of demonic humans who Saluzia mobilized to capture them was always more than 2. She must have been really worried and impatient to capture us, given that she personally came last time. She must have been put in a difficult spot within their organization because of us. So she's sending 3 mid-ranking demonic humans? Yes, that's likely because of Saluzia's personality. Cordelia nodded her head when Jude affirmed it. Somehow, it must be true if Jude was the one who said it. And perhaps mid-ranking demonic humans who would be coming to capture us would be them Lu, Ken, and Cargo. You know who's coming, because Saluzia doesn't have many options. Mid-ranking demonic humans are not a common resource. Who not common? I mean, Hurricane pretty much poured all of his resources in the wild lands. So the Devil's Eye must have suffered a huge loss from his operation in the wild lands. They lost a lot of mid-ranking demonic humans after all. Oh, anyway, the Devil's Hand is made up of 6 branches, and Saluzia is the head of one of them. The number of mid-ranking demonic humans under her are 6 at most. But it's 3 out of 6. Why did you think it's Lou, Ken, and Cargo? Yes, Cargo. Anyway, to guarantee that it's those 3, I am sure of it. At Jude's words, Cordelia blinked her eyes again and pondered. What is it? What makes him confident to say that? Should I tell you? Yes, yes, tell me. Cordelia asked like a girl curious about a magic trick, and Jude smiled before he said, As you know, our information about the Devil's Hand isn't perfect. We didn't know that there was someone with a foresight ability, even if it was imperfect right now. So? But that doesn't mean we don't know them at all. The personality and bearing of those who were grouped together can be grasped from their dialogue and mutual relationship that was shown in the game. Saluzia had a cautious nature, so she handled everything meticulously. In other words, she was a boss who would consider the compatibility of her subordinates when she gave them joint missions. Sending people with a bad relationship with each other will induce competition, so it's not good to group those people when they must succeed in their mission. Saluzia has a conservative personality, so she'll choose those who can work well together. Therefore, if we put together all the evidence so far, the most likely combination we'll get is Lou, Ken, and Cargo. Jude smiled and Cordelia gulped nervously, because it was so amazing to see Jude come up with that conclusion just from analyzing the facts they had. Of course, there was a possibility that Jude's words were wrong. No, I don't think so. He was none other than Jude. I am really glad that Jude is on my side. It would have been terrible if Jude was on someone else's side. Yes, he's terrible. He makes fun of me all the time. He's evil. Cordelia frowned as she remembered the events of the past 5 years, and Jude looked confused as he was unaware of her thoughts. Cordelia, you're mean. What? Anyway, what's next? Cordelia asked with sparkling eyes, and Jude was confused again but did not dare question it, so he continued his explanation. Moving on, since we know who's coming, we can build a strategy based on their personalities and abilities. Are we using traps? Yes, and the place will be here. It's Markville, a town that is a part of Count Ficus Fief. Our opponent's foresight ability can only foresee the approximate place, so we don't have to be afraid that they'll find out the location of the traps well set up. Cordelia was startled and surprised when Jude tapped and moved his fingers as if he was drawing figures in the air. Why? I mean, won't people get hurt if an explosion happens in the town? Like innocent civilian casualties. Wait, why are you talking about an explosion? It's a trap. It is a trap, so why would it explode? Because traps explode. It's an unspoken rule that traps explode. I don't know when such an unspoken rule was established, but we're not doing that this time. Tusk, how boring. Cordelia pouted her lips, and Jude unwittingly glanced at the detonating cord bundle on her waist. I made it because I wanted to make her happy, but was that a mistake? Anyway, what kind of trap is it? It's a bit quieter, moderate, and simple trap. With a smile on his face, Jude stared into space as he thought of Markville's map in his mind. First of all, there is only one inn in Markville where nobles like us can stay. In other words, if we can lure them into the fact that we're heading to Markville, they're going to focus on the only in White Dove Inn. The two knew who were coming, so they knew how to welcome them too. What if they don't come to Markville? Then we'll have to set up the next trap. But it's highly likely that they will come this time. Because Saluzia is impatient? Bingo. She, who is a high-ranking demonic human and also the branch head, had personally gone in the past to capture the two of them. Perhaps she wanted to go this time too, but she must be busy with their plans for the royal capital now. The founding anniversary was also a very important event for the Devil's Hand. In any case, Saluzia is in a hurry, and now that we've come out looking so defenseless, there's a high possibility that she'll make a quick decision. Therefore, she would settle on White Dove Inn, Markville's only luxury accommodation. We'll only get one room. Wait, just one? It's a trap after all. We won't really need two, right? We'll only end up sleeping if they don't come and trigger the trap. You're right. Well, but haven't we done it before? They always shared the same room in the Wildlands, and this is to narrow down their targets into one too. Ugh. Cordelia puffed her cheeks as she hesitated, but soon nodded her head. They had done it before, as Jude had said. We'll be saving on expenses too. Yes, that's it. Cordelia was relieved after she added another reason, and she focused on their plan again. What about the room? We'll noisily enter the room and then sneak out and hide ourselves in a place where we can watch the room. Is that possible? Yes, I know the secret passage. Jude replied so naturally to Cordelia's question that she blinked her eyes but decided to stop thinking about it and soon said, Jude Wiki is awesome. Hee, it's not called a wiki for no reason. Jude pretended to show off before he concluded his explanation. We'll defeat the one who tried to attack us or run away. It's simple but effective. In order to catch an assassin, it was necessary to bring out the hidden assassin from its hiding place. But Jude, will it really work as you said? It will turn out well. It's Lu, Ken, and Cargo. He designed the trap based on his understanding of the personalities of the 3 demonic humans, but it was at that moment. Jude's confident smile suddenly turned into a mischievous one as he said, Shall we make a bet? What kind of bet? If my plan will work or not. What will we bet? Well. How about granting a wish for anything? Anything? Yes, anything. Jude said with a good-natured smile, but Cordelia knew. That Jude's expression was what he makes when he scams someone. But wouldn't it be impossible for Jude to get everything right, such as where they would attack, their numbers, and who would be there? If you miss one, will I win? Of course. You said anything? Yes, anything you wish. Well, it can't be helped if you're scared. The provoking Jude had a wily smile, and Cordelia pouted and thought about it as she clenched her fists. Because her desire to win, which had been burning every day for the past 5 years, had been lit anew. Okay, let's do it. Thank you, dear customer. You can sign here. Jude pretended to give her a paper in the air, and Cordelia pretended to stamp her fingerprint on it. Thank you, then shall we wait for the result? Jude said, and Cordelia somehow felt something but quickly shook her head. Even if he is Jude, he can still get one thing wrong. Hell, get one thing wrong. He has to be wrong. Please, and that night, when darkness descended because the clouds covered both the light of the moons and the stars. Well, it really happened. Jude abominably said, and Cordelia was about to cry. Lu, Ken, and Cargo. Among the 3 mid-ranking demonic humans of the Devil's Hand, it was Cargo who personally entered the inn. He was bewildered by the empty room and searched under the bed, inside the closet, or any place where they could possibly hide, but not a single trace of Jude and Cordelia was seen. What happened? He clearly saw them entering the inn, but nothing will change if he denied the reality in front of him. Cargo went out of the balcony and signaled that the operation had failed. Then he tilted his head again. What? Why is a reply not coming back? Cargo shook his head and shrugged at the ominous feeling that began to deeply creep inside his heart. He sent a signal again. What's going on? What in the hell is going on? Lu and Ken should have received his signal, but not even one of them were responding. Something must have gone wrong. That was all he could think of. Let's get out of here first. It was foolish to check on Lu and Ken in this current situation. The priority was to get out of here first, even if it was only Cargo himself. Having made up his mind, Cargo took a few breaths and then left the room slowly. He went through the hallway and took a normal route instead of jumping down from the balcony, and after leaving the inn as inconspicuously as possible, he hid himself in the shadows. He left the town just like that. It all went smoothly for him. He was able to get out of the town without any difficulty. Cargo unconsciously sighed in relief, but he was suddenly robbed of his breath. Walalalalalak, right after he left the town. A place where damage would not reach the town. The black detonating cord wrapped around Cargo's neck in an instant. Its swiftness seemed to be like that of a live octopus tentacles. Gack. Cargo immediately transformed into his demonic human form after being strangled. His body instantly grew, and 3 horns rose above his head. Who are you? At the moment he cried out, the detonating cord flew in the air again. Cargo tore off the detonating cord that was wrapped around his neck and roughly swung his right hand that had turned into a blade, but the flying detonating cords swam in the air to avoid his attack. Just like tentacles again, the detonating cords wrapped around Cargo's left arm and waist. A telekinetic power, and it set off one after another. Babbing, the detonating cord exploded and Cargo's left arm fell. His waist was also severely injured, and his neck was half broken. But Cargo had a regenerative power. He immediately recovered from his wounds and threw his gaze towards the direction from which the detonating cords came from, but a golden whirlwind suddenly blew behind his back. One blow, Jude's fist that was filled with the energy of the black dragon swiftly penetrated Cargo's back. It struck the heart and destroyed it. Ah! Cargo turned around as he vomited black blood, but he couldn't see Jude. A golden whirlwind appeared again, and a blade of light flew in the dark towards Cargo's chest and pierced the spirit stone that was right next to his heart. Heavenly Judgment. The pure white blade was filled with the angel's power. Light of Judgment. As Cordelia chanted it like a spell, the blade of heavenly judgment shone again, and Cargo's entire body turned into black ashes and scattered in the air. They defeated him through a series of surprise attacks. A ring of light appeared around Cordelia and Jude. As expected of my angel. Jude let out in admiration, and Cordelia fed and recovered the heavenly judgment, because she was happy that she was able to properly use her angelic power one way or another. And that's all you're praising me? Jude blinked his eyes when Cordelia asked, but he soon understood it. Detonating cord. Ahum, ahum. It was amazing. I really thought that it was a tentacle. Ahum, ahum. Cordelia let out an aura that was asking for more praise, but Jude stopped there for now, because they still had some work to do. Okay, let's begin our counterattack. Let's join the guardians of the Holy Cross at the city of Minette. When Jude suddenly spoke in a firm tone, Cordelia blinked her eyes but soon came into an agreement, because she met eyes with Jude. Okay, I understand. Is it a large-scale surprise attack? The troops of the Guardians in the Slen Kingdom will gather together. Now's the time to eradicate the devil's hand in the north. Jude said that and looked at her again, and Cordelia perfectly understood him as they began to quickly run. 5 minutes passed by like that. Cordelia turned to Jude when she thought that they had widened their distance enough. What was that? Are we really attacking them? Was there such an event? No, did you talk to the Guardians? No, there isn't. It's a lie, of course. It's a lie? Yes, a lie. Jude smiled as he explained to Cordelia, who began to frown, because Cargo can leave residual thoughts. Probably by tomorrow morning, the devil's hand will find out that they died. They will also collect Cargo's residual thoughts. And Cargo's residual thoughts would completely convey their conversation. And the changes that would result from it, Salusia's branch would stop chasing Jude and Cordelia and instead prepare for the Guardians of the Holy Cross surprise attack, which they didn't know when it would begin. He even mentioned clearly the name of the city where their branch headquarters was located, so they couldn't just ignore it. Wow, you damn scammer. Cordelia said in admiration, and Jude smirked as he asked like always. So you don't like it? I love it so much, it's so good. Cordelia broadly smiled, and the satisfied Jude gently stretched out his hand. It was to escort her. Well then, my princess, shall we go to the Temple of Life? The devil's hand would probably not care for them for some time. Yes, Daddy. Cordelia grinned and answered, but she climbed on Jude's back instead of holding his hand. Jude then created a golden whirlwind. By the way, princess. Yes, my lord. I can wish for anything, right? Cordelia stiffened instead of answering him, and Jude had a shameless smile. What should I wish for? Cordelia unconsciously gulped in nervousness, and Jude deliberately stopped talking. By doing that, Cordelia would come up with all sorts of delusions on her own. So cute. Jude mischievously smiled before he quietly turned into a gale. He headed to the Temple of Life with Cordelia, who was beginning to grumble. Chapter 134, Episode 134, Temple of Life. 1. Aerith, the Goddess of Life. Although she was not an archangel like Solari, she was a powerful celestial being just below the archangel rank as seraphim. The earth where she first appeared was a completely different place from now. Danger was everywhere, and disasters such as earthquakes and floods happened on a daily basis. The humans could not even found a proper country, as they were nothing more than prey to be chased by the demons who occupied more than half of the continent. The benevolent Aerith couldn't leave the humans alone like that. Her original reason for coming down on Earth had nothing to do with taking care of humans. It was to stop the demons who were trying to advance on Earth, since her ultimate goal was to protect the heavens. But at some point, she began to focus more on protecting and taking care of the humans, and the humans worshipped her as the benevolent goddess of life. But just like Solari, Aerith didn't last forever. Solari, the goddess of the sun, a supreme being, the most powerful god of the humans, but she died in a fight against the overlord of hell and disappeared from Earth. Aerith wasn't much different either. The opponent she fought was not the Overlord, but she also lost her life after repeatedly fighting to protect the humans. Aerith disappeared, and her denomination lost their central figure and began to decline. The demons then used their followers to thoroughly destroy the Church of Life. That was not the only cause of their downfall. After the disappearance of the goddess, the power that the priests of the Aerith denomination could use was greatly limited, so countless people turned to the other still standing denominations in search of a stronger power and strength to protect themselves. The death of the goddess, the persistent attack of the demons, and then the people who changed denominations, those were the obvious reasons on why the Church of Life disappeared and became history. The Church of Life disappeared, and everyone forgot about its existence. But her legacy has not completely disappeared. Aerith loved the humans on Earth, so her thoughts know her love still remains on Earth. The Temple of Life and the Sphere of Life that was enshrined there were evidence. "So are you listening, Cordelia?" Jude asked the person on his back, but an answer did not immediately return. "Hey, Cordelia, you asked me about their story, right?" He asked again, but there was still no answer. "I don't think she's sleeping." It was difficult to see her face because she was on his back, but he could tell by the sound of her breath. The breathing of a sleeping person was unique. There's also the feeling when she's on my back. Because there was a clear difference between carrying a sleeping person on his back and carrying a still-awake person who steadied themselves to prevent falling from his back. Don't tell me she's still thinking about that. They had reached this far from the town they left. At least 2 hours had passed by at this point, and Jude's guess was right on target. What is it? What kind of wish will he ask? Cordelia's worries gradually intensified, and her delusions also ran wild. It can't be, right? It can't be, right? Dahlia's endless delusions lingered in Cordelia's mind. To be exact, it was Dahlia's words that lingered. Wouldn't he, hell seriously want to write, to kiss, to touch each other's lips, mouth to mouth? The one Adelia and I really liked to do. Mr. Bayer is also a man, she was right. Jude was also a man. Just as Dahlia said, he was a man. And Cordelia was a teenage girl who was at the height of her dreams and delusions. What if it's true? If Jude asks me to kiss him as his wish? If something like that is what he really mentions? If he really wanted to kiss me? Cordelia's face turned red. Blood rushed to her head, and her delusions further grew. The kissing scene between Adelia and Gal that she saw on the day of engagement was replayed in her mind, and that scene was greatly beautified through the filter of a girl's delusions. Embarrassing. It's so embarrassing, but if somehow I have to stop thinking he's Jude, outboxer 9, the beastard who insulted me and ran away during the first time we met, saying that I am bad at games. That's right, so he won't ask for such a strange wish. He'll definitely make another wish. Rather, it would be reasonable for him to make a wish to humiliate Cordelia. Yes, that's more logical. But what if the possibility Cordelia silently screamed and tried to catch her breath. But even though she tried to do so, her glowing red face did not lessen. I don't know. First of all, I am a woman who keeps her word. I'll do it if he asks me to do it. So what if I do it? A kiss doesn't make your lips wear out. It's not anyone else but Jude. That's right, Cordelia. Let's be open-minded. We made a bet and I lost, so I'll accept it. I'll accept the result and not be a sore loser. I can do it. As a result of her continued delusions, Cordelia had already come to the conclusion that his wish would be a kiss, even though there was no basis for it. And new thoughts sprang up because of that. My lips are fine, right? It's not chapped, right? It seems fine when I touch it. It's soft and moist. Wait, what if it smells? Come to think of it, when did I brush my teeth? Did I brush after dinner? What was the dinner menu this night? I clearly ate at White Dove Inn. Steamed pork with potatoes and carrots, bread and chicken soup. Cordelia quickly covered her mouth and slowly let out her breath. As she hurriedly sniffed it, she felt like she smelled a bit of pork in it. And no. At this rate, my first kiss will be a steamed pork kiss. Wait. I missed something very important. More important than a steamed pork kiss. My first kiss. This is my first time. First time, and that other person is Jude. Wait, so Jude will get my first kiss achievement. First place. Is he number 1 again? I am letting Jude get first place with this. Even this, her head turned a bit cold. But it didn't help much because it was a result of her delusions running wild in the first place. Calm down, Cordelia. Take a deep breath. Count the prime numbers. Yes, let's count the prime numbers. 2, 3, 5, 7, 11 prime numbers are solitary numbers that can only be divided by 1 and itself. They give me strength. It was helpful. She could finally relax after thinking of the manga character's lines. Cordelia, be strong. You promised, right? That y'all grant him anything. So y'all keep your word because you agreed to the bet. Jude had never asked for a kiss, nor had he even mentioned anything, but it was already a settled matter in Cordelia's mind. Okay, let's brush my teeth first. Make it clean and refreshing. Let's make my mouth clean with the mint I bought some time ago. Cordelia slowly closed her eyes and took a deep breath. She said in a calm voice, unaware of the fact that Jude had called her several times already. Jude, Cordelia. Yes, Jude, I want to brush my teeth. Huh, why so suddenly? It's important. I really want to clean it. As Cordelia spoke again in a voice that somehow sounded very respectful, Jude frowned, but he soon nodded. It's strange, but a day or two had not even passed before Cordelia had spoken. Besides, they didn't have time to properly wash up after dinner. So her mouth seemed to have become dry. We'll have to brush it before we sleep anyway. Jude nodded his head and replied as he continued to look in front of them. Hang in there a bit more. In about 10 minutes or more, there'll be a place where we can camp out. 10 minutes? Yes, 10 minutes. Cordelia's heart began to pound fast because of Jude's words. 10 minutes. 10 minutes from now, 10 minutes later. It would be 10 minutes later from now. Cordelia, are you not feeling well? I am fine. I am completely fine. You're breathing Israf? It's not. Yes, it's not. Cordelia slowly and deeply breathed, and Jude increased his running speed instead of asking her further. He thought that they could talk about it once he put her down from his back later. And indeed, 10 minutes later. Cordelia got off Jude's back and diligently brushed her teeth. Her mind had gone so delusional that the throbbing of her heart had even felt painful now, but she somehow continued to take deep breaths to calm herself. Good, all right, the moonlight is good enough. It seems to set the mood a bit. Let's go, let's do it. After packing up her toothbrush, Cordelia mentally prepared herself before turning to Jude. And Jude said, I've made the bed, so let's sleep. I've set up alarm and warning spells so we don't have to keep a night watch. Let's go, I am tired. He fought once and even ran for more than 2 hours. In Cordelia's case, she didn't run and was carried on his back, but it was also difficult to be on the back of Jude, who was running at a fast speed. Just like getting tired after riding a horse for a long time. Then good night, dream of me. Yes, good night. No, wait, Cordelia. As Jude blinked his eyes, Cordelia unknowingly answered in her excitement. No, hey, you're just going to sleep? Then what? Wish, tell me your wish. Can I do it later? No, I won't let you do it later. Cordelia shouted as if whining, and Jude blinked his eyes but nodded his head afterwards. Okay, then I'll make my wish now. At Jude's words, Cordelia flinched and then gulped in nervousness. Her heart pounded fast and she even closed her eyes. And after 1 second, 2 seconds, Jude said his wish. Hey, yes, is this really a wish? Should I wish for something better then? No, Jude was lying on Cordelia's lap as a pillow, and Cordelia was cleaning Jude's ears. Something's not right. It's good that we didn't cross the line. It's really good. But what is this feeling that I've been deceived? This strange frustration. What did you think I was going to make you do? This is perfect. It's also nice. I don't know how long it has been since I've had someone clean my ears. He wasn't exactly wrong. Cordelia herself never had someone else clean her ears except when she was very young. But Jude, do you really like this? Yes, it's nice. Then I'll clean your ears once in a while. No strings attached? Yes, no strings attached. Cordelia hadn't actually spoken about it until now, but she had always felt indebted to Jude. Jude always cooked for me. It wasn't just the meals. Jude carried her on his back when her legs hurt, and he prepared their sleeping place all the time. Cordelia had honestly felt indebted to Jude that she was worried if there was any way for her to repay him. Tell me if your ears feel itchy in the future. I'll clean it for you. At Cordelia's declaration, Jude said with a deeply touched face, My princess, are you all grown up now? Yes, I am all grown up. I am an adult. So turn around. I'll clean the other side. Yes, madam. When Jude turned around, Cordelia swept back his hair that had fallen to the side and focused her attention on the ear again. And the next morning, standing at the entrance of the Temple of Life that was hidden deep in the mountains, Jude and Cordelia lightly clenched and opened their fists. Do you remember the original? Yes, I remember. One could visit the Temple of Life 8 months after the Cordelia route in the original, but it was now almost 4 months earlier than the original. It may not have anything unusual like the Temple of Solari, where Lysagang is sealed, but such a possibility still exists. The Temple of Life which Jude and Cordelia knew was the one that was 4 months from now. Therefore, a situation different from what the two knew could happen inside the temple. But Jude? Yes, Cordelia. It's rather ominous if you keep saying that. Don't you know that words can become a seed? Well, that's true. In fact, the situation was unlikely to be different 4 months before the original. Okay, let's go then. Yes, let's go. Jude was in the front and Cordelia was in the rear. As they formed a line, the two entered the cave which was the entrance to the temple, and around 30 minutes later. Hey, I told you that words can become a seed. It's coming. Explosion. Cordelia's magic exploded inside the temple, which was completely different from the one they remembered. Chapter 135 Temple of Life, 30 minutes ago. Right after they entered the temple. The entrance to the forgotten Temple of Life was connected to cave hidden in an unfrequented place, just like the temple where Lysagang was sealed. Light. Cordelia created a small light, and Jude slowly advanced as he searched his memories. The Temple of Life, an open dungeon that could be conquered by any character. But given its location, only the playable characters from the Slen Kingdom like Cordelia, Jude, and Lucas could actually conquer it. It's impossible to explore it after a certain period of time. Usually, the best time to conquer it was between the 8 months to 1 year from the beginning of the Cordelia route. Because by this time, the entire Slen Kingdom had already become a battlefield after the barbarians' invasion of the north and destruction of the royal capital. But it's different now. Only 4 months had passed since the beginning of the Cordelia route, and the barbarians' invasion of the northern part of the kingdom would not happen now. All that we can get from the Temple of Life is the Sphere of Life, a divine item that contained the power of Aerith, the goddess of life, and granted a strong regenerative ability to its user. It's on the 3rd floor of the basement, and there would be small mobs and temple guardians on the way. Since Jude and Cordelia were over level 70, there were no particularly difficult opponents for them in this place, except for the low-ranking angel that guarded the Sphere of Life. Well, it was that kind of place. But, Screech. With their wildly eerie shrieks, monsters that looked like giant bats attacked them without end. FCK? So disgusting. The giant bats weren't the size of a palm, but were at least over a meter tall from head to toe. It would actually be more correct to describe them as scary rather than disgusting. Cordelia unknowingly swore and hurriedly caused an explosion in front of her. Why? Why is this happening? These monsters did not exist in the original. Kia, 5 or 6 bats were blown away by the explosion, but there were still many bats left. Dozens of them swarmed again as if to fill in the void created by the explosion. Black Dragon's Ascent. Jude stretched out his hand and released the energy of the Black Dragon. A couple of bats were swept away by the Black Dragon, and the rest of the bats were greatly split left and right. Let's jump. Fireball, with double casting and spells echo. 4 balls of fire that were around a meter in diameter soared into the sky. Jude hugged Cordelia's waist and lifted her up as he placed her over his shoulder, because he realized what Cordelia was about to do next. Split. Explosion. As Cordelia swung the moonlight and shouted, the balls of fire split into dozens of smaller balls and covered the ceiling. When it exploded, all they could see was a blazing inferno. Bang, 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 kaya. The bats screamed and fell to the floor while Jude exclaimed, "Hey, are you crazy? The cave will collapse at this rate. Run before it collapses then." Cordelia quickly shouted and gasped as she poured out all of her mana at once, but did not stop her movement. She raised her left hand and activated Count Chase's ring. Shield. The golden whirlwind created by Jude blew away the flames and smoke, and Cordelia's shield protected them from the bats that fell from the ceiling. From a closer look, the giant bats were even scarier and more disgusting. What happened? There wasn't anything like this in the original. We're 4 months early. They arrived 4 months earlier than the time it could be explored in the original. But monsters that were not seen in the original were now swarming inside the cave. And what could be inferred from that was then someone had entered the Temple of Life in the original in those 4 months. It's possible. Jude arranged Cordelia's position on his shoulder and shouted back. While Cordelia, who was in a prone position and could see Jude's back to be exact, she could only see his back and buttocks, so she forcibly raised her upper body, looked behind her, and shouted again, because she suddenly remembered something. The empty room on the 2ND floor. There should have been something on the second floor of the Temple of Life given the ambience and structure, but it was just an empty space with nothing. Jude paused for a moment at Cordelia's cry before he immediately understood it. As I thought, you're a rotten water too. Cordelia was a rotten water too, but it was less obvious because of Jude himself. She wasn't just some rotten water, as she was the 2ND place in the server rankings, making her one of the most rotten among the rotten waters. Hey, are you trying to boast that you're first place? Anyway, you're right, Cordelia. The empty room on the 2ND floor, the reason why it was empty. Because someone had already taken it, Cordelia exclaimed, and Jude agreed with her. And the gamer brains of the two activated after a long time. Someone strong enough to change the ecosystem of the cave. The stuff that such a strong person took. They didn't even stop by the 3rd floor. Their purpose was the 2nd floor from the very beginning, and they knew what was there. Black Dragon's Ascent, don't shout the skill name. Firewall. Jude released a black dragon with his right hand, and the dragon smashed the giant spider-looking monster in front of him. On the other hand, the wall of flames created by Cordelia had blocked the monsters that were trying to attack them from behind. You shouted it too. It's a spell. It's necessary. Anyway, hey, don't change the topic. The bats swarmed above them again. The cave felt really big in the game, and it was indeed a really big cave in reality. I am jumping. Clench your teeth. Yes. As soon as Cordelia closed her mouth, Jude jumped high above the ground. Because there was a dark body of water in front of them. Hideous. A snake-like monster rose from the river in the cave, and it was so dark that they couldn't tell how deep the river was. Magic missile. Kayak. Cordelia shuddered as she threw the white magic missile into the mouth of the snake-like monster, and Jude held Cordelia's waist more tightly as he kicked the air. He created a black gale and jumped over the river that was nearly 10 meters wide. There are too many monsters. We're almost there. It's the 2nd floor. At Jude's yell, Cordelia forcibly raised her upper body and twisted it a bit to be able to look at Jude's front. She could then see the white stairs that led down. Cordelia, firewall. Since it was narrow, Cordelia created a flame barrier to block the way to the stairs, and Jude quickly went down the stairs. Light. She cast the light magic again. The white light drove away the darkness, and Jude panted as he put down Cordelia from his shoulder onto the floor. There's too many of them. Jude and Cordelia's levels were so high now that they wouldn't earn that much experience points with these trivial mobs, but if the monsters numbered this high, it seemed like their levels would rise by 1 if they defeated everything. Well, sweep them later, they had to achieve their purpose first, but it was then. Cordelia panted beside Jude and suddenly tapped him on the shoulder. Jude. Yes, why, isn't the ceiling here originally white? The ceiling of the Temple of Life. Jude reflexively looked up at the ceiling and saw a ceiling that was covered in green and not white. Why? Why is the ceiling green when it was originally white? Moreover, why does it seem to be moving like jelly? FCK. Jude said, and Cordelia agreed, so she said it too. FCK. Run. The ceiling shook at that moment as if responding to Jude's cry. The green mass split into dozens and hundreds of pieces and began to fall down from the ceiling to the ground. Acid SH. Slime. Cordelia bit her tongue once when Jude carried her over his shoulder again, but she managed to finish her words properly. Acid slime. As its name implied, it was a slime whose acid melted everything that it touched. Shield. Splash. A fist-sized green mass fell on top of the shield that Cordelia quickly spread open. It came from the slime's body, and as soon as it touched the floor, it penetrated the ground with a sizzling sound. Black Wind's Advent. Jude created a black gale as he ran on the ground, and Cordelia made Jude's body fly in the air with fly magic, because more than half of the ground was already covered with slime. Let's run. There were too many of it that it would be hard to fight them one by one. Jude manipulated the wind to push himself in the air, and Cordelia looked around. There was a possibility that other monsters might come out other than the slime. Someone defeated all these? Did an army come? Jude frowned at Cordelia's question, because there were too many monsters that it would be hard to fight all of them alone. An army, as Cordelia said. If not, someone who could create an army. Summoner. If that person was the famous summoner of Legend of Heroes 2, Klang. Clang, clang. A sharp metallic sound interrupted Jude's thoughts, because sharp blades rose from both walls like a trap. It's a living sword. Cordelia's words were not wrong. The soaring blades flew towards Jude, who broke through the slime zone as he began to run at a terrifying speed on the ground. What are you planning to do? Well, go first to the empty room on the second floor. It was a dead end, but the entrance was not so wide, so it was a good place to fight against multiple enemies. In addition, there would have been one more there that he was expecting. We're almost there. Hurry, there are even living armors now. The living armors appeared and made rattling sounds as they united with the living swords by grabbing them before closely following Jude and Cordelia. They seemed to number 30 by Jude's rough estimate. What kind of temple is this? There were too many monsters despite it being a temple. The living armors that were quickly following them were not of the guardian type, but armors that were stained with the demon's power. The place was more of a lair of demons rather than a temple, but that was why Jude saw the possibility. As expected, the empty room on the second floor. Jude clenched his fist as soon as he got inside, and Cordelia saw what was over Jude's shoulder after he put her down. In the original, they only saw the remains of a pure white golem. A pure white golem that was 4 meters tall raised its body. It seemed to have reacted to Jude and Cordelia. It's the guardian of the temple. The Church of Life's emblem that was engraved on its chest made it clear to them. And Cordelia also understood what Jude was planning. Let's use this. Let's have the golem deal with the monsters. You know what to do, right? I know. Immediately after they exchanged glances, Cordelia turned and looked at their back while Jude looked in front. The two who faced the living armors and the golem shouted at the same time. Now, a perfect timing. Cordelia turned around and threw herself, while Jude also threw himself. They rolled between the legs of the large golem and run away. And the result that happened was the living armors and the guardian golem came face to face with each other. As they had expected, a battle occurred between the guardian golem and the living armors. Jude and Cordelia quickly stepped back and caught their breath. Who a short time had only passed, but both of them were sweating a lot because they were running under serious stress. Cordelia wiped the sweat on her forehead as she watched the living armors and the guardian golem battling it out. Who do you think will win? The guardian golem? When Jude said that, Cordelia nodded and pulled out the detonating cord from her waist pocket. And around 5 minutes later, the guardian golem's giant fist smashed around 10 living armors, and the remaining ones stepped back and began to flee. As Jude had expected, it was a victory for the guardian golem. The guardian golem roared in its victory before it turned around. There was still an enemy that it needed to take care of in its domain, because Jude and Cordelia were still in the room. And that was why Cordelia used her telekinetic power. Cha-cha-chag, something flew towards the guardian golem's chest as soon as it turned around. The guardian golem lowered its head to look at its chest and saw the detonating cord forming into the shape of a star, a pentagram, and a big circle around the stars. The guardian golem raised its head and Cordelia snapped her fingers. Bang! A really beautiful star-shaped explosion. Moreover, its power was extraordinary. It was the result of not only adding Cordelia's explosion magic to the firepower of the detonating cord, but also from the star shape, which somehow formed a kind of magic circle that amplified the power of the explosion magic once more. The guardian golem had its core broken so it collapsed, and Cordelia turned to Jude and flashed a V sign with her fingers. Ta-da! It looked like a simple attack, but it was an attack combining the detonating cord, explosion magic, and a magic circle. Jude grasped the power and difficulty of her attack at once and replied with sincerity. Sure enough, it's a star explosion indeed. No, it's not. That's not its name, okay. But Cordelia seemed to secretly like it, as the smile on her face did not disappear. Anyway, let's go again. The monsters would come back since the Guardian was now gone. But Cordelia clicked her tongue and threw the detonating cord in her waist into the air again. Chack, chack, chack. The detonating cord that was controlled by her telekinesis were then attached to the ceiling near the entrance, and Jude understood what Cordelia was trying to do. Boom! Detonating cords were originally used at construction sites in order to cut rocks and other things into a desired shape. Cordelia skillfully broke the ceiling and blocked the entrance with the rocks that fell from the explosion. How is it? It's awesome. Jude clapped his hands and realized again that Cordelia was a combat genius. I wouldn't have even thought of using it that way. It was not an exaggeration to say that her understanding and skill in using weapons were superior to that of Jude himself. She won 2 ND place through battles alone. What are you thinking? My princess is so pretty. What is this crazy beastard saying? Cordelia fed, but the corners of her mouth were still slightly raised up. How cute. You wanna die. Anyway, we can take a rest now thanks to you. They had hurriedly ran, so they had used up quite a bit of their mana and stamina. So he thought that they should go out after they had rested enough. Isn't there something else we need to check? There is something we have to check. The reason why there was an empty room in the 2nd floor. An item targeted by the person who entered the Temple of Life within the 4 months before it could be explored in the game. Jude and Cordelia turned around and headed towards the altar that was guarded by the Guardian Golem. I can feel a divine power. Cordelia naturally turned into an angel and absorbed the divine power, while Jude stopped in front of the altar. Please. At Jude's words, Cordelia nodded once and stepped forward. She then touched the box on the altar. It was a fairly large box that was the size of an adult's upper body, so she had no idea on what was inside. Open. When Cordelia said in declaration, as she put her hand on the box, an immense divine power was released as if to devour Cordelia. If Cordelia had not been an angel, her whole body would have been burned by the divine flames. Are you okay? Yes, I am okay. Cordelia unconsciously let out a bewildered voice, but she shook her head and concentrated. Considering the situation, this was more like the real trap to protect the divine item rather than the Guardian Golem. I am glad I am an angel. Thank you, Lena. Thank you, Jude. Cordelia mentally thanked the 2 people who helped her with her ancestral regression before she turned her gaze back into the box. It was a tiara, a small crown that was worn over the head. The beautifully shaped golden tiara had several jewels embedded in it. The Tiara of Life. An S-rank item that not only increased the rank of life, attribute magic of the user by 1 rank, but it also unconditionally doubled the number of creatures that could be summoned with life-related summoning magic. Moreover, that wasn't the only effect. If one became the true owner of the Tiara of Life, they would be able to use the one of the highest-ranking magic in the life attribute skill tree, Bring to Life. While Cordelia fully admired it as she gulped several times. Because it was the graduation item for wizards who used life attribute magic, or for priests who used life attribute magic from the very beginning as their foundation. That item came from here. The item only came out in the 2nd half of the game. Cordelia admired it again before she tried to gently place the tiara above her head. How is it? Does it suit me? She asked somehow shyly, but Jude blinked his eyes and suddenly clenched his fist instead of answering. I got it. I got it. Who entered the Temple of Life within that 4 months? Who took the Tiara of Life? Jude was obviously lacking in evidence. Only a few conditions were met. But Jude was strongly convinced on who it was. A man who uses large-scale summoning. It was also a person who used summoning magic based on the life attribute. Someone who yearned for the Tiara of Life because they had studied magic that could grant life for many years. They didn't even stop by the 3rd floor. They did not covet the sphere of life. They were satisfied with the Tiara of Life. The Tiara of Life was their only goal. A person who valued it. A person who did not appear in the game even though they had the Tiara of Life. That person wasn't just hiding. That person died a few months after getting the Tiara of Life. So the Tiara of Life was found somewhere else in the 2nd half of the game. And there was one more evidence here. The remains of the guardian golem that were scattered in the empty room on the second floor. It was destroyed by a powerful life attribute magic. A smile spread over Jude's face. A natural smile that he made after solving a mystery. Jude, I think I know that person. There was only one person he could think of when he put together all the clues they had. Necromancer Velkian, one of the 5 heroes. A hero from Legend of Heroes 1 who disappeared and was not seen in Legend of Heroes 2. I found it. How to make Velkian come out of hiding. How to make him find Jude and Cordelia. Why you're smiling like a scammer again. Despite Cordelia's comment, Jude's smile deepened. He looked at the Tiara of Life as if he was a fisherman who found the best bait. Chapter 136 Temple of Life. 3. Most of the playable characters in Legend of Heroes 1 were young people at the peak of their youth. But like what the word most meant, there was one old man who was above the average age, and that was Necromancer Velkian. Everyone was in their 20s, but he alone was in the 70s. He was a skinny and temperamental old man with gray hair. So there were a lot of theories that the reason he did not appear in Legend of Heroes 2 was because he naturally died from old age. The second episode took place 10 years after the first episode, so he would have been an old man in his 80s who was nearing 90. But Jude didn't believe in that theory. Because Velkian in his 70s boasted a strength that was comparable to Camille, who was in his 20s. He was an old man who perfectly fit the words hale and hearty, because he is a necromancer. The necromancers of Pleiades had a deep connection with the power of life. The death magic they used was developed from life magic, so one could say that they were also life attribute wizards, a scholar who absolutely did not want to die. Even in the first episode, he was a scholar who loudly grumbled about extending his life, so he must have lived his life looking for ways to prolong it. He was a man who would even be willing to become a lich if it was possible. Velkian was unlike a necromancer, no. Perhaps it was because he was a necromancer that he had such a strong obsession with life. So you think that it was Velkian who entered the Temple of Life within those 4 months? Yes, probably. It's very highly likely that it was him. Jude laid out the reasons on why he thought so, and Cordelia nodded her head several times. I see. Anyway, if Velkian wanted the Tiara of Life, did that mean he also knew what was inside the Temple of Life? Cordelia's words made Jude's eyes open wide. Wow, my princess is smart. Do you have a death wish? Cordelia immediately cussed, but he could see from her face that she looked happy. In any case, Cordelia said as she crossed her arms, So you want Velkian to come to us? Velkian wants the Tiara of Life. Yes, and maybe because of that we can save Velkian's life? Bingo. They did not yet know how Velkian died, but it might be possible to avoid the event that caused his death if they completely changed where he went in the future. The problem is how to tell Velkian that we have the Tiara of Life. That's easy. It's easy. I mean, we can just write a letter and put it in the box, right? If we write something like, "Oh, we beat you to it. Neener, neener, aw were you mad?" Wouldn't Velkian come to us right away because of his personality? It was Cordelia's knee-jerk idea, but Jude reacted to something else. "Be beat you to it, neener, neener, aw were you mad?" Cordelia was embarrassed at Jude's stare and cleared her throat, but she continued to be brazen. "It can't be helped because we need him to get angry." Yes, if you insist. Hey, moving on, we can solve the problem if we write a letter, right? Yes, perhaps it's better than spreading rumors that we have the Tiara of Life. The Tiara of Life was a treasure coveted by even those who did not use life attribute magic. There was also a possibility that treasure hoarders would gather besides Velkian. But for now, let's hide your real name and write down an alias. Something like, "Come to the capital and find Phantom Thief Pink Bomb." Wait, Pink Bomb. Yes, Pink Bomb. Jude flashed a smile, and Cordelia also smiled, though she gathered mana in both her hands. Anyway, I'll write the letter. You set up some traps, so that others won't get it. Yes, because someone other than Velkian might come here. Because there was also the possibility that, contrary to Jude's expectations, Velkian had nothing to do with the Tiara of Life in the first place. That's why we'll use an alias. Bringing Velkian to the capital was the important part. Jude began writing words in an ancient language on a scroll that he had taken out from his pocket, Ure even using some secret code. Because I want Velkian to be the only one to recognize it as much as possible. And it would be impossible for Cordelia to understand what he wrote. Are you doing something suspicious? Hey, that's not true. Jude strongly wrote the alias Phantom Thief Pink Bomb in the ancient language before he turned to Cordelia. How's the trap? Oh, I am almost done. Cordelia was infusing divine power into the box while in her angel form, but somehow she unconsciously had a wide no, a suspicious smile. Why? Jude felt uneasy, but he didn't try to make eye contact with Cordelia, because she might figure out what he wrote in the letter. Okay, let's put it inside. Ahum, I'll put it in then. When Jude put in the letter he wrote, Cordelia sealed the box and placed it on the altar. Okay, problem solved. The only thing left is to hope that Velkian finds it as soon as possible from now up to 4 months in the future. The events in the royal capital would fully take place a month and a half in the future, so it would be fortunate for them if they got Velkian's help during the incident in the royal capital. It'll be fine, Cordelia said with a wide smile, and Jude unknowingly nodded his head. She had no basis for that, but Jude thought that it would really be fine when Cordelia said it. Then, let's get back to our goal. The sphere of life is on the 3RD floor, right? Yes, probably. And if my guess is correct, Jude's words suddenly trailed off in the end as he began drawing something on the temple floor. Is that a map of the temple? Yes, according to my calculations, the sphere of life is around Hariso. It must be right below. At Jude's words, Cordelia looked at him in amazement. She was no longer surprised that he memorized the map, but it was a different story that he could determine the location by connecting the maps and then visualizing them in 3 dimensions. Does your mind have a CAD? Oh, you know about CAD? Yes, I have a certificate. When Cordelia spoke with a smile, it was Jude who widely opened his eyes this time. What? Are you a woman from a vocational high school? Or an engineering college? Hey, why are you trying to probe on a woman's secret? Cordelia shrugged and grinned, and Jude stroked his chin while having a surprised face. Perhaps she likes explosions because she's from a vocational high school or an engineering college. If vocational high school and engineering students from all over the country heard his thoughts, they would have called it nonsense. But in any case, Jude was happy that he learned something new about Cordelia, and Cordelia was pleased with the fact that she surprised Jude. Anyway, let's dig a hole. Okay. Cordelia took out the detonating cord from her waist and began to arrange it on the floor. Naturally, it was in the shape of a star again. Star explosion, that's not its name, okay, but Cordelia didn't give it a different name. She then snapped her fingers, and an explosion followed. Detonating cords were originally used for construction, so it was possible to destroy the floor in their desired shape by controlling the direction of the explosion. Good, I'll finish this. Although it was broken to some extent, the floor was not completely destroyed. So when Jude used the Black Dragon's ascent to open the floor, a round hole opened with a boom. As I thought, clearing a dungeon without making any effort is the best. Jude strongly agreed with Cordelia before he opened his arms. Why? We need to jump, so let me carry you, princess. You can go alone, my lord. Cordelia coldly spoke and used fly magic on herself before jumping down the hole, and the disappointed Jude followed her as he jumped into the hole. Thud. Jude gently landed even though the ceiling reached a dozen meters high, and he looked up and saw Cordelia who was coming down with fly magic. Come this way. Just get out of my way before I step on you. Cordelia safely landed next to Jude who had his arms wide open, and she looked around. A half-destroyed temple and a broken statue of the goddess, just like what they saw in the game. It's the sphere of life. Jude nodded at Cordelia's words as he began to walk. There was an altar in the center of the room like that in the 2ND floor, and a stone statue of a beautiful goddess stood there while holding the sphere of life. I don't think there are any active guardians here just like in the game. They saw broken guardian golems scattered all over the temple. As expected, it's the signs of a battle. A battle had occurred against the demons on the 3RD floor of the Temple of Life. There were signs of destruction on the walls and floor, and the bones of saints who lost their lives while fighting against the demons lied around the floor. The entrance was blocked by a pillar that collapsed. It seems like the theory that the demon followers infiltrated the temple and summoned a demon on the 3RD floor was true. This place was known as the last temple of the Church of Life, which began to decline after losing its goddess, Aerith. The remaining divine items were kept here in the last temple. During the time when the power of the denomination was strong, there were many divine items that were much more powerful than the sphere of life or the tiara of life. But there were no more divine items that exceeded the sphere of life at the time before the denomination collapsed. Is this the last relic they risked their life to protect? Jude stared at the statue of the goddess where the sphere of life was placed, and Cordelia slowly walked towards the stone statue. "I'll use it for good. That is for world peace." Cordelia bowed her head to the statue and said that before her hand reached out to the sphere of life. The sphere of life was a blue spherical marble a little bigger than a clenched fist, and it was placed inside a round casing that was in the arms of the goddess statue. The sphere of life began to glow at the moment when Cordelia's hand touched it. "Someday, I hope it will be passed on to someone." The low voice of a man. Perhaps it was the final words left behind by the last saint of the Church of Life. "May the blessing of the goddess be with you." The voice was scattered, and so was the light that filled her eyes. Cordelia was surrounded by a powerful force of life instead of being engulfed in divine flames, and she took a deep breath. Because she felt the emotions of the saints who fought until the end to protect the sphere of life so that it would be used by someone for the world and not for the demons. Thank you very much." It was like the dwarves who trapped the white snake in Frost Anvil. Ancestral heroes who sacrificed themselves for future generations. Cordelia thanked all of them once again before she slowly opened her eyes and faced Jude. The sphere of life, a divine item of the goddess of life that gave its user a strong life energy and regenerative power. Jude took the sphere of life from Cordelia, and he deeply breathed before sitting down in front of the statue. "I'll begin now." "Okay." As Cordelia took a step back, Jude arranged his posture and held the sphere of life with both hands in front of his lower abdomen. Jude's plan was to open the fifth door by absorbing the enormous life energy within the sphere of life. "I've leveled up enough already." His body could now withstand the opening of the fifth door of the ninth heaven's 9 doors. What he only lacked now was an immense amount of life energy to open the door in one go, for a perfect happy ending. Jude whispered to the goddess statue, just like what Cordelia did, and he immediately closed his eyes as he began to recite the mnemonic chant of the ninth heaven's 9 doors. Ninth heaven's 9 doors. 9 heavens and 9 worlds. As Jude himself presumed, ninth heaven's 9 doors was not an ordinary martial art. A divine art close to magic that led humans born with a mortal fate to a higher level of transcendence. When he closed his eyes and recited the mnemonic chant, a small light appeared in the completely dark world. The white light spread as it created a world of black and white, and he saw a woman standing in that world. Female sage. Perhaps she was the ninth heaven's female sage of legends, since it was called the ninth heaven's 9 doors. If not, she might have been the person from ancient times who helped defeat the overlords of hell together with the heroes of legends. Jude gazed at the woman, and the woman stared at him too. Because the world was made up of only black and white, the woman's face was white while her long hair that touched the floor was black. Jude stepped towards the woman. And at the same time, the immense life energy in the sphere of life began to flow towards Jude. The energy didn't just flow to Jude. It was the woman who made it flow to him. She reached out to Jude, and Jude approached the woman and touched her hand. 9 worlds, and the 9 doors that connected to those 9 worlds. The black and white world fell apart. The sky became white and the earth became black. Huge black doors appeared in the air then. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 doors that had already been built and a 5th door that was being newly built. "You shouldn't stop building doors. This is still not enough," said the woman. Jude was able to see the woman's face clearly for the first time. The true meaning of the ninth heaven's 9 doors. What the 9 doors that are connected to 9 worlds mean. But that was it. The immense life energy swallowed up Jude's soul and body, and Jude could no longer continue his thoughts. Guiding the flowing energy to build the 5th door was not easy. "I hope we can meet again." The woman's voice gradually disappeared. The world of black and white fell apart again. A white door was built in that world of black. Jude stretched out his hand. He opened the 5th door. Cordelia opened her eyes. Jude's entire body shook, and the energy released from the sphere of life swirled around him. Jude's eyes shone. Eventually, the body of Jude, who was sitting on the floor, had floated into the air. The opening of the fifth door. Cordelia vaguely felt it. She was able to perceive the changes that occurred in Jude's soul and body. But she somehow felt scared. She felt like Jude was going far away, to a place where she couldn't reach him even if she reached out to him. Why? What's going on? Jude let out a roar. The energy of life fluctuated even more. Cracks of light began to spread all over Jude's body. Jude, she was scared. She was going crazy because she didn't know if it was going right or if something was wrong. Can I touch him? Should I leave him alone like this? Shouldn't I do something? And it was at that moment. Cordelia hurriedly looked behind her. She could sense it, the vibrations that were transmitted through the floor, the unique scent that came in with the wind, the monsters on the 3RD floor. The monsters were heading towards them. The monsters gathered because they either felt the life energy released by Jude or heard Jude's roar. At the cracks on the fallen pillar in the entrance, black and grotesque spider-like monsters poked their heads out. The acid slime that filled the ceiling of the 2ND floor then melted the pillar and flooded in. She also heard continuous stomping sounds. Cordelia thought of the monsters on the 3RD floor and realized that the sounds were the footsteps of the living heavy armors, the main enemies in the 3RD floor. Cordelia quickly transformed into a witch. She concentrated her mana on both of her hands and looked in front, but at the same time, she flinched when she heard Jude roar behind her again. She had to protect Jude first. She had to monitor Jude's condition at the same time. But how? How can I stop the monsters and monitor Jude at the same time? Kaya. Several spider-like monsters that were slightly larger than a human rushed towards her as they screamed. Cordelia threw a ball of fire that she held in her hands, and right after that, at the moment when the monsters and the ball of fire were about to collide, boom! A pillar of light filled Cordelia's sight. It came from the ceiling and devoured the spider-like monsters as it destroyed them. The ball of fire Cordelia made was also destroyed and vanished. A huge pillar of life. It wasn't magic. Life energy. A tremendous amount of life energy. So Cordelia figured it out. She unconsciously shouted in joy. May the muscles always be with you. You haven't forgotten what's important, girl. She heard the voice above her head. The person who made the pillar of light that pierced not only the ceiling of the 3RD floor, but also of the 1 cent and 2ND floor ceilings, had done it all with one punch. He was the only person who could solve all the current problems, not only the monsters, but Jude's condition too. May the muscles always be with you. Iron Man Landius, the master of Jude and the strongest man on the continent. He finally appeared. Chapter 137, Long Live the Sun. One light poured from the ceiling. And in that light, he slowly came down as if he was walking down the sky. A halo shined behind his huge and beautiful steel-like body, and he was like a legendary hero, no? He was like a god who popped out from a myth. Why did he appear? Why did Landius appear here at this point in time? He seemed to know exactly where we were, given that he showed up and broke the ceiling. I don't know. That wasn't important now. The only important fact was that Landius appeared in this crisis like a cheat key that would solve all their problems. Help, I will, girl. Landius answered with a gentle smile and landed on the ground. He looked once at Jude, who was floating in the air and shining, before he turned to the monsters again. Girl, I'll be back. What about Jude? Cordelia's question was not clearly heard, because Landius had immediately sped on the ground, causing a huge vacuum and a loud roar. Boo-boo-boom! The entire temple shook as if an earthquake had struck, and the spiders that had vigorously popped out were now hesitant. Landius just stared at those spiders, and that was enough. Dozens of spiders suddenly shrieked and began to scatter and escape. Wow, it wasn't some kind of conqueror's spirit. Cordelia unknowingly let out a stunned voice at Landius' imposing presence, but it was not yet over. Landius stepped forward to the living heavy armors that rushed in late. Landius Nim, I'll do that. Cordelia belatedly came to her senses and shouted. Even if it was Landius, the enemies were living heavy armors. They numbered over 32, so it would take a considerable amount of time to deal with them. That was why she had to change it. Cordelia herself would fight the living heavy armors while Landius would check Jude's condition. Bang, a powerful pressure. An explosion in the air caused by his fist. and the light that rose, an intense flash of light. Landius' fist smashed the living heavy armors, causing them to explode. Furthermore, that wasn't the only thing scary about him. Bang, 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 it was a tragedy for the monsters that stood in a square formation. Even those who were behind the living heavy armors were hit by his attacks and exploded one after another. Boo-boo-boom, 5 went down with just one punch. Living heavy armors were known for their strong defense, but they were no different from sheets of paper in front of Landius' fist. Wow, Cordelia let out a stunned voice again as Landius continued to move. The living heavy armors quickly recovered, but he ignored their attacks and just did what he had to do. Bang, 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 fist, fist again, and a kick. An explosion occurred in just 3 moves of his. Those that were hit by Landius' fist exploded, and those he missed were blown away in the aftermath and torn like sheets of paper. Obviously, the living heavy armors didn't just stand there doing nothing. Those that did not know fear tried to hit Landius' naked upper body, but not a single one of their attacks on his chest did anything because he was Landius. Clang, 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 it wasn't the sound of a sword hitting iron. It was the sound of a sword hitting muscles. What the heck? Why are the swords bouncing off his muscles? Why is his skin fine despite being hit by a sword? It didn't seem like he was using magic. It didn't seem like he was using a special technique. It was simply a passive skill. The defensive power of his muscles was so high that it was like some kind of armor. "Girl, close your eyes," Landius suddenly shouted, and Cordelia reflexively closed her eyes. Because it was natural for her to follow Landius, who carried a godlike dignity. And right after that, Cordelia instantly felt that she was engulfed in a bright light despite closing her eyes, because a truly immense amount of light was released not far away from her. Light, heat, a transcendental life energy. Cordelia realized it then at that moment. The one thing she forgot because she was overwhelmed by his imposing muscles, the Warrior of the Sun, Landius' nickname in the first episode of Legend of Heroes. Sun Warrior Landius? Sha. She heard the howling of the wind after the light, which was then followed by silence. "I am done now. You can open your eyes, girl." Cordelia slowly opened her eyes upon hearing Landius' words and held her breath in surprise. All of the living heavy armors that numbered over 30 were scattered on the floor, and there were some whose surface had melted. As expected of the Warrior of the Sun, those chosen by the sun had a powerful yang and life energies. Wouldn't it be possible for Landius to fight the demon prince alone? The power of the sun was good against demons. Cordelia unknowingly nodded, but promptly shook her head, because what she was thinking wasn't important now. Landius Nim. "Jude, I know, girl," Landius said as he walked towards her. Landius' bearing and tone made him seem like an old man, even though he was only in his late 30s, or less than 40 years old. In fact, his face had a smooth skin that didn't have any wrinkles. Scary. She felt like a wall was approaching, as the 2 meters and 30 centimeters know. Perhaps Landius was taller than that, headed towards her. Landius faintly smiled when he saw Cordelia involuntarily shrink back, as if he understood the reason before he looked at Jude besides her. "Indeed, it's that. Do you know what happened to him? Is he okay?" When Cordelia urgently asked, Landius frowned first instead of answering. He then raised his big hand and placed it on her shoulder. "My disciple is now opening a new door and undergoing a change in his body and soul." Is that good? You can say that it's good, but something not good is also happening. What in the world does he mean by good yet not good? Cordelia looked teary-eyed at that moment, and Landius gave her an explanation in a calm tone. It's good that he's opening a new door and breaking the existing frame of his body and soul, but he's going too far. He's trying to get to the point where it's too much for him right now, so his body and soul itself will be destroyed if he makes a mistake. What? Then we have to stop him. Quick, I will stop him. But girl, I alone am not enough. You also have to support me. How should I give you something like mana? Landius shook his head when Cordelia blinked her eyes and asked, "Girl, listen carefully. As I said before, my disciple is now undergoing a change in his body and soul. If he continues like this, perhaps it will be possible for him to undergo metamorphosis and be reborn with a new body and soul. So we can't touch him right now. Metamorphosis, is that something good? Yes. It's better for him to utilize the current flow and runaway until the metamorphosis is completed. Therefore, he'll aim after his metamorphosis is over. I am going to help in pacifying his energy with my energy. I think I understand what Yurei's saying. She remembered reading something similar in a martial arts webtoon. It was a scene where the master saved the main character from the jaws of death. The master put his hand on the back of the main character, who was sitting cross-legged, and injected his energy something like that. It seemed like he would do something similar. What about me then? Landius definitely said that he needed Cordelia's support as well. Does he need mana too? Girl, your role is important. So what in the world is it? The cracks of light that spread all over Jude's body grew bigger while they were talking like that. Jude seemed to have been quiet for a while, but he began to roar and scream again. Girl, your role is to call the soul of my disciple. Huh, I will stabilize the body of my disciple with my energy. But Ninth Heaven's 9 doors is a superhuman art that leads the body and soul to a higher level. So it is necessary to call my disciple's soul, who is now trying to reach out to the door that is beyond the door that he had already opened. And I think that only you, girl, can do it. She roughly understood it. In short, he was saying that she had to awaken his consciousness. How should I do it? Call my disciple. Shout at him. Any method is okay. When I begin stabilizing my disciple's body, you should call his soul. New, it's too vague. No, it's not. I have seen some of it myself, but Lena also talked about that. She said that my disciple and you, girl, love each other so much that you're always together. The power of love you two have for each other is truly great, so Yao'll be able to bring back his soul if you appealed to him. What? It's the power of love, girl. Landius seriously spoke while Cordelia blinked her eyes. She thought after she unconsciously gazed at Landius' big hand on her shoulder. Stopped talking bullshit with a serious face. Power of love. There isn't anything like that between Jude and me. I'll begin. Wait, there's no time to lose. At the moment when Landius suddenly raised his voice. Ah! Jude screamed as an immense amount of light was emitted from the cracks of light that had spread throughout his body, and the light swallowed up Jude's entire body. Girl, Landius loudly cried as he closed his eyes and reached out to Jude. A golden aura then began to rise like a flame in Landius' entire body. Then it continued. The golden light from the tips of Landius' hands enveloped the white light that covered Jude. It felt like a river that was about to overflow, but was blocked by a dam. Hurry! Landius shouted again as he closed his eyes and concentrated. Sweat began to pour down all over Landius' entire body. Cordelia stamped her feet for a moment before she ran straight to Jude and shouted as loudly as she could. Hey, Jude, hey, with love, Uug. Cordelia was about to cry when she heard Landius, so she shouted again. Whether she meant it or was just acting, she let out a cry that would satisfy Landius but would surprise Jude if he heard it. Continue, FCK, she cursed, and continued her appeal full of love again. Don't you dare not come back, I won't forgive you. She seemed to be either embarrassed or desperate. Cordelia's eyes reddened as she shouted once more. She earnestly shouted Jude's name. Jude. Cordelia, light and darkness, a world of black and white. Jude just left his body to be carried away by the flowing current that moved forward like the flow of time, but he regained his consciousness at some point. 5th door. And the 6th door, he was in the space between the 2 doors. Ah, Jude blinked again. He recognized the world of black and white, 5th door. He opened it by using the sphere of life, but he got greedy. He reached out for the 6th door that he could faintly see. I can't reach it. Not yet. For now. If I continue like this, all that will be left is catastrophe. A future where I couldn't reach the 6th door and only collapsed in front of it. It's not enough. To open the 6th door. Not only his life energy but also his physical strength, his mana, the skill of Jude himself, and the size of his soul, but it was at that moment. His consciousness faded again. His consciousness was gone again amidst the flowing current. If he closed his eyes, it would be over. So he wanted to close his eyes. Just like that, as it is Juwuyud, he came to his senses. Cordelia's call, Cordelia's cry. He was clearly hallucinating. After all, the real Cordelia would never repeatedly call his own name like that. But that was enough. At the moment he heard Cordelia's voice that was either his hallucination or something else, his fading will to live began to burn again. I have to go back. Cordelia would be alone if he disappeared. Even if she could do well, she would be left alone with a bad ending, a world that was heading towards a sad ending. So he had to go back. He had to go back and be with Cordelia, and Cordelia, Jude shouted. He turned in the current and resisted its fierce flow. He forced his way back to the fifth door. Because not yet. Because he couldn't die like this yet. It wasn't right to leave Cordelia alone. He also thought that he should stand next to her and become her support when she was in danger. But it wasn't just that. Jude's own greed, Jude's own aspirations, his personal and human desires, and everything that he wanted to do with Cordelia, Jude's soul was set ablaze. He resisted the powerful flow and moved. He took one step towards the fifth door, took one more step forward, and he eventually began running. Jude, Cordelia's call. She stood in front of the fifth door. Jude kicked the ground. He jumped over the powerful current. A golden flash of light burst. Landius groaned and stepped backwards before he hurriedly raised his head. And then he smiled. Jude Bayer. He saw his disciple. His reborn disciple woke up from his metamorphosis and revealed himself. The white light surrounding his whole body had completely disappeared, so he could fully see Jude's appearance. Jude! Cordelia was standing in front of him as she urgently called out to him. Jude had become naked because of the metamorphosis, and he was bigger and more good-looking than before. Their difference in height, which used to be around 10 centimeters, had now widened, so she had to raise her head in order to make eye contact with Jude. She could see Jude's green eyes between his ebony-like hair that unevenly fell. Cordelia's own face was reflected in his eyes, which mysteriously seemed to draw her in the more she looked at it. Jude, are you okay? Jude. Jude took a step instead of answering her, and he stumbled as if he was going to fall. Cordelia hurriedly hugged Jude and was surprised again. Firm. Jude's body was firm and toned like that of a well-polished sword. She felt like she was holding someone else and not the same person. Are you okay? Are you okay now? Cordelia shook her head to collect herself, and Jude slowly nodded his head. He forcibly raised his upper body a bit to see Cordelia before he said in a slightly dazed voice, "Pretty, huh? It looks good on you." She wondered what he was talking about. Cordelia blinked her eyes as she then somehow understood him. That time when she got the tiara of life on the 2ND floor. It was the question she asked when she wore it on her head. You're supposed to say it at that moment. Jude smiled a little at her slightly resentful but shy words, and he leaned against Cordelia. He lost consciousness and fainted. And at that appearance, Landius burst into laughter. His disciple had passed out without even greeting his master because he had exhausted his energy to flirt with his fiancée and spoke without hiding how happy he was. Indeed, is this the power of love? No, it's not like that, okay? Cordelia quickly refuted it in her mind before she hugged Jude and eventually smiled. Because it was strangely cute to see him sleeping like a baby even though he was bigger than her. No, it's just because I am happy. It was not because she loved Jude, but because she was happy that Jude had returned safely. She spoke to herself as she came up with an excuse, and Cordelia closed her eyes to enjoy the present moment. Chapter 138 Long Live the Sun. 2. There are 3 dantions in the body, the lower, middle, and the upper dantions. Jude opened his eyes. His mind was blank at first. He felt like he slept soundly without even dreaming. Ah, Jude said in a daze as he blinked his eyes. The things he could see in his blurry vision gradually became clearer. The Temple of Life. And Jude realized something. I am hungry. He was extremely and seriously hungry. Once he realized that he was really hungry, he couldn't think of anything else. He felt like his stomach all the cells in his body were demanding for nutrition. I am hungry. I am seriously hungry. I think I can eat anything in front of me, but it was at that moment. Jude came to his senses when he heard the pleasant-sounding voice and then turned his head. He saw Cordelia's red and flowing long hair and her fair-skinned face looking down at him. Cordelia? Cordelia brightly smiled when Jude barely squeezed out his voice, but she soon became teary-eyed. Does it hurt? Are you okay? Landius Nim, Cordelia loudly cried and tried to turn around, but she couldn't, because Jude had reflexively grabbed Cordelia's wrist. Ouch, Jude. His strength was crushing. Cordelia screamed again when she tried to get up but fell on her butt, because she felt like her wrist held by Jude would be broken. It hurts. It hurts. Huh. Jude automatically released his grip when Cordelia screamed in pain. There was a hand-shaped red mark on Cordelia's wrist even though he had held it briefly. Hey, are you crazy? Cordelia rebuked him, but it was only for a moment, because she noticed that Jude didn't look normal. His eyes are sunken. It wasn't just his eyes. The metamorphosis had made his already fair complexion better, but he looked really tired and exhausted. Why? What happened? Because he grew up. Cordelia flinched and then turned around when she suddenly heard the voice behind her. Landius passed by Cordelia and stood in front of Jude. He then sat down and said, "Girl, what about the one I asked you to prepare earlier?" "It's ready." "I'll bring it." Cordelia quickly got up and ran while Jude's gaze naturally followed Cordelia's back. Landius unwittingly smiled at Jude's look. He's probably not sane because of Hungerer. Is this the power of love? It was both a misunderstanding and not, but anyway, the pleased Landius opened his mouth again. "Disciple, first of all, do you recognize me, Master?" "Yes, it's me." Jude's gaze that was chasing after Cordelia's back then turned to Landius. Landius spoke in a loud voice so that Cordelia could hear it too. "You're in a state of incredible hunger now. It's because you've grown, as I said earlier." "It grew up." "Yes, you grew taller, so you also got bigger." The metamorphosis itself consumed an enormous amount of energy, so it was natural for your body to scream for food now that you had grown up to that height. Ah, so that was it. That exclamation was from Cordelia. She ran back and sat next to Landius while holding a large container that had an unknown murky gray liquid inside. "Sit up and drink this." Jude slowly raised his body at Landius' order and took the container from Cordelia with an inquiring look. "Drink thys?" "Yes, it will fill you up with the nutrition that you're lacking at once." As Landius grinned and Cordelia awkwardly smiled, Jude looked inside the container again. A gray liquid. The unidentified drink seemed to be made by grinding several miscellaneous ingredients. Is this like a protein drink? Something one drank when they work out. Hurry up and drink it. Quick. At Landius' urging, Jude turned to Cordelia again, who somehow avoided his gaze. What's in it?" Cordelia doesn't know anything. Jude felt anxious again, but it was Landius' order and he was also very hungry. He gave them the benefit of the doubt and began to drink the contents of the container big enough that he had to hold it with both hands. Glug, glug, glug. Cordelia unconsciously gulped as she watched Jude in nervousness, while Landius happily smiled. "How is it? Can you feel yourself being filled with nutrients?" Jude continued to drink instead of answering, and he gulped it again. After he finally emptied the contents, Jude gasped as soon as he lowered the container. He somehow made a contradictory expression of pain and joy. "Are you okay?" Cordelia asked in a small voice, and Jude forced himself to smile. It seriously tasted terrible, but he was so hungry that he couldn't stop drinking. Moreover, he felt crazy at the fact that he was still hungry to the point that he wanted to drink more of that. The medicinal effects are kicking in. "Girl, bring some more." Eyes. When Cordelia scampered to someplace again, Landius gave an explanation. "It's a special drink that I consume when I exercise. I taught the girl on how to make it, so make sure to drink it from time to time." I have to drink more of that. At the time when Jude broke into a cold sweat again here. Cordelia handed him a second container, and Jude gulped and swallowed the gray liquid again. Jude cleanly emptied the container again, and he breathed out as if he could finally live. He felt like he had drank nearly 4 liters in total. Excessive loss of one's life force can lead to muscle loss. So now that you've been nourished, don't forget to train before going to bed. At Landius' words, Cordelia shifted her gaze while Jude remained silent and avoided answering, but Landius did not let it go. He looked at Jude with a steady gaze, so Jude eventually had no choice but to answer that he would do so. "Anyway, congratulations on your metamorphosis, my disciple." Jude looked at himself upon hearing Landius. Metamorphosis. The act of literally replacing one's bones and changing one's skin. A reconstruction of the body. It's real. His body changed. It was not an exaggeration to say that he had become a completely different person. He was sitting down, but he could tell that he had grown taller. His body, which had been in a bit of a mess because of the sudden growth and increase of his muscles, was now completely balanced. His muscles had also become shapelier and was functionally reconstructed. Your appearance is not the only thing that has changed. Jude agreed with him. The circulation of his chi energy was corrected. His meridians that had been obstructed by his gyumjulmeek were already beyond the level of being cleared as his entire body felt completely new. It was faster. It was smoother. He could now easily circulate the energy of ninth heaven's 9 doors, but Jude was surprised once again. Middle Danshin. The second Danshin was located in his solar plexus. The energy of ninth heaven's 9 doors had always been stored in his lower Danshin until now, but he had newly created a middle Danshin. If one compared it to cars, one could say that he now had 2 engines. You seem to have felt the change yourself. Landius happily laughed and turned to Cordelia, who was nodding her head with a red face. Oh my gosh, please cover yourself. Jude's lower body was covered with a blanket, but he was still naked above his waist. His immaculately clear and milky white skin was reminiscent of a Greek statue, but his muscles weren't that excessive. And oh my gosh, Cordelia quickly shook her head and raised her head to see Jude's face, but her mind had already begun to recall the past. Right after Jude completed his metamorphosis, she was so happy that Jude was back that she didn't have time to be embarrassed about something. This lewd demon, get out, disappear. Cordelia had not actually seen it properly, so it was all just her delusion. As Cordelia struggled with her own thoughts, Jude raised his head to face Landius. Thank you very much, Master. No, you are my disciple. It's natural for a master to take care of his disciple. And if you are grateful, thank the girl more than me. If it wasn't for the girl, you wouldn't have regained consciousness, no matter what I did. Landius chuckled and slapped Cordelia's back with his palm, and Cordelia involuntarily screamed and lifted her head. Cordelia, why yes, Jude? It was really sudden, so she was a bit embarrassed to face Jude. But this time, she wasn't embarrassed because she remembered something like Jude's naked body. It feels like he became an adult. In the process of his metamorphosis, Jude's height grew, and his height was now in the early 180s. But it wasn't just his height that grew as his build itself felt more manly. His shoulders broadened too, his face too. She had a troubled expression because he had become an adult. She felt like he could no longer be called a boy, as it seemed like she might unconsciously call him Opa now. Cordelia? Yes. Yes. Ahum. Cordelia calmed herself by clearing her throat as she haughtily spoke to hide her embarrassment. Anyway, like your master said, you should be thankful to me. Do you understand? Yes, madam, I understand. As Jude responded like usual, Cordelia widely smiled without realizing it. She felt a little uncomfortable because of his changed appearance, but one way or another, she could ascertain that he was Jude. The two of you look cute and sweet when you're flirting. Jude bitterly laughed at Landius' words because he suddenly remembered Violent Avalanche. The bear cub grumbled about that often. Jude wondered if he was doing well now. Anyway, disciple, I want to ask you one thing. How many doors have you opened? Second door? No, wait. Since you also had a metamorphosis, don't worry about it and speak. Fifth door? It's the fifth door. 5 doors. Even though Jude replied 3 times, Landius blinked and had an expression as if he didn't hear it properly. He had no choice but to. Fifth door? Yes. The 5th door, seriously? Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 doors. Yes, 5 doors. Landius had a stunned face again at Jude's answer, and Cordelia was a little surprised at seeing Landius like that for the first time, but she soon smiled and proudly shrugged her shoulders. Phew, because he is my Jude, okay? He's different from other people, really different. While Cordelia raised her chin and snorted, Landius opened and closed his mouth several times. 5th door, the real 5th door, 5 doors. Landius finally accepted it as he looked up the sky and suddenly burst into laughter. Ha. FCK. Did they hear it wrong, or was his last word really a curse? Jude and Cordelia flinched when Landius laughed and swore again. What a nasty world. Ma master. No, I mean for a moment, I thought about the nastiness of Chinmujich for a moment. How long has it been since you've learned Ninth Heaven's 9 doors? Well, it's a good thing. Of course. It's a great blessing that my disciple achieved things faster. It was like he was talking to himself. but it was natural for Landius to act like that. He underwent hardships when he opened the doors. Even though he was called a genius everywhere, it took him 6 years to open the 5th door. He also had to undergo an intense and life-threatening training before that, as expected of Chinmujich. It's a cheat. But isn't this the result of adding other things? It is. You had a lot of good opportunities, so it's fine to be criticized. It wasn't just because of Chinmujich that Jude was able to open the door very quickly. It became possible because of his rapid level-ups from their fierce fighting in the wild lands, and also because of the various potions given to him by Count Chase. Good. Anyway, 5th door. Congratulations, my disciple. Thank you, master. Yes, 5-door show ho. I can't help but change my plan. Your plan? Yes, I had made a training plan. The reason why he left after only teaching Jude the mnemonic chant of 9th Heaven's 9 doors was because he thought that it would be a great achievement if Jude could open the 2nd door by their next meeting. But Jude opened up to the 5th door, so he had to revise his plan. First of all, I think you'll need to thoroughly examine on how you opened up to the 5th door, and how it differed from my situation. Landius didn't have Chinmujich, so his process of opening the doors and its effects would also be inevitably different from that of Jude. And we also have to review the things you got after opening the 5th door. Are you talking about abilities? Yes, I am definitely talking about the abilities. Landius had talked about it when he first taught him the 9th Heaven's 9 doors. From the 5th door onwards, he would be able to acquire mysterious abilities one by one. Somehow, I think I know what it is. Nobody taught it to him, but he seemed to know how to use it like a bird who instinctively knew how to flap its wings and fly. Jude looked at Cordelia, and Cordelia stared at Jude. Why? Jude's dark green eyes then glimmered. Oh, it's working, Jude said, and Landius turned to Cordelia, who blinked her eyes a few times before she understood what was happening. She then punched Jude in the face. I mean, I didn't see it properly. It's despicable that you even tried. No, I didn't really do it on purpose, so you did the right thing. You didn't do anything wrong. I was wrong. Hoo. Jude was on his knees and pretended to cry, but Cordelia was still looking coldly at him. When the 5th door opened, Jude got the ability to see through things. In subcultures like novels and comics, the ability to see through one's clothes was a truly convenient ability, but the reality was different. To be exact, it seemed like her body looked a little transparent. He felt like he could grasp the position of the muscles, bones, and organs. Jude could already calculate his opponent's movements to some extent through their fighting skills, but with this new ability, it seemed possible to grasp the opponent's movements more closely. It seems like I can see their weaknesses. It was a very useful ability one way or another. Moreover, it wasn't just that. Ho, my disciple. You're still inexperienced, but it will be fine when you're a little more skilled. Really? Jude's eyes sparkled and Landius smiled like a man, but Cordelia glared at them coldly. Ahem. Jude and Landius both cleared their throats, and Landius brought up a different topic to calm the current situation. Now then, my disciple, I guess you really opened the 5th door since you can now use that ability. I've said it before, but congratulations again. Thank you, master. That's right, the girl helped you a lot, so be grateful to her too. Yes, master, you are right. Jude earnestly nodded and turned to Cordelia as he said with a serious face. Thank you very much, Cordelia. I am grateful to you for everything. Ah, yes, I understand. No, I mean it. Thank you very much for being with me. Well, at least you know. HMPH. You finally understand. Cordelia fed and turned her head to the side, but she seemed to be happy given that the corners of her mouth were slightly raised. Her anger seems to have been a bit appeased. Jude sighed in relief afterwards and asked Landius again. But master, how did you come here? Landius' appearance was very much welcomed, but it was quite sudden at the same time. Landius answered with a smile at Jude's question. Because I met Lena. I didn't know that you were qualified enough to open 5 doors, but I was in a hurry to meet you because I heard from her that you had become very strong. Wah. You met her. Is Lena doing fine? Cordelia's face brightened when she heard about Lena, and Landius nodded his head. Yes, she's still beautiful. Haha. My Lena is pretty, right? As Cordelia brightly laughed, Landius also laughed loudly before he continued to speak. Lena went south to meet Camille. I went north to meet you too. I found your exact location with this. Landius took out a small hand mirror from his waist, and Jude and Cordelia immediately understood it. Is this something Lena gave you? Yes, Lena said that she gave the girl a gift, and that gift had Lena's mana. So I could track your location with this exclusive mana tracker. Cordelia nodded with satisfaction again at Landius' explanation. Because while Lena had attached a tracker on her in a way, Lena didn't have any bad intentions in the first place, and they were also able to get help from Landius thanks to it. Then, Master, are you coming with us? Cordelia raised her head upon hearing Jude's question as she looked at Landius too. If Landius went with them to the royal capital, they wouldn't have to worry about the Minister of Defense. Unfortunately, Landius' answer was a negative. I am sorry, but I can't. I have to go south to help Camille and Lena. Landius had only gone north for a while to see Jude's condition, so he had to immediately return to the south afterwards. What are they doing in the south? At Cordelia's gaze, Jude fell into deep thought, because this specific information did not appear in the game. Is it possible that Landius died in the south? Jude shook his head at Cordelia's next question. Landius died while he was alone. It wouldn't happen if he was with Camille. Moreover, Lena is here now. Lena's survival and her joining him with his work. Perhaps this alone would have changed Landius' future. My disciple and girl. Why are you suddenly silent? It's nothing, I apologize. Yes, me too. Jude and Cordelia awkwardly smiled and gave an evasive answer. Landius then spoke with a kind look. Don't be so sad. I'll teach you a lot of things before I leave. What kind of things? Landius chuckled again when it was Cordelia who showed more interest rather than Jude. First is a way to develop steel-like muscles that can stop bladed objects. Cordelia's expression turned odd at Landius' words. Although it was a really good ability, she didn't like the thought of Jude having a body like Landius. There are a lot of other things, but there is one most important thing. Having said so far, Landius suddenly took a deep breath and straightened his posture. He looked straight at Jude and continued. Jude Bayer, my disciple. Yes, Master. You have opened the 5th door of 9th Heaven's 9 doors. Your body has become strong, so you will no longer suffer from the immense cold you were born with. So I believe it's time for you to learn my own martial arts. Jude nervously gulped at Landius' words. His own martial arts. It was as Landius said. 9th Heaven's 9 doors was a creation of a transcendent being and not Landius' own martial arts that he had developed in his life. I heard it from Camille. The fact that you've been reborn with a yin-yang body. So even if you were born with extreme yin energy, you'll be able to use it. Cordelia's eyes widely opened, because she understood what Landius was talking about. Sun Warrior Landius. The true reason why he was the continent's strongest warrior. The power of the sun will be with you. The sun god's ultimate. A golden aura rose like a flame from Landius' entire body. Chapter 139, Long Live the Sun, 3. It is a mental health problem that can occur after a traumatic event. The two main characters of Legend of Heroes 1, Camille and Landius, were like night and day in many ways. Both were good-looking, but one was beautiful enough to be mistaken for a woman due to his fine features and fair face, while the other was manly and vigorous with his masculine appearance and well-defined features, the so-called cheerful person. Their heights were also different, since Camille was a little shorter than the average person, while Landius was already a giant who was over 190 cm tall and had bulky muscles at the time of the first episode. Their personalities differed too. Camille was a realist who could be described as calm, composed, and rational, while Landius was a classic warrior full of passion, hope, and courage. A song of ice and fire. Camille used yin energy while Landius used yang energy. The two were known for their martial arts, the 12 Snowflake Sword Art and the Supreme Sun Divine Art, the Warrior of the Sun. Landius was like what his nickname meant. When Camille and Lena, as well as all the survivors of the Paragon Kingdom, fell into despair and fear before the absolute power of the Demon Prince, he was the only one to not fall into despair. He did not give up. He's like the sun. Like the sun rising alone in the pitch-black darkness to light up the world. A man who drove out the fear and terror in everyone's hearts and instilled them with hope and the courage to fight again. The Supreme Sun Divine Art is like Landius. An endless life force / vitality. the power of light that drives out the darkness. The martial arts of a man who always did his best to destroy the enemy in front of him without any petty tricks. Disciple, do you know about the Supreme Sun divine art? At Landius' question, Jude came to his senses and slightly nodded. I've only heard a bit about it. Okay, then do you know what makes the Supreme Sun divine art distinct? When Landius asked again, Cordelia's eyes lit up. Excessive strength, increasingly very high stamina, fast recovery speed. The attack itself is simple, but the power of his one punch is strong. Landius is surely the best one-punch damage dealer out of the 5 main characters. Hell make you taste that one punch gathered in his fist. If one analyzed the Supreme Sun divine art in game terms, it would be like what Cordelia thought. But Jude couldn't say all that, so he summarized it nicely. I heard that it's a martial arts that is based on a strong vitality like the sun. Yes, you are right. The Supreme Sun divine art will turn you into the sun, and if you succeed well in it, the endless power of life that will never be exhausted will be with you. That's right, you get superb strength. Y'all surely never get tired. Like an energizer, you can work all day long like Captain America. No, you can work for many days and nights. Y'all become Captain Slen. As Cordelia's eyes sparkled again, Jude bit his lips and held back his laughter. Landius spoke again. I created a new Supreme Sun divine art by adding Ninth Heaven's 9 doors to the existing Supreme Sun divine art. But disciple, I will teach to you the existing Supreme Sun divine art. Jude's Ninth Heaven's 9 doors was different from that of Landius himself. 24 gale steps. Jude's footwork techniques changed with the Ninth Heaven's 9 doors. Having learned about the 36 world steps from Jude, Landius came up with a hypothesis. If Jude could combine the 36 world steps with the Ninth Heaven's 9 doors, wouldn't it be also possible with all the other martial arts in the world? Landius himself couldn't do it, but Jude, who was born with Chinmujich, could do it. Something that only Jude, who had learned the more perfect Ninth Heaven's 9 doors, could do. If you can indeed do that, I can compare it to my new Supreme Sun divine art. And through that, I can also improve my Ninth Heaven's 9 doors. Of course, your Ninth Heaven's 9 doors too. Jude nodded his head. He couldn't find the timing to talk about it, but he actually wanted to talk about the Ninth Heaven's 9 doors, the female sage he met every time he opened the door, and what he learned when he opened the 5th door this time. By the way, Jude, it was at that moment. Cordelia slightly raised her hand and gazed at him, and Jude immediately responded to her gaze that was different from before. Cordelia, see, can I ask a question? Landius was also interested in Cordelia's question. Girl, what is it? Are you curious about the Supreme Sun divine art? No, it's Sphere of Life. Jude got the Sphere of Life, the divine item of Aerith, the goddess of life. Because of that, the Sphere of Life was no longer just a beautiful ornament, because its power was completely absorbed by Jude. But the Sphere of Life has several unique effects, like regenerative power or the amplification of one's peak life force. Wouldn't those effects be passed on to Jude? Her question was quite reasonable. When Cordelia honestly spoke aloud about her thoughts, Landius looked at Jude, who began to think as he closed his eyes. The Sphere of Life. If the life energy I absorbed wasn't the only thing inside it, if the goddess blessings were also in it. Jude went into meditation. He went deep down below the surface of his consciousness and looked at his soul and body. Perhaps he also got a skill that he didn't know when he opened the 5th door. He went deeper and deeper. He found it when he observed his own soul and body, new abilities that Jude himself had acquired. Wow, Jude unconsciously exclaimed before he pulled out a dagger from his waist and wounded his forearm. His sudden action surprised Landius and Cordelia as their eyes widely opened, but they did not shout, because his small wound healed in an instant. Regeneration? Wow, it doesn't even show. Cordelia said in admiration as she touched Jude's arm, because there wasn't even any trace of the wound left. Amazing. The blessing of the goddess of life remained in my disciple's body. Indeed, it's the blessing of the goddess, a miracle from the goddess. Be thankful, Landius said before putting his hands together to pray. It was very natural for him to pray because he was a paladin in the first place. Thank you, goddess. Thank you very much. Cordelia also prayed, and Jude was swept away by the atmosphere too as he closed his eyes and expressed his gratitude. Anyway, that's good. Now that you have a regenerative power, you can just tolerate the training unlike before. When Landius chuckled and said that, Jude blinked his eyes. He had no choice but to do that. What? I can just tolerate the training? No, that before, are you talking about tolerating that crazy training we did before? Disciple, there's no time to lose. I have a lot of things to teach you, and a lot of things I want to learn from you, so let's hurry. Wait a minute. Master, ho ho ho, your regenerative power must have activated, right? Now that I look at you, your strength seems to be overflowing. The regenerative power seems to have accelerated the absorption of nutrients. No, that can't be possible. Is there a relation between my regenerative power and accelerated digestion? Perhaps. He wasn't hungry. He had used up his strength because of the metamorphosis, so he no longer had any strength in his entire body, but not at the present moment. He felt like he had absorbed all the nutrients from the 4 liters of that horrendous liquid prepared by Landius. His vision was clear, and his limbs were full of power. Kekek, that's good. There's no risk of injury, recovery is quick, and you can digest food as soon as you eat it. Your body is definitely optimized for training. So from now on, let's train without taking any breaks. Landius was delighted as he jumped from his seat and threw a training uniform at Jude, who looked at Cordelia with a face full of distress. Help me. No, save me, Cordelia. His eyes were like that of a dog who got soaked in the rain because it wandered around without an owner. Cordelia's compassion surged at that moment, but she could only do one thing. Fighting, don't die. I'll give you a lap pillow and clean your ears anyway. I'll treat you nicely. So my Jude, I'll cheer for you, okay? Hey, Cordelia. Hey, his silent screams remained as silent screams. Landius forcibly carried Jude with his big hands, and the blanket covering him fell so Cordelia quickly covered her face with her wide open fingers. Time passed. As Landius himself said, he trained Jude really hard. He trained all the time except for the time he ate and slept, but his meals were the gray liquid and not a proper meal. So it was like he was being tortured separately with the force feedings. As a natural result, Jude's only pleasure in the day was his sleeping time. Sob, Cordelia. Hoo-hoo. Cordelia bitterly smiled as she stroked Jude's head in her lap as he trembled like a PTSD patient. She only saw the training for a short time on the first day, but it seemed like a hellish training when she saw Jude broken like this in just 3 days. My Jude, you better sleep. You have to sleep. You only have 3 hours of sleep a day. You now only have 2 hours and 53 minutes left. Sniff, sniff. Jude trembled again at Cordelia's words, and he closed his eyes as he tried to sleep while Cordelia continued to stroke his head. And around 10 minutes passed. Cordelia gently removed her legs under Jude's head after he was completely asleep as she slowly stood up. It was Jude's sleep time, but for Cordelia herself, it was the time to start her new routine. Girl, are you going again today? As she came out from the entrance of the small room where Jude slept, she heard Landius' voice. Landius didn't really need to sleep because he succeeded in using the Supreme Sun divine art, so he just sat cross-legged like that when his training with Jude was over. Cordelia replied with a small smile. Yes, I think it's paying off. Don't overdo it. Immediately send me a signal if it becomes dangerous. I know that you're strong, but no one can tell on what will happen in real life. Yes, thank you for your concern. Cordelia answered nicely and left the training room on the 3RD floor as she headed deep into the Temple of Life. Cordelia was doing something while Jude was training with Landius. It looks like I got everything on the 3RD floor. Cordelia was wiping out the monsters in the Temple of Life, because she had nothing to do during Jude's training, but she had other reasons too. I can't stand still. It's good that Jude is becoming stronger. It's not some empty words because I am really happy, because he's my Jude. The enemies we'll be fighting in the royal capital are tough. I really hate seeing Jude getting hurt. I always thought and wished that he would become stronger and not get hurt. But apart from all these feelings, I have to become strong too. I have to level up by collecting even a little more experience points. I have to look for new ways to grow and not settle for what I have now. This is reality and not a game. There are other ways to become stronger aside from the established methods. Jude is striving forward. I am scared because his speed of getting stronger is too fast, so I have to catch up. I have to become strong. I want to stand by his side. No, it wasn't that tender feeling. She wasn't thinking about him in that way, as the emotions that welled up in her heart was a little different from that. It was something more fundamental. Cordelia's own feeling from her previous life that she still held in her present life. I have to become strong, not only because I want to see a perfect, happy ending, not only because I want to overcome the challenges ahead, but for a more fundamental reason. A simple but strong wish of mine. Even if that outboxer had become my Jude, I don't want to lose. I really want to win someday. I will not lose. A fierce smile spread over Cordelia's face. She clenched her fists and looked straight ahead. The power of a holy angel then emanated from her entire body. She spread open her wings of light and an angel's halo floated above her head. But it didn't stop there. She tried something new. Because she wanted to get ahead of Jude, and even go beyond winning against him, as she wanted Jude to never beat her. Cordelia closed her eyes. She released a new power that did not appear in the game. Chapter 140 Unexpected Encounter. One morning on the 7th day since Jude began training with Landius. Jude and Landius sat face to face in order to converse with each other. It was to organize the things he learned and experienced from his training over the past 7 days and what they understood from it. My 9th heaven's 9 doors and your 9th heaven's 9 doors. To be exact, they were talking about the difference between the 9th heaven's 9 doors of someone who didn't have Chinmujich, yet forcibly trained oneself with it, and the 9th heaven's 9 doors of someone born with Chinmujich and was like the incarnation of martial arts chosen by the heavens. First is the existence of the female sage. In the beginning, he could only see the female sage's silhouette that was like a drawn painting, but it was different now. When he opened the 5th door, Jude was able to clearly see the face of the female sage, her black hair and white face. She was an elegant and beautiful woman, but Cordelia is prettier. Even if everyone else said otherwise, she was prettier in Jude's eyes. He wasn't joking as he was serious about it. Disciple? Yes, master. Jude flinched but answered almost immediately, and Landius slightly tilted his head before he spoke again. I also saw the female sage. I first saw her back when I opened the 5th door. It was when I opened the 7th door that she finally turned to me. But when Jude opened the 3rd door, he not only met the female sage, but also learned her skills. And when he opened the 5th door now, he even heard her voice. But Cordelia's voice is prettier too. Jude nodded to himself before he shook his head to shake off his trivial thoughts. He should be focusing more on his current conversation with Landius. I guess I had a hard time these days. He wouldn't be able to survive the hellish training every day if it wasn't for Cordelia. For Jude, Cordelia was already a real angel and his heart's oasis. In any case, who both saw the female sage. In other words, 9th heaven's 9 doors and the female sage seems to be deeply related. 9th heaven's 9 doors is not just some martial art, but a superhuman martial art that leads its practitioner to a higher level. Perhaps that female sage is its first practitioner who transcended. If it really was that, several possibilities opened. One was that she was the founder of 9th heaven's 9 doors. Another was that she was the ancient person who fought against the overlords of hell. The last one was that she was not either of the two, but was just an ancient practitioner of it. 9 heavens and 9 worlds. The true meaning of 9th heaven's 9 doors. Landius had already opened up to the 7th door, but even he didn't immediately understand what that meant. But Jude had a vague idea about it, though it feels like I can't explain it properly. There were a lot of parts that he found hard to express into words. It seemed like he needed to train more in order to understand it. Anyway, it's not bad. Since we both saw the female sage, it means that we're on the right path. Landius and Jude were obviously different. If Jude was moving forward on the right path, Landius was forcibly making his way in the somewhat twisted path. But what's important in the end is that we're moving forward. Landius restrained his thoughts and continued to speak. There's also a difference in the Supreme Sun divine art. Although Jude's training period was short, it was possible to compare it with Landius since he managed to combine the Supreme Sun divine art with the mnemonic chant of 9th heaven's 9 doors. My conclusion is that it's not that suitable for me. Or to be exact, it's perfectly suitable for you, my disciple. Yes, I think so too. The new Supreme Sun divine art that was created by adding the mnemonic chant of Ninth Heaven's 9 doors to its existing form was not suitable for everyone. It could be said that the new one was specialized for Jude, that it was a martial art that completely suited Jude. To begin with, the Supreme Sun divine art uses the middle danshin among the upper, middle, and lower danshins. And I had already created my middle danshin before I even opened the doors of Ninth Heaven's 9 doors. But disciple, you said that you only created your middle danshin when you opened the 5th door, right? Yes, Master. In that case, I guess that my prediction that Ninth Heaven's 9 doors will use all 3 danshins when you master it is correct. The numbers of Jude's danshins wouldn't just increase, because a synergistic effect would also be created through the interactions of the 3 with each other. So if he got to use all 3 danshins, the effect might perhaps be not just 3 times more, but even be 5 times more. The lower danshin, middle danshin, and upper danshin all have different roles. So if you can use all of them, what you can do will also vary. It was part of the lesson he had been learning in the past 7 days. Jude nodded his head, and Landius moved on to the next topic instead of repeating the specific details about the danshins. The black dragon that you're using, I wonder if that, too, is the result of Ninth Heaven's 9 doors being tailored to you rather than the natural power of the Ninth Heaven's 9 doors. Landius couldn't use the black dragon, but he didn't think that it was because he forcibly trained himself with the martial art or that he didn't have Chinmujich. And this is just something I simply felt. A kind of feeling that only those who have actually trained that martial art could feel. Instead of being able to use the black dragon's energy, the Ninth Heaven's 9 doors of Landius strengthened the power of the sun, which was his foundation. If the Ninth Heaven's 9 doors of Jude was the black dragon, the Ninth Heaven's 9 doors of Landius was the sun. But now that you've began to learn the power of the sun, the Ninth Heaven's 9 doors may change once again. It's regrettable that I don't have the time to properly observe it. He tried to teach Jude as much as possible in the little time they had, but they only had 7 days, or 6 days to be exact. Even if Jude was born with Chinmujich, it was impossible for him to learn the Supreme Sun divine art in just a few days. But as expected of Chinmujich, it's really incredible. Landius taught Jude, who was quite ignorant of the Supreme Sun, divine art through rote learning. They didn't have enough time, so Landius crammed the concepts into Jude's memory. And Jude had managed to do something that difficult in reality. Although it was hard enough that it would drive someone a bit crazy, what mattered was that he did it. It's not only his Chinmujich. His intelligence is extraordinary too. When one's martial arts reached a certain level or more, their intelligence would increase. That was why Landius himself had an excellent memory. However, Jude's memory wasn't at a level that could be simply evaluated as excellent. It was seriously amazing. I never thought that I could cram all 8 of it in him in just 6 days. The Supreme Sun divine art didn't just involve mental cultivation. It also had a lot of skills, and Landius was able to cram around 8 of it into Jude's soul and body. He'll be able to properly use the skills one by one when his mastery increases. And the next time they would meet again, he would teach Jude the secret skills of the Supreme Sun divine art. Of course, the training awaiting him will be harder than now. But that did not matter. If it was someone like his disciple before him, they would be able to endure it. Ho ho ho. Landius chuckled in delight, but Jude flinched for a moment and then broke out in a cold sweat, because he somehow had this ominous foreboding. Anyway, my disciple. Yes, master, you got stronger too quickly. At Landius' words, Jude nodded his head again. Because Jude himself understood well what those words meant, I can't say that rapid growth is bad. That only shows how excellent your talent is. But even then, it's too fast. The speed of your growth is too fast that I sometimes think it's scary. Jude reached the 5th door of Ninth Heaven's 9 doors in just a couple of months. When Landius first met him, it was impossible for him to fight against a low-ranking demonic human, but the child was now capable of beating a mid-ranking demonic human. In just a couple of months. It's too fast. So I am worried. He hoped that this growth wouldn't overwhelm Jude. He hoped that Jude's ankles wouldn't be caught by the things he missed because he ran too fast. Basically, Landius is saying that he hopes that Jude wouldn't suffer any drawbacks or consequences because he learned too fast. Disciple, I'll be honest with you. I've been called a genius since I was a kid. It was quite well known, too. Landius suddenly cleared his throat after having spoken, because he felt embarrassed even though he said it himself. But it's true. It was true. Objectively speaking, Landius himself was a genius. Camel is also a genius. Lena is a genius too. I myself am a genius, and I have seen many geniuses in my life, but Yurei the best among them. Chinmujich. It was indeed the incarnation of martial arts from the heavens. In reality, the original Chinmujich wasn't as good as what Jude had now. But like what Jude himself thought, the Jude and Cordelia now were different from the ones in the game. Even in his previous life, Kang Jin-ho was the genius who was also known as Outboxer 9. Kang Jin-ho's genius self was added to Jude's Chinmujich, and by training in the ninth heaven's 9 doors and having his intelligence increased, the current Jude was much more talented than the original Jude in the game. The same goes for Cordelia. In Jude's opinion, it was a fact that Cordelia was the real genius. Her ability to arrive at the results without going through the process could not be expressed in any other way except for the word genius. Jude himself didn't just assess things, as he also calculated things through his analysis. That's why, my disciple, I look forward and am worried about you at the same time whenever I see you. It was his first time meeting someone with this talent, so he couldn't even guess how it would go in the future. His growth speed was too fast that if he went down the road without stopping for a brief moment, he might go too far. So my disciple, don't be too hasty. You've already gone too fast. Be a little more patient than be in an extreme hurry. Do you understand what I mean? Yes, master. I'll keep that in mind. Landius' concern was actually a bit too much, because leveling up is also my talent. The reason why Jude was able to become stronger so quickly was because his body rapidly became stronger through leveling up. Everyone in Pleiades naturally had levels, and their abilities get enhanced as their levels increased, but what they felt was different. In Jude and Cordelia's case, they felt that their stats had risen every time they leveled up, while for others, they felt that their levels rose because their abilities had risen above a certain standard. The two seemed similar at first glance, but there was a clear difference between the two. Anyway, he's a bit worried because he overestimated us beauteets. Not that bad to keep that in mind. For both Cordelia and me. No, rather than me, it should only be for Cordelia. Well, I've said everything I wanted to say. I think that's enough to wrap up this training. Having said that, Landius tried to get up as he brushed the dirt off his clothes, but Jude hurriedly raised his hand and said, Master, I want to ask you one more question. What is it, disciple? I'd like to ask you about Velkian Nim and Fran Nim, like where the two were now, or if there was any way to contact them. At Jude's question, Landius furrowed his brows once and said with a bitter smile, If it's Master Velkian, I don't know either. After we fought the Demon Prince, he disappeared while saying that he'd do some personal research. He didn't have much long left to live in the first place, so I didn't even stop him, disciple. Why are you looking at me like that? No, it's just a little amazing. Master Velkian. He couldn't believe that Landius used honorifics for Velkian. Landius is now 40. On the other hand, Velkian was already in his 70s at the time of the first episode. It was a matter of course. Boy, why are you saying something random? Anyway, I don't know about Fran either. I've been in touch with him 5 years ago, but I lost contact with him after that. But since he's a druid, he must be living well somewhere. Perhaps he's doing something like hibernation. Jude thought that even if a druid hibernated, 5 years was a bit too much, but he nodded his head. I have no choice but to find them one by one since we don't know. They first needed to catch Velkian by fishing him with a bait. Well, that's quite a sly smile, my disciple. Ahem, you sly boy. Are you thinking of the girl? When Landius asked with a furtive smile, Jude felt that he was being misunderstood. Or rather, why was Cordelia connected to his sly expression? Especially when Jude himself thought of Cordelia with a pure heart ahem. Jude, who was thinking about her, suddenly coughed again. Because he was embarrassed when he thought of her. I guess you have a conscience. Landius said that as if he knew what Jude was thinking, so Jude cleared his throat again from his embarrassment. After about an hour, Jude, Cordelia, and Landius stood facing each other at the entrance of the Temple of Life, because it was now time for them to go their separate ways. Master, Please stop by the royal capital when you're done with your business. Landius was heading to the southern part of the kingdom, where Camel and Lena were in order to resolve some business there. Though Jude was anxious that Landius didn't give him a proper answer, even after he asked several times, he decided to be understanding of Landius. There must be a reason why Landius didn't want to say it. Perhaps there was something really dangerous there. I hope that hell be safe. Although he didn't have a complete picture of the event since it was not accurately described in the original, it was not yet time for Landius to die. Moreover, Lena, who was not present in the original, was now together with them, so if their business got settled well and was much better than the original, the chances of Landius dying would be low. Yes, Landius Nim. I'll also be waiting for you in the royal capital, Cordelia gracefully added, and Landius chuckled and nodded his head. Okay, I understand. If it's possible, I'd go see the two of you at the founding ball, the 300th anniversary founding ball. As it was a gathering of many people from all over the country, it would be full of good-looking men and women, but Landius was sure of one thing, that it would be Jude and Cordelia who would shine the brightest on that day. Now then, I have to go. Your level was much higher than I expected, so I got delayed a bit. Thank you very much, Master. Jude replied a bit awkwardly at Landius' slightly mischievous words, and Landius chuckled again. My disciple, I look forward to our next meeting. Practice hard until then. Build your muscles. Do you understand? Yes, Master. Jude's face turned pale due to the trauma he remembered in the last few days, but fortunately, Cordelia was next to him. Cordelia held the staggering Jude with her arms and said to Landius, Then, see you next time. May the muscles always be with you. At Cordelia's greeting, Landius stared in surprise, but he soon cheerfully laughed and rose from the ground. Don't cry, as it would lead to muscle loss. May the muscles always be with you. A golden aura exploded from Landius' body as he soared high in the sky. It brightly shined as if another sun had risen in the sky. See you again, disciple. Girl, may the muscles always be with you. Ha 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 ha. Landius burst into a vigorous laughter as he moved in the air and flew at a terrifying speed towards the south, and Cordelia said with a blank expression like usual, It's amazing whenever I see it. Why is that not magic? How in the world does he fly like that? Aren't you amazed too, Jude? Cordelia, who was supporting Jude with her arms, unknowingly stepped back, because Jude's body shook and the laughter he suppressed finally burst out. QQQQ, I'm free. I am free. He was free from the training of those last 6 days. Those hellish days. Are you that happy? I am very happy. Jude broadly smiled as he held Cordelia's waist in his joy and lifted her up high. Yes, wahoo, the two spun around. Cordelia was frightened by his smile that was like that of a madman, but she soon spoke with a sympathetic face. I'll give you a lap pillow today. Sob, thank you, madam. Yes, my doll sweet. Jude spun around a few more times before he brought Cordelia down on the floor. The next afternoon, at the branch headquarters of the Devil's Hand located in Minette, the enduring Saluzia, a high-ranking demonic human who was in charge of the northern part of the Slen Kingdom, finally screamed in anger. What the hell is going on? The intelligence she received 8 days ago. The information that Jude and Cordelia would join forces with the Guardians of the Holy Cross at the headquarters of the Devil's Hand in Minette, or to be exact, it was information about attacking the branch that Saluzia was in charge of in the whole north. It was information that she couldn't just ignore. All the branches of the Devil's Hand were run in secret. Naturally, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that only a few people knew about the locations too, but they pinpointed Minette. In addition, they made 3 mid-ranking demonic humans vanish off the face of the earth. She found it hard to believe that Jude and Cordelia alone could have done that. It was obvious that the Guardians of the Holy Cross were deeply involved. Camille, the most powerful person in the Guardians of the Holy Cross. There was a high possibility that his clone was also involved in this event. No, perhaps he wouldn't come at all. He probably knew that he cannot defeat Saluzia by himself. Therefore, Saluzia went on the defensive. After gathering all of their forces in the north to counterattack those who would be invading their headquarters, they laid out a trap and waited. A day passed, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days. Finally, at the 8th day, why aren't they coming? Saluzia didn't just foolishly stay indoors. She sent intelligence agents outside several times in order to monitor the movements of the Guardians of the Holy Cross. And what she found out as a result was that the Guardians of the Holy Cross were not making any significant moves. She thought it was a trap at first. She thought they were playing tricks in order to perfectly surprise them. But now, 8 days had now passed. She could tell it now. There would be no attack. It didn't matter if the information itself was false in the first place or if the Guardians canceled their operation midway, but what mattered was that an attack wouldn't happen. Either way, it doesn't matter. The important thing was the fact that she wasted 8 days and that there was a setback in their operation in the royal capital because she had gathered their troops in a hurry. If the leader get disappointed at me over this, if she completely renounce me, just imagining it was terrible. Saluzia shuddered in fear as she covered her face with her hands and breathed in and out several times. She would rather die than suffer, as she didn't want to face a future where she was abandoned by their leader. She wouldn't be able to take it. Find Jude and Cordelia, the root of all evil, so that their leader won't be disappointed in her anymore, so that she could make up for her past mistakes. Locate the two. Hurry. Saluzia angrily shouted at the demon followers gathered in my net, and they scattered all over the north to begin searching. They began their search in the major cities of the north, as well as the villages near the roads to the royal capital. But none of them could find traces of Jude and Cordelia. And that was something natural. The two didn't use the proper road in the first place. They headed to a completely different place, and not for the royal capital after they left the Temple of Life, the entrance to the capital. At a village located in a place where there were only mountains as far as the eye could see. Jude and Cordelia were there. A business had to have customers just like all businesses do. In the case of an inn, there must be someone who would stay, so there were usually 2 types of guests. One was an outsider who was looking for a place to stay. The other was a village insider who needed a place for a one-night stand. The Pink Pig Inn, the only inn in Han's village, was mainly intended for outsider guests. Because there were no fools who would stop by the inn to play with someone in a small village where everyone knew each other. But there aren't that many outsiders. It wasn't exactly a tourist destination or near a major road. The reason why there was an inn in the village was because many outsiders once visited the village in search of a job, a mining industry, an industry in which minerals and so on were extracted by digging the ground. It used to be a hit. It wasn't that far in the past. Around 5 years ago, the mining industry was so active that there were 3 inns in the village. But now, it was a mining town where most of the tunnels were abandoned. That's why it's weird. How many years has it been since so many outsiders were present at the inn? Hans sat at the counter as he took a peek at the people on the first floor that was being used as a tavern. There was a male and female couple sitting in the left corner. Both were so handsome and pretty that he thought they weren't human when he first saw them. Especially the female, whom he unconsciously felt that the word angel would suit her. And there was another group of people on the right. Most of them were large men, but there was a small girl among them. Interesting. It was rare for the tavern to be full, but even the people inside it were all unusual. But I have to suppress my curiosity. He might get seriously hurt if he pushed his head out of curiosity. Except for the small girl, all of the guests had swords on their back or waist. Even the angel. Let's not even look at them. I'll find myself in trouble if I make eye contact. Having made up his mind, Hans turned his gaze away, which was a wise move. Because a silent battle had already began in the tavern, though Hans didn't feel it. The group of people where the small girl was with stared at the young man and woman sitting in the left corner at Jude and Cordelia, and the two exchanged glances. It's her, right? Yes, it's her. They never imagined that they would meet her in a place like this. Jude and Cordelia exchanged glances again and turned to the girl simultaneously. A brown hood was worn from the top of her head and covered more than half of her face, but even so, her young-looking face couldn't be completely covered. She was clearly Princess Darian, the younger sister of Princess Daphne and Prince Dion, who were known to be the key people in the royal capital incident. Chapter 141, Unexpected Encounter. 2. You're a knight of Count Bayer. Then you belong to the Bayer family or clan. What makes this confusing is the fusion of Western and Eastern culture in this series. Knights are vassals of a lord, and technically do not belong to the lord's family or clan, but in Wuxia or Murim they do. So the 12 northern families are actually 12 sects with a feudal noble as their head. And if you're wondering why there is this fusion, this series technically belongs to the fusion fantasy genre, where there's a fusion of 2 or more genres in a story. In this case, it's a fusion of Western medieval fantasy, wuxia/Murim fantasy, reincarnation, and game-like elements. Princess Darien, her official name was Darien de Slen. As the child of the second queen, she was half-siblings with Princess Daphne and Prince Dion, who were the first queen's children. But the relationship of the three were quite good, because they have a huge age gap and the probability of Darien inheriting the throne is low. Because Darien is the cutest. Jude frowned at the reason Cordelia gave, but she wasn't exactly wrong. If a cute child clings to her older sister and brother, it would be hard for people to not react or resist it. Anyway, about Princess Darien. Why is she, the darling of the Slen royal family, sitting here now at an inn in a mountain village like this? Though I have pretty good idea why. You know why? You didn't properly read the character settings, right? No, I did. I know how many favorite shoes Cordelia has, okay? Hey, you're Cordelia. Is that so? Cordelia smiled with her tongue slightly sticking out to hide her embarrassment, and Jude wryly smiled but was still happy. Because she was cute. Anyway, it's just a guess? What? But isn't this conversation with our eyes too high level? Do you understand what I'm talking about? Roughly. No matter how well we understand each other, is it possible to have a conversation with our eyes like this? Isn't this almost telepathic? Is this the power of love that Master said? You must be nuts if you keep repeating that bullshit. Cordelia said with her eyes as she smiled prettily, and Jude laughed before tearing a scroll under the table. The two had an almost telepathic conversation with their eyes, but it was still impossible to convey specific information without understanding the circumstances and context. So in this case, it was better to just use message magic. She probably came here because of the Duke. The Duke isn't he the maternal grandfather of Princess Darien? Bingo. He is Henry Spencer, the father of the second queen and the current Duke Spencer, whose family has royal blood flowing in their veins because they are collateral relatives of the royal family. Isn't he suffering from an illness? That's why she came here. To get some medicine that will cure her grandfather's illness. Cordelia clapped her hands a little as if she understood now. Medicinal herbs in Arkemen's dungeon. Bingo again this time. A medicinal herb called the seven-colored herb naturally grew in the deepest part of Arkemen's dungeon, and though it was not as good as the sunflower, it had a rather strong life energy. Will it perhaps cure an ordinary chronic illness in one dose? But in the original, he was still suffering from it, her Duke grandfather. I guess she couldn't get the herbs in the end. Well, it's because Arkemen's dungeon is difficult. Arkemen was a particularly eccentric freak among the many eccentric archwizards. A wizard's dungeon was originally more like a lab with excellent crime prevention measures rather than a labyrinth full of traps and monsters. After all, it was a place created to conduct research. But Arkemen's dungeon was different. The dungeon was filled with powerful traps and guardians, as if the dungeon's purpose was crime prevention and not research. In particular, the dungeon boss is a problem. A chimera created by Arkemen. A creature that was created by combining 3 different beasts into one, and an inferior monster that could be taken care of in a funny way. Anyway, we'll talk about it later. That was it. Jude looked to his side, and so did Cordelia, because one of the big men standing next to Princess Darien approached them. Hey, you two. It was a deep and intimidating voice. Because of her traveling with Jude, Cordelia's acting skill had become excellent, so she blinked with a frightened look on her face, and Jude slightly leaned forward as if to protect Cordelia before he spoke. What is it? Are you travelers? Yes, we're travelers. When Jude immediately replied, the big man frowned instead of talking again. He's bad at this. He's clumsy. He was probably sent here by his superior, but it seemed like this was his first time doing it. Isn't he a Duke's Knight? I think this is the first time he'd ever gone undercover like this. What would I say if you asked me if I was a traveler at a place like this? Of course, I would say I'm a traveler. The man hesitated for a moment and looked back, and he caught the gaze, or more like the glare, of a fierce-looking middle-aged man sitting next to Princess Darien. Get it together. I think he's being told something like that. I think so too. Shortly after Jude and Cordelia exchanged glances, the man flinched again and turned to Jude and Cordelia as his mouth opened and closed several times before he spoke. Why were you looking at our side? It's strange that there's a lone child among adults. Their face is also covered with a robe. Cordelia spoke naturally, and the man was flustered again, because when he thought about it, she was right. There was a small child who was alone among big men. Their body and face was also covered by a robe. Even I would look at it. The young knight of Duke Spencer, Hunt, was troubled, but he couldn't look back again, because his superior would clearly scold him severely. I think I can already hear it, hoo-hoo. In fact, Hunt felt that it was unfair. Any of the knights who came with him would also respond in the same way as he did. Is there a problem? When Cordelia cautiously asked, Hunt's face slightly blushed and he faltered again. Although he had some difficulties on how to respond, the main cause was Cordelia's beauty. She's so pretty. She was pretty when he saw her at a distance, but she was much prettier when he saw her closer. Hunt flinched after hearing the angry voice behind him, and he shook his head to clear his mind. Since it had already happened, he had to do something even if it would be a success or a failure. You too, you're too suspicious. Identify yourself. Are you really just travelers? He felt ashamed at the words that he said himself, but he couldn't help it. And at his shameful lines, Jude sighed and looked at Cordelia as he sent her a gaze. Let's just do it then. We're going to get involved with them, because it would be nice if we can get close to Princess Darien. He was wondering on how they would go to the royal capital and meet Princess Daphne, but the problem would be solved at once if they became close to Princess Darien. After taking a deep breath, Jude stood up and said, Sir Knight. What? I am not a knight. I am just a traveling veteran mercenary, I understand. You're a knight of Duke Spencer, right? Right after Jude said that, the air in the inn rapidly changed. The men around Princess Darien stood up at once, and even the bewildered Hunt gave off a sharp pressure and grabbed the sword on his waist. He was ready to pull it out. Then one person moved. The middle-aged man sitting right next to Princess Darien. He was Sir Cornwell, the head of the Knights of the Red Rose who were known as Duke Spencer's sword. Who are you? Depending on how you answer, your life could be at stake. He did not give off a sharp pressure like Hunt. He did not even hold a weapon in his hand like everyone else. But the quality of his sense of pressure was different. Jude took on his pressing gaze as he took a deep breath once and stepped forward. He stood in front of Cordelia, as if to protect Cordelia from Sir Cornwell and everyone else before he opened his mouth. The second son of the Bayer family, Jude Bayer, greets Sir Cornwell of the Knights of the Red Rose. At Jude's smooth words without any sign of fear, Sir Cornwell slightly narrowed his eyes, and Hunt and the other knights could not hide their confusion. How? Bayer? Several very small voices were abruptly heard, but soon disappeared, because Sir Cornwell began to let out a terrifying sense of pressure. But it didn't last long. Stop it, Sir Cornwell. The cheerful voice of a girl, which did not match the current mood, broke the uncomfortable silence. Sir Cornwell seemed to frown once before he looked back at Princess Darien, who smiled and walked towards Jude and Cordelia. My lady. It's okay. Sir Cornwell is next to me, right? At the words of Princess Darien, Sir Cornwell eventually sighed and then stepped aside. Thank you. As I thought, Sir Cornwell is the best. Princess Darien cutely said before she took off the hood she was wearing on her head. The golden hair that was called the symbol of the royal family and her pretty doll-like face were then revealed. Hugh, that's better. It was quite stifling after all, huh? Mumbling to herself as if she was talking to someone unknown, she then took a deep breath and said as she looked up at Jude, Good-looking Opa, please try to guess who I am. Who she was. Jude smiled at her provocative question, and Princess Darien's cheeks slightly turned red. Although he was overshadowed by Cordelia, Jude was like her too, as he was one of the 4 great kings of beauty. Just as a beautiful woman's smile was effective for men, a handsome man's smile was effective for women. Moreover, Jude even took it a step further. Let me properly introduce myself. Jude spoke in a lowered voice as he knelt on one knee and gently held the princess' hand before he kissed the back of her hand. Jude Bayer of the Bayer family greets Princess Darien, and he brightly smiled again. Princess Darien held her breath without realizing it, and Cordelia's eyebrows twitched when she saw everything. because she somehow unconsciously felt upset about it. Hey, hey, don't go overboard, okay? Don't seduce an innocent girl, okay? She shot a glare at him, but perhaps because she shot it in the back of his head or he deliberately ignored it, Jude continued to hold the hand of Princess Darien and kept his sparkling smile. And a few seconds passed. Princess Darien came to her senses and said with a shy smile, "That's surprising. Are you really Count Bayers? Are you Mr. Jude Bayer?" "Yes, Your Highness, I am Jude Bayer." But that was it. Sir Cornwell, who was listening, quietly stepped forward again. "Prove it. No, more than that. Answer my question first. Why did you think that we are the people of Duke Spencer?" When Sir Cornwell showed a coercive attitude again, Princess Darien slightly frowned, but she didn't really stop him. Because Sir Cornwell and the princess were also curious about it in the first place. How in the world did he know? "It's not that surprising." Jude softly replied and stood up as he faced Sir Cornwell and gave an explanation. "First of all, your outfit is too unnatural for a mercenary." At Jude's words, the rest of the knights except for Sir Cornwell looked at themselves. Because their clothes, such as their cloak, leather armor, and so on, were quite like that of a mercenary. The quality is too good. Most of it are new. Especially the shoes. Mercenaries were those who carried swords while traveling all over the place to look for work. Their shoes were always worn out from their rough journey. Perhaps they asked for clothes that were fit for a mercenary. But the knights of Duke Spencer, who came from the capital, would have found it hard to wear second-hand clothes worn by mercenaries. Everything they purchased must have been brand new. In addition, most mercenaries don't wear such a perfect full set. They don't bother about color schemes, too. At Jude's comments, the knights looked back at their clothes, and deep furrows lined Sir Cornwell's forehead. And most of all, the sword. The sword on the waist of the first person to talk to use it was the sword of the Spencer family. I saw the crest engraved on the handle and figured it out. Sir Cornwell hurriedly turned to hunt at Jude's words and soon glared. He seemed to be yelling with his eyes that the other was stupid for carrying the sword with the Duke's crest, because weapons are difficult to change. For a knight, the sword was like their own life. In the first place, a knight who was unskilled in going undercover would have unconsciously carried his usual sword. In fact, it seems like there are more of them. Some of the knights who saw Hunt being scolded had flinched and covered their swords with their cloaks. And to add one more thing, everyone was too handsome to be a mercenary. At the words of Jude, the rest of the knights except for the cowering Hunt cleared their throats. They were quite embarrassed, but felt that it was nice at the same time. Of course, it's not like they're really handsome, but they have the air of a rich person. In any case, most of the knights were convinced of Jude's words, because they liked such plausible talk. Of course, the truth is that it's just some random guess. Mercenaries wouldn't always use old things, they would use new ones sometimes. Moreover, if they were a high-end mercenary who specialized in escorting, there were a lot of times that they matched their clothes well. There were many cases where their customers and escort targets would want a good-looking escort. In the end, it was possible to argue his points one by one if they thought about it calmly, but what mattered was the atmosphere. Ah, that makes sense. I think he's right. Once that kind of atmosphere was formed, they overlooked his other words unless there were too many irrational things behind it. As expected of my scammer, Jude felt Cordelia's satisfied. Smile behind his back and turned to Princess Darien again, who was fascinated by Jude's explanation and asked with sparkling eyes, "What about Sir Cornwell and my name?" It was a lot easier. Jude knelt on one knee again to make eye contact with Princess Darien and then said, "Because Sir Cornwell is the only one in the Spencer family with such a splendid physique and a nice beard." Princess Darien laughed and clapped her hands at Jude's words. "That's right, Sir Cornwell's beard is really nice. It's probably the coolest beard in the royal capital." Your Highness, Sir Cornwell said in a quiet voice as if he was embarrassed, but he seemed to be happy as the corners of his mouth was slightly raised. "And the princess, how can I not recognize such a lovely princess?" Princess Darien's face turned red at Jude's sweet whispers. Her red face seemed like it would burst if one touched it, but as for one person. Hey, isn't this too much? Hey, Cordelia somehow got angry and sharply glared at him, but Jude didn't budge. He continued to sparkle in Princess Darien's eyes, who twisted about before she loudly said, "Fantasy couple. What is she talking about all of a sudden? Jude and Cordelia reflexively thought, and Princess Darien quickly spoke in a voice full of excitement. I've heard the rumors too. A fantasy couple who are already betrothed with each other, but they love each other so much that they run away at night because they want to love the other more. It was a blow that made even the mature Jude falter. No, it's good that it's already an established fact. It's good if that's what the royal capital thinks so. Jude glanced at Cordelia, whose face was so red that it was like a ripe persimmon that was about to burst. Do something. Seeing Cordelia's eyes that were at a loss, Jude nodded his head and turned back to Princess Darien as he said, That's first of all, you're right that we're the fantasy couple, but I knew it. Princess Darien clapped her hands again and turned to Cordelia, who flinched and belatedly stood up to give her greetings. Cordelia Chase of the Chase family greets Princess Darien. At Cordelia's greeting, Princess Darien blushed again in happiness. But it was at that moment. Prove it. Sir Cornwell raised his big hand and cut in Princess Darien, Jude, and Cordelia as he stared at Jude and said, I know well now how you recognized us. But that does not prove that you are children from the 12 northern families. So prove your identity. The atmosphere in the inn sharply changed again at Sir Cornwell's sharp remark. As expected of the head of the Knights of the Red Rose, he didn't get the position of Knight Commander for no reason. Instead of being flustered, Jude got up and pulled out something hidden in his inner chest pocket. This is a crest of the Bayer family that only the legitimate children of Count Bayer have. It was not the crest of some vagrant family, but was that of the Bayer family, one of the highest ranked among the 12 northern families when it came to military power. Sir Cornwell immediately nodded upon receiving the crest. You are the child of Count Bayer. If so, what about you? As Sir Cornwell's gaze shifted to Cordelia, she blinked her eyes and looked at Jude. Because unlike Jude, she didn't carry anything like a crest. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. How? Leave it all to me. Jude smiled and lowered his posture again before he spoke as he faced Princess Darien. Princess, my fiancé unfortunately does not have a family crest at the moment. But do you really need proof? At Jude's question, Princess Darien showed her curiosity with her sparkling eyes, and Sir Cornwell frowned. And Jude continued his words. My fiancée, Lady Cordelia Chase, is rumored to be the most beautiful girl in the north. If you've heard the rumors about us, I am sure Princess Darien already knows about it, right? Yes, I heard about it. She's an angel-like beautiful girl with vivid red hair and blue eyes that sparkle like gems. Princess Darien's description made Cordelia's face turn red again, and Jude pushed it further. That's right. She's the most beautiful girl in the north, a girl who's truly like an angel that descended on earth. As he spoke dramatically, some of Knights unknowingly nodded, and so did Hans, who was sitting at the counter. A woman who's like a flower and is so lovely and pretty that it makes you want to look at her more even though you're already looking at her. FFCK. Stop. Stop it. Hey. It was unknown if Jude could hear Cordelia's screams in her mind or not, but he continued to speak as a smile bloomed on the face of Princess Darien. I see. Are you saying that her beauty itself is the proof of her identity? Yes, wise princess. Princess Darien giggled at Jude's words before she looked up at Sir Cornwell, who nodded and sighed as if he couldn't help it. In fact, identifying them was pretty much done at the time when he saw the Bayer's crest. Asking for the Chase family's crest to be presented was in reality more of a trick. I guess the rumors are true. I'd like to hear from you too, so can you tell me? Ah, are you still in your runaway of love? The way she asked with her slightly lowered voice was very cute and lovely, so Cordelia covered her face with both hands instead of answering, and Jude gently shook his head. No, Your Highness, the runaway of love is over. Then, we're on a journey of love now. Jude shamelessly said, and Princess Darien had a face like that of a dreaming girl, while Cordelia couldn't remove her hands from her face. Chapter 142, Unexpected Encounter. 3. Gossip could travel fast. Rumors about Jude and Cordelia had widely spread beyond the north and even reached the country's capital where the royal family lived. No, why? What happened? Because it was something strange and unusual. Lovers who loved each other but were forced to break up due to the opposition of their families, so they run away at night with their lover. Such a setting was exclusive to sad romance stories. But two people who were already engaged would still have a nighttime runaway of love. The two of them had the full support of their families since they had already been engaged since birth, yet they still did that. The reactions of those who heard the rumors about Jude and Cordelia were largely the same. What did you say? What the hell did you just say? A story that was hard to understand. That was why they were curious about the whole story. Moreover, the story of Jude and Cordelia were so filled with attractive things that spiced it up. Have you heard about the letters Lady Cordelia left behind? Oh my gosh, how bold. Cordelia's letters expressing her love for Jude were quite direct and straightforward. I guess they wanted to have some time alone. I think I somehow understand why. Isn't it? It was difficult to create a situation where two unmarried people of the opposite sex were alone with each other, even if they were engaged, of noble lineage, or belonging to the 12 northern families. Because a lot of people would follow right behind them for this and that, such as their exclusive maid or escort night. How could they do that? Those two have gone too far. Indeed, Lady Cordelia must still maintain the dignity of a noble young lady. To be honest, I am a bit disappointed in her. She must have read too many romance novels. Ho ho ho. One way or another, a scandal was a scandal. Just like Emma Ficus, there were many people who said bad things about Jude and Cordelia since this was the perfect opportunity for them. And as always, bad rumors were bound to spread more widely than good rumors. Isn't it a bit envious, though? In fact, me too, I am a bit envious. The story of the two wasn't simply a scandal where they could criticize and look down on the two, because it contained elements that were yearned for by young girls and even women who were quite old or those who already have multiple children. The two must really love each other, right? Like those in love stories. For nobles, most marriages were arranged by their families. A political marriage, a marriage with an unknown partner, a sudden engagement with someone they thought was someone else until yesterday. A forced marriage with no love on both sides. But Jude and Cordelia were different. Despite being engaged since birth, the two strongly loved each other. They were truly in love like the main characters of romance stories. They would be lying if they didn't felt envious. And have you heard about the rumors of Mr. Bear? He's really handsome, right? Lady Cordelia has been famous for her beauty for a long time. Count Chase is a bit too hay. It's been rumored too that Lady Adelia would have been the most beautiful woman in the north if she just shut her mouth, right? I remember that. The two shined as an incomparably beautiful girl and an absolutely handsome boy, even when considered separately. So how great would the two shine now when they are a couple? In any case, the rumors about Jude and Cordelia quickly spread beyond the north and even to the capital because of these reasons. And in fact, the rumors had already spread to the south, so the whole kingdom knew about the story of Jude and Cordelia. From a fantasy couple to a couple of the century, the love story of two people that was recognized by the entire kingdom. FCK, what is this? What in the world is this? Cordelia felt dizzy when she heard their story from Princess Darian's mouth, while Jude nodded with a very happy face. It's a very exciting story. I really envy you, Lady Cordelia. Thank you. As Princess Darian's eyes brightly sparkled in admiration, Cordelia was forced to smile and acknowledge it. How did this happen? It clearly began as an excuse to avoid Dahlia and Maja's watchful gaze. The next thing she knew, the whole kingdom knew, perhaps the entire continent had publicly recognized them as a lovey-dovey couple. By the way, Your Highness. Yes, Mr. Bear. Has the second story not spread yet? Second story. It's the secret story behind me and Cordelia's journey. Our connection with the guardians of the Holy Cross. Princess Darian blinked her eyes at Jude's words, and Sir Cornwell, who was listening next to her, coughed and opened his mouth. The reason why the two fled at night was to actually help with the mission of the guardians of the Holy Cross. Count Charsvelger, the head of the Jackdaws, had reported that they were also very active in the military operations in the barbarian lands. Wow, really? I don't know the other details, but that's what I heard. Being the Duke's Knight commander did not mean he could read the military reports that Count Charsvelger sent to the royal capital. It was a rough story he gathered from exchanging information between his fellow knights. But we might be able to find out the details now. Having spoken so far, Sir Cornwell looked at Jude, who flashed a smile. I can't tell you the details because it's confidential, but the real reason why Cordelia and I ran away from home was to fulfill our mission from the Guardians of the Holy Cross. At Jude's words, Sir Cornwell urged him to say a little more, but it was in vain. Jude maintained his smile, and Sir Cornwell just frowned as he couldn't directly pressure Jude to say it. Sir Cornwell was both a viscount and the knight commander of Duke Spencer's knights, but he was not exactly in a position to order Jude on what to do, because he's a noble too. Although Jude had no title and was unlikely to inherit the title because he was the second son, a nobleman was still nobility, and perhaps shall receive a baron rank sooner or later. Count A. Charsfelger had reported the contributions of Jude and Cordelia in the barbarian lands, so it was highly likely that they'd receive the higher-ranked title of baron and not the lower-ranked title of knight. So Jude leisurely smiled again, and Sir Cornwell looked displeased as he couldn't say anything to Jude, but not for Princess Darien. Upon hearing the conversation between Jude and Sir Cornwell, her shoulders suddenly sank, and she spoke in a very disappointed tone. Then was everything a lie? What? The love story between you two. She had longed for something like that and thought it was amazing, so she wished for that kind of love too. Please say no. At Princess Darien's gaze, Jude turned to Cordelia, who was visibly embarrassed. What should I do? What do you mean? Let's just do what we always do. Wait, what we always do? Then will you make Princess Darien cry? Cordelia flinched at Jude's question before she turned to Princess Darien and flinched again when she saw the princess' moist eyes. Princess Darien? Yes, Mr. Bayer. What I said earlier, do you remember that? Princess Darien blinked her eyes and tilted her head at Jude's question, and she soon brightly smiled. You said that it was a journey of love. Yes, that's right. Our runaway of love is over, and we are now on our journey of love. The reason that we ran away was because of the mission from the guardians of the Holy Cross, but our love for each other is not a lie. Wow, Princess Darien said in admiration as her hands touched her cheeks, and she looked back at Cordelia while looking like that. And she attacked them with her eyes again. She stared at them with her big and beautiful eyes that were moist but had a different feeling than earlier. Jude is right. We really love each other. Cordelia awkwardly affirmed it, and Darien's face brightened up. Then Lady Cordelia Unnai, can I call you Unnai? That eyes, it would be an honor. Even if it was in private, it was uncommon for a princess to call someone Unnai. When Cordelia answered with difficulty, Princess Darien slightly closed her eyes and giggled before she said, Then, that letter too is that real? I always want to be together with my beloved Mr. Bayer. I don't want to part with him. Even death will not be able to separate us. At the phrases she recited like a girl who was dreaming, Cordelia suffered an enormous mental blow, but she couldn't do anything. She couldn't say no here. No, wait, how did it become so exaggerated? I certainly said that I want to be with my beloved Mr. Bayer and that I didn't want to part with him, but I never said that death blah blah. But it was a rumor that had already spread, and the original rumor had become exaggerated when it spread. I thought it was really cool. Is it real, Cordelia Unnai? At the adorable Darien's question, Cordelia felt a cold sweat run down her back, but she was forced to smile and nod her head. It's a bit exaggerated. No, a lot of it is exaggerated. So you did not say that you love Mr. Bayer? You don't want to part with him? No. That's true. That's what I wrote. Alas, Cordelia. Alas, Cordelia. Her face and neck turned red, and sweat poured down as she was at a loss on what to do, but the knights and hands in the counter thought the same at her appearance. Lovely. I want to kill him. The first one was for Cordelia. The last one was for Jude. And Jude, who was the direct cause of all these events and one of the parties involved, did his best to hold back his laughter. Ah, Cordelia, please. Why are you so cute? But it was at that moment he thought that. Hey, help me? Yes, madam. Jude immediately responded to Cordelia's SOS signal as he opened his mouth to change the current situation. By the way, Your Highness. Yes, Jude Oriboni. Can I call you Oriboni? Of course. Thank you for this great honor. Thank you for allowing me too. But what's the matter? Oh, do you have more love stories to tell? Of course, we have a lot of stories to tell, but I think we should postpone that for now. Having said that, Jude glanced back at Sir Cornwell and spoke again. The reason Cordelia and I stopped by this village was to actually get medicinal herbs. Medicinal herbs? Yes, it's a medicinal herb called the seven-colored herb that grows in the wild at Archmage Arkemon's dungeon. As soon as Jude's words were spoken, the atmosphere in the inn changed once again. Sir Cornwell's eyes turned fierce, and the hesitant knights also quickly changed their gazes and posture. As expected. This reaction. It's clear that Princess Darian and her group also came to this village to look for the seven-colored herb. If so, how will they respond to my current remarks? Jude looked at Princess Darian, who couldn't hide her feelings like that of a child. She clasped her hands tightly and seemed to be restless as she turned to Sir Cornwell. Sir Cornwell. When she asked him on what to do while staring at him with those eyes, Sir Cornwell sighed before nodding his head. It can't be helped. They're children of the 12 northern families, so I think we can discuss it. To be exact, it was because the two were children from the 12 northern families that they had to talk about it with the two. If they were commoners, they would have driven them out or, in extreme cases, eliminate them. But that was impossible if they were children from the 12 northern families. Judori Boni, yes, Princess Perdarian, please call me Darian, because it's my nickname. Yes, Princess Darian. Jude corrected his address, and Princess Darian bit her lips once before she smiled and said again, Sir Cornwell and I also came to get the seven-colored herb. You mean the seven-colored herb? Yes, I've also heard the story that it grows in the wild in Arkemen's dungeon. She did not disclose her source of information, and Jude did not ask her. The important thing was that they both wanted the seven-colored herb. Wait, we want the seven-colored herb? What we want is something else. Yes, that's right. But I want Princess Darian and Sir Cornwell to think it so. Cordelia blinked her eyes and soon understood Jude's hidden intention. Wow, a real scammer. Thanks for the compliment, Princess. Jude's hidden intention. The future scheme of Jude. Judori Boni, please join us. We'll get the seven-colored herb together and then share it. At the suggestion of Princess Darian, Jude shouted bingo in his mind but didn't make it obvious. Instead of accepting it right away, he asked in a cautious tone. Will that fine? He directed the question not only to Princess Darian, but also to Sir Cornwell. And in fact, the answer was already decided. Because it was decided by Princess Darian, and they don't have a reason to refuse it. They had already identified the two as Jude and Cordelia. Moreover, Sir Cornwell also knew that Jude and Cordelia had made a contribution in the barbarian lands. In other words, he knew that the two were not ordinary nobles nor innocent children. It's more like our power increased rather than our number of escort targets increased. Naturally, it wouldn't be pleasant for them if others intrude even if the outsiders' identities have been proven and were invited by the princess. But he had no reason to refuse it strongly, so just accepted it. I'll be counting on you. Thank you, Sir Cornwell. Jude smoothly answered and looked back at Princess Darian. And the moment he faced Princess Darian and her group, he told them about his plan. Princess Darian, I have one suggestion. It was a win-win plan of one stone hitting three birds where everyone here would be happy, though Jude and Cordelia would naturally be happier. Jude then began to talk. Chapter 143 Chimera 1 Archwizard Arkemen. He was a character who had lived hundreds of years ago, but only existed as a background setting in Legend of Heroes 2, and was a person whose name frequently appeared when one played the main story. A genius creator of magic tools. He was a great wizard and an excellent blacksmith at the same time, and one of the top 3 artifact craftsmen in history. So the more one proceeded to the second half of the game, the more they would see his name, because the player would be equipping high-ranking equipment at that time. It was called the Arkemen series. This Arkemen's sword was a masterpiece he made in his youth, or this Arkemen's ring was the best item he made in the middle of his life when his skill was at its peak. Such were the descriptions of the items he made. Usually, the items he made in his youth were just plain, A-rank ones, but those he made in his middle and old age were at least S-rank items that guaranteed a really terrifying average performance. So it became an unwritten rule in Legend of Heroes to obtain one of the Arkemen series when it became available for the player. Of course, that was the standard for ordinary players. It wasn't such an attractive series for Rotten Waters, because there were many more powerful items than that series, but even so, items that were at least S-rank were not something weak. For the current Jude and Cordelia, the Arkemen series were dream items. Add to that are the ranks of the Arkemen series. The items were not at most S-rank items, they were at least S-rank items. Even some Rotten Waters drooled and struggled to possess items from the Arkemen series. They were called Archemin's 7 treasures. Jude raised his head as he snapped out of his thoughts. He continued his words to Princess Darien, who had sparkling eyes, and to Sir Cornwell, who was showing interest one way or another, even though he had a slightly displeased look. Princess Darien. Yes, Judore Boni. Did you know that we met the Fairy Queen? Yes, I heard of that story too. But is it true? Did you really participate in the fairies' banquet? Princess Darien's eyes were filled with a light of excitement. It was uncommon to meet fairies in reality. First of all, there weren't that many fairies, and most of them lived in hiding deep in the mountains. Moreover, their preference for beautiful things or people was a problem, because even if someone found their habitat, they wouldn't meet anyone who didn't have a certain level of beauty. Oreboni, then is it true that the fairies first showed up because of Cordelia's beauty? Of course, it's true. Everyone went crazy and said that she was as pretty as a goddess. While Princess Darien's gaze naturally turned to Cordelia, and so did Sir Cornwell and the other knights. As for Cordelia, her face was red as ever, and she didn't know what to do, so she bowed her head. No, she reached under the table and slapped Jude's thigh. Do something? No, hurry up and change the topic. Change it. She couldn't even exchange glances with him because she had bowed her head, but her thought was clearly conveyed because of her desperation. And Jude thought, shouldn't you be used to it by now? But being embarrassed like this every time was part of Cordelia's charm. Hurry up, she slapped it again. Jude nodded his head and changed the topic for Cordelia. Anyway, Your Highness, Cordelia and I met not only the fairies but also the Fairy Queen, who is the Queen of the Fairies. But are you aware of it? The fact that the Fairy Queen is not just one? Yes, I heard it from Daphne and I. Fairies also have dominions, so there are many queens. Yes, it is as you said. The Fairy Queen is not one but many. And Cordelia and I met another Fairy Queen across the border in the Wild Lands. Really? Yes, it's true. How? Did the fairies come to meet you first again? Jude nodded his head when asked by Princess Darien, who was so excited. That's right. The fairies fell in love with Cordelia's beauty again. Slap. Slap. Cordelia hurriedly slapped Jude's thigh, but she was too late. Princess Darien, Sir Cornwell, the knights, and hands at the counter looked at Cordelia in unison. Jude! The voice of her thoughts were heard once again. Jude pretended not to know her thoughts and quickly spoke again. The Fairy Queen who lives in the Wild Lands is very beautiful, wise, and friendly. Wild Fairy Queen Enl. Among the Fairy Queens whom they had met so far, she was the easiest to dupe. No, she was the most benevolent and kind woman. At Jude's sincere words, Princess Darien suddenly closed her eyes. She was probably imagining the Fairy Queen in her mind. Jude had a small smile at the childlike appearance of Princess Darien, and he continued to talk. I heard from the Fairy Queen about Archemin's dungeon. She had told us of a story when she first met Archemin a long time ago. Well then, the dungeon that Fairy Queen said is yes, it's a hidden dungeon here. I heard from the Fairy Queen about the 7-colored herb and that a fearsome and powerful chimera guarded the 7-colored herb. It was obviously a lie. The Fairy Queen never said anything like that, but what mattered was that it was a plausible story. An arch-wizard and a Fairy Queen. 2 beings that somehow fit together. It's impossible for them to verify it. It wasn't possible for them to meet the Fairy Queen here or the Fairy Queen in the Wild Lands. And in fact, verifying it was already unnecessary, because Jude had created an atmosphere where everyone believed in his words. Even the doubtful Sir Cornwell was interested in something else rather than the truthfulness of Jude's story. Did you say chimera? The dungeon boss who protected the 7-colored herb, although it's not the 7-colored herb that it is guarding. The 7-colored herb was just a wild grass that grew in the dungeon, but it was true anyway that the 7-colored herb was in the room the chimera was guarding. So if he slightly changed the story, he could be say that the chimera was also guarding the 7-colored herb. Hey, Mr. Jude, isn't this called a scam? Rather than flinching at Cordelia's gaze, Jude shrugged and made a serious look as he then answered Sir Cornwell's question. Yes, I heard that it's a very powerful chimera. It's almost like a dragon when inside the dungeon, because it is supported by the numerous magic circles that Archemin had set up. D-Dragon? A surprised voice came among the knights. It was Hunt, but no one, including Sir Cornwell, reprimanded him, because everyone was equally surprised. But Judore Boni, is there any other way? Otherwise, Oreboni and Unnai wouldn't have come here. When Princess Darian asked with her sparkling eyes as if she found it interesting, the knights, including Sir Cornwell, were also interested. Because what she said was true. If there was no secret to dealing with the chimera which is comparable to a dragon, it would have been useless to come here. Princess Darian stared at Jude with a smile that seemed to goad him a bit, and Jude nodded his head. Yes, wise princess, it is as the princess said, there is a secret to dealing with the chimera. What is it? Please tell us. Princess Darian urged him to talk, and Jude immediately came up with the answer instead of dragging it on. Archimonde's chimera comes out of the dungeon twice a month to absorb the power of the sun. It's not for a long time, but the dungeon will clearly be empty at that time. Well, aim for that gap then. Yes, but the problem is that the gap is not very long. So when the chimera comes out of the dungeon, that is, at a place where it can no longer receive the dungeon's support, someone has to defeat it or draw its attention. At Jude's explanation, Princess Darian clapped her hands in admiration, but Sir Cornwell's expression did not brighten. Because it was primarily a synthetic beast, the strength of a chimera varied per individual, but all chimeras possessed a minimum level of strength. Moreover, its basic form was likely to be quite strong, as it was said to be a chimera that became like a dragon when it received the magical support of the dungeon. And Jude was pleased with Sir Cornwell's response, because it was the response he had expected. Bingo, we're almost done now. Jude held Cordelia's hand and said with a serious face, Princess Darian, Cordelia and I will buy time for you, Oreboni and Unnai. As worry and fear spread over Darian's face, Cordelia quickly smiled and said, It's all right, Princess. We have prepared ourselves to fight the chimera in the first place. Also, if the princess and her knights can help us, we just have to buy time and not defeat it. It was said that experience was the best teacher. Having witnessed Jude's numerous scams because she was always with him, Cordelia said exactly what was needed even though no one instructed her on what to do. But it's all right. It's a bit embarrassing to say it, but we're pretty strong, you see. Cordelia said with a big smile, but Princess Darian's face remained gloomy, because Jude and Cordelia didn't honestly look to be that strong. Although I think Jude Oreboni is a little strong. She thought that he was quite tall and that his body was firm. But Cordelia's body looked thin and delicate, so she thought that Cordelia wasn't that strong. But it was at that moment. It will be fine, Sir Cornwell. The Bayer and Chase families are among the 12 northern families who are particularly powerful. If that is truthy, must be very competent then. Is that true? Yes, and Lady Cordelia is a wizard. Wizards are people whose strength cannot be assessed by their appearance alone. Ah, that's right. It is as Sir Cornwell said. Princess Darian answered with a nod, as something came into her mind at Sir Cornwell's words. Sir Cornwell smiled and continued. Moreover, Adelia Chase, Cordelia's real sister, is one of the 7 commanders of the Royal Guard Magic Corps. She is also young and beautiful, but she is one of the best in the Royal Guard Magic Corps. So let's trust them. Let's leave the chimera to Jude and Cordelia. At the unexpectedly high evaluation, Cordelia looked at Sir Cornwell with amazement, but Jude bitterly smiled. The reason Sir Cornwell was doing that was obvious, because they don't want to fight the chimera. Unlike the other knights who were captivated by Cordelia's beauty, Sir Cornwell might have liked her beauty, but it wasn't to the point that it clouded his judgment. Therefore, he was able to calmly choose the best option for himself, the knights, and for Princess Darian. Thale, pass the chimera to the 2 of us and enter the dungeon that has become empty. This was the best way to preserve the power of the knights and secure the safety of Princess Darian. Jude was not particularly resentful of Sir Cornwell. He was rather impressed by Sir Cornwell's rationality and capability. The chimera will come out of the dungeon within 2 days from now. So for the rest of the time, I'd like us to exchange information with each other. Sir Cornwell gently nodded his head at Jude's words, and Princess Darian stared at Cordelia with a worried look, but did not say anything. Then let's talk about it in detail. Their light chat quickly became a meeting, and Jude, who was suspected earlier, had now become the leader of the meeting. It was something that naturally happened. After he received Cordelia's admiring gaze, Jude opened his mouth again and began to talk. That night, Jude came back to his room after dinner as he stretched his body and walked towards the bed. But Cordelia stood by the door, looked at his back, and spoke to him. Hey, what? You're doing this on purpose, right? What? As Jude made an innocent look and pretended to not know, Cordelia growled as she frowned. I am angry, okay? I mean, I won't be cleaning your ears anymore, okay? Jude flinched at her cute threat, but he said with a sly smile. No, rather than on purpose what I said is true though. Cordelia is the best in the North no. It's true that you're the most beautiful girl in the Slen Kingdom, right? It's true that you're like an angel because you're a real angel. Yes, yes, it's true. A shameless smile and shameless remarks. Cordelia blushed like always in response to Jude's usual answer, but she was not as helpless like the time when they were on the ground floor. There were only the two of them here now. Hey, then you're the most handsome boy in the Slen Kingdom no, you're a young man now. That you're more beautiful than flowers. You should be embarrassed too. Cordelia smiled with her canines glistening as she happily counterattacked, but Jude only found it funny. You're right, huh? I mean, I am a young man. Kaya, just as I thought, being handsome is the best. It's thrilling. It's always fresh. I love it so much. Cordelia was momentarily shocked by his shameless words that her face stopped turning red, but she soon grinded her teeth, ran to Jude, and began hitting his back. Hey, what are you doing? I hate you. I really hate you. Princess. I won't give you a lap pillow again, okay? I will behave. You can hit me. When Jude showed his back while looking at her in reverence, Cordelia sighed and sat down on the bed, because she was somewhat depressed. Hey. Yes, madam. I have a question. What is it? Jude asked as he sat down next to Cordelia, and she fiddled her hair with her fingers before speaking. The reason that you said that our goal was the medicinal herbis, there more to that. The 7-colored herb was not what the two were aiming for, but one of the 7 treasures hidden in Archimonde's dungeon. But Jude told Princess Darien that their goal was the 7-colored herb. At first, I thought that you were afraid of the treasure being stolen by the princess group, is that right? But there seems to be another reason besides that. Another reason. She didn't have any specific basis for it, but she felt that to be the case, and Cordelia trusted her senses. Cordelia, a genius who arrived at the result without going through the process. Jude admired it before he smiled and beckoned to Cordelia. It was a signal for her to come closer so that he could whisper to her. Yurei always whispering. There was no one else in the room who would listen to them anyway. But Cordelia gently brought her face closer to Jude, and he whispered in a small voice into Cordelia's ear. Another reason why Jude said that their goal was the 7-colored herb. Wow, Yurei a real scammer. But you like it, right? Yes, Daddy, I like it so much. After all, he is my Jude. Satisfied with Cordelia's bright smile, Jude boastfully shrugged and Cordelia smiled again. And 2 days later, Jude, Cordelia, Princess Darien, and her companions began their hike. Chapter 144 Chimera 2 Mount Plex, where Archimonde's dungeon was located, consisted of 9 peaks. The 5 peaks close to the village had many large and small mining tunnels. However, all but one were abandoned now. It was said that there was a lot of silver here in the past. Princess Darien energetically spoke like a child announcing that they had done their homework at home, and everyone, including Jude, listened to her story. There are several mines in the estate of Duke Spencer, which are mostly iron and copper mines. I heard that silver and gold mines are very rare. It was almost as if Princess Darien was born and raised in the Spencer Duchy. So it was natural that her story always ended about the Spencer Duchy. We're almost there. At the crossroads between the 7th peak, which was the highest peak, and the 8th peak, which was the largest peak. The hole where the Chimera regularly appeared from was on the 7th peak, and the entrance to Archimonde's dungeon was on the 8th peak. Princess Darien, who had been chattering like a baby bird with a cheerful voice until now, had a gloomy expression for a moment. But it was only for a while. Princess Darien's face became spirited again, and she said to Jude and Cordelia, I wish you two the best of luck. Oriboni and Unnai. Thank you. May fortune be with you as well, Your Highness. Don't overdo it, okay? At Cordelia's request after Jude's greeting, Princess Darien vigorously nodded her head this time. I'll be fine since I have Sir Cornwell. There are other knights too. Duke Spencer's knights are very strong. Princess Darien thumped on her chest and looked at the knights in confirmation, and all of the knights responded to the princess' smile with a smile too. Jude Bayer and Cordelia Chase. Sir Cornwell, who had been by Princess Darian's side, then approached Jude and Cordelia. It was to go through their operation for the last time before they left. You'll send a signal when the chimera appears, and our side will begin exploring at that time. Yes, please enter as soon as the scroll shines. At Jude's words, Sir Cornwell looked at the scroll before he nodded his head and spoke again. If the chimera escapes or you fail to defeat it, please don't forget to send a signal again. Yes, I will keep that in mind. When Jude unreservedly spoke again, Sir Cornwell closed his mouth once and then said in a slightly soft voice, "You're still young. I hope you don't overdo it with your desire to make a contribution. Do you understand?" "Yes, Sir Cornwell. Thank you for your concern. Ahem, ahem." After Cordelia gently responded, Sir Cornwell cleared his throat while Jude had a small smile as he suddenly remembered Count Chase. "Anyway, let's get going. I wish you good luck. I wish you all the best of luck, too." Jude and Cordelia waved their hands to the knights and Princess Darian before they headed straight for the 7th peak. They had already investigated the place yesterday, so the two did not hesitate or stop walking. By the way, yes, I said this yesterday, beauty's it all right if Princess Darian followed them? Well, Sir Cornwell decided that it was fine, so I am sure it would be fine. Besides, Princess Darian isn't just some powerless girl, right? That's true. Those who inherited the blood of King Slen, his direct line descendants, weren't ordinary humans. A strong divine power inherited from their ancestors flowed in their blood, so it was common for royal children to awaken some supernatural powers before they became adults, whether it was early or late. It's also the reason why the royal family was exterminated. Sacred blood flowed in the veins of the Slen royal family. The extermination of the royal family was not just to destroy the Slen kingdom, but to cut off that sacred blood. I mean, this is the event that will soon happen, but it had yet to happen here. I won't let it happen. Jude resolved to himself and then said to Cordelia, who was energetically walking ahead of him, "Cordelia?" "Yes, mister. Do you want a piggyback? Gosh, are you all right?" After all, they were almost there. The 7th peak where the chimera would appear. I thought that it was cool yesterday, but it really is cool. I think that he made it on purpose for the chimera. Maybe it's like that? There was a huge rock at the top of the peak, and it looked like a throne that was prepared for the chimera, and a big hole underneath it. The hole was nearly 10 meters in diameter and was steep enough to be almost vertical, but it was obvious to them that Arkemen made this hole on purpose, though they were not sure about the rock at the top. Well, let's do our part today. By the way, mister, how much time do we have left? You about 40 minutes? Jude had taken into account the time it would take for Princess Darian and her group to arrive at the 8th peak when he planned their schedule. 40 minutes from now. Cordelia suddenly smiled at Jude's words and said in a quiet voice, "Shall we have lunch then? Already, we have to be strong before we fight, and I wanted to eat it, since this morning. We also cooked it together this time." "Hey, Princess, today's lunch is packed sandwiches, right?" Yes, a delicious ham and egg sandwich. Since when is putting ham and eggs between bread considered cooking? It's not. No. Why are you discouraging this, Cordelia? I mean, I did my best. Cordelia pouted her lips as she complained, and Jude eventually nodded. All right, let's eat. HMPH, it must be delicious. I put my heart into it. You put your heart in putting it together. Hey, why do you keep doing that? Don't you know that a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step? Well, the willingness to learn is also important. Jude smiled and put down the basket after having prepared a place to sit, and Cordelia hummed as she took out the sandwiches and orange juice from the basket. It seems like we came here for a picnic. The view is also nice. Yeah, they were in the highest peak after all. Here, it's the best that I made. As if she was being generous, Cordelia handed him a sandwich that was precisely cut in the shape of a right triangle, and Jude received it and laughed at that moment, because he remembered the sandwich that Cordelia tried to cut into the shape of a star but ended up being ruined. Why are you laughing? I just like it. Do you have a fever? Have you gone mad? No, it's not. Jude grinned and bit into the sandwich he received, and Cordelia also took a bite of her sandwich. Perhaps it was because of the surrounding scenery, or because he really felt like they were on a picnic, or because Cordelia put her heart into it like she claimed. Jude smiled at the sandwich that tasted more delicious than usual, and Cordelia smiled in relief from seeing Jude's reaction. Around 30 minutes later, at the deepest part of Archimonde's dungeon, the chimera opened its eyes at the same time as usual and lit a big torch with its wing before it flew straight up to the ground. Archimonde's chimera had a typical appearance. It had 3 heads consisting of a lion, griffin, and a drake. It had a bear's body, eagle wings, and a highly venomous snake as its tail. But one peculiarity was the fact that Archimonde's chimera was a magic tool and not a creature. Although the materials he used were real beasts like common chimeras, its operating principle was more like an undead monster, such as zombies and skeletons. Archimonde created this chimera not because he specialized in the creation of magic tools and not biology, but because it was better for a machine rather than a living creature to guard the dungeon for a long time and to do exactly what it was ordered. And one more thought of Archimonde was added to this. Isn't it inhumane for a living creature to be stuck in a dungeon forever and act as a gatekeeper? Like an eccentric archwizard, Archimonde's humanity sometimes revealed itself in strange places. In any case, the chimera was created as a magic tool by Archimonde, and like a machine, it went out of the dungeon to absorb the sun's heat at a fixed time without a single error for over 100 years. A familiar road that it had passed hundreds of times. The chimera's eyes began to shine after it passed through the short-distance space leap magic circle in the middle, above its head, a place where the bright sun shined unlike the always dark dungeon. Cue. The chimera widely flapped its wings and headed for the exit above its head. In order to get out of the dungeon, feel the wind and face the sun again. Cue. It was the moment when the chimera roared and left the exit. Bang! A tremendous impact struck the chimera with a roaring sound. At the completely unexpected tremendous impact, the chimera was unable to recover from its senses even after it was thrown into the rock while rolling on the ground. So what had happened? What on earth had happened? Bingo! 15 minutes before the chimera came out of the exit. Jude stood in front of the exit as he clenched his fist and began to gather his energy. Power of the Sun was one of the skills of the Supreme Sun divine art that he inherited from Landius. The longer you gather your energy, the stronger will your power be. It was a really simple, but a very powerful skill. A black flame-like aura rose from the entire body of Jude, who had closed his eyes and gathered his energy into his right hand. It was the energy of Ninth Heaven's 9 doors that merged with the Supreme Sun divine art. Black Sun. It was Jude's Supreme Sun divine art. The power of the sun was newly defined by the Ninth Heaven's 9 doors. You look like a villain. Jude flinched at Cordelia's criticism, but he stayed calm and maintained his concentration. He naturally recalled the teachings of Landius. Disciple, power of the sun is a skill that is difficult to use in practice. It's a kind of practice skill to learn how to control the immense energy of the Supreme Sun divine art. The reason was simple, because it took too long to gather energy. It was absolutely impossible to gather it for a few minutes without moving while in the middle of an actual battle where just one moment could decide their life. However, it was different now. He knew when and where the chimera would come out. 15 minutes. At Jude's current level, it was the time he needed to use the power of the sun. For this reason, Jude stood in front of the exit 14 minutes and 30 seconds before the set time as he took into account some slight errors. Of course, there's no electronic watch here, so all of this is just my feeling. And around 15 minutes later, the chimera went out at the set time like a magic tool, and Jude unhesitatingly stretched out his fists. He used the black dragon cross with the energy of the power of the sun strengthening it. The strongest punch he could do. Bang! The energy of the black dragon coming out of Jude's fist struck the chimera's abdomen. The giant body of the chimera that was soaring into the sky was struck from a distance that was nearly 0, and its body bent into a right angle before it collapsed to the ground. Boom! The chimera's gigantic figure hit the ground. After being thrown nearly 10 meters, it collided with the pile of rocks that formed the top of the 7th peak, and the entire peak was shaken by the tremendous impact. Wow! Cordelia let out a small voice of admiration before she giggled as she passed by Jude and quickly approached the chimera. She then wrapped her detonating cord on the neck and wings of the unconscious monster. Good. Next was the scrolls. Cordelia took out 3 large leather bags from her waist and then connected them with the detonating cord. These bags contained dozens of scrolls that Jude had made last night. It would be perfect next time. She then pushed the bags one by one into the chimera's mouth. Even though it was much bigger than Cordelia's fist, the bags were smaller than the chimera's throat, so they fit in well. Okay, I am ready. At Cordelia's cry, Jude immediately raised his hands to cover his ears, and Cordelia, who was far away from the chimera, had then flicked her fingers and set the bags on fire. And the scene that followed. A loud explosion that shook not only the seventh peak, but also the entire Mount Plex. Boo 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 boom. The dozens of scrolls inside the leather bags exploded at once. In other words, it destroyed the chimera from the inside. Moreover, the detonating cord wrapped around its wings and neck also played a significant role. It dealt a huge blow not only in the chimera's insides, but also to its outside body. And a few seconds passed. Cordelia coughed amidst the huge amount of dust, and she looked straight after pushing the dust away by fanning her hand, and soon had a satisfied smile. Problem solved, and a ring of white light rose around them. Cordelia had dealt the last hit, but perhaps because of the level difference, rings of light emerged one by one for both Jude and Cordelia. We completely did it without that much effort, because they couldn't help it. They knew when and where it would appear, but they couldn't take it head-on. Jude, are you okay? Cough, cough. Cack, it's just cough some dirt. Since Jude had run out of energy, he couldn't do anything but sit quietly in the dust. As he answered with a face that looked like he was about to die or in pain, Cordelia clicked her tongue before she pulled him up and used wind magic to brush the dust away. Anyway, it's over. All we have to do is wait now, right? Yes, let's wait for Princess Darian and her group to get the 7-colored herb. They defeated it easily, but they didn't have to reveal to the others that they easily defeated it. The one that was barely knocked down looked to be well even after a fierce battle. Ahem, you look like a villain too, right? Cordelia smiled instead of contradicting what he said. She sat down on Jude's side before she turned to the hole and said, "But Jude." "Yes, Princess. Will it go as planned?" "Maybe." Jude's idea. Around 3 hours later then, when Princess Darian and her group returned, Jude's words became reality. Chapter 145 ARKMANS Treasure 1 at the crossroads between the 7th and 8th peaks. Jude sat next to Cordelia and was looking towards the 8th peak when he suddenly spoke. They were coming. He didn't see them with his eyes. He had felt and confirmed it through sound. Ever since he had opened the 5th door, his 5 senses and also his ability to sense the presence of people had remarkably improved, so he could sense anyone approaching from tens of meters away in such an unfrequented place. Of course, it's because I know in advance which direction they'll be coming from, and that we're waiting for them. Moreover, he had scattered some branches on the road where Princess Darian and her group would come from in order to hear the sounds more clearly. So he would hear a sound if they stepped on it. Anyway, Princess Darian and her group were coming. At Jude's words, Cordelia pricked her ears and then said in a slightly nervous voice, "Isn't this weird?" "No, it's not weird. It's completely natural." She asked if it was weird, but he replied that it wasn't really weird, so Cordelia thought it was strange, because they were pretending to be injured. Do we have to go this far? We have to. And as I said before, it's not just to appeal to everyone that we fought in a fierce battle. I know, you want to lie about our real power, right? Yes, not because of Princess Darian and her group but because of the enemies waiting for us in the royal capital. The more the enemies misjudge the power of Jude and Cordelia, the more favorable the fight on the royal capital would be for the two. Whether we like it or not, our history will be known to some extent through Princess Darian's group. It will be difficult if it is known that we are skilled enough to defeat a giant chimera without any injuries. I see. In PvP, it would become disadvantageous for one side if things like the number of items and treasures they have were known. There was also the need to leak false information so that the enemies would misjudge the power of Jude and Cordelia. I am just nervous because I can't see. It's all right. I am next to you, okay? That's why I'm nervous. Cordelia's eyes were now covered with a bandage. Their story was that she had temporarily lost her eyesight because of excessive magic usage, but regardless, she felt uncomfortable and nervous because she couldn't see what was in front of her. If we do this, I won't be able to know the reaction of Princess Darian's group. But Jude seemed to be thinking something different as he tightly held Cordelia's hand and said, "Don't worry. I'll hold your hands like this so that you won't fall or bump into anything. No, that's not it. Here they come." SHH? MMPH. Cordelia immediately closed her mouth and pretended to be injured, and Jude looked ahead while feigning to be exhausted. After a few seconds, "Judori Boni, Cordelia and I." Princess Darian finally appeared and made a startled voice before running towards them. "Your Highness." "You came." Jude stood up from his seat and then groaned as he frowned, and Princess Darian became even more surprised and asked, "Does it hurt so much? What's wrong with Unni's eyes?" Jude had bloodied bandages wrapped around his arms, legs, and so on while Cordelia's eyes were covered so she couldn't even see anything. Jude felt a bit guilty about Princess Darian's reaction, as her eyes quickly reddened as if she was going to cry at any moment, but he couldn't say that they were just acting. "Let's finish to the end what we've already started." Jude pushed away his thoughts and said as he skillfully acted, "Please don't worry too much about our injuries. We've already treated it." But it's all right, Your Highness. Please don't worry too much." Although Cordelia spoke in a kind voice after Jude, Princess Darian's eyes became even more teary, because she was heartbroken to see Cordelia fumbling in the air as if she was looking for the princess. "Yuan near eyes it's okay. It's a temporary condition. I used too much magic and I was slightly, really slightly, hit by the chimera's poison." Cordelia ended her words with a smile, but Princess Darian became gloomier at Cordelia's appearance. Cordelia had a harrowing and beautiful appearance when she said that she was okay out of her worry for Princess Darian, even though she had been blinded by poison. "Unnai, it's all right, Your Highness." "Is Her Highness all right?" At Cordelia's question, Princess Darian strongly nodded but soon said aloud, "Yes, I wasn't hurt at all." "That's a relief." The knights, as Cordelia's words trailed off, Princess Darian quickly turned around and Sir Cornwell and his knights approached the three just in time. "There are some with minor injuries, but no one is seriously injured. It's all thanks to the information you gave us." "Ha, that's a relief." She thought that it was worth it conveying various information about the dungeon to the princess group by saying that they had heard it from the fairy queen. When Cordelia touched her chest as she sighed in relief, the knights were moved. "Angel. She's a saint, a saint." She was sincerely worried about others even though she had suffered from an injury that caused her to lose her sight, even if it was temporary. Not only did she have a beautiful face, but she also had a heart of gold. In any case, at the time when everyone was focused on Cordelia, Jude somehow felt lonely, so he spoke while very naturally acting like a wounded person. "By the way, how did it go? Did you find the 7-colored herb?" The expressions of Sir Cornwell and the knights hardened at Jude's question, and Princess Darian was on the verge of tears again. "It was as he expected, just as I thought." Sir Cornwell's voice was then heard. "We found the 7-colored herb. But there was only one that had grown enough to be useful, the rest were still young sprouts. Then we could only dig one root." Sir Cornwell dejectedly answered with mixed feelings as he looked at Jude, and the knights turned their gazes away from Jude. They had decided to split the 7-colored herbs that they would acquire, but they only got one root. They couldn't just divide one root into two. Jude Bayer. Sir Cornwell closed his eyes for a while before he opened them and tried to continue his words, but Princess Darian tugged at his arm at that moment. She shook her head and said, "No, Sir Cornwell, this I have to be the one to say it. Your Highness." Princess Darian's eyes were red as if she would shed tears at any moment, but she had a determined expression. As a member of the royal family and as a representative of the group, she must be the one to speak. Sir Cornwell felt sorry and happy at the same time at her straightforward behavior, even though she was still young. "I understand." Sir Cornwell took a step back, and Princess Darian gulped and met eyes with Jude. "Oriboni." "Yes, Your Highness." As Sir Cornwell said, we could only get one root of the 7-colored herb, so the words that should have followed. The words conveying that she couldn't give the 7-colored herb to Jude and Cordelia, but those words wouldn't come out of her mouth. Princess Darian eventually began to seriously cry, and Cordelia was flustered at her crying. "Princess." Princess Darian finally shed her tears upon seeing Cordelia groping in the air again. And among the knights, those who were soft-hearted like Hunt were almost in tears too. Then Jude knelt down on one knee. It's okay, Your Highness. Jude Oriboni, it cannot be helped if there's only one route. It's not Your Highness' fault, so please don't look so sorry. Take it with you. It's really okay for me and Cordelia. When Jude kindly spoke, Princess Darien bit her lips and Sir Cornwell shut his mouth. Sir Cornwell had acted quite unfriendly with Jude until now, but that didn't mean he really disliked Jude. He only maintained the minimum vigilance he should have as an escort. Jude Bayer, but it seemed that he couldn't act unfriendly anymore. Sir Cornwell thought that he himself couldn't say something like he was okay with such a selfless face. Could he say to them to take the 7-colored herb and smile while saying he was okay with it? But Oriboni and Unnai era badly hurt, Princess Darien looked at the bandages wrapped around Jude's arms and legs and raised her head to look at Cordelia. She ended up crying again at the appearance of Cordelia's awkward and sad smile and the bandage that covered both her eyes. You too, the 7-colored herb, Your Highness, it's okay. It's really okay. Cordelia quickly lowered her posture and hesitated for a while before she carefully opened her arms, and Princess Darien hugged Cordelia. Unnii. It's okay. I am not that hurt. Having said so far, Cordelia faced Princess Darien again, and Jude opened his mouth. Your Highness, are you planning on giving the 7-colored herb to Duke Spencer? Sob yes, Oriboni. When Princess Darien responded while in Cordelia's arms, Jude continued. Yes, so all the more does Your Highness should take the 7-colored herb. Because Duke Spencer is like a strong pillar that supports the royal family and the Slen Kingdom. Furthermore, Jude's words slightly softened at the end, and he looked away as if thinking of someone. He then said, as he looked at Princess Darien again, because Duke Spencer is Your Highness' family. I also have people whom I really care about and love in my hometown. People who I care about like my life. Duke Spencer is such a person to Your Highness, right? Yes, so please take it. Please protect your family. Jude warm-heartedly smiled, and Princess Darien was about to cry again. Sir Cornwell and the other knights looked at Jude with deeply moved faces. He's the example of a knight. As I thought, he is the child of Count Bayer, the sword general. He was loyal to the royal family and thought of the country. Moreover, he was worried about the feelings of Princess Darien. Is Oriboni really okay with it? The one who needs to be treated with the 7-colored herb it's me. It's me. My illness is not yet completely cured. I was thinking of getting the 7-colored herb to help me. But it can't be helped. I'll put it off for the next opportunity. W8, you aren't healed yet. I just feel some discomfort at times, but it's usually fine. I still look very healthy now, right? Jude smiled and appealed that he was healthy by pulling off his sleeve to show off his muscles. But in the eyes of Princess Darien, Sir Cornwell, and the knights, his muscles weren't visible. They could only see an ideal knight who deferred to the royal family and the princess even though he was ill. How could there be someone like him? He took on the most dangerous mission of luring the Chimera and also provided the most information about the dungeon. But despite that, he generously gave up on the 7-colored herb. I have to admit it. He deserves to be with the angel. They're a good people. The knights looked at Jude with the same thoughts, and Sir Cornwell made up his mind and nodded before speaking. Jude Bayer, I'll make sure to tell Duke Spencer about your loyalty. No, you don't have to. Sir Cornwell firmly shook his head when Jude said so with a surprised face. Princess Darien also clenched her fist and spoke. No, we have to tell him. I'll also tell Daphne Unnai and Dion Oriboni about you too, and please accept this. What Princess Darien took out of her arms was a small seal made of jade. This is my seal. A token of my pledge to help the owner of the seal, no matter what. Princess Darien had actually questioned the need of it ever being used, but she still carried it according to royal tradition. But now she thought that it was fortunate that she had it, because she really wanted to express her gratitude to them. But instead of happily receiving the seal, Jude shook his head. No, it's fine. Oriboni. Jude looked at Cordelia instead of answering right away, and Cordelia groped the air to find the small hand of Darien before she slightly pushed it away. It's okay, Your Highness. We did not hope for something like this. We don't want to pressure Your Highness too much, but it's really okay. And there's something that I want instead of the seal. At her unexpected words, Princess Darien widely opened her eyes, and Sir Cornwell frowned for a moment. Is she now revealing her greed? It's not even anyone else but she herself. Of course, what they did was worthy enough to ask for something, but still. Cordelia had yet to finish talking. Your Highness, do you know the story of Marie? You hear you talking about the fairy tale? Yes, Marie and Annie exchanged coins with each other as a token of their friendship. Ah, Princess Darien broadly smiled, and the faces of Sir Cornwell and his knights brightened up again. I think that's enough. Ummy's asking for that too rude? No, rather, I'd like to do that too. Do you think of me as a friend? If you allow it. As Cordelia gently smiled, Princess Darien unconsciously blushed. Because Cordelia really looked like an angel. And Sir Cornwell was in admiration again. Author ideal nobles. How come both of them have such noble and beautiful hearts? They're really a fantasy couple. They look so good together. I have no choice but to admit it. Lady Cordelia is a real angel. Warm expressions spread on the faces of the knights, and Princess Darien wiped away her tears and shyly smiled as she hugged Cordelia. I'll give you the prettiest coin I have when we arrive at the inn. Me too, Princess. It was a beautiful scene, like a scene straight out of a story. A satisfied smile appeared on Jude's face. Ho ho ho, ho ho ho. As soon as they entered the inn, or to be exact, their room on the second floor, Jude dramatically laughed, and Cordelia, who was holding Jude's hand because he was escorting her, pulled her hand away and clicked her tongue. My goodness, my scammer, why are you so good? Hey, what do you mean by scammer? Everything was real. Did they come forward to play the role of the bait who was the most in danger? Yes, they really did come forward, though they very easily defeated the chimera. Did they need the 7-colored herb but gave it up? That was also true. Because it was true that the 7-colored herb was a mysterious herb that contained life energy. Whether he ate it right away or carried it around in case of an emergency, he did give up on what could have been helpful to him, so it was true that he conceded. All according to plan. There was no need for them to worry about on how to get acquainted with Princess Daphne and Prince Dion now. Furthermore, Duke Spencer, an influential member of the royal family, wouldn't treat them unkindly. More than anything, we might meet the first sword, the Sword Saint of Light, Rune Froud. He was said to be the strongest among the 10 swordmasters and held the title of the first sword. He's close to Duke Spencer, right? He's almost like an adopted son. Currently, the father of First Sword was the leader of the Knights of the Red Rose, the knights who served Duke Spencer. First Sword also served as a member of the Knights of the Red Rose in his youth. Good, good. With this momentum, we'll be able to save everyone in the royal capital. They would save the royal family by destroying the Devil's Hand and the conspiracies of the Minister of Defense. Cordelia spontaneously laughed when Jude spoke as he clenched his fist. Why? No, it's just funny. A scammer who does his best in scamming in order to save everyone. As expected of my Jude. After taking off the bandage on her eyes, Cordelia smiled again as she looked at the coin she was tightly holding in her hand. It was the prettiest silver coin that Princess Darien chose and gave. So nice. Who? My princess. I mean, Princess Darien. She was genuinely apologetic that she even cried. At Cordelia's words, Jude nodded too. Although Jude was aware of Princess Darien's character through the game, he couldn't help but be surprised when Princess Darien shed tears. Because she's not like royalty. People who took the sacrifice and concession of others for granted. In the first place, there were people like that because they were trash, but the situation was a bit different for the royalty. Because they're literally royalty. They had received the sacrifices and concessions of others since they were born as if it was as natural as breathing, so it was also natural for them to become numb to it. Like how people usually didn't understand the preciousness of air or water. Perhaps she's the reincarnation of the second queen. When she was young, she was actually raised by the Duke rather than the royal family. But isn't the Duke technically royalty? You're right. He has the natural personality of an angel, just like my princess. Stop saying nonsense again and again and again. Jude laughed when Cordelia growled, and he sat down on the bed and said, Anyway, you did well. Princess Darien was also happy to be friends with my princess. Is it okay? What is? We didn't get the seal. In fact, it was Cordelia's ad-lib when she said to exchange friendship tokens instead of getting the seal. Because she truly didn't want to put a heavy burden on Princess Darien. Why, are you worried about it now? Yes, a little. She had arbitrarily done something without consulting him. Doing things without consultation was certainly Jude's specialty, so she really didn't need to feel sorry about it, but the situation was different. In a way, Cordelia had thrown out something that they could have greatly used. It's okay. I was the first to refuse it. What? You truly refused it? You didn't reject it for some reason? Hey, how exactly do you see me as? Do you think I am the kind of person who'll take the seal from Princess Darien? Yes. When Cordelia answered straight away without even hesitating, Jude looked hurt and Cordelia giggled. Well, if I have to say the truth, my Jude is a scammer but not a villain. No, I am not even a scammer in the first place. Yes, Daddy, if you insist. Cordelia spiritlessly answered before she giggled again and sat next to Jude and said, Anyway, shall we just wait now? Yes, let's take a break and move at night. To Arkemen's dungeon. To get Arkemen's treasure hidden in a secret place. And it was at that moment. Mr. Bayer, Lady Cordelia. Her Highness is waiting for you two downstairs. Jude immediately raised his voice to the knight's polite voice that they heard from outside the door. Yes, we'll be out soon. Perhaps she wanted to have a meal together. I have to cover my eyes with a bandage again. Don't worry, Princess. I'll perfectly escort you. I'll also feed you your food. Just be like a baby bird and be good in saying ah. Let's just say that my eyes are better now. No, that doesn't make sense. The princess is waiting, so let's go. Yes. Cordelia covered her eyes with a bandage again and naturally extended her hand, and Jude smiled as he held her hand. They had so naturally extended and held hands. This is good. Huh, what are you talking about? No, it's nothing. Jude shrugged and left the room as he led Cordelia, who had tilted her head, and a few hours later, when the night was deep and everyone was asleep. Hold me tighter. Tighter? Yes, tighter. Cordelia, who was dressed in black, hugged tighter the neck of Jude, who was also wearing black clothes, and Jude took a deep breath. He used 24 gale steps that was based on Ninth Heaven's 9 doors. They were now about to reach the completion stage of their plan. Let's go to Arkemen's dungeon. Jude said in a small voice and then kicked the ground. He turned into a black gale and traversed the dark night. Chapter 146 Arkman's Treasure 2 were here. At the words of Jude, who landed silently like the wind, Cordelia opened her closed eyes and looked in front of her. A pile of rocks that were roughly piled up. Cordelia couldn't see anything that resembled an entrance, but she still said with a smile, It's the same as in the game. You're right, and can you feel it? Yes, it's weak, but I can feel the flow of mana. It's quite faint, though. There was some kind of barrier in the area. The arrangement of mana in the place was done in a very strange way that a normal wizard wouldn't be able to sense that something was out of place, but Cordelia was different, because she is a genius in sensing and manipulating mana. A talent that the present Cordelia was born with and had nothing to do with her previous life. But Jude, how did you know? Because of my Chinmujichin, when I opened the 5th gate, my senses became sharper. Cordelia had tried to pull his ear to stop him from bragging about his Chinmujic, but withdrew her hand afterwards, so Jude sighed in relief and said, Anyway, let's go in. Yes, put me down. Oh, you're right. You were so light that I forgot that I was carrying you. Hey, there's something like a limit to flattery, okay? Cordelia reproached him, but her face had a smile. Satisfied with that fact, Jude took the lead as he said, Then, I'll go in first and check if there's anything dangerous we may not know. What are you talking about? Let's go together. Well, okay, if you say so. In fact, Princess Darien and her group had already passed through the entrance, and even in the game, there was no such trap in that place. But there was still a possibility. The original might have been twisted due to Princess Darien entering the dungeon. Rocks that are made of illusion magic. The pile of rocks could be passed through since it was a fake image created by something similar to a hologram, and that fact alone demonstrated how skilled Arkemen was. Creating a barrier that lasted for more than 100 years was not easy. In any case, I'll go in first. Jude quickly spoke as he moved and passed his body through the pile of rocks. He sharpened his senses as he looked around. Well, I guess I was worried for nothing. The relieved Jude relaxed his posture when he didn't sense any particular danger, and Cordelia's voice was heard behind him. Light. A basic level magic that created a light made from magic. The yellow light from Cordelia's fingertip drove out the darkness in the dungeon, and Jude and Cordelia unconsciously let out astonished voices. Wow, you can tell that someone passed here, because Sir Cornwell has a cautious personality. He must have acted a little thoroughly because of Princess Darien. They reacted like that because of the sight that spread before their eyes. Traces of destruction remained all over the straight-lined corridor of the dungeon, and traps and what seemed to be traps were also lying broken everywhere. We've told them about most of the dangerous traps, but this must also be because of Princess Darien's power, right? Yes, it's said in the game that she has a searching ability. The superpowers the children of the Slen royal family were born with. The game didn't properly describe it, so it was impossible to guess how good their abilities were, but it seemed to be quite a powerful ability given the sight in front of them, because they immediately found the trap as they moved. Her search range was unknown, but he could at least guess that its duration was superb. More than 3 hours. It took them only 3 hours to go to the end of the dungeon and return, even though they broke the traps one by one. It would have taken them much longer if she took a break after using her ability. Anyway, it's much easier now because of them. If the princess group had destroyed all the traps, all they had to do was to run fast as if they were running on flat ground. Wow, that's quite bold of them. Doesn't that trap seem to have exploded? An explosion in a narrow dungeon. It was obviously limited to a small-scale explosion, but considering the fact that Sir Cornwell was a knight, it was quite surprising. I am suddenly beginning to like Sir Cornwell. Jude narrowed his eyes at Cordelia's words, and Cordelia giggled and continued her words. After all, when you don't know what kind of trap it is, you just make it explode, right? No, you demon, that's not true. Having said that, Jude pinched Cordelia's cheek as he thought that now was his chance to do so. Ah, wow, it's so soft. You wanna die. Cordelia quickly moved her foot and tried to step on Jude's foot, but Jude was already one step ahead of her. He retreated like the wind and then said, "Let's hurry up, milady. We have a long way to go. Shouldn't we go back before sunrise? I don't think we'll be too late even if I step on you a few times." Cordelia laughed ho-ho-ho and clenched her fists, and Jude turned around while snickering as he hurriedly walked as if he was running away. Cordelia is actually a bit correct, though. If you didn't know what kind of trap it is, you could just make it explode. That was actually the best option if one was pressed for time. In fact, there had been many times when Jude had made a similar choice. "Hey, once I catch you, ill this way," Jude quickly shouted at the crossroads as he dashed towards the right path, and Cordelia ran after Jude in a hurry. There were several forked roads, various traps, and even hidden paths that deceived the eyes of visitors. Even Jude thought that the whole terrain of Archimonde's dungeon could not be properly explored in one day. However, all they had to do was run since Princess Darien's group had already destroyed all the traps, so they reached their destination in not just an hour, but almost half an hour later. "We've arrived quickly," Jude comfortably said after having arrived first, and Cordelia, who was a step behind him, gasped and slapped Jude on the back several times. "Haha, I'm exhausted. But we arrived early, right? So exhausting." Cordelia slapped Jude's back again before she raised her upper body and looked around the last room where the chimera had resided. "It's the same as the game." "Yeah, and the ceiling hole is over there." It was the passage the chimera went through to absorb the sun's heat. The special passage could only be used by the chimera because it was a place with a short-distance space leap magic circle. It's somehow scary when there's such a big hole in the ceiling of a cave. Cordelia's voice faltered as if she was afraid, and she forcefully turned away from the black hole and looked in front of her. Beyond the chimera's seat, she saw the plot of land where the 7-colored herb was grown. There are really only sprouts here. It takes a long time for it to grow up. Anthai's arrangement makes it easy for others to think that the treasure of the dungeon that is guarded by the chimera is the 7-colored herb. The medicinal efficacy of the 7-colored herb was quite good. If counted as an item, it was a medicinal herb that was around A rank. The problem is that I've already eaten a lot of S rank stuff, from the sunflower and the essence of the blue moon to the sphere of life. So for the present Jude, the 7-colored herb didn't really mean much to him. Just as defeating low-level monsters when one's level was already high would hardly increase one's experience points, the efficacy of the medicine would be weak for the current Jude if it was not at least S rank. Anyway, let's move. First, let's take the hidden treasure chests. Okay, I'll take the left one. Then I am right. There were hidden treasure chests at both corners of the altar where the chimera usually lied down. Just as I thought, we can take it because this is reality. In the game, it was treated as a background item, so they couldn't take it. Cordelia broadly smiled as she packed magic orbs that were some kind of mana battery, and Jude also packed jewelry with a happy expression. Now, next is the real thing. Cordelia finished filling up the bags they had prepared and ran before stopping as she stood in front of a wall. A complex pattern similar to a magic circle was drawn with blue paint, and that pattern could be said to be the real treasure that the chimera guarded. Cryptogram? It was some kind of guideline left behind by Archimen, which explained the way on how to get his treasure. But neither Jude nor Cordelia had any intention of cracking the code of the pattern, because they already knew the correct answer. This unexpected thing made me not like his personality. You're right. In order to get Archimen's treasure, one had to find and decrypt 7 cryptograms like the pattern in front of them, and after deciphering it all, the following answer would come out. Go back to the first dungeon. The treasure was hidden behind the wall where the first pattern was drawn. How does it feel to run around in excitement without knowing that the treasure was right in front of you? Those words was how the chain quest showed well on what kind of person Archimen was. In the game, we had to go to many places even though we already knew the answer, but this was reality now. They could break the wall in front of them without even using the trigger to open it. Should I blow it up then? Do you want to destroy the cave? Stand back. I'll take care of this. Yes, my lord. Cordelia stepped back as she gave the opportunity to Jude, squatted on the floor, and became spectator A. Jude, then once again used the power of the sun. It won't be just a single blow. The impact should be widely spread in order to destroy the wall. He spent only 3 minutes in gathering the energy. Jude judged that he had gathered enough energy, so he stretched out his palm instead of his fist. Black Dragon's Ascent. As the energy of the Black Dragon was released straight to the wall, hundreds of cracks appeared on the wall. And a few seconds later, when Jude withdrew his palm, it was like a signal for the wall to collapse with cracking sounds. The wall was destroyed, and a big hole was created. Oh, that's amazing. The wall itself was in good condition, but a hole with a diameter of 2 meters had been created as if it had been cut out. That was much more difficult than simply breaking down the entire wall. Cordelia clapped her hands, and Jude bowed like a magician on stage before he pointed to the inside of the hole. Please take it. Yes, my lord. Cordelia stood up from her seat and illuminated the hole with her light magic, and the two smiled in delight at the sight they saw. Archimen's treasure. Among them, it's number 5. Amplification earrings. The artifact had a simple name and effect, but it was also a powerful artifact. Because the simpler the item description, the stronger the item is. The effect of the amplification earrings was simple. It amplified the magic's effects of its wearer. It could be used to amplify any kind of magic. However, the mana consumption was also terribly amplified, though it was quite a good thing if one could use a strong attack in the middle of a battle, especially for battle enthusiasts like Cordelia. Ah, I love it. I might go crazy from loving it. Cordelia said as her eyes sparkled when she quickly ran in front of the small platform where the earrings were placed. Ha, it's pretty. Its good performance is also nice. In addition, the fact that it was earrings was important. Since Cordelia was already wearing multiple bracelets, rings, and necklaces, she would have to give up wearing one of those if it was an accessory that was not earrings because it would overlap with the others. It's not something burdensome to wear like a tiara. The smiling Jude approached Cordelia, who had already equipped the amplification earrings, and she widely smiled and turned to Jude. How is it? Does it suit me? She asked him shyly, just like the time when she wore a tiara, and Jude promptly nodded. It looks great on you. As I thought, you're an angel. HMPH, stop flattering me. Cordelia snorted, but she seemed to be pleased given the smile on her face. Ah, I am excited. If I use this to amplify my magic together with spells echo and even double casting a really big explosion. A flashy, spectacular, and powerful big explosion that she hadn't dared to make until now would become possible. Just imagining it gets me excited. Cordelia's ecstatic expression was really beautiful to see, but her words were a problem. A big explosion that was incomparable to the past. At that moment, the appearance of the royal capital and the collapse of Endymion overlapped in Jude's mind, and he quickly shook his head. No way, no way. That can't happen. Jude. No, it really suits you. Haha. Cordelia giggled again before she slightly bit her lips and immediately drew closer to Jude and said, By the way, Jude. No, my dear sir. Jude felt himself blushing at that moment at her cutesy voice, but soon came to his senses, because her actions were really suspicious. What? He deliberately spoke a little bluntly, but Cordelia continued to act cute. Cordelia has something she wants. What? Is it a bomb? No, no. It's not a bomb. Cordelia's words trailed off at the end as she pointed to her waist, and Jude was only able to understand it then. Cordelia had nearly used up the detonating cord he had given her last time. Will you make it again? Please. She was cute. She was so cute that he seriously wanted to say yes. But Jude didn't forget something important. Hey, milady. The detonating cord is also a kind of bomb, okay? Don't be so mean. Please. Ill consider it after seeing how you act. He had actually made a few more sets already, but it was better to seize opportunities like this when it came. Shall we go back and talk about it? Perhaps they've noticed that we're gone. Yes, my lord. Cordelia beautifully answered for the sake of the detonating cord and immediately put herself on Jude's back. Wouldn't it be nice if I can hear you speaking nicely like this all the time? This is how I normally speak, though. I mean, I've always spoken like this, right? Yes, yes, if you insist. Jude giggled and fixed Cordelia's position on his back before he used 24 gale steps. Unnigh, Oriboni, at the first floor of the inn in the village. Even though it was late at night, Princess Darien and all the knights were on the first floor. They seemed to have somehow noticed Jude and Cordelia's disappearance. At first, I thought you were out for a night walk, but I was worried since you didn't return no matter how long I waited. They couldn't have left first given that their luggage was still in their room, but they hadn't returned even after some time. But I am glad that you two are back. Princess Darien smiled as she was satisfied with the fact that the two returned safely, but not for Sir Cornwell. He asked while looking at Jude and Cordelia with a somewhat questioning look. But where did the two of you go? He had asked that without much thought at first, but Sir Cornwell's eyes turned sharp in an instant, because he saw the earrings on Cordelia's ears. She wasn't wearing that during the day. So where did that come from? And what were the two doing at night that they had to go away for a few hours? It wasn't unusual for Cordelia to have recovered her eyesight. In the first place, it was a temporary disability due to her excessive magic usage, and a few hours had already passed since they fought the Chimera, so it would have been cured if she had been given some recovery measures such as medicine or magic. But even if that was so, a disability was still a disability. Yet these two dared to go on a night walk and not rest. Was there any reason on why they did that? In fact, he didn't throw that question because he specifically doubted them. It was kind of an occupational disease of his, and as the knight in charge of the safety of Duke Spencer, he developed a habit of looking at everything with suspicion. But at Sir Cornwell's rather sharp question, Cordelia instantly flinched, and Princess Darien and the knights were surprised at her embarrassment. Why did she do that? Why was Lady Cordelia embarrassed by the question of where they had been? And it was at that moment. For some time I wanted to have some time alone, for only us two. At Jude's words, Princess Darien and the knights blinked their eyes and soon had an understanding expression. Oh my goodness. Princess Darien exclaimed as her imagination run wild and she blushed and squirmed her body. Ahem, it's possible because there are two people in their prime. Hunt tactlessly said, and the other knights coughed and nodded. What's wrong with them? What are they imagining? At Cordelia's question with her eyes, Jude looked at Sir Cornwell instead of answering her, because Sir Cornwell was still looking at her earrings, and I confessed to her again. Co-confessed? Princess Darien's eyes sparkled as she asked, and Jude nodded his head. Cordelia quickly lowered her head to hide her expression that seemed to ask what nonsense he was talking about, but the others only saw her actions as that of embarrassment. Yes, I confessed. I declared my love to Lady Cordelia Agonand, gifted her with earrings as a token of my love. At Jude's brilliant acting, Princess Darien exclaimed in admiration as she stared at Cordelia's earrings, and so did the knights. Her beautiful golden earrings with small red gemstones shined and glittered. Oh my goodness, that's so lovely. Although they were already engaged, they confessed their love to each other again and even gave a present as a token of love. It was a scene that could only be seen in love stories. Princess Darian exclaimed in admiration, and she soon had a gentle and warm expression. The knights also smiled as if they saw something that was so cute. Sir Cornwell did too. That's good. Problem solved. Jude sent a wink to Cordelia, and Princess Darian opened her mouth before Cordelia could respond to Jude. Then, Unnai, what about you? How did Unnai respond? Her answer to Jude's confession. Everyone's gaze turned to Cordelia again, and in the eyes of others, she replied with a face that seemed like she would die from embarrassment. Oh, of course, I accepted it. Ah, I feel so envious. Princess Darian trembled as she covered her cheeks, and the knights all had a warm smile. They didn't say anything, but they all looked like they wanted to wish the two happiness. Ahem, ahem. Then, can we go up now? Yes. You can go up. Then Jude turned to Cordelia, who reflexively stretched out her hand to Jude. She had gotten used to Jude escorting her now. Well, go up first. Good night, everyone. Good night, Your Highness. After Cordelia curtsied, they began to climb the stairs, and Princess Darian and all the knights watched the two with happy and unexplainably warm expressions, as if they were seeing off a newlywed couple on their honeymoon, without being able to imagine what kind of conversation the two had with their eyes. The next morning, Jude and Cordelia left the village with Princess Darian's group as they headed to the royal capital, or to Duke Spencer to be exact. They were already near the capital, and the knights were also with them, so it was unlikely that the Devil's Hand would attack them on the way. Perhaps the fight will begin once we get to the royal capital. The Devil's Hand was the mastermind behind the royal capital incident after all. It was now the turn of the Devil's Hand after the Devil's Eye. The royal capital. They were heading to the royal capital in order to save Princess Daphne, Prince Dion, and the other royal family members. As he was seated in the rattling carriage, Jude looked at Cordelia and Princess Darian sitting opposite him before he turned his gaze to the window. The faint sunlight shined down as the cold winter wind blew. Chapter 147 Entrance to the royal capital. 1T Cordelia was sitting outside the carriage and taking a rest, and she widely opened her eyes at Jude's words. Really? Isn't that some ridiculous lie? Who are you trying to fool? I won't be fooled. Last time you lied about storks giving birth to babies and not eggs. No, that's the fault of the one being deceived, not. It's my fault for deceiving you. HMPH. Anyway, that's that, but this is real. Human beings may be different, but their endurance is amazing. When Jude spoke quite seriously, Cordelia furrowed her brows as she found it suspicious before she asked, "Is that true?" It's true this time. It might be an unbelievable story, but it was true. Horses were naturally superior to humans when it came to reaching their top speed within an instant, but humans were much superior to horses in their ability to keep running while maintaining their speed. Therefore, it would have been faster for a person to run than to ride on a horse if they were traveling for a long distance. Somehow, your story is becoming harder and harder to believe, okay? But it's true. Then, why do we ride on horses? In the movies and dramas I watched, they always rode on horses when they want to deliver an urgent message. Yes, that's right. It's a fact. I've learned about Pabama at school. Cordelia wasn't guessing this time, because she recalled that fact from her memories and pointed it one by one with her fingers. In historical dramas and even textbooks, the people who delivered urgent news were always riding on horses. That's because of a simple and obvious reason. What reason? It's hard for a person to run with their own feet. Running while on the back of a horse was hard, but running with one's own feet was also hard. As Jude had said, it was a simple and obvious reason. But when you're in a hurry, it's better to put aside the hard stuff and just deliver it quickly. That's right. So you have to ride a horse even more. What? You just said that a person is faster earlier. You can change horses in the middle of your trip. Ah, Cordelia's eyes widened and she unknowingly clapped her hands. That's right. Horses could be changed in the middle of one's trip. So if one had any news to deliver urgently, they could maintain their speed by continuously changing horses. One could ride a new horse before the horse they were riding on was exhausted and slowed down. Wait, then can't everyone just do something similar to pass the baton? It's usually a letter or something that's used to deliver the news. That makes sense, but a horse's speed is faster, right? If you approach it from the perspective of continuing to change horses before the horses get tired, it will seem like horses are faster than people, right? He was right. And Jude smiled at Cordelia's reaction. Cordelia had claimed at first that horses are faster, and then her thinking changed towards people are faster, so why do you need to ride a horse? This is the foundation of persuasive speech. To naturally induce the other person's thoughts to your side. To make them affirm what they had denied without them realizing it. And there are times when the person itself is important, right? So it's better to ride a horse in the end. I see. As Cordelia nodded, Jude smiled again and continued his words. A person needs to properly rest when they travel on horseback, after all. People can get tired sooner than they thought. I think I understand what you mean. They had already done that several times when they traveled by carriage. But it was at that moment. Cordelia grinned at her sudden thought and looked at Jude as she said, "In that sense, my Jude is the best ride of all because he can run all day, right? He was faster than a horse, and he didn't get tired." When they had gone back and forth in Mountplex, Jude had run with Cordelia on his back without even taking a single break. "Yes, you were awesome. I like it. My horse, Jude." Cordelia stroked his head as if praising him. Jude narrowed his eyes and said, "Come to think of it, I haven't given you the detonating cord yet. My horse." "No, Lord Jude. Are you tired? Would you like a lap pillow?" Cordelia is always ready. When Cordelia spoke as she patted her lap, Jude smiled at her appearance and thought that making that detonating cord was a good idea. "You look like you're thinking of something bad." "You're mistaken. I was just thinking of making something a bit better than the detonating cord. That's a great idea. I wish that it's a bit lighter than now. I also wish that it bends better. To be honest, it looks like a wire now." When the topic changed to the detonating cord, Cordelia mischievously spoke at first, but she suddenly became very serious. Not just because she found explosions to be good, but because she wanted to better utilize the detonating cord, which was a fairly practical and powerful weapon. She looks like a real warrior at times like this. What if Cordelia was a warrior character and not a wizard? Perhaps she'll be stronger than she is now. In fact, she had a pretty good aptitude for martial arts. Her speed in learning the Bayer's martial arts was also very fast. And I'm going to make something like dynamite like C4. Wait. Dynamite? C4? Is that a bit too much? No, you can make it. What, really? Cordelia's eyes instantly turned crazy. No, her eyes sparkled, and Jude hunched his shoulders as he spoke to her while trying to calm her down. No, I am just saying that it's theoretically possible. There's time and other things, but you're saying that you can really make it, right? Maybe. He had in fact already made a detonating cord. C4 might be impossible for him, but it was possible for him to make something like dynamite. Wow, my Jude is the best, truly the best. Cordelia got up from her seat and exclaimed as she hugged Jude, and everyone's eyes gathered on them. Hey, Cordelia. Hey, you're so good, my Jude is so good. But Cordelia didn't see the gazes around her when she hugged Jude's head and said that she loved him, and Jude shut his mouth in the midst of his embarrassment and joy. Good and love have the same Korean word. So Cordelia's words could also be read as, I love you so much. My Jude, I love you so much. Everyone, I am sorry. He could feel the knight's glaring daggers at his back, but he couldn't help it. However, Jude's happy moment didn't last long because he felt a gaze that he couldn't ignore. Cordelia, Cordelia came to her senses and blushed when she heard the sound of someone coughing from around her. She awkwardly smiled and headed to the carriage while Jude rose from his seat and faced the approaching Sir Cornwell, whose gaze he couldn't ignore. "Jude Bayer, can I talk to you for a minute?" "Of course, Sir Cornwell." Jude promptly responded, and Sir Cornwell pointed with his eyes at a place far away. "Let's walk for a while." "Okay." Sir Cornwell, who had always not left Princess Darian's side, led Jude to a place quite far away, perhaps because there were many knights around them now. And so a few minutes later, Sir Cornwell stopped walking at a place where their conversation would not be heard by others. "Jude Bayer." "Yes, Sir Cornwell. It's sudden, but thank you. Are you thanking me?" "I mean, thanks to you and Lady Cordelia, we were able to get the 7-colored herb." All that Princess Darian knew was the location of Arkemen's dungeon, and the information that the 7-colored herb were wildly growing at the dungeon's deepest part. If it were not for you and Lady Cordelia, we wouldn't have been able to get the 7-colored herb. Even if we had obtained it, we would have suffered serious injuries. They were able to proceed with ease because they accurately knew in advance the structure of the dungeon and the types of traps installed in it. No matter how powerful Princess Darian's ability was, she couldn't know what kind of trap awaits them. And the Chimera. Sir Cornwell was basically a warrior, but he also had some knowledge of magic as the Knight Commander. Several auxiliary magic circles were drawn in the last room where the Chimera lived. Like what Jude had said, they would have greatly failed if they had fought the Chimera there. That is why I would like to thank you now. His tone was still stiff, but there was a friendliness in Sir Cornwell's eyes that was unlike before. His expression was more sincere than the harshness Jude had seen before in him. Well, he couldn't help it. He was escorting royalty, and not just anyone else. Moreover, Princess Darian didn't act much like a royal, either because she grew up outside the place since her childhood or because of her nature. Even if she was with her maternal family's knights, she was a young girl who went on a trip without a maid. Escorting missions are typically a bit hard. Jude himself had several unpleasant memories related to escorting during his time as Kang Jin-ho. So Jude understood Sir Cornwell's burden and harshness. I merely did my duty as a noble of the Slen Kingdom. Sir Cornwell had a small smile again when Jude bowed and spoke politely. You're truly an ideal knight. As expected of the son from the prestigious Bayer family. The son of Count Bayer, the sword general, Sir Cornwell didn't show it much, but he actually had a fairly good impression of Count Bayer. After all, Count Bayer was a famous swordsman who had protected the North for many years. As Her Highness said, we would like you to visit Duke Spencer. The Duke will surely welcome you and Lady Cordelia. Yes, well, definitely visit after dropping by the royal capital. Duke Spencer owned a mansion in the royal capital as he was one of the great nobles in the kingdom, but he usually stayed at his main home outside the royal capital because of his illness. Because Jude and Cordelia had already told Princess Darian and her group that they would go their separate ways once they had entered the royal capital. That's probably why he's being honest to me now. They were going to part ways soon. Since they would no longer be traveling together, he was genuinely treating Jude as one of the Duke's benefactors. And I would like to tell your story to Rune. Are you talking about the first sword? Sir Cornwell slowly nodded at Jude, asking him again. I haven't seen you fight in person, but I have a good eye too. I can tell that your talent for martial arts is above average just by looking at you. It was actually one of the reasons why Cornwell continued to show a harsh attitude towards Jude. Too strong. As he said himself, he did not know how good Jude's martial arts talent was, but one fact was at least clear to him. If Jude became an enemy, he was the only one in the group who could stop Jude. The other knights wouldn't be able to stop Jude, but they were parting ways now, so Sir Cornwell was able to see the strength of Jude in a pure manner. Rune had said to me, he saw people with monstrous talents in the Empire, children with monstrous talents. They were sword monsters who were in their late teens and early 20s at most, and might be close or even at the level of the 10 swordmasters in the next few years. Rune was worried about the future after they grow up and if they would really become monsters. The Slen Kingdom was a powerful country. The Argon Empire was the country with the largest territory on the continent. Naturally, a war between two such countries would likely be a huge fight, to the point that tens of thousands of people being mobilized would just be a trivial number. Nevertheless, having strong knights were a way to show one's might. Because superhumans exist in Pleiades. The 10 swordmasters were not military commanders. They were tactical weapons on the battlefield. Therefore, the existence of tactical weapons that could subdue other countries' tactical weapons was important. Maximilian and Leon. Perhaps they were the children in the Empire that Rune Froud, the sword saint of light, was wary of. Both were playable characters, and Maximilian was the main character born with cheat talents. Of course, we have many prospects in the Slen Kingdom. I've heard that Count H.R. Svelger's successor is an outstanding young man, but I still have a human heart. I can't help but be anxious too after hearing Rune's story, but seeing you has made me feel relieved. If there was Maximilian in the Empire, then there was Jude in the kingdom. Even Jude slightly blushed at his strong comparison, and Sir Cornwell warmly smiled. Rune will also be interested in hearing your story. Perhaps he'll come to see you. His words were something Jude could not have imagined. He would then have a point of contact with the first sword Rune Froud, the Sword Saint of Light. Thank you for your kind words. I can't help but admit that you're good. Because Jude was a truly upright young man who was born with an outstanding talent. I look forward to seeing you again at the Duke's estate. Yes, I look forward to that day too. Sir Cornwell was pleased when Jude bowed again, and he patted Jude on the shoulder several times before he lightly turned around. Let's go. Yes, Sir Cornwell. Sir Cornwell quickly reverted to his harsh expression again because he returned to his escort duty, but Jude could see and feel that it was different from before. Oriboni, Unnai, I'll wait for you at the Duke's estate. You must come. By all means, yes, Your Highness. We'll definitely visit you. We'll be there soon. She had already said goodbye several times, but Princess Darian continued to wave her hands and stuck her face out of the carriage window as if she felt that it was still lacking. Naturally, Sir Cornwell said that it was dangerous and struggled hard to stop Princess Darian. It must be hard. Huh, Sir Cornwell? Yes, Sir Cornwell. Jude quietly laughed, and Cordelia tilted her head once before she quickly hugged Jude's arm and asked, Jude, yes, Princess. What did the two of you talk about? Something good. Oh my gosh, was that it? Did you talk about the detonating cord? We talked about Rune Froud, the Sword Saint of Light? Yes, the first sword. When Jude briefly explained his conversation with Sir Cornwell, Cordelia clapped her hands. That's great. It feels like the heavens are helping us, right? She didn't expect the harsh Sir Cornwell to have thought of them that way. Moreover, it was a plus for them to have Sir Cornwell connect them to Rune Froud. Let's sort it out now that we're talking about it. You mean, what we are going to do in the royal capital? Jude nodded at Cordelia's question and took a deep breath. The massacre of the royal family was one of the two events that destroyed the Slen Kingdom. The process itself is simple. The purpose of our enemies is to cut off the sacred blood that has been inherited by the Slen royal family. They will carry out their plan on the 300th anniversary celebration of the founding of the country, where all the royal family members will gather, so that they could kill off everyone. The Devil's Hand is the mastermind. Their wish is to weaken the guardian of the royal capital through the severance of the royal family's sacred blood. Deep inside the royal capital of the Slen Kingdom, there was a powerful guardian who suppressed the power of the demons. Due to the presence of a powerful guardian who protected not only the royal capital, but also the surrounding areas, the demon followers could not summon demons nor create demonic humans in the capital. But what they really want is not just the destruction of the guardian. Clayam Saleh, the divine sword that is the main body of the guardian, a heavenly weapon used by the sun god Solari. In the game, the divine sword was stolen by the demon followers. A long story unfolds for the player in order to retrieve the stolen divine sword. But if it didn't get stolen from the beginning, no, if they couldn't do anything to the guardian itself in the first place, we have around a month or so before the founding ball is held. We'll be preparing in advance during that time, right? That's right, we have to make our side stand against them, and most of all, we have to make the royal family trust us, so that they would listen to the two when an emergency happens, so that the two could approach and be close enough in order to protect the royal family. There'll be a lot of big shots in this battle on the royal capital, because my father and your father will also be coming now. Count Chase and Count Bayer. It wasn't just the two counts. It was an extravagant event where numerous names would appear, such as the Minister of Defense, the other 10 swordmasters, the commanders of the Royal Guard Magic Corps, and so on. So it would be a little different from their fight in the Wild Lands. They needed a tactic to block the other side's hand with their hand as if they were playing chess. Again, Yurei making a wicked expression again. No, it's not. It's an expression I have when I feel it's fun, okay? At Jude's counterargument, Cordelia clicked her tongue before she naturally got on Jude's back. Anyway, let's go. The royal capital is waiting for us. We're not looking for a carriage. My horse is faster, right? You're right. Jude nodded his head and adjusted Cordelia's position on his back before he flew towards a sparse forest. Even though she was his fiancée, it would be bad if a rumor spread that he ran with her on his back. And an hour or so later, Jude and Cordelia arrived at the south gate of the royal capital and met some familiar faces. You ran away again, and again. Oh, you and I, it's not like that. Chapter 148 Entrance to the royal capital 2, you ran away again, and again. Oh, you and I, it's not like that. Cordelia cried as Adelia mercilessly pulled her cheeks, but it was hopeless. What do you mean by it's not? I told you to contact me regularly, but you only did it once. And then you contact me when you've arrived at the royal capital. Huh? Ah, it hurts. It really hurts. Good, it should hurt. Be hurt more, be hurt more. Tears welled up in Cordelia's eyes as Adelia twisted her cheeks even more, and Jude thought. Indeed, they're sisters. Given that they were doing the same thing. Help, what do you mean by help? Are you saying that you did not do anything wrong? I wash wrong, I was wrong. Adelia glared at her and kept pulling her cheeks, and Cordelia continued to cry while Jude thought again. I am envious. Cordelia's cheeks were really soft. He wanted to pull it too. That mysterious and pleasant feeling when he pulled her cheeks. I feel like I am being healed. You always run away from home. Sob, I was wrong, I want to pull it too. Jude's thoughts went out of his mouth without him realizing it, and he was embarrassed at that moment, but fortunately, no one seemed to have heard him. Cordelia would have been able to tell what he was thinking by just looking at his eyes, but she was busy crying now. In any case, Jude snapped out of his thoughts after being embarrassed, and he slightly coughed. In order to get Adelia's attention. Why do I feel like I am jumping into the fire? Ahem. Ehem. Please look over here. Please release Cordelia. When he coughed harder, Adelia, who was still pulling Cordelia's cheeks, looked at Jude, and Jude said in the calmest tone possible. That's sister-in-law. He chose his words well. Its effect was magical. Adelia's eyes that were filled with a strong will to smack Jude after she was done with Cordelia were then filled with shame, shyness, and a little affection. It's working. Help me. Jude noticed Cordelia's desperate eyes, so he continued his words in a hurry. There are a lot of people watching. Let's go somewhere else. Reflection. At the moment Adelia spoke, her powerful magic changed the surrounding area. Light refraction magic. As its name implied, it was a powerful spell that refracted the light from the surrounding areas in order to create an invisible area. This should work, right? She was caught off guard by the word sister-in-law, but that wasn't enough for her to change her mind. They were at the south gate of the royal capital, so she used a spell that was said to be non-lethal, though using such a powerful magic wasn't normal. Ahyu can continue. Hey, what do you mean by continue? Aren't you going to help me? If you look at it, you're an accomplice too. Jude opened his mouth again after her single cry, and Adelia waited for Jude's words with a face willing to hear what he was going to say. First of all, we did not run away. There was a reason why we couldn't contact you. What? Is it the Guardians of the Holy Cross again? Yes. Really? It's true. What happened? That is Jude narrowed his distance from Adelia a bit before he delivered a made-up story. Because shall restrict our activities if we talk about getting attacked by the devil's hand. The probability that they would be confined to one place in order to be protected was high, just like what Count H.R. Svelger did. Thus, Jude made up a story that they had spent more time than they had expected in exploring an ancient temple with the Guardians of the Holy Cross. What ancient temple? The Temple of Aerith, the goddess of life. Isn't that right, Cordelia? Yes, hish right. Her pronunciation was a bit weird because her cheeks were still being pulled, but Cordelia enthusiastically replied. Adelia narrowed her eyes, but she soon released Cordelia. Achua. Having regained her freedom after some difficulty, Cordelia covered her sore cheeks as she ran and hid behind Jude. What? Are you hiding? I object to violence. I object to violence. When Cordelia timidly spoke, Adelia snorted and took a step forward. Cordelia then flinched and quickly hid her head behind Jude's back. So cute. Jude really wanted to watch the cute sisters quarrel more, but now was not the time. See, sister-in-law, I warned you in advance, so you're at fault too, okay? No, I mean, we didn't run away from home, but you should have contacted us. Do you know how worried our fathers were? Lord Gal was also very worried. Of course, I did too. Jude and Cordelia were clearly strong. Adelia had witnessed firsthand their activities in the wild lands, so she knew it better than anyone. But that didn't mean she wasn't worried. There were many people in this world who were stronger than Jude and Cordelia. No, that's not the problem. Their strength wasn't important. Even if they were the strongest in the world, she couldn't help but worry if she suddenly lost contact with them. Maybe something happened. Maybe they got hurt somewhere. Why did we lose contact with them? Because we're family. Adelia was Cordelia's real sister. Jude was her brother-in-law. I am sorry. Being more honest and sincere was better than excusing themselves. Jude bowed his head and asked for forgiveness, and Cordelia bowed her head too. We were wrong. I am sorry for not contacting you. Adelia sighed at the sight of Jude and Cordelia bowing their heads together and asked again after having calmed down a bit. Were you too injured? Number were both healthy and not hurt. Unnai, what about you? What, me? I am always healthy. Adelia replied with a shrug, and she had a small smile on her face. Because one way or another, she was glad to see the two again. But don't you have a carriage or horse? Don't tell me you walked to the royal capital? That is Cordelia's words slightly slurred at Adelia's question, and she became hesitant and worried if she should talk about it or not. She eventually opened her mouth. I rode on Jude. What? Not that is Jude carried me on his back and then he ran? The more she explained it, the weirder she felt, but it was the truth after all. I don't want to lie anymore. But sincerity didn't always work. Adelia frowned and seemingly didn't understand it, so she said as she gestured with her chin. Try it out. Huh, show me how you got here, but her mood was unusual. Cordelia thought that her sister was trying to not be violent, so she couldn't help but obey her. Like this? She then jumped on the back of Jude, who reflexively adjusted Cordelia's position. Their actions were so natural that anyone could tell they had done it countless times. Adelia blankly stared at the two before she burst in an angry voice. Hey, Cordelia, hey, you really came here on piggyback. You stuck close to him. Aren't you ashamed? Eek. Adelia approached her with a face looking like a goblin, and the terrified Cordelia covered her cheeks first with her hands, but it was futile. There were a lot of places that the other could pull besides her cheeks. Hey it hurts. It hurts. Adelia pulled her ear and didn't care if Cordelia cried or not from the pain as she continued to shout. You cheeky girl, you know what you did? You're an unmarried girl. Hey, he's my fiancé. We're engaged, you're engaged but not married, right? This unnai told you not to cross the line, right? Oh, it hurts. It hurts. It will hurt from being pulled. She was right. It was the first time Cordelia's ear was pulled, so it definitely would hurt. Jude, help me. Jude, come here too. Come here and give me your ears. You're Lord Gal's younger brother, so you're also my younger brother now. As Adelia stretched out her hand, Jude reflexively retreated and was troubled. How do we overcome this crisis? Should I say that we haven't crossed the line yet? He clearly didn't know the extent of the line Adelia was talking about, but he really didn't do anything except for getting a lap pillow, hugging her at times, and giving her a piggyback ride. Did we cross it? Up to what extent is the line Adelia is talking about? Jude broke out in cold sweat as Adelia signaled to him with her finger to come quickly, while Cordelia struggled and cried. Unnai too. Unnai did it too with brother-in-law Gal. MMMPH, why you're going too far with your words. MMMPH, MMPH, MMPH. Adelia quickly covered Cordelia's mouth while her other hand continued pulling the ear, but Cordelia kept shouting. MMMPH, MMPH. We were also engaged just like you, but Lord Gal and I are adults, okay? You two are still children. MMMPH, that's not fair. Unnai, are you saying that it's okay if you do it, but it's not if others do it? Jude thought that this was enough at that point, so he tried to intervene again. See, sister-in-law, what is it? You've refracted the light, but we can still be heard, right? Adelia was startled by Jude's comment, and she looked around and bit her lips. Because while she couldn't see anything in particular, she could hear the sound of people murmuring. Ooh. Adelia's face and even her neck turned red, and she quickly spoke in a hushed voice. Be quiet. You understand? MMMPH. Cordelia nodded in affirmation, so Adelia slowly withdrew her hands. That's good. Let's first move and finish our talk later. Because of you, I had to take a half day today. Half day? Half day off. I took a half day off. Cordelia's eyes widened in surprise at Adelia's explanation. If you want to rest, then you should take the day off. But what do you mean by half a day off? Unnai, is the Royal Guard Magic Corps a black company? What is this kid saying? Stop being weird and quickly fix your appearance. Your hair is a mess. Having said that, Adelia straightened her clothes and appearance first. Come to think of it, that's the uniform of the Royal Guard Magic Corps. Adelia, whom Jude had seen wearing a dress or equestrian uniform, was now wearing the blue uniform of the Royal Guard Magic Corps. Her upper and lower clothes were reminiscent of the blue beret and military uniform on Earth. It had a fantasy feel, but was still realistic, as instead of a skirt, she wore pants and black combat shoes. Her hair is tied in a ponytail too. She had previously let her hair loose. Cordelia looks good in a ponytail too, right? Should I ask her to do it later? While Jude was lost in his silly thoughts, Cordelia fixed her disheveled clothes and hair before seeing Adelia looking at her. Are you done? Yes. How are you done? Your hair is still in a mess. I'll give you a hair tie, so just tie it up like mine. Okay. Cordelia meekly received the hair tie and skillfully tied her hair together, and Jude recorded Cordelia's appearance in his memory palace. Thank you, sister-in-law. Adelia suddenly tilted her head as she wondered what he was thanking her for before she walked to Jude. By the way, Jude. Yes, sister-in-law. You've suddenly grew taller. Jude was originally around 175 cm, but he now seemed to have grown to around 180 cm. Ah, that is the result of training. That's interesting. There's a martial art that lets you grow taller. Adelia was interested in it, but she didn't ask any further. Moving was more of a priority for now. If you're done, let's go. Wait a second. With her hair all tied up, Cordelia turned to Jude instead of following Adelia. Does it suit me? She couldn't ask him out loud because Adelia was next to her, but she could talk to him with her eyes. Jude immediately nodded at Cordelia's shy question. It looks really good on you. You're so pretty. HMPH. You're flattering me again? But Cordelia smiled as if she wasn't offended. And as for the other person watching the two, I am somehow upset. I want to see Lord Gal. Adelia muttered small before she pulled Cordelia's wrist in order to not waste time. Come on, it's really time to go. We don't have that much time. Okay, Unnai, but where are we going? Did you book a hotel room? Where do you usually stay? Adelia smiled at Cordelia's question and then said with a fairly confident expression, My mansion. The heart of the Slen Kingdom was definitely the royal capital, and it was also the place in the kingdom with the highest population. For this reason, the current royal capital, which was nearing its 300th founding anniversary, had become a place where habitable land was scarce. It's because of the city walls. The residential area could be increased, but the walls that had already been built did not allow it. Inside and outside of the walls, the inner residential area and the outer residential area. And nobles usually have big mansions. They also had to have a garden even if it was small. This year, a mansion was finally given to me. It had already been several years since she became one of the commanders of the Royal Guard Magic Corps, but Adelia was constantly pushed back in the order of distribution of mansions due to her young age. I bade farewell to the dormitory. The dormitory attached to the headquarters of the Royal Guard Magic Corps was naturally much easier to commute to and from work, but a dormitory room was incomparable to a mansion. What do you think? Isn't it nice? Cordelia immediately nodded after Adelia puffed out her chest and pointed to a pretty 2-story mansion with a small garden. Yes, it's pretty. It's cute and picturesque. The pretty mansion was actually big by modern standards, but Cordelia had lived for more than a decade as the second daughter of Count Chase. Compared to the large mansion of their family, the mansion in front of her was small and picturesque. I'll give you 2 rooms on the second floor. When the overly excited Adelia entered her mansion, a young maid greeted the group. I am Becky, who serves Lady Adelia. Cordelia blushed at the greeting of a pretty black-haired girl who looked like a doll. She greeted back, and it was Becky who blushed this time. It's heartwarming. Jude thought in admiration before he followed Adelia to the guest rooms on the second floor. The rooms with a single bed each were small, but he didn't think that they were uncomfortable to stay in. Then I'll be going back. See you later in the evening. I've booked a restaurant for us. Okay, I look forward to it. Yeah, just wait and don't overeat on snacks. Yes, Unnai. They had quarreled when they met at the South Gate, but they had gone back to being close sisters now. Adelia hurriedly left the mansion after a hug, and Jude grabbed Cordelia's wrist as soon as Adelia left. Why? Because we have to talk about our plans. There was no time to waste as they only had a little more than a month left before the founding celebration. Okay, shall we talk in my room? It's fine to do it in my room. Let's do it in my room. Cordelia insisted as she took Jude's hand and led him to her room. Should I leave the door open in case Becky misunderstands? I don't think she'll misunderstand us. She's just monitoring us, so let's just talk with message magic. Jude quickly spoke as he sat opposite Cordelia with a small table in between them before he tore the scroll. So, what do you want to talk about? The first thing we have to do when we arrive at the royal capital. Something other than getting close to Princess Daphne? Yes, the first thing we must do. What is it? You didn't tell me about this last time. I only thought about it today, specifically while I was running with you on my back. Okay, so what is it? At Cordelia's question, Jude took a deep breath and put his hands on the table as he said, As you know, the Minister of Defense and the Devil's Hand have been preparing for this operation to annihilate the royalty for quite some time. And one of the evidences is the control of the underworld. The Black Moon, the largest thief guild in the royal capital, is no different to a limb of the Minister of Defense. Cordelia nodded at Jude's words. In the original, the Minister of Defense manipulated the underworld of the royal capital to turn the founding celebration into a mess. They not only caused various acts of terror, but also blocked roads to make it difficult for the knights and soldiers to move. So, are we going to destroy the Black Moon? No, that's impossible. We only have a month left. Assassinating the top leaders is a bit tricky since the Black Moon is not the only one under the command of the Minister of Defense. Then, what should we do? It was impossible for Jude to have brought up this story if he didn't have a solution. As Cordelia looked at him with anticipation, Jude smiled and continued. It's simple. Let's build an organization too. Wait, build an organization? Against the Black Moon? Yes, Cordelia frowned at Jude's answer. Because it seemed to be more difficult than destroying the Black Moon. But Jude clearly said that it was simple. If so, he must have had a solution to simplify such a difficult task. Explain it a bit more. In fact, we do not need to build a complete organization. Our purpose is to prevent the Black Moon from interfering with the founding celebration a month later. We just need enough forces to hold them back. Where are we going to get those forces? From the other thief guilds in the royal capital. The royal capital was big, so there were several thief guilds in it. Obviously, there was no organization that was comparable to that of the Black Moon, since it was supported by the Minister of Defense. But when all the other organizations were combined, it would be simple to hold back the Black Moon. The more I ask, the more questions I have. How would you make the other organizations work together? Through the power of money, we did bring a lot of things here, but Jude shook his head at Cordelia's words. I don't want to belittle their job, but our opponents are thieves who specialize in running away with money. Money alone can't control them. Then, we need charisma. A romance that can even tickle the hearts of jaded thieves. Having said that, Jude looked at Cordelia, who blinked her eyes. She soon smiled and said, Rogue Master, the legendary thief. The king of thieves. A phantom thief who could get whatever they wanted. A legendary person who shook not only the Slen Kingdom and the Argon Empire, but also the entire continent. If the Rogue Master says so, the thieves will move. No, maybe even the Black Moon will have a lot of traitors. Because the Rogue Master was such a person. Because such a person was like a god to the thieves. But the Rogue Master is in the Argon Empire now. No, it's before she became the Rogue Master. Her words were a bit strange, but it was true. Because the soon-to-be Rogue Master was still in training. She was Scarlet, who would become one of the 4 great swordsmen in the future. A prospect who would succeed the Rogue Master title. She was quite a good thief now, but she wasn't the Rogue Master yet. Because she had still yet to get the Rogue Master's treasure that proved that she was a Rogue Master. So that's better for us. A new Rogue Master can appear for the time being. A new Rogue Master? Yes, a new Rogue Master. Jude replied with a smile and stood up before he dramatically spoke. No one knows where the tomb of the Rogue Master is. Except for us? The Rogue Master's tomb was hidden in the royal capital. Rarely does anyone know all the various legends of the Rogue Master, but there is one person here who knows it all. It was time for Jude Wiki to shine. Cordelia knew then what Jude was planning, the appearance of a new Rogue Master, the birth of a new Rogue Master. Wow, do you understand now? Yes, I understand now. Then I look forward to your cooperation. Please do your best. Because the new rogue master will be you, Cordelia. Jude grinned as he took out a black butterfly mask from his arms and put it on the face of the stunned Cordelia. Chapter 149 Phantom Thief 1. Cordelia blinked her eyes at first. Jude blinked his eyes at the same time as her before he took a step back to view Cordelia's face with a butterfly mask more broadly. It looks good on you. A black butterfly mask made of leather that had the appearance of a butterfly spreading its wings open. Cordelia unconsciously reacted to the words "it looks good on you" and furrowed her brows before she spoke as if she had finally come to her senses. What did you just say? It looks good on you? Before that. You are the new rogue master. As he said it again with message magic, Cordelia narrowed her eyes again and crossed her arms. What's the reason? Why should I be the rogue master? Since either Cordelia or Jude had to be the rogue master, she wondered why she herself and not Jude was chosen from the two options from the very start. Why does it smell suspicious? Cordelia's instinct that was equal to no, better than that of wild beasts, was telling her that. There is something. There must be some underhanded scheme here. Because he's Jude. Before he became my scammer, he's the guy who risks everything for achievement scores because of his obsession with taking 1 cent place. He's not someone Hall just let go of the opportunity to become the rogue master. When Cordelia sniffed with her nose in front of him because of her suspicion, Jude shrugged once before he gently opened his mouth as he had expected this to happen. It's simple. Do you remember Scarlet's sex? She's a woman. The contemporary rogue master was the only woman among the 4 great swordsmen. No, in the game, she was the person who would become the contemporary rogue master. You're right. Then, what is the sex of the first rogue master? That person did not directly appear in the game because they were a character that lived hundreds of years ago, but that person was a rogue master who left behind many stories about their deeds. If Cordelia had done any of the quests related to Scarlet, she would have no choice but to know that the first rogue master's sex was female. Woman? Yes, she's a woman, so it's better for the new rogue master to be a woman. There's already a preconceived notion that the rogue master is a woman. She felt like she was being dragged into this, but what he said was true to begin with. Of course, the second generation was a man, and the rogue master just before Scarlet was also a man. Jude thought to himself as he faced the troubled-looking Cordelia before he spoke again. And because we need to properly act the role of rogue master. The rogue master left 5 treasures, and the only one we can get among those is the moon crystal, the last treasure. Because Scarlet already has 2? Yes, the 3rd and 4th treasures are in the Empire. It was the reason why Scarlet, who was originally from the Slen Kingdom, went to the Empire in order to find the treasures of the rogue master. The rogue master's treasures are like the symbols of the rogue master. The biggest symbol is the moon crystal, but that alone isn't enough. In order to call yourself a rogue master and be recognized by the people, you have to pretend that you also have the other treasures. At this point, Cordelia could roughly understand what Jude was trying to say. In short, you're saying that use magic, is that it? Bingo. The rogue master's treasures were magic tools that gave its user various mysterious powers. But Cordelia was a real wizard, so she just had to use her magic. I can't tear a scroll every time I need to do something. What he said made sense so far. Is there anything else? Isn't this enough? That's true, but why? Why do I still feel uncomfortable? As Cordelia showed signs of hesitation, Jude pulled out his trump card. Anyway, let's not waste our time in worries. There are many places we have to stop by before our dinner with sister-in-law. Our schedule is tight, okay? I know, we only have 1 month, but where are we going to stop by? The Rogue Master's tomb? There's that, but this is more important. Something so important that would make Cordelia forget about everything else. Where? Alchemy Guild. Why there? You asked me to make dynamite. Dynamite. Jude spoke again, and Cordelia opened her mouth first before she joyfully smiled. Her blue eyes seemed to sparkle in excitement. Will you really make it? Really? Yes, so let's go now, we don't have much time. Yes, let's go quickly. Before that, what about the Rogue Master? I'll do it. Really? Yes, really. Cordelia spoke in a childish voice before she grabbed Jude's arm as if she wanted to go quickly. And Jude left the room with Cordelia while pretending that he couldn't win against her. The structure of dynamite was simpler than one would think. Dynamite was made by simply having nitroglycerin, one of the substances typically used for explosives, be absorbed by a small amount of diatomaceous earth. Diatomaceous earth is a type of sand made from the remains of single-celled algae, and is frequently used for many things because of its high absorption capabilities. Because diatomaceous earth itself was a non-flammable material, pure nitroglycerin was actually better than dynamite in terms of its simple explosive power. Nevertheless, diatomaceous earth was used because nitroglycerin, a highly sensitive substance, could then be stored and transported relatively safely. We'll need nitric acid and sulfuric acid to make nitroglycerin. Both were substances that were difficult to immediately obtain unless they were in an alchemy guild. And, when Cordelia asked with an interested face, Jude resolutely turned her down. A more detailed description will be omitted. How mean? It doesn't matter since I'll be making it for you anyway. And it's dangerous. It's not an easy challenge for beginners. Moreover, if he told her how to make it, he wouldn't be able to use dynamite as bait in the future. He should only give her fish but not teach her how to fish. Tusk, tusk, tusk. So you don't like it? No, my lord. My lord's words are absolutely correct. Satisfied with her quick change of attitude, Jude quickly finished his shopping and they headed to the east gate. Aren't you making dynamite? We have to get the rogue master's treasure first. It was still in the afternoon, so they still had some time left until their dinner with Adelia. The gates are closed when the sun goes down, so it will be less suspicious for us to go now and come back by that time. Yu, it can't be helped. She had no choice but to postpone what excited her for a while. Then, let's go quickly. Yes, madam. I'll take you there very fast. It was Jude's first time in the royal capital, but Jude Wiki had completely recorded not only the small side roads of the royal capital, but also the underground roads. So he led Cordelia to a shortcut that even the locals didn't know. And as soon as they left the east gate, he turned his back on her, and Cordelia very naturally got on Jude's back. I feel like I've become too comfortable with this. She had become too comfortable with being carried on Jude's back. She felt like she was really merging with him when she was carried on his back these days. What are you thinking about? I think it would be nice to go quickly. Hold on tight. Jude smiled and soon became a gale as he ran east, or to be exact, towards a small mountain in the northeast of the royal capital. We're here. It seems like you left out a lot of explanation, but I guess it's fine. Cordelia muttered quietly as she got off Jude's back and looked behind her. Wow. The mountain was small, but it was still a mountain. A panoramic view of the royal capital surrounded by large and magnificent walls came to her eyes, and she was left amazed. Amazing. Yes, it's amazing. The capital is beautiful. The walls were very high, so the inside of the capital couldn't be seen, but he had seen it hundreds to thousands of times in the game, so he could think of its shape in his head. Anyway, let's hurry. Jude turned around and squatted in front of a long rock that looked like a tombstone on top of the hill, and he squinted his eyes. If I touch it like this, when Jude touched the side of the rock, a sudden click was heard, and the entire rock soared to about 30 cm. It's a password board. It's the same as the original. Cordelia squatted next to Jude, and just like she said, there was a password board with a rather complex pattern at the bottom of the newly revealed rock. The board was only solved by pressing it in a set order, but Jude began to move his hand without any hesitation. Originally, the password can only be known when one collected all 4 of the treasures. Fufufu, this is the power of my Jude Wiki. Cordelia proudly spoke, and Jude spontaneously smiled and continued to move his hand. The rogue master was still a much better person than Archimen, because she didn't do anything mischievous, like hiding the last treasure next to the first clue. I've unlocked it. After he pressed the last button on the board, a click was heard again, and the ground near the rock soon soared with a rumbling sound. It's the entrance. There was a metal door at the bottom of the slope, and it was clean as new perhaps because of some magic spell. Okay, let's go in. Jude opened the metal door with his strength, and Cordelia created a magic sphere of light. Gentlemen first. Yes, madam. Jude promptly answered and headed down the stairs beyond the metal door. It's like Siakuram. Have you been there? Yes, for a school trip. Cordelia quietly responded as she raised the sphere of light and looked around them. It was a small stone chamber with a door leading to the next stone chamber on the opposite side of the stairs. You do know that we have to be careful from here on, right? I know. Cordelia gave a short answer and then quickly cast several types of magic in succession, even though Jude didn't tell her to. She cast levitation, a flying magic that was the higher rank to the floating magic fly. She also activated the shield magic in Count Chase's ring, cast the Heart of Dragon to strengthen their minds, and the Eagle Eye so that they would not be fooled by illusions. Each magic spell she cast was like a substitute to the Rogue Master's treasures. A floor installed with traps that activates when stepped on. An illusion magic that makes one go round and round a small cabin. A banshee's voice that disturbs the minds of those who entered. Even a hydrochloric acid trap that poured overhead and couldn't be avoided. Jude and Cordelia blocked everything since they were prepared and stopped in front of a tombstone at the end of the stone chamber. If you have reached this point, you are well qualified to succeed me. My entire legacy is yours from now on. Cordelia smiled at the nicely sounding sentence written in the tombstone before she injected her mana into it. And Jude quickly moved his hand and grabbed the arrow that was fired from the front. It was the last trap that triggered when the person was reassured that it was all over. She has a bad personality. That's typical of a rogue master, right? They had known all about it anyway. Cordelia smiled after she finished injecting her mana, and the tombstone rose as it revealed the real tombstone hidden on the floor. Desire, only that word was engraved on the first Rouge Master's tombstone, a word that she loved the most and one that she had pursued throughout her life. As expected of the ruler of thieves, it's good to be honest. And she left her own treasure in this manner. A jewelry box was revealed with the tombstone. Jude and Cordelia opened it at the same time, and they obtained the moon crystal, the last treasure of the Rogue Master. Night came. After having finished a fantastic meal at the fine dining restaurant Adelia had made a reservation with, the group ate a 3-tiered chocolate parfait for dessert that was famous in the royal capital. They then looked around the streets of the night market, which was a tourist attraction, before they returned to the mansion. You have to properly sleep in your rooms, okay? Do you two understand? Yes, we understand. This is my house. So I can see everything here like the palm of my hand, okay? Yes, we understand. After their conversation was finished, all of them headed to their bedrooms and slept for a few hours. When Adelia was deeply sleeping, Jude and Cordelia met with each other in Cordelia's room. And after 10 minutes, Cordelia said with a chilly gaze as she crossed her arms, "My lord, what is this? It's the Rogue Master's costume." When Jude answered, Cordelia looked back at herself and had a chilling smile. This, a short and pink miniskirt, was on top of tight-fitting black leather pants complete with boots, and her top consisted of a black leather clothes with her shoulders exposed. The white collar on the neckline resembled that of a tuxedo, and long black leather gloves that reached up to her upper arm were added, making her cute outfit seem like a female magician. Up to that point, Cordelia wasn't that much displeased. She wore a miniskirt but also had pants underneath, so she had nothing to be particularly ashamed of. The problem was the next part. She had a large black ribbon that tied her long hair together into a ponytail, a black butterfly mask that covered her face, and a large bow tie with the moon crystal in the middle. She could tolerate it all up to that point. "My lord, what is this?" "Rabbit ears and rabbit tail. It's a good item set that increases agility and jumping power." Cordelia was very familiar with the equipment set that was on top of her head or attached near her butt. Jude had thought that it was so unfortunate that he couldn't see it again after their time in the wild lands. "Hey, did you bring this all the way here? There's the cat set. Would you like to change into that? You asked me to become the Rogue Master because of this?" "No, it's not because of this." "Then remove the rabbit set, okay?" "Ah, my princess. Do you really want to say that? Here's the improved detonating cord." As Jude smiled and handed her the detonating cord bundle, Cordelia snorted in her excitement and no longer questioned the rabbit set. Because it's cute. She was not ashamed because she was wearing a mask anyway. Cordelia giggled as her tail slightly shook, and Jude looked at Cordelia as he took a deep breath, because the real hard part would begin now. "Okay, then, Cordelia. There is one last thing to do. No, in fact, it's already been done. What is it? That is Jude awkwardly smiled and held out a well-made card, and Cordelia finally understood. The fact that there was something more shameful even if she wore a mask. Hey, is this the reason you made me do this? Yes, that is correct. Are you serious? Phantom Thief Pink Bomb, a name that must be used and be famous enough in order to surely summon Velkian, the necromancer. It was the name of the new rogue master who would shake the Slen Kingdom and the entire continent. Chapter 150 Phantom Thief 2 No Duck. No FCK, Pink Bomb, are you kidding me? Well, I mean, like I said, we have to lure Velkian, right? In order to do that, the name of Phantom Thief Pink Bomb must be famous, right? Famous enough that Velkian will know wherever he is, okay? He was right. It was quite a convincing story, but Cordelia wasn't a fool. No. In the first place, why is it pi mmph? SHH? Adelia might wake up. Jude quickly covered her mouth with his hands, and Cordelia struggled to talk before she swiftly cast message magic. Hey, FCK, do you think I'm stupid? In the first place, why did you use the name Pink Bomb in your letter to Velkian? Care to explain? Didn't you agree to using it back then? Pink Bomb? I seriously thought you were joking then. Hey, I didn't lie to you. Arg, FCK. Are you trying to get me mad on purpose? You didn't lie, my scammer, Jude. But I am still part of yours. If you don't explain it properly, Yao'll be someone else's Jude from today onwards. Do you understand? The literal translations are actually my house's scammer, but I am still part of our house. And Yao'll be the Jude of someone else's house. It's hard to explain in English about the house thing, because it's something unique to Korean culture. But you can just think or replace it with the word family. So when Cordelia calls Jude as her family's scammer, Jude retorts by saying that at least he's still part of her family. But Cordelia threatens to kick him out of her family, thus becoming the Jude of someone else's family. Okay, I'll explain. What, Yao'll really explain it? Cordelia blinked her eyes and asked, Is there a good reason for the use of a weird name like Pink Bomb? Yes, I can explain. What is it? Pink Bomb is a special name for Velkian. It's the name of the main character in Velkian's favorite novel. Cordelia's eyes narrowed at Jude's words, but she couldn't say anything else. Because while she had heard of this for the first time, it was something that came out of Jude's mouth. Was there something like a hidden character setting? Cordelia tilted her head and asked again, Is that why you used the name Pink Bomb? Because we want it to remain strongly in Velkian's mind and arouse his curiosity. His words were quite convincing. Phantom Thief Pink Bomb. It was definitely a name that would leave a deep impression to anyone who had heard it. But if someone liked a novel with a main character having such a name, that person would certainly come to the royal capital out of curiosity. So annoying. Who the hell is that person? Who in the world names their main character Pink Bomb? Calm down, calm down. I mean, Yellow Storm and Pink Bomb are the same, right? It's different. It's really, really completely different, okay? Yes, it's different. Very different. Yes, it's different. It's very different. When Jude said that as if he was soothing a child, Cordelia immediately tried to kick Jude's shin but failed. Because Jude had reflexively used his golden wind. FCK, you're so annoying. You avoided it, you even used a skill. I mean, it will hurt if I get hit. Evil Beastard, ugly Beastard, nasty Beastard, FC King Beastard. It's been a while since I've heard you say so many curse words, so it's kind of nice. Should I give you a reward? What is this crazy Beastard saying? HMPH. Cordelia was so angry that tears seemed to involuntarily come out of her eyes. Jude said, as he squatted to make eye contact with Cordelia, who sat down on the floor in exhaustion. Anyway, Cordelia, you don't have to worry about it too much. Yao'll be able to do it well. Hey, are you worried that I'll do something wrong? I will not. I can do it. I will be Pink Bomb. Well, I can't help it if you dislike it that much. Really? Yao'll really do it? Well, the clothes may not fit, but I can fix it. Wait, what are you talking about? The clothes don't fit. You're going to wear this? I should wear it. Even if the clothes look like that, I should still look like the first rogue master, right? At Jude's words, Cordelia closed her eyes for a moment and imagined it. She imagined Jude wearing tight-fitting black leather clothes, a pink miniskirt, rabbit ears, and tail. FUFCK, I'll just do it. I'll do it. She couldn't bear to see something like that. After all, he was her fiancé. No, apart from being her fiancé, She unconsciously felt disgusted at the thought of seeing Jude going around like that. It was a bit embarrassing. It was when Cordelia grumbled while she was deep in thought. Jude smiled and said as if he knew what Cordelia was thinking. "Thank you. It could only be you." "HMPH, you won't get anything if you say that, okay?" Cordelia reflexively snorted and tried to get up, so Jude naturally stretched out his hand to help her. "Okay, I'll concede to you once and become Pink Bomb." "Thank you, Princess. I'll do my best in making dynamite." "Whatever. Y'all somehow find a way out anyway, just like a sly person. And Cordelia, don't be too worried. After all, the return of the Rogue Master will leave such a deep impression that y'all rarely be called Pink Bomb." "Is that so?" "Yes, it will happen. It's the Rogue Master after all and not anyone else, right?" She was also convinced of his words. Scarlet actually had several aliases, but she was always called the Rogue Master in the end. "Anyway, we don't have much time. We must do our work as soon as possible." "I know that, so are we delivering it today?" "The notice card?" "Yes, this card is the notice card." Cordelia received the card from Jude and read it as it shone in the moonlight. "On the day of the full moon 2 days later, I will take the green goddess teardrop. Rogue Master Pink Bomb." There were several lines written in a very neat handwriting on the white card, and a pink lip mark was at the last part. "Whose lips are these?" "No way, ahem, ahem. That's a sample, but let's put my princess kiss mark for the real thing." When Jude slightly blushed and coughed, Cordelia laughed and nodded her head. "I'll keep this, though. It's proof that my Jude is a human being who also knows how to be embarrassed." Cordelia giggled as kept the card like a precious item. She then saw Jude handing her new cards. "3 more. One will be sent to a corrupt rich man, Hall be the victim, and the other 2 will be sent to the Black Moon and Blue Moon." Blue Moon. Is that the largest guild among the thief guilds that do not cooperate with the Black Moon? That's right. Our goal is to publicize the name of the Rogue Master. The founding celebration was a month away, so they needed to build a reputation that would be enough to move the guilds within 3 weeks. Well, deliver the notice today and steal the gem 2 days later. By the way, who is the person we'll be robbing this time? It's a corrupt rich man who's one of the Minister of Defense's source of funds. If we're going to steal things, it's better if it's a person from the Minister of Defense's side. The green goddess teardrop, is this a gem? Yes, it's a gem that can give the blessing of the war god. We're going to steal something useful. It'll become a hot topic. Everything that he said was correct. Cordelia did not say anything else and just walked to the dressing table to apply lipstick on her lips. "Give me the cards." "Here." "Why are there 4 cards?" "You said that y'all send the notice to 3 places. I want one of them as a keepsake." HMPH. Cordelia HM-fed and stamped her lips on all 4 before she handed it to Jude. "Are you going to deliver it now then?" "Yes, I'll go and come back, so just go to sleep. You're not familiar with this area yet, right?" "Okay, I'll be going to sleep so you can go." "Yes, Princess. I'll see you tomorrow morning." Jude gracefully greeted her in a theatrical manner before he flew out of the window like the wind, and Cordelia stared at her reflection in the vanity mirror. A phantom thief who wore a black butterfly mask and had rabbit ears in her head. "It looks cute." Cordelia wiggled the rabbit tail and even tried to strike a pose before she let out the following words from her mouth. "I, in the name of justice, I will punish you." She was embarrassed. She was seriously embarrassed. She felt that she would die of embarrassment even though she had muttered it very quietly. But she felt a bit ecstatic at the same time. A joy that was difficult to describe. However, it was only for a moment, because she felt a gaze behind her back. I left something behind." Jude smiled as naturally as possible, and he picked up something that fell on the floor without saying a single word before he went out of the window again. Cordelia, who was left alone, then squatted on the floor and covered her face with both hands. She stayed and did not move from that position for a long time. Chapter 151, Phantom Thief 3, Minister of Defense, had now been changed to Lord Protector. Please do note that the Lord Protector used in this series is more of a nickname than an actual title. Callium, the capital of the Slen Kingdom, was the 2nd largest metropolis in the world, boasting a population that was more than that of a small country, and of being the wealthiest city in the kingdom. Tens of thousands of people would travel to and from the royal capital every day, and huge amounts of money were traded daily, enough to fill up 100 wagons. The City of Light. The glorious land that shines the brightest in the holy kingdom of Slen. But the brighter the light was, the darker was the shadow. The underworld of the royal capital was greater and more threatening than the underworlds of any city in the kingdom, because there are several thief guilds in just one city. A thief guild sounded like a decent organization, but in reality, it was different. It was not an exaggeration to say that the thief guilds were actually comprehensive criminal organizations. They did not only steal, but also did all kinds of shady and illegal things. The adult entertainment industry, such as gambling and prostitution, were a given, and if one went further, there were also some guilds involved in violent crimes such as contract killing, kidnapping, and abduction. The Black Moon is the most vicious among them. The Black Moon dominated more than half of the royal capital's underworld, starting from pickpocketing in the back alleys up to human and drug trafficking. The reason the Black Moon could do all that so boldly there were two reasons why they ended up dealing with such dangerous stuff in the first place. One, their guild leader, Karma, is the embodiment of desire. There was no good or evil for him. There was only loss and profit for him. Will it benefit you? Then kill your parents. Will it cost you? Then kill even the children. He was a ruthless and cruel tyrant, and that allowed him to devour the underworld of the royal capital. He doesn't hesitate. It was Karma's habit, and it was true. He was a blood and iron ruler who did not hesitate to even kill his own father. The second reason is that he has the protection of the Lord Protector. The Black Moon received the full support of the political forces centered on the Lord Protector. Whatever goods the Black Moon had were able to quickly cross the gates unquestioned, and all kinds of criminal activities that took place every day were buried in the dark and not revealed. That was the reason, and as to why that reason came to be, Karma and the Black Moon were the hounds of the Lord Protector. They were hunting dogs who earned a lot of money, listened well to him, and handled all kinds of dirty stuff for him. But even the Black Moon couldn't get its hands on the entire royal capital. The royal capital was too wide for them, since so many people lived there. Moreover, the Lord Protector wasn't the only influential person, as the royal family also possessed a strong influence. There were political forces that were clearly against him, and that is why several forces still remained. Those who were not active in the main part of the royal capital, which was the center, but occupied the outer part instead. Among those forces was an organization called the Blue Moon, a so-called thief guild that was proud of their history and tradition, and was the largest force in the royal capital before the Black Moon gained power. Is she really coming? When asked by the blonde beauty, Jennifer, who was his loyal right arm and the guild's second-in-command, the quite dignified and handsome middle-aged man who was the guild leader and first-in-command, Sup, nodded his head. She will really come, because she's the real rogue master. As he spoke in a voice mixed with a bit of delight, he took out the white card again. It was the calling card of the rogue master Pink Bomb, who caused an uproar and became the talk of the town. The palm-sized card had the following text prettily handwritten: "Ill visit you tonight. Rogue Master Pink Bomb." A brief yet meaningful sentence was written, and behind the card was the stamp of a beautiful woman's lip mark. "It's pink." As Sup touched the card's lip mark with an ecstatic face, Jennifer said with narrowed eyes, "I am saying this out of concern, but surely you haven't tried kissing it with your lips, right?" "And no, I did not. I just looked at it." "No, I've only touched it. I haven't kissed it." Sup hurriedly answered and glanced at Jennifer as he read her expression, and Jennifer's eyes narrowed more before she said in a chilling tone, "If you want to do it secretly. Without anyone knowing. But I didn't, okay? I'll trust your words then." Ahem. Sup cleared his throat before he put the card back into the drawer and corrected his posture. Sup and Jennifer, the number 1 and number 2 of the Blue Moon Guild. The base of the Blue Moon was located near the east gate of the royal capital and was a large bar that paid its taxes well and operated normally. Sup and Jennifer were the bar owner and top bartender respectively. The place where the two were in as they faced each other was the bar owner's office. Why is the rogue master looking for us anyway? Because she needs information for her thefts. She didn't go to the Black Moon. Jennifer, you're my guild member, right? And why are your words getting shorter? It's suspicious. Why is she contacting our Blue Moon instead of the Black Moon? No, perhaps it's not just us. She might have already visited the Black Moon. When Jennifer, who was dressed as a bartender, narrowed her eyes again, the tuxedo-wearing Sup frowned and said, we'll see about that when we meet her. Because she's a real rogue master. That fact alone makes meeting her worth it. By the way, boss, when we're in the store, call me Chief. You care about the trivial things, Mr. Fastidious Chief. Why do I keep you as number 2? Because I am competent and beautiful. It's sad that both are true. Because I am the chief's mistress after all. No, I am single on my family register, right? So the thing between us isn't an affair, right? So please don't say that and just accept the ring. I tend to avoid dating at work. Jennifer cut him short and Sup pouted before he leant on his chair. Anyway, what were you saying? Why are you so sure that Pink Bomb is the rogue master? Frankly, I am not convinced. She may have sent a notice and pulled it successfully, but it was only once. Ho ho ha, that's what amateurs think. Well, she did not fight and only run. What did you say? I said that last night's chief was really awesome. Was I a bit intense last night? Yes, but I want you to tell me in what way I am an amateur. As Jennifer smoothly changed the subject again, Sup stroked his beautifully grown beard and said, You're an amateur when it comes to the rogue master. On the other hand, I can be called an expert of the rogue master. Are you saying you're crazy about them? I am a big fan. Sup smiled as he opened a drawer and took out some well-made cards that he arranged on the desk. Trading card? It's my collection. The rogue master is the eternal idol of thieves. Different tools were drawn on the 5 cards, and Jennifer then understood what each card meant. These are the treasures of the rogue master. That's right, and the most important of those was the last treasure, the moon crystal. Sup picked up the card with a beautiful crystal drawn on it and flicked his fingers on it before saying, Jennifer, do you know anything about the past rogue masters? I don't know much. Then y'all know this time. Let me explain. Sup smiled again as he looked at the remaining 4 cards and said, There had been a total of 5 rogue masters so far, but the only one who had all 5 treasures was the first. They didn't pass the treasures to the next generation. The first didn't let them directly inherit it. She hid the 5 treasures in different places and hoped that the next rogue master would find it. Why? To test the next rogue master, like whether they truly deserve to be a rogue master. Sup grinned and seemed to be asking if that was cool, but Jennifer still didn't smile. It seems like they weren't able to collect all the treasures from the 2ND generation onwards. Yes, the 2ND generation only collected 4 treasures. He couldn't find the last treasure in the end. But there's where the tragedy began. Tragedy? Yeah, tragedy. The 2ND generation hid all the treasure back in their original position before they retired in order to follow the 1 cent generation's dying wish. He repaired the traps and stuff like that. But the 3RD generation didn't do that. The 3RD generation, who only found 3 out of the 5 treasures, simply handed them over to the 4TH generation, so they handed the treasures over to their child. I think I understand. They were supposed to find each and every one of them in order, but they just handed it over without putting it back to its original location, so they couldn't find the rest of the treasures even if they wanted to. Jennifer spoke in a calm tone, and Sup was surprised and blinked his eyes. What? How did you know? I naturally got it from the context. Sup furrowed his brows at Jennifer's answer, but soon nodded. She was second in command because she was very competent in the first place. In any case, the 4TH generation only got 3 treasures and in the 5TH generation. It became unknown to them on where the original rogue master hid her treasures. And the 5TH generation disappeared without being followed by a 6TH generation. No one knew where the 3 treasures he got had disappeared to. And then Pink Bomb appeared. She also had the illusory treasure, the moon crystal. Jennifer nodded as Sup excitedly raised the card with the moon crystal. I see, so it's real? Yes, she has the last treasure. She is the new rogue master who inherited all the treasures of the first in a true sense, unlike the rogue masters of the 2ND to the 5TH generation. The moon crystal was real. He couldn't imagine it to be fake and just be some staging and special effects. She's real. Pink Bomb is the real rogue master. I see. I think she has arrived. Hello. The first was Sup, next was Jennifer, and then Sup again, with the last one being the woman with pink hair who was standing in front of the window. Pie Pink Bomb? Sup stood up from his chair in surprise while Jennifer touched the dagger she had hidden in her waist. And at that moment, another person appeared within a black wind. A black-haired man who wore all black from the clothes to the mask and the cloak. Tension spread in Jennifer's face, and Sup nervously observed Jude, the new person who had appeared. "Oh, don't be so vigilant. This is my assistant." The smiling Cordelia, who had tied up her hair together because she was pink bomb now, twirled a lock of her hair with one hand and spoke. "Say hi to them, Black Cloak, my assistant." At Cordelia's introduction, Jennifer narrowed her eyes while Sup frowned. "Black Cloak? Yes, Black Cloak. Right, Black Cloak?" As Cordelia said with a bright smile, Jude hurriedly glanced at her. "Hey, Black Cloak. Yes, Black Cloak. You should try it too. It's exciting." Cordelia mischievously smiled and snorted, while Jude grinned and politely said to Sup, "It's an honor to meet you. I am Black Cloak who serves Pink Bomb. Pink Bomb named me herself, so I am really proud of my Black Cloak name." Sup and Jennifer's gazes turned to Cordelia again at Jude's self-introduction, a gaze that seemed to look at her strangely. Well, she named herself Pink Bomb in the first place. Black Cloak is a good one, though. Even though the two weren't Jude, it seemed like Cordelia could hear their thoughts by just looking at them. "And no, it's not me. I didn't create it. So don't look at me with those eyes." Cordelia shouted in her mind and looked at them in earnest, but the only one who could understand her was Jude. Therefore, Jude happily smiled to Cordelia, whose face and ears had turned red. "Haha, who were you trying to boss around? I hate you. I really hate you." Cordelia glared at him as her lips quivered, and she coughed once before she turned to Sup again. "Are you Sup, the Guild Master of the Blue Moon?" "Yes, I am Sup, the Guild Master of the Blue Moon." "This is Jennifer, our guild's second-in-command. I am Jennifer." Following Sup's introduction, Jennifer bowed and introduced herself, and Cordelia nodded with a satisfied face. "I think we'll have a wonderful conversation. The Rogue Master is the envy of Salen's No, of all the thieves in the continent." Sup gently smiled and spoke, and Cordelia's smile grew wider. She was worried on what to do if he had doubted her, but he seemed to have believed in her completely. "But don't let your guard down. I know." Cordelia shrugged her shoulders and greeted Sup again. "Anyway, nice to meet you. I am the Rogue Master, Pink Bomb." Cordelia spoke with some difficulty before she stretched out her hand. Sup was embarrassed for a moment before he quickly grabbed Cordelia's hand. "It's an honor." Yes, but don't say that you won't wash your hands in the future." As she said that with a wink, Sup staggered and grabbed his chest, because she was so pretty. "Chief, even if I am not your mistress, I think it would be very bad to show that in front of your lover." When Jennifer quickly and quietly spoke with her eyes feeling more sharp than usual, Sup came to his senses and corrected his posture. "But what is the Rogue Master doing here?" The appearance of a Rogue Master wasn't that pleasurable from a guild's perspective. She was a big figure who would remain even if the existing order was shaken. At Sup's question, Cordelia smiled again and said as she moved closer to Jude, "Because I am a newcomer who had just entered the royal capital. Isn't it natural for me to greet the Blue Moon Guild, who has supported the underworld of the royal capital for a long time? Even if the Black Moon is strong, no, it's just something temporary. The Blue Moon is the true owner of the traditional underworld." Jude spoke after Cordelia, and Sup immediately looked at Cordelia instead of smiling. And Cordelia said as she looked into Sup's eyes, "I won't go to the Black Moon, because they crossed the line. There's a line that even thieves have to follow, right?" Cordelia provocatively spoke with a little anxiety as she drew her face closer to Sup, who smiled instead of being flustered. He then asked in a quiet voice, "Are you thinking of stirring up the darkness in the royal capital? Y'all have to wait and see." Cordelia softly spoke and stepped back, and Sup smiled as he found it interesting before he pointed to the sofa in the middle of the office. "Let's listen to some more stories first. You aren't just here to say hello, right?" The guild master position in the Blue Moon wasn't an easy task. Cordelia straightly nodded and sat down on the sofa while Jude sat by Cordelia's side and slightly moved forward as he began to speak. "We want to buy information for future activities and to make them believe that we're going to behave in some secret way." Information didn't just flow in one direction. The fact that they wanted some information was enough to let the other person know. "That sounds like a good deal." Sup smiled as he faced Jude. Their conversation didn't last long. It was literally short but meaningful. After the deal was done, Sup asked Cordelia, who had stepped back after the deal was made. Pink Bomb, you can call me Rogue Master. I mean, please call me that. Please, then Rogue Master. Yes, Guild Master. I'll prepare the information you want by tomorrow, but will it be okay? It will be the founding celebration soon. An event commemorating the 300th founding anniversary of the country was just around the corner. Since many guests would come from abroad, the security in the royal capital was bound to increase. Is it possible to be active by this time of the year? Shouldn't we just wait for some time? Cordelia smiled a little at Sup's question. She directly stared at Sup's face and said, Sup, I am the Rogue Master. In a way, her declaration was childish yet provocative, but that mystery captured Sup's heart. There was still the young boy in his mind who considered the rogue Mazer as his hero. I look forward to it. I'll look forward to Sup too. May tomorrow's information be perfect. Cordelia winked before she stood up while Jude widely opened the window for Cordelia. See you tomorrow. Cordelia lightly waved her hand and flew out of the window, and Jude bowed in a theatrical manner before he threw himself out of the window. And a few minutes later, after they had left the area where the Blue Moon was located, Jude and Cordelia hid in the back alley and quickly changed back to their original clothes, because they had to return to Adelia's mansion before it was too late. Get on my back. Yes, but Jude, before that I have a question. What is it? Can we think this through first? Should the Rogue Master just rush over? I am sure the royal family would be very worried about the security of the royal capital. At Cordelia's question, Jude said with a face that was saying that this was too obvious. Of course, we have to consider things. If the royal capital just before the founding anniversary was noisy because of the Rogue Master and the Thief Guilds, it would be an embarrassment for the royal family. We have to do it a lot, but 2 times will be the limit, I think. Really? Yes, so we have to pick those 2 and rob them, as effectively as possible. While widely promoting the name of the Rogue Master, it would also deal a blow to the Lord Protector and the Black Moon. Will it go well? Instead of answering Cordelia's question, Jude brought up another topic. You know what, Cordelia? What? Absolute power will absolutely corrupt a person. They shouldn't act foolishly like those demon followers. Are you saying that we should watch our backs? There are many things that we shouldn't reveal, because there would be too many places for them to be stabbed at. It would be troubling to not know where they would be stabbed. Well, good. This kind of work should be left to my Jude. Birds of a feather flock together. Wait, what? Cordelia knows nothing. Anyway, let's go quickly, Black Cloak. Okay, Pink Bomb. Jude and Cordelia exchanged jabs at each other and awkwardly smiled before they headed to Adelia's mansion. Chapter 152 Rogue Master 1. The 10 great swordmasters who were the pride of the Slen Kingdom. Each one of them could not be simply defined as a knight. They weren't ordinary people, they were the chosen ones. They were those geniuses who had been gifted by the heavens with a talent for swordsmanship and eventually rose to the level of superhumans after endless efforts. Therefore, each one of them was a legend, a living incarnation of the sword, and a goal for everyone who walked the path of the sword. Duke Antarius. He was the oldest among the 10 great swordmasters and was also the hero who saved the country in the war between the Slen Kingdom and the Argon Empire. He was more famous for his nickname Lord Protector, but he wasn't of noble origin. He was presumed to be a commoner's child, a war orphan who did not even know who his parents were. So he began his life from the very bottom. Before he grew up, he worked as a pickpocket and moved around the back alleys, and after he grew up, he was conscripted and became a soldier. He wasn't even a proper soldier, but an arrow receiver stuck in the penal battalions. But he did not face a miserable death. When he picked up a sword instead of a mediocre spear, which he didn't know if it came from their allies or enemies, he felt a strange sensation as if the sword had stuck to his hand. And he survived. He sharpened and polished his swordsmanship in actual battles, and when the war was over, he was no longer a criminal conscripted into the penal battalion, but a nobleman with a title. A success story. War hero. He started out as a commoner, but became a nobleman through his own skills. The soldiers loved him and were proud of him. He became a legend in the war against the Argon Empire at a time when the king was just crowned. Not only did he lead numerous battles to victory, but he also saved the king's life. He eventually ended the war by defeating the imperial swordmaster, Carlos, who was the actual commander-in-chief of the enemy. He had stopped the invasion of the Argon Empire. He had protected the Silates Plains, the most fertile land on the continent. That is why he's the Lord Protector, a hero who protected and saved the country. The man then raised his head. He saw the Duke to be around 60 to 70, but still looked healthy. The Duke's back was very straight, and the muscles in his entire body did not weaken at all. That was why Count Lohan bowed down and held back his fear as he faced the Lord Protector. Did you say Rogue Master? Yes, someone who claimed to be that stole the green goddess Teardrop and several treasures from Viscountess Venus Mansion. So? Excuse me, so what? The eyes of the Lord Protector as it looked down on Count Lohan were very cold. Count Lohan unconsciously gulped and realized it. The Lord Protector wasn't angry at the Rogue Master. He was indifferent and only a bit angry. Did Lohan talk to him when only Venus' own possessions were stolen which weren't important to him? Should he pay attention to such trivial things? I will make sure it will not interfere with our work. Count Lohan quickly spoke, and the Lord Protector gently turned around. Feeling more anxious about the Duke's movement, Count Lohan opened his mouth again. Apart from Viscountess Venus' work, the preparations for the revolt are steadily progressing. The 300th founding anniversary of the Slen Kingdom was only a month away. That day would also be the beginning of a new history for the Lord Protector and those who followed him. A new royal family. A restructuring of the political circles. Count Lohan's face did not hide his joy. For him, the founding anniversary was the day of the revolt, where the existing royal family would disappear and be replaced by a new royal family, and that Count Lohan himself would become the new center of power. The Lord Protector knew what Count Lohan was thinking deep inside. But he did not bother to correct Count Lohan's misunderstanding, since it was an idea that he himself had planted in the first place. What Count Lohan wanted and what the Lord Protector wanted. They looked similar but were different in essence. We don't have much time left. Prepare thoroughly. I will do so. Count Lohan bowed before he hurriedly left the room of the Lord Protector. As the Lord Protector had said, he shouldn't be bothered by the theft. I have no choice but to leave it to the Black Moon. He didn't bring up the Rogue Master's story because of Viscountess Venus. It was because a second notice had arrived last night. Like Viscountess Venus, the Rogue Master would visit Count Macken's mansion tomorrow night, a man who was in charge of money laundering and other shady things. It would be perfect to stop a thief with another thief. Those were things they were used to doing in the first place. Count Lohan spoke to himself as he hastened his steps. As the Lord Protector had said, they only had a month left until their revolt, so he shouldn't be caught up in trivial matters. Marquis Lohan, no, Duke Lohan. Count Lohan stroked his well-groomed beard and imagined his future self. He did not hide his smile. He joyfully smiled and walked forward. And the next evening, Adelia sat at the head of the high-end table she bought after spending half a year's salary, and she held her chin with a very sullen expression even though she was eating. It was because of the sight that was happening before her eyes. Wow, this is really delicious. Yeah, isn't the sauce really good? My lord, can you cook this? Perhaps. Wow, as expected of my lord. Why? Do you want to eat it again later? Yes, I want to eat this again next time, if my princess wants it. But princess, isn't it bad to be a picky eater? You should eat your carrots. Do I have to eat boiled carrots when I have my lord? Eat some for me instead. Here. Cordelia took a carrot with a fork and held it out to Jude, who skillfully grabbed the fork and held it out to Cordelia. Here, say hey, what are you doing? I'll just eat it, so give it to me. So you don't want to say ah? You ah, okay. As Cordelia opened her mouth like a baby bird, Jude fed her the carrot while Adelia said words out of her mouth after enduring it. You two are seriously crazy, damn it. Can't you see I'm here? You two have fallen into a world of your own, haven't you? I miss Lord Gael, we are sweeter and more affectionate than you two. Ahem. Upon realizing Adelia's existence, Cordelia quickly took back her fork from Jude, who held back his laughter and began eating again. But Adelia decided to bring up a different topic, instead of continuing to eat with them. My younger siblings, it's good to be lovey-dovey, but pick the time and place, okay? We're not lovey-dovey. Cordelia timidly refuted it but immediately closed her mouth when Adelia glared at her, while Jude waited for Adelia's next words. It was probably that time now. Our father and father-in-law are coming. Lord Gal too. Lord Gal will also come. Ah, our older brother will also come. Edward Opa? Yes, it's the 300th founding anniversary celebration. One person was always left in their house whenever an event happened. But the event this time had the entire household leaving without anyone remaining behind. May I know when they would arrive? If nothing goes wrong, they'll arrive around the afternoon on the day after tomorrow. A smile spread across Adelia's face in her excitement to see Gal. By the way, Unnai. Yes, my younger brother. Will we all stay in Unni's mansion? That would be impossible. Adelia's mansion wasn't very small, but it was not large enough for 1 or 2 counts to stay in. In addition, there'll be a lot of people following them. Perhaps Maja and Dahlia would be following him, so their group would number almost 20. The royal family decided to provide a part of the royal palace as a residence for nobles who do not have a mansion in the royal capital. These palaces are in the outer part, but it'll be much better than most luxurious accommodations. Wait. Will we move too then? You have to move too. I'll go too. After answering Cordelia's question as if it were natural, Adelia laid down her fork and continued. So having fun at night would only be until today, okay? Having fun at night. At Adelia's words, Cordelia flinched while Jude was also surprised. What's wrong with you two? Haven't I told you? This is my house, so I can see everything like the palm of my hand. Do you think I wouldn't know that you've been going out to have fun every night? Adelia was not an ordinary, noble young lady. She was one of the 7 commanders of the Royal Guard Magic Corps. Wah, what should we do? Don't worry about it. As far as my observation goes, she doesn't know of the fact that you're a pink bomb rogue master. Rogue master, rogue master. Yes, because she doesn't even know that you're the rogue master. Maybe she thought that they were really going out to have fun at night, because there were several streets that were open at night in this huge and big city. Do you understand what I said? Yes, I understand. Cordelia nodded her head and Adelia grinned before saying to Jude, I know that both of you are strong, but don't go to dangerous places. Stay in safe and crowed places. If you go into a secluded place and try to do something shady, I'll be really mad, okay? Ahais, I'll keep that in mind. Good, I'll trust in you. Adelia smiled with her lips but did not smile with her eyes before she then stood up. Anyway, go and have fun. Don't be out too late. Yes, Unnai. Thanks. Thank you. Adelia smiled and turned around as she left the dining room, and Jude and Cordelia, who were left, looked at each other again. We can do it today, but what about the next? We'll have to make a gap somehow. Let's just focus on today's work for now. The second activity of the Rogue Master. Cordelia nodded as she resumed eating, and Jude pushed the boiled carrots that Cordelia had pushed away back into the center of the plate. Goddesses of the moons, please allow me to be a righteous thief again today. In the name of Selene and Helen. After completing the prayers that Jude claimed to be a necessary ritual, Cordelia quickly began to change her clothes. Because there's no magical girl transformation. Hey, don't look this way. Just get changed. Unlike Jude, who only had to wear a cloak and mask, Cordelia had a lot of clothes to change in. Cordelia wore the rabbit ears and tail before she dyed her hair bright pink and then looked at Jude. Let's go. Yes, madam. Cordelia quickly climbed on Jude's back, and Jude became a black gale as he traversed the night of the royal capital. Around 30 minutes later, Cordelia crouched on the roof as she looked and frowned at the distant mansion. Because dozens of lights illuminated the darkness, and what seemed to be 100 people were closely guarding the walls of the mansion as well as the garden. No matter how much I think about it, the Rogue Master is really crazy. Why would you send a notice at the place you were going to steal at? Jude strongly agreed with Cordelia's words, but he couldn't complain. It was also because of the notice that the Rogue Master was able to become the ruler of thieves. A truly free thief. The ruler of thieves who could get anything they wanted and can overcome any hindrance. Isn't that half of the Black Moon? Yeah, perhaps. A bunch of them would be inside the mansion too. She couldn't help but sigh at her situation. She had no choice but to go with it now, especially when she had decided to become the Rogue Master. Black Cloak, are you ready? Of course, Pink Bomb. Jude responded in a theatrical manner before he opened his prepared bag while Cordelia brightly smiled. "Shall we make it explode? Do it as much as you want. But if you do that, you're no longer a thief, okay? That's why I am the rogue master, not thief master." Jude had a blank look at Cordelia's assertion before he soon nodded. "Well, it's convincing. You agree, right? Anyway, let's begin." Cordelia held a bag full of pink dynamite in one hand as she took out the moon crystal with the other. And Jude naturally hugged Cordelia as the moonlight shone on the moon crystal and activated it. The legend of the pink explosion angel had begun. Chapter 153, Rogue Master 2, Lloyd, a 23-year-old man working as a guard for the royal capital, stared at the night sky in a daze. He had no choice but to do that. The moonlight illuminated the night sky, and an angel descended as she headed for the roof. The angel was real and not a metaphor. A beautiful and pretty woman who could only be seen in fantasies and dreams had widely spread her wings of light. Therefore, Lloyd and the other 40 members of the Royal Capitol Guard, the 30 private guards of Count Mackin, and the 30 armed personnel sent by the Black Moon all looked at the angel. None of them thought of sounding the alarm or shouting. A few seconds passed. The angel finally landed on the roof and brightly smiled, and even though half of her face was covered by a black butterfly mask, Lloyd unknowingly blushed and was entranced. And it wasn't just Lloyd. Everyone present, regardless of age or sex, were fascinated by the beauty of the angel for some time. What's wrong with them? Cordelia was rather embarrassed and blinked her eyes, and the only one who could answer her, Jude, was hugging her from behind so she couldn't make eye contact with him. So Cordelia decided to just act instead of worrying about it. Lulupi, Lulupang. As she recited the strange chant Jude taught her, Cordelia widely spread out her arms and transformed into a witch instead of an angel. She used her telekinetic power to scatter dozens of pink dynamite in the air. The dynamite flew in all directions. Only then did Lloyd and the guards came to their senses. They belatedly screamed, but it was too late. Cordelia cheerfully smiled and said the last chant. Luliap, and she flicked her fingers. The dynamites ignited at the same time. Dodge, get down. Some of the royal Capitol guards who had guarded the mansion of the first victim, Viscountess Venus, shouted as quick as lightning. And the sound of a real lightning swallowed up all their cries. Babba-babba-babbing, a series of explosions rang as one. Pink smoke engulfed the entire mansion of Count Mackin, and a huge bang sounded again. The roar this time was created by Jude's skill and not from the dynamites. Bang! When Jude's fist hit the roof, dozens of cracks appeared like a spider's web. Cordelia jumped back and Jude clenched his fist again. He struck the center of the cracks. Bang! There was a roar. The cracks broke and a hole with a diameter of 3 meters was created on the roof, but it did not stop there. The energy of the black dragon from Jude's fist pierced through the 4th floor. Bang! 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 It pierced through the 3rd, 2nd, and 1st floors. After the energy of the black dragon broke through the floors, Jude and Cordelia passed through the 4th floor and landed on the 3rd floor. They raised their heads and widely smiled. Good evening. Nice to meet you. They greeted those who stood on the 3rd floor. 9 knights equipped with splendid armor were with a typical pot-bellied noble dressed in very luxurious clothes. Get them. The pot-bellied noble, Count Mackin, cried out, and the knights drew their swords at once. But Jude created a golden whirlwind. 24 gale steps. The whirlwind formed. Bang! Jude disappeared. He became a gale that swept through the knights, and thunderous sounds filled the room. Babba-babbing! Thunder roared. 7 knights collapsed in one lightning strike. The 2 remaining knights failed to properly respond to the scene that happened so quickly, and Jude disappeared again. In an instant, he was behind the knights and poured out attacks on them. Ack! The 2 knights fell without even being able to scream properly. Count Mackin was so surprised that he stepped back, and Cordelia opened the door with telekinesis. She threw dynamites as she looked at the large hallway and the guards there. And Lulayap. Bang! 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 The dynamites this time had explosive power unlike the previous ones that were close to smoke bombs. The ceiling and walls of the hallway collapsed at the force of the terrifying explosion and left the room with Count Mackin in it isolated from the mansion. Problem solved. Reinforcements would never come through the hallway since the hallway was now gone. The satisfied Cordelia made a V sign while Jude thought that Cordelia was right. You're a real rogue, not a thief, an armed robbery. No, he thought that she was a terrorist at this point. Hello, Count Mackin, eek. As Cordelia waved her hand to say hello, Count Mackin stepped back and fell on his butt. And Jude spoke. He's an imposter, he is. A double who pretended to be Count Mackin. The real Count Mackin was elsewhere, and Jude knew where that place was. Praise be to Jude Wiki. When Cordelia cheerfully said that, Jude smiled and then punched the stomach of the trembling Count Mackin imposter to knock him out. See you later, take care of yourself. You too. Jude grinned as he carried the Count Mackin imposter on his shoulders and then went out of the window. It was to give Cordelia enough time. The Count has been kidnapped. Get him, shoot the arrows. The arrows? Cordelia ignored the loud sounds outside the window and moved the books on the bookshelf as Jude had told her. Pull the red book at the top and the blue book in the middle. Bingo. Cordelia suddenly spoke what Jude habitually said, and she took a step back as the bookshelf opened with a mechanical sound, revealing a secret door. Count Mackin, I came to pick up the things that I notified you about. Cordelia loudly shouted towards the inside of the room before she stepped in. As soon as she entered the dark room, she left everything to her instincts. Gale steps. The Bayer family's footwork techniques that she learned from Jude. Cordelia's body seemed to lean sideways as if she was falling, but she moved like the wind. She easily dodged the sword aiming for the top of her head and threw the detonating cord from her waist at the same time. Whack. The detonating cord moved like a living snake and wrapped itself around the neck and torso of the man who had slashed at her. The man was probably an assassin from the Black Moon. Dressed in black clothes, the man moved his hand to remove the detonating cord, but Cordelia pushed away the man with telekinesis and shook her head. She pulled out a short detonating cord and threw it high so that the man could see it before she triggered the ignition spell. Bang! The detonating cord exploded in the air. The firepower was not that strong, but it was still an explosion. Cordelia looked at the detonating cord around the man's neck and torso, and the man understood it. He calmly put down his sword and knocked himself out by hitting his head against the wall. I like smart men. Cordelia quietly spoke before she turned around and threw a detonating cord at the same time. Whack. Like a living snake again. The detonating cord moved across the air and wrapped around the neck of a man who was about to ambush her. Cordelia then pulled the detonating cord and threw the man to the floor. And she stared again. Bang. The man knocked himself out by slamming his head on the floor, and Cordelia began to think about the training of the Black Moon's assassins. But it was only for a moment. The last secret door, located beyond the secret passage, burst open, and a big man appeared. Q, the man loudly shouted and charged at Cordelia without saying anything else. Cordelia hurriedly tried to pull a new detonating cord, but the man was quicker than she expected. He immediately lowered his posture as if he was crawling on the floor and attempted a powerful tackle towards Cordelia's slender waist. Bang! The man crashed into the wall with a loud sound. Cordelia should have originally been caught by the man and slammed into the wall, screaming and vomiting blood, but that did not happen. Who are you trying to hug? Having avoided the man's tackle with fairy steps, Cordelia turned around and fired her magic while using the spells Echo and Double Casting at the same time. 4 consecutive freeze, sha, 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 sha. 2 freeze spells froze both legs of the man to the floor and made his feet be bound to the floor. This alone completely stopped the man's movement, but Cordelia remained vigilant. She had an expression of extreme disgust, but she couldn't help it, so she clenched her fist and exerted her telekinetic power on a specific body part of the man. A body part where no amount of training could build up its defense. The man fainted after screaming once, and the extremely disgusted Cordelia wiped her hands with her clothes before she stepped inside the secret door. Hello, Count Mackin. This is Rogue Master, Pink Bomb. Cordelia slightly grabbed the hem of her skirt and bowed, and the real Count Mackin stepped back and cursed. What Rogue Master bullsht? You're not a thief. You're a bombing wizard. Well, it actually is like what you said. Cordelia shrugged before she moved her hands and threw the detonating cord. The detonating cord that was like a living snake moved with her telekinetic power and wrapped around Count Mackin. "Hey, do you know who's behind me? The Lord Protector will not forgive you." "Yes, I know. Yeah, what? Do my words sound ridiculous?" "Well, you don't need to be awake because I know everything anyway, okay?" "What?" Cordelia kicked Count Mackin in that place instead of answering him, and Count Mackin passed out without even being able to scream. Well, anyway, problem solved. She was a bit uncomfortable, but she still solved the problem. Cordelia shrugged and began to pack the necessary items into the expansion bag. Dangerous drugs and artworks that were known to be stolen or disappeared, and even a secret ledger handwritten by Count Mackin. Did he say that this was the most important? She honestly questioned where and how they would use the ledger, but she took it because Jude was knowledgeable in this. "I did well on my own. Shall we go then?" Cordelia lightly moved her hand as she took the bag and left the secret room. Hearing that there were still loud sounds outside the window, she thought that Jude seemed to be doing well. "I have to quickly join him." Jude could have gotten hurt because of a mistake. Cordelia urgently moved as she spread her angel wings and flew up. She stepped out of the 4th floor's roof and looked at the ground. The Count Mackin imposter was hanging like laundry on the wall, and most of the guards were gathered on the sides of the wall. And a black wind blew from behind her. "You're here?" "Oh, I am here." Cordelia thought that she was worried for nothing, and felt a strange sense of relief before she immediately took out the moon crystal. "I took the treasures of Count Mackin." As if to match Cordelia's cry, Jude took out several paintings from the bag and displayed it to everyone. These were the treasures that they had informed in advance in their notice card. "I thank Selene for allowing me to be a righteous thief again." Jude and Cordelia simultaneously bowed in a theatrical manner, and the moonlight shone like a spotlight to them. Once the moonlight disappeared, it would be mission clear. The second heist of the Rogue Master would be a huge success too, but it was at that moment. Cordelia suddenly turned her head to the side. Jude also noticed it a step later. He looked at the same place as Cordelia, and at that moment, an iron whip flew in with a snake-like movement. At that moment, Cordelia felt it with her senses. Jude made his calculation. So the two moved instead of relying on the moon crystal's space leap. SHWAC, Cordelia used her telekinetic power to twist the trajectory of the iron whip. However, the iron whip flew too fast, and its power was also strong. She couldn't twist it completely, but that was enough. Jude grabbed Cordelia by the waist and moved forward. His black dragon's ascent further shook the already twisted trajectory of the iron whip. Bababang! The tip of the iron whip hit the roof. Since it was filled with a strong energy, an explosion occurred and the roof was broken. Cordelia then saw the owner of the iron whip know, a very long and plain sword. She was a beautiful woman with red hair the color of blood. Cordelia knew her, and so did Jude. Scarlet? One of the future 4 great swordmasters. She was the great-granddaughter of the 5th Rogue Master and aimed to be the contemporary Rogue Master. But whichever route the player took, she would become a fierce enemy that they had to fight in the middle to late stages of the game. She kicked the ground. Thanks to the Rogue Master's treasure, Wings of Speed, she narrowed the distance within a moment. And Jude moved forward. He released a move from the Supreme Sun Divine Art instead of attacking or flying. The Sun's Sphere. Jude had called it that even though it had a separate official name, and the attack's effect was clear. A tremendous amount of light flashed from Jude's forehead in an instant. The light was so intense that even the guards who saw it from a distance were blinded too. Scarlet screamed as she rolled on the roof because she had faced the light from the front and was within a short distance from it. Right after that, Jude thought, why is Scarlet here? Wasn't she in the Empire now? And why did she attack us? Did the appearance of a new Rogue Master provoke her? In any case, those were questions for later. It was not something he should think about for now. "Don't run away," Scarlet loudly shouted as she stood up. She immediately opened her eyes and looked straight ahead to verify if that attack was from magic. She met eyes with Jude. Not with Jude and Cordelia, but with Jude only. "We're not running away." A voice came from nearby right after she opened her eyes. Scarlet hurriedly looked behind her, but it was too late. Cordelia used Gale steps to get behind Scarlet as she wrapped the detonating bomb on Scarlet's neck and whispered again. "Why should we run away? We're stronger than you. Yurei going to be one of the 4 great swordmasters in the future, but Yurei not a great swordmaster now. Moreover, this is a chance to get the remaining treasures of the rogue master. Cordelia gazed at Scarlet's red eyes with her blue eyes before she smiled. She pulled the detonating cord which choked Scarlet. Chapter 154 Rogue Master 3. This is what a whip sword looks like. This is red chili paste with anchovies. And Front Lotus is an attack used by Rock Lee from the Naruto series. Scarlet Viper. She was a femme fatale character who was especially popular among the various characters in Legend of Heroes 2. When one selected a playable character from the Argon Empire, it became possible to go on an adventure together with her, which was the search for the Rogue Master's treasures, a quest related to her. You can go along with her in collecting the Rogue Master's treasures. This was the reason why Jude knew where the moon crystal was hidden and the password to open the place. One would eventually encounter that place when they cleared the quests related to Scarlet. But the problem is that she'll eventually become an enemy. One couldn't avoid becoming an enemy with Scarlet regardless of whichever playable character they chose. Soul Taker. A magic sword with a soul-taking demon sealed in it. Having collected all the Rogue Master's treasures, Scarlet then tried to challenge and obtain the treasures of the ancient Mu Empire. Scarlet tried to use the Soul Taker as a tool for demon hunting by suppressing the demon in it, but she failed in the end and fell under the control of the magic sword. But even then, she was still the Rogue Master. Scarlet fought against the magic sword with her superhuman willpower, and she eventually succeeded in reversing the situation and controlling the magic sword. The problem is that event only occurred on the second half of Legend of Heroes 3. In other words, it could be said that Scarlet became an enemy in the later parts of Legend of Heroes 2, a descendant of the 5th generation Rogue Master. For the first time since the One-Cent Rogue Master, she had all the 5 treasures, making her a true Rogue Master and a sword genius. She was a top swordmaster and one of the 4 great swordmasters in the entire Legend of Heroes series, though this was from the perspective of Legend of Heroes 3. When it came to her talent, she was more of a genius than Lucas, and might even be a monster comparable to Maximilian. But that was something that would happen in the future. Now, she was just a 19-year-old young person. Of course, we are younger. If they considered their age after reincarnation, Jude and Cordelia were both 17 years old and 2 years younger than Scarlet. But that wasn't what mattered now. What mattered was that Cordelia perfectly aimed at Scarlet's gap and wrapped the detonating cord on her. Ack! Scarlet groaned when the detonating cord tightly wrapped around her body, but that was all she could do. She instantly tried to use her sword, but that alone couldn't help her, because Cordelia had moved instinctively. Instead of considering this or that, she believed in her own 6th sense and did it. Explode, A. Before Jude could say anything, Cordelia ignited the detonating cord and greatly stepped back. Scarlet didn't know what the detonating cord was and only widely opened her eyes as she felt something ominous about it, and the detonating cord exploded at that moment. Boom! What would happen when a detonating cord was tied to a person and it was detonated? Jude immediately recalled something terrible, but fortunately, something like that didn't happen. Instead of splattering blood and having maimed body parts, a completely different sight came into Jude's eyes. Red Dragon's armor, one of the Rogue Master's 5 treasures. It was thin and stuck to the body like a gymnastics suit, and it didn't have the dragon name for no reason. Unlike its Long John's appearance, it boasted a tremendous defensive power. "You!" and Scarlet exclaimed in anger. It was not because she almost died if she did not have the Red Dragon's armor. It was not even because the outer garments she cherished were all torn from the explosion's impact. Her hair. It was because of her blood-red, long and attractive hair. It fluttered in the wind. Nearly 3/4 were cut off by the explosion, and Scarlet quickly became a short-haired beauty from a long-haired beauty. Die. Scarlet hastily turned around and greatly swung her whip sword. Bits of her half-torn clothes scattered in the wind, and her whip sword increased to more than 3 times in an instant as it aimed at Cordelia like a snake. Whack. It was fast and accurate. Nevertheless, Cordelia had already foreseen where the attack would come, so she managed to avoid the attack. Pink bomb, Jude had then shouted and looked at Cordelia. Cordelia immediately understood what Jude wanted her to do from looking at his eyes, so she rushed towards Scarlet. "Don't play with me." Scarlet turned again and swung her whip sword. This time, it was a cutting motion and not a piercing one, so Jude read its trajectory. He kicked the ground at once and became a gale with his golden whirlwind. Shyaak, the whip sword cut through the air. Instead of retreating, Jude rushed faster and let the trajectory of the whip sword flow behind his back before he stretched out his hands and hugged Scarlet's waist. What? Scarlet was bewildered because she had thought that she would get hit by an attack. She hastily tried to hit Jude, but it was physically impossible. Jude strengthened and tightened his hug on her waist, and she unknowingly screamed and tilted her head backwards. And Cordelia hugged Scarlet from behind. Scarlet was confused again when Cordelia used her mana and held the moon crystal in front of Scarlet's face. Moon crystal power. The moment she quickly shouted the spell, moonlight shone down from the sky and Scarlet realized the purpose of the two. Space leap. They wanted to leave their current location first. Get them, shoot. As the personnel gathered in the garden shot their crossbows, dozens of arrows instantly covered the sky, but it was already too late. The moonlight faded, and the two plus Scarlet leapt over space. And right after that, at a vacant lot outside the outer wall, a few kilometers or more from Count Macken's mansion. Thud! Jude, Cordelia, and Scarlet transcended space with the moonlight and landed on the ground, and at that moment, Scarlet promptly activated the Red Dragon's armor. Flame Dragon, the red dragon who lived in flames. Having recited the spell, a dragon's flame rose from the entire Red Dragon's armor. But Jude and Cordelia were already prepared for it. Cordelia hurriedly released her hug and jumped back, while Jude threw Scarlet away. Bang! She hit the ground hard enough that a roar was heard, but Scarlet stood up right away. The Red Dragon's armor had absorbed the shock of her being thrown. But she wasn't completely unharmed. She had stood up, but she gritted her teeth while making a pained face instead of attacking them right away. As I thought, we are still stronger. Jude nodded at Cordelia's gaze. It was not an exaggeration to say that Scarlet was in fact stronger and superior when compared to her peers, and the same could be said of Jude and Cordelia. Moreover, she was alone now while Jude and Cordelia were too. We can win now. We can defeat her before she had become one of the 4 great swordmasters. And it was at that moment. Scarlet pulled out a dagger from her waist and threw it, and at the same time, Cordelia swung her detonating cord. Shyaak, bang! The detonating cord exploded in the air and shook the atmosphere. Scarlet's dagger brushed Cordelia's cheek, and when the furious Jude kicked the ground, Scarlet activated the Wings of Speed and rushed towards Cordelia. Wings of Speed. A relic from Magellan that granted its user not only the ability to float, but also the ability to rapidly accelerate. It was just an instant. A distance of more than a few meters was nothing to the Wings of Speed. But this was Cordelia. Her instincts had already sensed the danger before Scarlet had even activated the Wings of Speed. At the moment when the Wings of Speed activated, her most efficient counterattack was her reflexes. Bang! Telekinetic power. It burst like an explosion and pushed away Scarlet, who had rushed to her at a terrifying speed. Scarlet bounced and rolled over the ground a lot because her rushing speed was seriously fast, and Cordelia did not miss that opportunity. She followed with her eyes and triggered her magic at the same time. Magic Missile. Spells echo, double casting, and high-speed chanting in succession. Baba-baba-baba-bang. 20 magic missiles was instantly created and pursued Scarlet. The magic missile's tracking ability was almost doubled because of Melissa's assistance in the moonlight. Bang! 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 Scarlet turned in the air and swung her whip sword to protect herself at the same time, and the magic missiles that were cut and split by the whip sword exploded, causing a chain explosion. And in those explosions, Scarlet flew. She spread her white wings of speed and soared into the night sky, and she looked down to the ground with a very enraged face while Cordelia stared at Scarlet. Crazy BTCH. As Scarlet let out a curse, Cordelia responded by widely opening her eyes and raising her middle finger. What are you saying, you lowly BTCH? Whoa, so much swearing. Jude unknowingly said that, but neither Scarlet nor Cordelia paid him any attention. Scarlet continued as she pointed her finger at Cordelia. I can't forgive you. I'll never forgive you. Why should a BTCH like you forgive me? Are you my unnai, my master? Your head is like you put red chili paste with anchovies in your hair. Jude was stunned for a moment at her swearing that poured out like a storm, but he soon realized it. She had been cursing less recently, but Cordelia was originally a foul-mouthed person who always cursed with her mouth. But Cordelia, your hair is reddish too. Jude held back his thoughts from coming out of his mouth, and Scarlet shouted again. Ah, okay. I can forgive you for being Rogue Master. I can understand. The Rogue Master is one who moves in the night under the moonlight, and is a position everyone grew up envying. Scarlet spoke as she poured out her words, clenching her fists while trembling. She then shouted again as she pointed her finger to Cordelia. But, Pink Bomb? The Rogue Master's name is Pink Bomb. I can forgive everything else, but I can't forgive that. She said that, and that was it. The reason why Scarlet was mad in anger. The reason why she chose to go to the royal capital instead of returning to the Empire. Pink Bomb. The Rogue Master's name was Pink Bomb. You have the dignity of a Rogue Master. But what the hell is Pink Bomb? Pink Bomb. At Scarlet's intense criticism, Cordelia clenched her teeth and couldn't say anything in return at that moment. Because Cordelia actually had the same thought as her. But her silence wasn't that long. Cordelia clenched her fist again and let out a barrage of curses. Why are you saying SHT about my name? So what? What can you do? You're not my Jew anyway. It's none of your business, okay? It was bad. Once again, it was really bad. The naming sense was the worst ever, but it was still a name Jude had given her. Cordelia had unconsciously thought that it was fine criticizing it if it was her, but she couldn't tolerate others criticizing it. You dare criticize it. Who do you think you are to criticize my Jude? The determined Cordelia spread out her wings of light instead of talking anymore, and Scarlet was shocked and surprised at Cordelia's wings of light. Wings of speed? Mine is better, okay. After all, the wings of speed were imitations made by Magellan's high elves in order to imitate the wings of angels. Cordelia flew straight like an arrow, and Scarlet swung her sharp whip sword. Despite being almost 20 years old, the power of the sword was terrifying like that of her future great swordmaster self. But Cordelia was not afraid. She continued her charge instead of blocking or avoiding it. Shwack, the whip sword cut Cordelia. No, it tried to cut but couldn't. Fairy steps. Cordelia escaped the sword by using her last use of fairy steps for today. She hugged Scarlet's waist and made a vertical flight towards the ground as she rotated their bodies. Are you crazy? Front Lotus. Cordelia held Scarlet as they turned around and headed to the ground. Scarlet couldn't even scream because of the terrifying dive in their flight, and in an instant, Cordelia released Scarlet right before they hit the ground. She soared high against the immense gravity. Boom! The ground shook with a loud noise after she collided. Having collided into the ground, Scarlet's body twitched as she let out a breathless sound. She did not die, but her whole body was numb and tingling, and she couldn't properly breathe. Even if her red dragon's armor was that good, it couldn't completely reduce the damage she received. Ugh, Scarlet groaned as she gritted her teeth and stood up, but that was her limit. It was the same with Cordelia, who also suffered from her reckless flying, but there was a crucial difference between the two. She wasn't alone, because there weren't only two people in this place right now. Finish it, Cordelia said, and Jude had already drew closer to Scarlet. Scarlet desperately swung her whip sword, but he avoided it and placed his palm on her abdomen. He struck his energy directly to the shock-absorbing red dragon's armor. Heart of the Sun. One of the 5 techniques of the Supreme Sun, divine art that pushed the condensed sun's energy into the enemy's interior. The energy of the Black Sun passed through the red dragon's armor and struck Scarlet's abdomen. Chapter 155 Rogue Master 4 Gasp. Scarlet threw up blood as she was greatly thrown backwards. She was sent flying for almost a dozen meters or more before she rolled on the floor. Qcug, the fallen Scarlet, held her stomach that was struck by the energy of the black dragon and threw up blood again. She then stopped moving as a puddle of blood formed under her head. Is she okay? She's not dead yet, right? The startled Cordelia flew to Scarlet, but Jude calmly raised his hand to stop her, because Scarlet wouldn't die from just that. Frankly, I was a little surprised. She had vomited so much blood, so he had flinched at that moment. But she wore the red dragon's armor. It didn't just have a strong defensive power, as it was an item that gave its wearer the regenerative ability of a dragon, so she would not have died despite throwing up a lot of blood. And it was as Jude had expected. Scarlet was in a state of near death, but she was groaning and did not die. However, her not dying is enough was Jude's standard and not Cordelia's. Hey, are you okay? Hey, don't die, don't die. Cordelia unknowingly said as she let Scarlet spit out the blood left in her mouth before she laid Scarlet down. C. Secure the airway. Open the mouth and tilt her head back slightly. And check for breathing. Think. Cordelia, remember, Cordelia, you learned first aid in class before. The firefighter uncle praised me for being good. Cordelia put her hand near Scarlet's mouth. It was weak, but she could feel Scarlet's breath. Gee, good, she's breathing. Let's skip artificial respiration. What's next then? Hey, are you awake? Hey. When she tapped on Scarlet's cheek lightly, Scarlet let out a very small groan. It didn't seem like she was completely unconscious. Then there was only one thing left. Fast healing, a spell that recovers one's health very fast. This was actually a chance for her to get the treasures of the Rogue Master, and she had also wanted those, but that was that, and this was this. Cordelia had no intention of killing Scarlet and taking the treasures away. Scarlet wasn't a villain. If she hadn't been possessed by the Soul Taker, she would at least not be an enemy even if she didn't become their ally. Perhaps the recovery magic worked since Scarlet's face color improved and her breathing stabilized. And after a minute or so, after she had recovered enough to be able to speak, Scarlet stretched out her body instead of raising herself up. She wiped the sweat on her forehead and said to Cordelia as if letting out a breath of relief, "Just kill me." "What? Just kill me." Scarlet had a faint smile. She continued to talk as she faced Cordelia with empty eyes. I lost to you. I couldn't even keep the Rogue Master's honor." Scarlet's eyes looked red, and tears flowed down her blood-stained cheeks. "And now, the honorable name of the Rogue Master will forever be dishonored by the name of Pink Bomb. I can't bear to see that. Just kill me. Kill me. Rogue Master Pink Bomb. Rogue Master. Pink Bomb. Father. Grandfather, I am sorry. I am really, really sorry." Scarlet couldn't become the Rogue Master. I couldn't even keep the honor of the Rogue Master. Scarlet began to completely cry, and Cordelia felt a mix of emotions and was at a loss. FUFCK. What do I do? What should I do? Scarlet was saying some really extreme words, and Cordelia could understand Scarlet's sad feelings. Scarlet was a person who took great pride in the fact that she was a descendant of the Rogue Master. Jude, what do I do? Cordelia looked back at Jude with a face showing her troubled thoughts. Jude seriously pondered when she gazed at him with eyes that were asking him to do something, and he soon had a bitter smile. It was a bit cringy, but it was a good idea. Scarlet's personality, her disposition, that was why it was the best answer he could give now. But it was then. Before Jude could give an answer, Cordelia also looked like she came up with something in her mind, because she was also a rotten water of Legend of Heroes too. Hey, Jude, I'll do what I want this time. Just this one time. Jude nodded at Cordelia's gaze, because Jude himself came up with a similar idea. And there was one more reason, because Ray the Rogue Master. Cordelia was the Rogue Master and not Jude. Cordelia nodded her head at Jude's reply and looked at Scarlet again as she said, "Hey, asshole, it's Scarlet. And don't bother me anymore. Just kill me." "Yes, Scarlet. Let's put the killing behind us and let's compete." "What?" When Scarlet opened her closed eyes to ask what Cordelia was talking about, Cordelia said with a smile, "Ray the Rogue Master, not the Warrior Master." Scarlet blinked her eyes at Cordelia's words and soon understood it, so she couldn't hide her surprise. "Are you saying I have the Rogue Master's treasure and you have the Rogue Master's treasures too? Both of us are candidates for the Rogue Master position. So let's compete for the title. The one who wins in our match will become the real Rogue Master." What kind of match it is you should know, right? Scarlet's cheeks instantly turned red when Cordelia winked and smiled, because Cordelia's smile revealed by the moonlight was so beautiful. "Do you understand what I'm talking about?" "Yeah, I understand." Scarlet unconsciously stuttered, and she took several deep breaths before raising her upper body in order to stand up. Cordelia had suggested that they should compete for the position of Rogue Master. Then what kind of match should Rogue Masters have? To say it directly, it was stealing. To say it more elegantly, it was the act of unauthorized transfer of ownership. Do you agree? When Cordelia asked, Scarlett slowly nodded, but she soon added some words. In return, there are conditions. Conditions? Hey, do you honestly think you're in a situation where you could ask for that? Listen to the end. What is it? Cordelia questioned as her head tilted sideways, and Scarlett avoided her gaze and coughed a few times. She blushed even more, and then put the words that Jude had expected out of her mouth. You won this match. Nevertheless, you gave me a chance to have an honorable showdown, so I'll return the favor. I will make you wish come true, whatever it is. My wish? Yes, your wish. Anything. I mean, that's a bit as long as it's within my abilities. That you know, something like a job I can do. Oh. As Cordelia clapped and smiled, Scarlett avoided her gaze again, and Jude, who was watching them from a distance, clenched his fist. Bingo. As expected, she's the same as Lucas. Just as Lucas was obsessed with reenacting Biltween the hero, Scarlett was particularly obsessed with reenacting the anecdotes of the first Rogue Master. Something like this also happened to the first Rogue Master. To be exact, it happened between the first Rogue Master and her rival, Thief Master. Rogue Master, who was still an inexperienced thief before she called herself Rogue Master, fell into the trap of Thief Master once and was completely and helplessly defeated. But Thief Master admired the talent of Rogue Master and gave the same offer as Cordelia. Let's have a match. A real match between the two of us. In response to Thief Master's suggestion, Rogue Master said that she'd have the match after she had returned the favor for this incident, just like what Scarlett had now said, and Thief Master was willing to regard such Rogue Master as an honorable person. And in the end, Rogue Master won and received the Wings of Speed from Thief Master. It's a beautiful story where the two continued to be close friends afterwards. That was probably the reason why Scarlett's face had turned red. She must be really excited and happy to reenact the anecdote of that time and be in the same position as the first Rogue Master. Of course, we don't intend to follow the story until the very end. After all, what mattered now was Scarlett's promise and not the match against Scarlett. She would make any wish of Cordelia come true. In other words, it was a very useful way to get Scarlett involved in their fight at the royal capital. It's better if we get close to her with this opportunity. Scarlett had become a villain all because of the Soul Taker. If they became close from the very start and prevented her from touching the Soul Taker, she would likely remain their ally until the very end. As expected of Cordelia. Cordelia wasn't a calculative person like Jude. She might have thought that Scarlett would respond that way because of Scarlett's personality, but it was clear that Cordelia wouldn't have thought of such conditions like that now. But Cordelia had said that because she liked the Scarlett who fought for the honor of the Rogue Master, because she wanted to be friends with Scarlett who had always been an enemy, rather than have to kill her once again. I can't be like that. It didn't suit Jude to act so purely with such a pure heart. W, what do you think? About my conditions? Scarlett timidly asked, and Cordelia looked like she was thinking for a moment before she said with her canines glistening. Okay, we have a deal, so let's shake hands. Let's shake hands. When Cordelia stretched out her hand, Scarlett held that hand and blushed again because she was embarrassed. Anyway, just go back for now. I'll tell you what I want later. Do you know of the Blue Moon? I know them. What about the Guild Master? Are you talking about Mr. Sup? Yes. I'll contact you through that, uncle. Is that okay with you? It's okay. Oh my, look at how well my Scarlett answers. Cordelia giggled and helped Scarlett up, and Scarlett said as she pouted. Hey, but how did you know my name? Because Jude and Cordelia had clearly called her Scarlett before she had introduced herself. Cordelia replied to her rather sharp question with a flustered expression. Usada, because you walked on the path of the Rogue Master. I mean, I've already figured out who my rivals are. Cordelia said as she thumped on her chest, and the corners of Scarlett's mouth were slightly raised. She seemed to be quite pleased with Cordelia's words. She's like Lucas. She was a bit naive. While Jude had a wicked smile, Scarlett shook Cordelia's hand before she spread her wings of speed and flew up to a low roof. Hey, Pink Bomb, why red hair? Hey, you have pink hair. Anyway, why? That don't make me wait too long, okay? Okay. I'll contact you as soon as possible. Cordelia replied with a cute giggle, and Scarlett blushed again before she spread her wings of speed and flew up into the night sky. As for how Cordelia looked from behind, Jude thought that Cordelia looked really cute than cool. She then turned towards Jude and proudly raised her hand to make a V sign with her fingers. Problem solved. They succeeded in their theft and also made a connection with Scarlet. Cordelia cleared her throat while looking proudly, and Jude gave her a light applause. And 2 days later, the second theft of Rogue Master Pink Bomb was now widely known throughout the royal capital. And the carriages of Count Bayer and Count Chase arrived at the royal capital together. Chapter 156, The Duke's Invitation. 1. There was a saying that when two people come together, a relationship of power would be formed, and when 3 or more people come together, politics would begin. There were numerous nobles in the royal capital, which naturally led to complex political structures being formed. Why do people form groups? There were many reasons, but the biggest reason was for survival. Power was strengthened when people formed groups, thereby preventing danger and allowing them to acquire necessary things. The political circles in the royal capital. Several groups were created there. Several divisions were also formed in a group, and if one counted the number of groups in the royal capital, it would be more than a dozen. However, all these groups could be classified into either of the two factions, the royalists and the aristocrats. The former were groups of nobles centered around the royal family, and the latter were groups centered on a large coalition of nobles powerful enough to keep the royal family in check. Both factions consisted of nobles in the Slen Kingdom, but their composition revealed quite a different appearance. The Royalists has many relatively new nobles, while the aristocrats are composed of nobles with a long history and tradition. It wasn't a structure created by the new nobles because of their high loyalty to the royal family. There was a more realistic reason hidden in it. They need someone to lean on. From the perspective of the old nobles who already held vested interests, the new nobles were nothing but thorns in their eyes, because they were opponents whom they had to share their wealth and power. For this reason, the new nobles were ostracized by the existing noble society, so they chose to be loyal to the royal family as their means of survival. The new nobles depended on the royal family, and the royal family absorbed the new nobles and developed their strength in order to fight the aristocrats made up of the old nobles. It sounds like dreams or romance do not exist, but this is reality. Of course, some of them were deeply loyal to the royal family. Something like that isn't bad after all. It was clearly unproductive for royalists and aristocrats to fight for power, but it was also productive at the same time. Because absolute power will absolutely corrupt anyone. If one faction drove out the other faction and monopolized power, corruption was bound to begin from that moment onwards. Therefore, confrontation was necessary even if it was a needless waste of energy to keep each other in check. Anyway, about the royalists and the aristocrats, there would always be a leader when factions are formed. Naturally, the royalists and aristocrats also had leaders who led their factions. For the royalists, it's the Lord Protector, Duke Antarius. He started as a commoner and rose to the position of a duke, so he was the dream and hope of the new nobles. And from the perspective of the royal family, he was a relatively easy person to handle for the long term. So we have to get the leader. The proponent of the plan to kill the royal family was no one else but the Lord Protector. So the royal family was actually nourishing a snake in their bosom. In any case, it's the Lord Protector who is currently leading the royalists. Therefore, they had to borrow the power of the aristocrats and not the royalists in order to keep the Lord Protector in check. The power of the hawks and not the doves. Since it was a coalition of nobles, the aristocrats were established in the form of having multiple leaders. But if one looked at them in the big picture, they could be divided into the moderate doves and the radical hawks. Duke Spencer leads the doves, and Duke Balboa leads the hawks. The dove group's Duke Spencer was in-laws with the royal family and was virtually neutral and did not move, so it was necessary for Jude and Cordelia to borrow the power of the hawks in order to actively attack the Lord Protector. Complicated? It's complicated. Just go to Duke Balboa's house and give it to him. Then why didn't you just say that? Why did you have bother to me with complicated explanations? Hoo-hoo, this daddy doesn't want his princess to give up in using her brains to think. I usually do a lot of thinking, okay? Like what to do tonight, how to make a prettier explosion, and so on. A beast woman indeed, I haven't heard you growl for a long time. Worf, Worf, Cordelia tried to bite Jude's hand and then barked like a dog. Afterwards, she dressed up as Phantom Thief Pink Bomb and asked Jude again. Anyway, I should just leave this at Duke Balloa's house, right? Yes, with this important letter. Jude spoke with a smile before he inserted a letter with Pink Bomb's signature in the secret ledger they found at Count Macken's house. If we bring it to them, they'll be the ones Hall hit the forces of the Lord Protector. Well, dispensing medicine should be left to the pharmacists. Well, leave it to the professionals. Even if they had the secret ledger, it was impossible for Jude and Cordelia to directly air the Lord Protector's dirty laundry in public. However, it would be a different story for the aristocrats who were always searching the royalists for a weak point to stab. They would obviously rummage and search everywhere in excitement. Okay, then we'll have to scatter these treasures in specified places, right? Yes, it's evidence of the royalists' corruption. If it was a simple treasure, it would be a sin to just stash these riches. But it was a problem that all of these treasures were stolen goods. It's mostly the royal family's items. From the royal family's perspective, it's like they raised thieves, right? You're right. They'll be weeping while beheading Masu. As Jude smiled a bit wickedly, Cordelia's face instantly lit up and she nodded. Yes, to weep while beheading Masu. That's a really nice phrase. Oh, you know about that? HMPH, of course I know that. Did you perhaps think I wouldn't know that? Cordelia smugly said, and Jude clapped his hands in admiration. Do you like the Three Kingdoms? Yes, I like Zhuge. I like smart men. Cordelia somehow held herself back from saying that thought before she stood up and brushed away the dirt in her rear. Anyway, let's go. Yes, let's wish the aristocrats good luck. And the next afternoon, the aristocrats began to move stealthily and quickly, and Jude counted the number of newspaper extras that wrote about Cordelia's activities. I think it'll somehow work out until the founding anniversary. It was a thief's simple thoughts to wish for the royalists of the Lord Protector to collapse with only one secret ledger. What they could expect was the downfall of Count Macken and several working-level officials, and the Black Moon shutting down several businesses. It would only slightly affect them, but this was actually enough. The two just had to break the Lord Protector's perfect plan. Of course, he'll have to continue thinking of follow-up measures. You're thinking of something evil again. At the snide remark he heard from his side, Jude smiled and turned his gaze. They were in front of the South Gate. They were at the place where Adelia had welcomed Jude and Cordelia a few days ago, but this time, they were the ones waiting at the gate. Obviously, Adelia was still in the waiting position both then and now. No, there's a huge difference in her energy levels. Yeah. Unlike Jude and Cordelia, who were sitting on a bench and calmly waiting, Adelia had been restlessly walking around near the South Gate for some time. Her neck's going to fall off at this rate. Adelia had been raising her head and upper body as she tried to see as far as possible. The reason why Adelia was so restless was simple. They're here, the carriages of Count Bayer and Count Chase. To be exact, Adelia's beloved who was on board the carriage. The very excited Adelia was about to run towards the carriages at that moment, but she clenched her fists and restrained herself. No matter how much she loved him, she couldn't act like a silly woman and run towards the carriages. Especially in front of Gal. Good, I can endure it. You can endure this, Adelia. Yes, you can do this. Unnai, don't do that and just recite the prime numbers. That will work. Cordelia advised from the side, but Adelia didn't hear her at all. Adelia touched her chest and repeatedly did some deep breathing exercises. And a few minutes later, after that time which felt like an eternity to Adelia, the carriages of Count Bayer and Count Chase finally arrived at the South Gate. Lord Gal, Lady Adelia, Lord Gal, Lady Adelia, Lord Gal, Lady Adelia, at the garden of Adelia's mansion. Before moving to the accommodation provided by the royal family, the group stopped by to rest for a while, and Gal and Adelia faced each other as they exchanged words and gazed at the other. The two hugged and kissed each other, and various expressions appeared on the faces of those who saw them. It's nice to see them like that. You're right. Madra and Count Bayer warmly smiled. I never thought Adelia would be like that, even in my dreams. Me too. Dahlia and Cordelia were happy yet somehow embarrassed at the same time. It would be nice if they didn't forget that this is a public place. Why are couples not bothered in being affectionate at public places? Jude shook his head as he clicked his tongue. The world must be ending, the world must be coming to an end. Edward, the eldest son and heir of Count Chase, said as he doubted his eyes and somehow seemed to be forgotten by everyone. And Count Chase had a calm expression while having a small smile. Well, they don't seem to care at all. Jude looked at Gal and Adelia having a passionate kiss and shook his head before turning his gaze to the excited Cordelia, who had covered her cheeks and lips with her hands as she received an audio-visual education. He then turned his head in surprise. Jude, don't we have something to talk about? Yes, father. Count Bayer wasn't particularly angry, but his eyes were more subdued than usual. He would be like that since Jude was gone for weeks now. He ran away again while heading to the royal capital. Adelia's letter contained some of your circumstances, but I'd like to hear it directly from you. I understand. Jude replied with an awkward smile, and Count Bayer couldn't help but smile before saying, You've changed a lot. No, you've gotten a lot stronger this time. It had only been around 3 weeks since he left the house, and Jude's abilities had made rapid progress in that time. Count Bayer would be able to tell exactly how strong Jude had become if they fought. But the Count could already feel just from facing Jude that he had become strong enough that he was like a completely different person from the previous Jude. You've grown a lot. Jude was smaller than Cordelia just a few months ago, but he now seemed to be a head taller than her. A lot of things happened. Yes, let's talk about those later. But first, that seems to be more urgent. I mean that way, that person. Count Bayer laughed and entered the mansion, and Jude saw Count Chase looking at him with his usual expression. Father, you're still small. Excuse me, you're still small. Jude had grown a lot, but he was still small by Count Chase's standards. That was true since the current Jude was around 100 and 185 cm, while Gal was around 100 and 190 cm, and Count Chase was a giant nearly 2 meters tall. Yes, as Jude said in anticipation, Count Chase suddenly looked back at Adelia. Having confirmed that she was still distracted by the passionate kissing, Count Chase walked to Jude and said, It's a third-rate item. Count Chase handed a small leather bag in Jude's arms and quietly spoke as he kept an eye on Adelia. Eat in secret, without Adelia knowing. Alone, don't get caught. Yes, father, I will do that for sure. Jude was moved and didn't even check what was in the bag as he talked, and Count Chase snorted like always and was about to walk away. However, Count Chase stopped and came back as he looked at Jude. Father, are you going to give me something else? Jude looked at him in anticipation again, but not this time. Count Chase looked at him as if he was hesitating and soon said in passing as he gazed at a distance, Something change. Change in what? No, it's nothing. It's rather good if there aren't any changes. It's good, because they haven't even had their coming-of-age ceremony yet. Father? Jude asked once again, but Count Chase switched to a stern expression instead of answering and headed towards Adelia and Gal, who was startled and raised his head. That's a nice look. Jude had a small smile as he saw Gal's face before he tried to approach Cordelia, who was lost in her thoughts as she held her red cheeks with her hands. But it was at that moment. It looks like a letter has arrived. Maja said as she looked towards the main gate before heading there, and Jude saw a man standing beyond the metal fence and waiting for the gate to open. He was wearing the outfit of a nobleman's messenger. Who is it? He's from Duke Spencer. When Jude responded to the question Cordelia had muttered, she raised her head in surprise. How do you know? Because there's an emblem on his outer clothes that shows he's from the Spencer family. Perhaps it's an invitation for you and me. It was time to see the benefits they had gained from giving Princess Darian the 7-colored herb. And as Jude had thought, the messenger who appeared at the front gate was from Duke Spencer. But there was one thing that was different from what they had expected. This. It seems like we're not the only ones invited, an invitation in a slightly different form than what they had thought. Well, I don't think it would be a problem since it's an invitation anyway, right? Cordelia said with a smile, and Jude thought the same too. Well, I guess you're right, yes, I am right. It didn't matter what way they used, as long as they were able to go to Duke Spencer and meet the Sword Saint of Light, Rune Froud. So don't worry and let's go there proudly. Okay. Jude nodded in response to Cordelia's gaze, and Cordelia brightly smiled again. Cordelia didn't know at that time. No, Jude didn't expect it either. The fact that this invitation would, for the first time, make them do something that real lovers did. They would be doing something that real lovers did. Chapter 157, The Dukes Invitation. 1. Is it an invitation from Duke Spencer? Smiles spread across the faces of Count Bayer and Gal as they checked the invitation. The two did not know yet that Jude and Cordelia had become friends with Princess Darian. But even if they did, they would still react the same. They would be thankful for the invitation. No, they felt that it was natural for that invitation to come. They were relieved and felt proud. The two looked at Jude with faces full of happiness. What's going on? Jude knew all kinds of things from Legend of Heroes, but he knew little about Duke Spencer's invitation. Because none of the playable characters who could visit the royal capital at this time had any contact with Duke Spencer. If we went with the flow of the original, Jude was still suffering from his illness at home. Cordelia had gone missing and was wandering in the north. In Luca's case, he did visit the royal capital at this time, but he didn't have any point of contact with Duke Spencer. First of all, Duke Spencer was sick and suffering from his condition. It was impossible for him to invite guests when he was ill. Moreover, Lucas was a young man from the north who was a complete stranger to Duke Spencer. He wasn't an important visitor that could meet the bedridden Duke. But the situation has changed. Princess Darian, who should have gone home empty-handed, was able to get the 7-colored herb with the help of Jude and Cordelia. Thus, Duke Spencer was freed from his chronic illness and recovered his strength. So I thought he'd invite us. For Duke Spencer, Jude and Cordelia were his benefactors who healed his chronic illness, and at the same time, they were friends of Princess Darian whom he cherished and was the apple of his eye. I was expecting he'd invite us to a tea party, but it wasn't a tea party invitation that arrived. It was to an event with a cheesier and grander name than that. The Banquet of Swords. That was the reason why Count Bayer and Gal were very happy. Those good old days. I once participated in Duke Spencer's Banquet of Swords. I agree, father. I also remember participating in that. The father and son said as they recalled it, and Adelia suddenly raised her nose and bragged about it. HMPH, that's natural. It's to be expected of Lord Gal and father-in-law. Edward clicked his tongue at Adelia, proudly talking as if she was involved in that, while Cordelia tilted her head and Jude unconsciously nodded. Similar. They really are sisters. Adelia was almost acting the same as Cordelia. What's similar? I mean, you're like that. Tusk, I'm not like that, okay? Cordelia pouted, and Jude didn't say anything after that. Aren't you like that every time you boast about me? Jude thought to himself as he avoided her gaze before he quietly smiled and looked at Gal and Count Bayer again. Father, what is the Banquet of Swords? In fact, he had roughly guessed it, but it was still a guess. There was no need for him to continue guessing it when an answer could be given to him now. At Jude's question, Count Bayer replied with a smile. Haha, as its name suggests, the Banquet of Swords refers to a banquet where swords gather. To be exact, it's a banquet where young and promising swordsmen gather. Count Bayer slowly spoke and gently tapped the sword on his waist, as if he became conscious of the fact that he was a swordsman again. Jude, as you know, the Spencer family are known for their long history and tradition with swords. Yes, it's a family that has a longer history than the kingdom. The Spencer family was one of the meritorious families that greatly contributed to the founding of the Slen Kingdom, and the Duke Spencer of that time was also the sworn brother of the founder king, Lion D. Slen. In fact, their family was in charge of the military in the early days of the kingdom. While Duke Wotan from one of the other meritorious families provided troops, Duke Spencer provided powerful and outstanding swordsmen to become the vanguard and lead the troops. As a result, the founder king, Lion D. Slen, was able to win several battles, and he praised the Duke of Spencer for his distinguished service and awarded him a special honorary title. Sword Teacher. He who guided all the swordsmen in the kingdom. At the time of the kingdom's foundation, Duke Spencer was a man befitting of the name Sword Teacher. He was undeniably the best swordsman in the kingdom. But that wasn't the case for the next generations. They had a lot of excellent swordsmen, but no one appeared to be capable enough of being called the best in the kingdom. But even so, they were still a family renowned for their excellent swordsmen. The best swordsmen in the kingdom no longer came from the Duke's direct descendants. The Spencer family was no longer a family that produced the best swordsmen in the kingdom. But the Spencer Sword School was different. The Spencer Sword School produced at least one great swordmaster per generation. Sword School, a group where people could teach or learn swordsmanship. This was the result of the pride and responsibility of that time's Duke Spencer in their honorary title as the sword teacher. A long time has definitely passed. The honorary title of the past, sword teacher, has almost disappeared now. But as a sword teacher, the current Duke Spencer has not given up his responsibility to improve the military, or to be exact, the skills of the swordsmen in the Slen Kingdom. To the Bayer family, Lucas H. Harsvelger was a stranger. They were complete strangers, not related by blood nor swordsmanship style, but not for Duke Spencer. To him, Lucas was a swordsman of the Slen Kingdom. The Banquet of Swords refers to an event that gathers young swordsmen with promising talent from all over the country. It's an event to tell these prospects, who have lived like frogs in the well, that there is a wide world beyond them. Count Bayer said in a slightly self-deprecating voice, but Count Chase snorted and said, "I don't think a noble who went to the Banquet of Swords and crushed all the other prospects should be saying that. Ah, there's no way that you're just bragging about yourself, right?" At the criticism that Count Chase said because he was a long-time friend, Count Bayer replied as he felt pleased and embarrassed. "This friend of mine exaggerated it a little, so don't listen to him. HMPH, it's not an exaggeration." Count Bayer was actually the strongest swordsman in the Slen Kingdom now, if one limited it to those of a similar age as him. There were 10 great swordmasters, but their difference in ages widely varied. If I recall correctly, Count H. Harsvelger is almost 10 years younger than father. Because of his age, Count Bayer could no longer attend the banquet as a prospect even if he wanted to. In any case, it's certainly an honor to be in the Banquet of Swords. It's an event where you can even be proud of the fact that you were invited. Before Count Chase could tease him again, Count Bayer quickly finished speaking and turned to Gal. Gal nodded at his father's look that seemed to ask him to explain further. Just as father has said, being invited to the Banquet of Swords means that you are already a promising swordsman in the Slen Kingdom who's recognized by the Duke of Spencer, the sword teacher. Gal gave a clear explanation, but his cheeks were somehow slightly red, and Jude knew the reason why. As expected of my Lord Gal, who had once been invited to the Banquet of Swords. When Adelia hugged Gal's arm and spoke, Gal's face turned even more red, and joy spread on Count Bayer's face. And now, Jude has been invited as well. Because the letter was an invitation of Duke Spencer to Jude and his fiancée, Cordelia, to attend the Banquet of Swords. It's really nice, really nice. Count Bayer smiled in satisfaction as his eyes began to turn slightly red. Jude had always been weak from birth and could barely go outside, let alone go to the royal capital, so Count Bayer was always worried about him. But now, Jude was not only very healthy, but was also invited to the Banquet of Swords. He was deeply moved by that. HMPH, it's only natural that Duke Spencer has eyes too. As Count Chase snorted and spoke, a series of small and cute snorts followed. HMPH, that's right. He can't be proud of being a sword teacher if he doesn't recognize the swordsmen of the Bayer family. HMPH, Duke Spencer understands it. Why do I feel a strange sense of alienation every time they do this? Adelia hugged Gal's arm and snorted, Cordelia bragged as she stood next to Jude, and even Edward, who was standing alone in a corner, spoke. At the remarks of Count Chase and his 3 children, Count Bayer and his sons could only smile. Indeed, cuteness flows in the Chase family's blood. How can all of them be so cute? Ah, except for Edward. Count Bayer himself felt a sense of alienation towards the man who was alone in the corner and feeling alienated. Anyway, Jude, you can go there. Those invited to the Banquet of Swords are all prospects of the kingdom, so you can broaden your horizons there. HMPH, would that happen though? Count Chase interrupted Count Bayer, but no one was offended by it. Because everyone knew what Count Chase meant. Because my Jude will not broaden his horizons, but will be the one to broaden the horizons of the prospects. Jude was unusually strong now. And everyone, including Count Chase, had already witnessed Jude's strength more than once. And, Cordelia couldn't stop the corners of her mouth from rising as she snorted again in excitement. She knew of one thing that everyone in the place did not know. He also underwent metamorphosis. In addition to opening the fifth door, he also learned the Supreme Sun divine art. Strong people like Count Bayer and Count Chase would have naturally noticed, just from facing him, that Jude was stronger than before he had left for the royal capital. But no matter how strong they were, they would not be able to find out at once on what changes happened to Jude as a result of his metamorphosis. But father-in-law seems to have felt something more. After a month or so, Jude had grown to nearly 10 cm tall, so even strangers would be able to easily tell that Jude had become stronger. However, Count Bayer seemed to have noticed some of the changes that happened in Jude's body besides his increase in strength. The cycle of qi that was re-established due to metamorphosis, and the other things that occurred to Jude, the changes that seriously increased his efficiency. Ha. Cordelia was very pleased and snickered, and everyone began to smile again. Because the Cordelia who was brimming with pride for her fiancé was very cute and adorable. I need to set the date quickly. Shouldn't we wait for the coming-of-age ceremony? No, they should just get married sooner. How cute. As everyone were having different thoughts, Jude opened his mouth. Then, Father, will you be going to the palace with father-in-law? I think so. The Banquet of Swords is a gathering of young prospects. Me and Count Chase will be able to meet His Excellency, Duke Spencer, when we have the opportunity. HMPH, we don't need to meet him. Count Bayer and Count Chase, who belonged to the 12 northern families, were close to the aristocrats. But since they were nobles from the north, they didn't exactly feel a sense of belonging with the aristocrats centered on Duke Spencer. The same was true of the aristocrats in the royal capital. I, Count Chase, and Edward will be going today to the accommodations the royal family has provided. Gally'll stay here with Adelia, right? Yes, Father. That's my plan. As Gal answered with a faint smile, Adelia blushed and slightly lowered her gaze. Edward frowned like a real older brother as he saw the appearance of his younger sister acting shy, while Cordelia also narrowed her eyes like a real younger sister. What are you planning to do with only the two of you? Technically, Becky was present too, so they weren't completely alone, but still, Cordelia seriously sent a criticizing gaze at her sister, but Adelia didn't care. As she had emphasized many times already, Adelia was an adult unlike Cordelia, who was still a minor. Well, do this and do that too, and Kiaya Adelia's thoughts were revealed in her face, and Edward and Cordelia frowned even more. But Count Bayer and Count Chase looked very happy. Anyway, Cordelia and I will visit Duke Spencer then. Yes, y'all probably stay for 2 days if it's short, or 3 days if it takes a long time. Come to our accommodations when your business is done. Yes, Father. Jude immediately tapped the shoulder of Cordelia, who was still frowning, and Cordelia looked up at him. Why, you know. Jude smiled and slightly moved his arm to Cordelia, who tilted her head, and Cordelia reflexively grabbed his arm. She was very used to Jude escorting her now, and around 4 hours later, when they had packed up and arrived at Duke Spencer's estate, Jude and Cordelia were welcomed by very happy faces. Chapter 158, Banquet of SWORDS, 1. Duke Spencer. One of the only 5 dukes in the kingdom, and someone who belonged to a prominent family that possessed wealth, power, and military force. The Spencer family's great power came from their immense wealth and position among the nobility, and on the strength of their military forces that could even wipe out a small country by itself. Where did their wealth and military force come from then? First of all, their land is wide. It wasn't just wide, but enormously wide. Duke Spencer's territory not only had half of the Silates Plains, which was the continent's largest breadbasket, but also the whole region of the Gigantos Mountains, which bordered the Argon Empire. So you're saying that they're rich and have a lot of money? Well, sort of. Cordelia, do you know why a large land can make you rich? Cordelia leaned against her seat on the carriage and spontaneously replied to Jude's question. You get a lot of building rent? No, that's the case for building owners. Take a more fantasy-like approach, no, from an ancient times perspective. If the land is large, you can farm a lot and get large amounts of grainies, that right? That's right. One thing to note here is that there are a lot of people too. I see. So there'll be a lot of people who'll be paying taxes then? That's true, but it's also because they have an abundant labor force. You need a lot of labor to farm, right? I guess so. Maybe. Cordelia replied in a way that showed that she was a bit unsure. She had never seen a real rice field, let alone did any farming. In any case, the land is large and there are a lot of people. They're also the breadbasket region and have several mines. It was at a level where they had everything. Thanks to Duke Spencer, various industries have also been developed. Thus, commerce was also naturally developed. They have a large trading city where they trade with the Empire when we're not at war. That means they've got everything that's good. Yes, something like that. Their rich territory could also be counted as one of best sources of the kingdom's immense wealth. Where did their military force come from then? Sword school? There's that, but it's also because of the location. How do you say it? Like it's the reason anyway, it's because of the location of his territory. The Spencer Duchy was one of the shields that defended attacks from the Argon Empire. In particular, they were in a position to protect the Silates Plains, which was the reason the Argon Empire waged war several times, so they always had to maintain a strong standing army. If other nobles formed a standing army comparable to the size of Duke Spencer's army, people would be suspicious of them. People would wonder if they're trying to raise a rebellion. But you're saying that Duke Spencer is allowed to maintain a standing army of that size because of his geographical location? Yes, and in addition to that, there are only a few nobles who can maintain a standing army of that size in the first place. Duke Spencer was able to maintain a standing army because of his immense wealth. Moving on, it's because of his great and powerful family that makes him very powerful. It is no exaggeration to say that he's the king of a small country. That's why it's so big. That one. Cordelia shifted her gaze to outside the carriage window, and Jude naturally followed her gaze. He saw it on the side of Cordelia who sat opposite him. You see that? Outside the window. There was a huge castle in the distance. People called it the Red Rose Castle. Though Jude had explained this, and that at length, the Red Rose Castle was actually a very familiar place for both Jude and Cordelia, because it's the place where the raid boss appeared. By the time the entire continent began to be devastated by trials and tribulations, the Slen Kingdom was nearly in ruins already. Duke Spencer has a particular nature. You can say that the villa over there is a bit too much for social exchanges with the royal capital, but that's something normal for him. Yeah, he's really rich, a seriously rich man. And it was highly likely that this seriously rich man had a favorable impression of Jude and Cordelia. I am sure we can rip off a lot from him. He had a lot of excellent items, because Duke Spencer was a man of honor. Jude smiled in delight, and Cordelia burst out laughing, having guessed his thoughts from seeing his eyes. Should I say that you're really great in making a living, or should I say that you're really wicked? Either way, that's so like my Jude. Cordelia eventually ended her thoughts with a smile, and she looked out the window again. The reflection of the Red Rose Castle in their eyes gradually grew bigger. Wow! Cordelia unconsciously exclaimed upon seeing the Red Rose Castle up close. Her reaction wasn't because the castle was very big and beautiful, but because of the nice smell that came out the moment they entered the castle. Sniff, sniff, the scent of roses, Cordelia said as she sniffed, and Jude nodded. Yes, the sense of smell couldn't be reproduced in the game. There was only the perception that the castle was filled with roses in full bloom, but the smell of roses was so clear and strong that they could understand why this place was called the Red Rose Castle. It's amazing. It's like I am in a flower shop, Cordelia said with a bright smile before she closed her eyes and sniffed again. Jude looked at Cordelia and then turned his gaze to the window. This place wasn't built for defense. He had thought about it in the game too, that the Red Rose Castle was more of a palace than a castle. The walls were very low. The structures were also aesthetically beautiful, and there were many parts that were not suitable for it to be a defensive fortress. If you think about it, it's like that French palace. Jude silently nodded as he briefly recalled the Palace of Versailles. He had talked to Cordelia about the power of Duke Spencer, but in the end, the Slen Kingdom was a monarchy, and Duke Spencer was a vassal of the royal family. It was not acceptable to build a fortified castle adjacent to the royal capital and make it a home. We're here, Cordelia said at some point despite having her eyes closed, and the carriage stopped at that moment. We welcome Mr. Jude Bayer and Lady Cordelia Chase. When they got out of the carriage and handed over their invitation, the butler bowed and politely greeted them. The place where the carriage had currently stopped was at the entrance of the Red Rose Castle, so they had to travel via Duke Spencer's carriage from here on. "This way, please." As soon as they got on the roofless carriage, the coachman who was waiting bowed to them before he began to drive the carriage. "He's seriously rich." "Yeah, he's really rich." Count Bayer and Count Chase belonged to the 12 northern families, so their families weren't inferior, but Duke Spencer was still different. They could only admire the vast garden and the places within the castle as the carriage passed through it. "And it's very pretty." "I agree." As they passed through the large and beautiful central garden decorated with colorful roses, the coachman drove the carriage towards the annex on the right side of the central mansion, where Duke Spencer stayed. Jude recalled that this place had a training field. "Isn't this where the sword school is?" "Yes, because that's just how Duke Spencer is." Jude answered with his eyes before turning his gaze back to the front. 3 employees dressed in butler clothes, who seemed to be servants assigned to the annex, came out and politely greeted them as if they had been contacted in advance by those in the front gate. "We welcome Mr. Jude Bayer and Lady Cordelia. Please allow me to guide you to your rooms." Jude and Cordelia didn't have to do anything as the servants received the luggage from the coachman, and another servant led the two inside. Whoa, the inside is so shiny. Compared to the mansion of Count Bayer, which was close to a fortress, Cordelia was born and raised in the bright and beautifully decorated mansion of Count Chase. But the sight in front of her was far superior, because there was a significant difference between the bright and beautiful structure to the splendid the luxurious structure. It's like the royal palace. Unlike Jude, Cordelia had already visited the royal palace before when she attended a founding ceremony in the past. Jude nodded his head and replied with his eyes. "Indeed, it really looks like the Palace of Versailles." "Have you been to the Palace of Versailles? I once passed by it and saw it for a moment." "How envious." It wasn't long before they arrived at the guest rooms while they had a conversation with their eyes. "This way, please." "We have servants waiting around her at all times, so if you need anything, you can ring this bell." Jude nodded at the young butler's explanation and then looked around the room. It was in the form of 2 bedrooms facing each other with a small living room in between, and it seemed like they had allocated such a room in consideration of the 2 being engaged minors. "Mr. Bayer, the guests who have arrived first are currently having a tea party. Would you like to participate in it?" At the butler's question, Jude turned to Cordelia, who immediately nodded and used message magic. "I wonder who's there." Since it was a time where nobles from all over the country gathered to participate in the founding anniversary, the number of young prospects who would be attending the Banquet of Swords was also higher than before. Maybe there's another playable character? Among the playable characters from the Slen Kingdom, there was still Kadsa Offand from the 7 southern families. But Cordelia, doesn't Kadsa use an axe? That's true. Kadsa Offand. A young lady from Marquis Offand's family, one of the 7 northern families. She boasted of having the strongest physical ability among the 11 playable characters, and preferred large weapons such as a halberd or battle axe. Her blade is so light that it looks like a toothpick. She liked large weapons that could display her full strength. It was a line in the game that clearly revealed the personality of Kadsa. However, she was sailing in the seas as a sailor of a private fleet, so she would not have come to the royal capital. And even if she had come to the royal capital, she would not have been invited to the Banquet of Swords. But Jude, yes, you're not a swordsman either. He wore the Eastern warrior's sword on his waist, but he didn't pull it out except when he used it for lethal moves. Jude just shrugged at that point that everyone had forgotten. "It's all right. Master is also a swordsman, but he doesn't use a sword, so I can be a swordsman without using a sword." Wow, that's quite an answer. Anyway, let's answer him. The way he's looking at us is getting weird. At Jude's words, Cordelia looked back at the servant and awkwardly smiled. In the eyes of the servant, who did not know that they were using message magic, Jude and Cordelia would have looked like a lovey-dovey couple who did not answer because they were busy flirting with just their eyes. "Well, attend. I understand. Please allow me to guide you there." When the respectful butler spoke and began to take the lead, Jude slightly moved his arm towards Cordelia, who naturally held Jude's arm. And a few minutes later, the two came out of the annex and arrived at the garden entrance, and they saw a group of people having a tea party in the center of the garden. And among those people was someone who was very happy to see them. Lucas, Lady Cordelia. Lucas, Lady Cordelia. As Cordelia ran towards them, Lucas widely opened his eyes in surprise and stood up from his seat as he also ran the same way and stood in front of Cordelia. Lucas, you were also invited. Yes, I was invited. Lucas spoke with a big smile, and Cordelia suddenly opened her arms, making Lucas hesitate for a while before he lightly hugged Cordelia. And 1, 2, 3. Jude finished their short hug by very naturally going behind Lucas' back and pulling Lucas' clothes. Lord Lucas. At Jude's call in a subdued voice, Lucas turned around and widely opened his eyes in surprise again. Mr. Bayer. I've grown a bit taller, right? Lucas nodded several times at Jude's words. Jude was previously much smaller than Lucas, but had now grown to a height that was almost level with their eyes, or to be exact, Jude was now slightly taller than Lucas. You really surprise me every time I see you. It happened somehow. Jude smiled and Cordelia drew closer to Lucas and added, Lucas, he didn't just become tall, right? At Cordelia's words, Lucas looked back at Jude and widened his eyes at one point, because it was as Cordelia said. It's different. He really didn't just become tall. Lucas didn't know on what had happened, but he could tell that Jude's body had undergone a complete transformation. It's like he was reborn with a body fit for fighting. His thought was correct. After his metamorphosis, Jude had been reborn with a body optimized for martial arts, or to be exact, for Ninth Heaven's 9 doors. You've somehow made some great progress. Lucas spoke with an admiring face, and Jude slowly nodded. Yes, I was lucky. But Lord Lucas has changed too. Jude didn't say that to compliment Lucas. Jude was not the only one who had significantly changed in just a month and 15 days. Lucas was also much stronger than before. You can tell? To be honest, I can tell somehow. Lucas blushed in embarrassment at Jude's words before he said with a bright smile, I've been training quite a bit. A bit? Actually, a lot. To the point that the soles of your feet sweat? Lucas nodded as Cordelia, who was listening to him, joked and cut in their conversation. Yes, I honestly trained so hard that I thought I might die. My father was also very motivated. When Lucas' face was filled with confidence and pride, smiles spread across the faces of Cordelia and Jude. They were worried on what they should do if he was still in low spirits because of their last sparring, but it seemed that Lucas had overcome it well and rather used it as a driving force for growth. Amazing, our Lucas is amazing. This sister praises you a lot. Haha, thank you. Lucas replied with a shy smile, and Cordelia became more excited and tried to stroke Lucas' hair as she stood on tiptoes, but Jude quickly grabbed her hand and stopped her. Why? At Cordelia's gaze, Jude pointed to the other men and women gathered at the tea party, and Cordelia flinched and hid her hand behind her back as she pretended to look elsewhere. Good. Jude prevented the unnecessary skinship and also the situation that would embarrass Lucas and Cordelia. He then said, as he turned to Lucas with a pleased face, Lord Lucas, may I ask you to introduce us to the other people? Ah, of course. The joy of meeting you two was so great that I forgot about that for a moment. Lucas immediately answered before he led Jude and Cordelia to the center of the garden where the tea party was being held. Chapter 159, Banquet of SWRDS. 2. Let me introduce everyone to Mr. Jude Bayer from the family of Count Bayer, who came from the north like me. The one next to him is his fiancée, Lady Cordelia Chase from the family of Count Chase. I am Jude Bayer. I am Cordelia Chase. When Jude and Cordelia courteously introduced themselves, Lucas continued. Both of them are very skilled. Lady Cordelia is an excellent wizard from the Chase family known for their wizards, and Mr. Jude Bayer is that was it. Lucas stopped as he recalled that he had never seen Jude use a sword. Is Jude a swordsman? Isn't he a fist fighter? As the confused Lucas stopped talking, the young men and women gathered at the tea party looked at Lucas and Jude in puzzlement, and Jude softly smiled and lightly patted the Eastern warrior's sword on his waist as he said in a low voice, I am a swordsman. My master, Landius, is also a swordsman. Ah, yes, that's right. Landius was also a swordsman, but he was never seen carrying a sword. It seemed like the disciple was walking a similar path like his master. Ahem, ahem. Let me introduce him again. This is Mr. Jude Bayer, an excellent swordsman and son of the sword general, Count Bayer. Luca's introduction caused the young men and women to let out voices of awe and admiration, because no swordsman in the Slen Kingdom who walked the path of the sword would not know the name of Count Bayer. By the way, the ones in the rumors, is it them? When the young woman, who looked to be in her mid-teens and was sitting close to Luca's, shyly asked, various expressions appeared on everyone's faces. Rumor, the ones in those rumors. They were the main stars of the rumor that started from the north and spread to the royal capital, to the point that even the princess had heard of it. There was a young woman whose eyes were shining with curiosity. There was another young woman who stared at them in admiration. There was a young man who was doing his best to hold back his laughter, and there was also a young woman who looked at them in ridicule. Their expressions truly varied. Ha ha ha, yes, that's true. Those rumors are true. As Lucas laughed awkwardly since he couldn't just let out his thoughts, Cordelia's face turned red while Jude kept his usual shameless expression and stepped forward, hiding Cordelia from everyone's sight. Ahem, I am aware that there are some rumors about us, but some parts of it has been distorted. Which part? Is it true that you two love each other so much that you eloped and no, I mean, a honeymoon trip? Asked the brown-haired young woman who was sitting next to Lucas and looked to be the youngest among everyone present in the tea party. Jude responded as smoothly as always to the question of the young woman, whose eyes were shining like Princess Darian and even looking at them a little enviously. That part is true. Oh my gosh. A wide smile spread over the young woman's face, and everyone made various expressions again. A black-haired young woman strangely flinched but kept her mouth shut. The blonde man beside her had a determined look, as if he somehow made a resolution to himself. And a curly-haired young man slightly moved his body in his want to see Cordelia, hiding behind Jude in more detail. Jude received their gazes with an expression that seemed to say that he had nothing to be ashamed of, and Cordelia tugged on Jude's clothes at that moment. It was a signal that he should stop talking nonsense and sort out the situation quickly. There are several unrevealed things, such as why we had to go on a trip. I apologize if I cannot talk about it here because it is related to the security of the North. Mr. Jude Bayer is correct. The two of them have made great contributions in the North. Oh, that rumor. Wasn't it just a rumor? Lucas followed up after Jude, and whispering sounds among the guests were soon heard. They were those who had heard the story of Count Harsfelger and the jackdaws marching into the wild lands. Ahem, let me finish my introductions. Mr. Bayer, Lady Cordelia, this is Lady Kana Gleiss, who is from the north like us. I am Kana Gleiss. It's a pleasure to meet you. The brown-haired young woman slightly blushed as she politely greeted Jude and Cordelia. These two are Lady Rachel Bloom and Lord Marcus Chen from the north too. They were the black-haired young woman and the blonde-haired young man sitting at the same table as Kana. I am Rachel Bloom. I am Marcus Chen. Rachel quietly greeted while Marcus introduced himself with a somewhat excited face. And it was when Lucas was going to introduce the curly-haired young man with a frivolous expression. The northern bumpkins are excited. The words were said in a low voice, but all of them heard it because the place was quiet in the first place. Lucas and the other prospects from the north turned to the direction where they heard the voice come from. And the owner of the voice and those sitting around that person received their gazes without any signs of embarrassment. What, did I say something wrong? The northern part is the countryside, so those who live in the north are country bumpkins. A young man with gorgeous blonde hair who looked to be over 20 years old said with a shrug, and the group who sat around him giggled and burst into laughter. That's right, the north is the countryside. Don't be offended by his words. He just felt sorry for you guys. Look at them talking loudly and getting excited to see each other. There's a rumor going around that people from the north are unscrupulous and brazen. Every word they said was full of ridicule. Eventually, Lucas couldn't take it anymore and said as he glared, Lord Lucian, you're going too far. No, but what I said is all true though. Isn't that right? The gorgeous blonde man, Lucien, looked around and asked, and the prospects from the royal capital, who seemed to be part of his clique, nodded and agreed. But it was then. A black-haired girl with an alluring appearance who was sitting next to Lucien said with a smile, "Lord Lucien, don't be so mean. They're still children." I see. I guess that's why she could leave a letter like that. It seems I went too far. A letter like that. The black-haired girl glanced at Cordelia and smiled, and Cordelia understood it right away. She had brought up those words now to make fun of Cordelia from the very beginning. FCK. When Cordelia managed to stop the swear word from coming out of her mouth, Jude narrowed his eyes and studied Lucien and his clique. Lucien Dior, the eldest son of Count Dior, a young man from a powerful family in the royal capital, and favored by Duke Wotan, one of the prominent figures among the aristocrats who was in the same rank as Duke Spencer. In the game, there was not much information about him because he only appeared for a short time, but Jude quickly understood the situation. He's trying to pick a fight, the kind who lorded over others. He was like an alley boss who used this opportunity to lay down the law to the prospects from the north. There's no mastermind behind him. It wasn't some political plot, but just an immature man's mischief. Jude knew those kind of people who were like Lucien. Those who grew up under their parents' prestige could easily become such an audacious bastard, especially when they were born with little talent. Everything in the world would look insignificant to them. Lady Lorraine. When Lucas raised his voice again, the black-haired woman, Lorraine, said with wide-open eyes, "Oh my, are you mad at me now, me?" When Lorraine asked again as her face instantly turned tearful, the innocent Lucas was flustered and left speechless, and Lucien's clique burst into laughter again. "Isn't he really mean? Right, Lord Lucien?" "Yes, Lucas is quite mean. I can't believe he raised his voice to my pretty Lorraine. That's not something a man should do." As Lucien hugged Lorraine's waist, she leaned against Lucien and spoke very naturally. "But do forgive him. He's still young. Well, I guess I should. There's something called a senior's generosity. How nice of you, Lord Lucien." Lorraine said in a whisper, and Lucien jerked his chin to Lucas as if he really forgave Lucas. "I'll forgive you for being mad at Lorraine, so why don't you sit down?" "Ha." A laugh eventually came out of Lucas' mouth. His tolerance also had its limits. Lucas fiercely laughed and tried to draw out his sword. But it was at that moment. "Let's stop there." Jude spoke in a low voice as he put his hand on the back of Lucas' hand and dissuaded the other from pulling the sword. He then looked at Lucien. He thought that Lucien was simply a dirty bastard, but there was a rather clever side to him as well. Let Lucas draw the sword first. He would then draw his sword and defeat Lucas as if he couldn't help it, and claim that Lucas was responsible because he drew his sword first, regardless of how it began. Of course, that's the story if that bastard can defeat Lucas. It was clear that Lucien was quite skilled. He could tell from looking at Lucien's body that he had worked hard to train even if that didn't suit his personality. But that was it. His fate had already been sealed the moment he mocked Cordelia. "Lord Lucien." Jude smiled after he spoke, and Lucien slightly frowned, because he instinctively sensed that Jude was different from Lucas or the other northern prospects. "I understand that you are here for the Banquet of Swords." "The Banquet of Swords has not yet officially begun, so is there really a need to talk with such a loud and willful mouth?" His words were unexpected, but Jude was handsome, to the extent that his looks could be called incomparable. When Jude brightly smiled and said that, Lorraine was unconsciously mesmerized at him for a very short time, and Lorraine's reaction and Jude's words offended Lucien. "So, let's have a match." As Lucien scornfully laughed, Jude smiled again this time. After he said those few words, he added a phrase that was perfect in goading immature people like Lucien. "If you're confident. You can fold if you're scared." Jude smirked, and a smile spread on Luca's face. Even the prospects from the south, who were a third party to this, found it to be interesting. "Ha, why are country bumpkins like this?" Lucien shook his head as if he was dumbfounded before he got up from his seat. His well-trained body and 190 cm height was enough to make him look intimidating. "Shall we do it here?" "As I said before, if you're confident. Country bumpkins from the countryside must be really stupid. Aren't you the guy who couldn't even move much because of his illness just half a year ago?" "I think you're misunderstanding something right now, but Lord Lucien is a plain noble without a single title." Yurei not a count. Yurei not even a duke. Even counts had something like a level. The famous and influential counts in the royal capital weren't on the same level as the counts from the north. It was probably this reason why royal capital nobles like Lucien trampled on noble children from other places many times. If the opponent wasn't Lucas or me, he would have acted more bluntly. However, the two were from the 12 northern families. They were also the 10 great swordmasters' children. So Lucien had to be cautious and only provoke the other side to draw their sword first. But what he wanted didn't happen. Lucien couldn't stand it anymore when Jude calmly told the truth without losing his smile. He left his seat and drew his sword. "Let's do this." Lucien glared at Jude and said, causing a stir among the prospects from the royal capital. The enraged Lucien drew out a real sword, so they were somehow worried of a possible bloodshed. The prospects from the north were also worried and looked at Jude and Lucien alternatingly. Except for one Lucas. "You must have a death wish, Lucien." Lucas alone had a calm expression and even sat down, and various reactions occurred again because of his calm attitude. "Is it okay to not stop him, Lord Lucas? Yurei the strongest among us. Shouldn't you do something?" Those were the worries of the prospects from the north. Is he provoking us? Maybe he gave up. The prospects from the royal capital had different thoughts. Naturally, the prospects from the south also reacted. "Can we make a bet? Would they mind if we make bets?" And a prospect from the royal capital reacted again. Lorraine got up from her seat and approached Lucien. Because she knew better than anyone else here on how enraged her fiancé, Lucien, was. Go easy on him. He's still a noble of the Slen Kingdom, right? She reached out to Lucien as she spoke, and Lucien naturally hugged Lorraine's waist and kissed her in the lips. "I will dedicate the victory of this duel to you, Lorraine." "Okay, I'll look forward to it." Lucien regained his composure to some extent, and Lorraine smiled as she went back to her seat. Everyone's eyes turned to Jude and Cordelia spontaneously, or to be precise, they turned to Cordelia. Will she do it? It was the gaze of Kana Gleiss, the youngest. Shouldn't she do something like that too? It was the calm yet somehow warm gaze of Rachel Bloom. Well, no one's forcing her. Marcus Chen cleared his throat while the curly-haired young man who had yet to reveal his name gazed at Cordelia with expectation. Cordelia jumped at everyone's gazes at her and turned to Jude, who was staring at her with a calm expression. "It's okay. It won't be long." Jude spoke with his eyes and tried to step forward, but Cordelia reflexively grabbed the hem of Jude's clothes. "Cordelia, wait a minute." Surprised by the fact that she grabbed Jude's clothes, Cordelia took a few deep breaths and looked up at Jude again. She looked into Jude's eyes and soon saw Jude's lips. She gulped and swallowed her saliva. Cordelia did not respond. She raised her head again to face Jude with a very red face and bit her lips as she stood on tiptoe. She wrapped her arms around Jude's neck to lower his posture, and then closed her eyes and drew her face closer. A light kiss. Cordelia's lips lightly touched his cheek before she quickly pulled away her lips as if she was running away from shyness. But the atmosphere in the garden was clearly influenced by it, as it changed and became warm for a while. The prospects from the north and south all had similar smiles, and even the prospects from the royal capital were affected by the pink atmosphere for a moment. But Cordelia didn't see all of that. She didn't turn her head away as she looked at Jude and whispered very quietly, instead of grumbling or saying that she was forced or hated it. "Do your best. Do you understand? You must win, okay?" Jude responded with action to her shy cheering. He lightly pressed his lips on the forehead of Cordelia, who was completely caught off guard. "I'll be back," Jude said, and Cordelia blinked as she realized on what had happened to her forehead. Not only her face, but also her neck and ears turned red for a while, and she couldn't think of anything else. And Jude walked to Lucien. He smiled so brightly at Lucien, who was angrily looking at him. "Hey, what's with the hey?" Thank you very much. Really, thank you very much. So, I'll go easy on you." Originally, he was going to beat him halfway, but he did go really easy on him now. Jude gently touched his cheek and provocatively gestured at him with a happy smile, and Lucien couldn't bear it any longer and burst with anger. He rushed towards Jude.